I merely expressed a fleeting desire to engage with a female celebrity. To my astonishment, in the next moment, I found myself bound to the formidable bandit system. I implore the host to orchestrate the abduction of a prominent female celebrity within a span of 24 hours. And within a month, enable it to conceive offspring for the host. Task accomplished. Reward. Hazard alert. Triple the physique of an adult male. Task failed. System self-destructed, resulting in a deduction of 100,000 yuan. Beginner's gift package. The spirit spring space has been distributed. I abruptly straighten my posture, casting a glance around to find the surroundings devoid of any presence. Damn it. Even a casual remark has its consequences. However, why must it be the ruthless bandit system? Wouldn't a seductive demon system be preferable? Moreover, if I were truly to engage in kidnapping, would I not inevitably become a fugitive? This thought inevitably plunges me into deep contemplation. Yet, within merely 2.5 seconds, I made my decision. If the multitude forsakes me, then let them cast their disdain upon me. If the multitude forsakes me, so be it. Having finally bound myself to this system, I cannot allow it to vanish. Subsequently, I set my destination to Hongdian World Studios. After all, this locale is teeming with female celebrities. Undoubtedly, selecting a queen here would be the finest choice. However, before embarking on the journey, I must first gather some supplies and daily necessities, for when the time comes to bring the target into the spirit spring space. It is impossible to endure without food or water within. Conversely, being outside makes one susceptible to capture. After spending 7 arduous hours preparing the necessary supplies, immediately I set off in my BYD song, heading straight to Hongdian. 4 hours later, at 7 in the morning, I parked my car in a secluded corner. After stepping out, I pressed my palm against the car. Instantly, Xiao Song entered the realm of the 7 spirit springs. Subsequently, I took out my phone to search for which female stars would be present for filming today. The screen displays a multitude of familiar names. Which one should I bind? They all appear quite lovely. In a moment of indecision, I find myself uncertain about whom to choose. Forget it. Let's randomly select by drawing lots. We'll see who is unfortunate. With that thought, I proceeded to draw. It is Li Yixing. Such is the will of heaven. It is only fitting that misfortune befalls her. I headed directly towards the inn where Li Yitong was staying, for opportunities to approach her were scarce. The entrance of the inn where she was lodged presented a chance. However, this will necessitate the execution of the abduction under the watchful gaze of the public, leaving no path of retreat. Yet at that moment, I found myself inexplicably longing to hear the voices of my parents. I dialed the number of my mother, who was far away in her hometown. Hello, why are you calling mother at this hour? I simply wish to hear your voice. Where's my father? Your father is in the living room. The old man. Come quickly. He is missing a call from his son. At this moment, how can I reach you by phone? Is something amiss? A voice filled with confusion and concern emanated from my father's words. If there is anything troubling, please share it with me, father. What can I say? It has simply been a long time since I returned home, and I miss you all. Well then, I shall take my leave. I must prepare for work shortly. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Jinghua Daijiu store on the first floor, 2 blue caution lines have been drawn. On both sides, a throng of people gathered, all ardent fans of Li Yitong. They clutched their mobile phones in anticipation, ready to capture photographs and record videos the moment Li Yitong made her appearance. I squeezed through the crowd, my fingers brushing against the concealed object within my sleeve. A light sheen of sweat formed on my brow as my heart raced with anxiety. This was my first experience of kidnapping, and not just any victim, but a highly popular female celebrity under the scrutiny of countless onlookers. One can only imagine the dire consequences that would ensue. However, in order to preserve the essence of the gathering, to attain the ethereal space and the triplicate physique, I must make one final effort. Should I falter, I shall be left with no choice but to lament in the sorrow of iron bars. I took a deep breath, calming my anxious emotions. The matter concerning Guan Ping's life and fortune must not be allowed to falter in any way. Listening to the surrounding chatter, I gradually find my composure. Li Yixing, I adore you. My wife is exceptionally beautiful. You're the best. I wonder who shouted 7 with such fervor, followed immediately by an unceasing chorus of fan cheers. I too cast my gaze towards the entrance of a shop. There stood Li Yitong, clad in striking red trousers and a sleek black short-sleeved top, with a vivid red mark etched between her brows. With her hair elegantly coiled at the nape of her neck, she cradled a Pomeranian in her arms, making her way toward the business vehicle at the end of the cautionary line. In my heart, the tension dissipated instead as I watched Li Yi's figure drawing ever closer. The cheers of the surrounding fans seemed to fade into oblivion. Just as Li Yitong was less than a meter away from me, I suddenly crossed the boundary line, seizing the delicate, fair arm of Jia Li Yitong. The sleeves of her garment rested gracefully upon her delicate neck as the weather shifted unexpectedly. The nearby staff and countless fans were momentarily taken aback, failing to respond. Li Yixing was taken aback by my sudden action. Feeling the chill around her neck, she widened her eyes in terror, frozen in place. "Be gentle, don't stab. Otherwise, I shall take action against you." I utter a chilling threat and pull Li Yi towards the business vehicle. What is happening? The people around me immediately reacted, instantly erupting into chaos. Someone is attempting to abduct my wife. Release him at once. Are you aware that your actions are unlawful? Hurry, call the authorities immediately. Beloved wife, I come to rescue you. A few impetuous youths, consumed by folly, abruptly crossed the boundary, eager to advance and save the goddess. Everyone step aside. Otherwise, I shall take her life at this very moment. I cast a dispassionate glance over the crowd and spoke in a low voice. Step back. Do not act rashly. Be cautious, he might harm Yixing. At that moment, a man in his 40s intervened to stop the three bewildered youths. Observe as those three impetuous youths retreat to the side, their teeth clenched in frustration. I stood behind Li Yixing, my left arm encircling her neck, while my right hand firmly pressed against her throat. We slipped into the confines of the luxury vehicle and swiftly closed the door. Driving, I sought a secluded and desolate spot to come to a halt. Daring to engage in some playful antics, I decided to confront her, gazing at the driver, whose face reflected both anxiety and a hint of admiration. I uttered a menacing threat. A splendid scene unfolds. I am about to set off. Please do not harm me, Tone, the driver remarked as he drove the vehicle forward. In the rear seat, due to the nature of the business vehicle, there is a certain distance between the two seats. Hence, I invited Li Yixing to take a seat behind me. If the previous one is slightly adjusted, in the event that the driver suddenly slams on the brakes, would Li Yitong not be facing the unfortunate fate of receiving a takeout box? Young man, I trust one have not offended you in any way. Why do you seek to apprehend me? Seeing the person behind remain silent, Li Yi continued, if you release me now, I can cooperate and claim that we were merely performing a play. In that way, you would not have to bear the burden of the kidnapping charge. What do you say? Silence your lips should you dare to utter another word. I shall mar your visage with a single stroke. Listening to the cold voice of the man behind, Li Yitong hurriedly twisted her mouth. Hungyan Police Station. Listening to the incessant stream of emergency calls coming through the microphone, the expression of the dispatcher, Lin Momo, suddenly turned serious. She swiftly rose to her feet and made her way towards the director's office. Just moments ago, she had received numerous calls from the public reporting that the renowned actress Li Tong had been kidnapped at the entrance of the Jinghua Dajudian. Subsequently, the assailant had taken her away in her business vehicle. What audacity! How dare someone carry out a kidnapping on my territory? They truly must possess the courage of a bear and the boldness of a leopard. Lu Qiming's expression suddenly changed. He abruptly stood up and struck the table with his palm. Lin Momo involuntarily recoiled, drawing her neck in slightly. Director Tai displayed his irritable temperament once again. It is always the same. Startling Sam Baby is one thing, but frightening Lon Baby is quite another. Lu Qiming swiftly made his way towards the surveillance room. Nowadays, surveillance cameras are ubiquitous along the roads. Kidnapping. Take me to prison to sing the sorrow of iron bars. 3 minutes later, 6 patrol cars blared their sirens as they departed from the police station. On the other side, the business vehicle came to a halt on a secluded stretch of road, watching as the driver vanished from sight. I cast my gaze once more upon the slightly trembling figure of Li Yixing. After averting my eyes, I swiftly covered Li Yixing's eyes with my hands. In the next moment, the silhouettes of both of us vanished within the confines of the vehicle. Suddenly, as if from thin air, 6 hat-shaped vehicles emerged within the line of sight of the luxury car, swiftly encircling it. The individuals within the vehicle listened intently. You have been entirely encircled by us. We demand that you lay down your arms at once and release the hostages. This is your only correct choice. If you can cooperate with our actions, we shall grant leniency in accordance with the law. Silence enveloped the vehicle, with no one responding. Lu Qiming felt a surge of confusion within him. Had they truly escaped? He then made a gesture with his hand. More than a dozen armed officers swiftly approached the commercial vehicle. Lu has arrived. There is no one in the car. The suspect has already fled. Upon hearing this, Lu Qiming's face turned ashen with rage. He struck the car door with a fierce punch, unable to fathom the audacity of abducting someone on his territory, allowing the perpetrator to escape unscathed. Investigate and ascertain all information regarding the criminal suspect. Announce a citywide manhunt. I refuse to believe he can escape from this city. Furthermore, it is imperative to first provide solace to the bereaved families of the victims, and subsequently, offer a comprehensive explanation to the public. The suspect must be apprehended within 3 days. Congratulations to the host on successfully securing the ticket. Please strive to complete the subsequent tasks. Upon entering the Spirit Spring space, the system's voice resonated in my mind. I chose to disregard it and release Li Yixing. Where's this? As she gazed at the bizarre expanse of tens of thousands of square meters surrounding her, the initial fear that gripped Li Yitong was swiftly supplanted by curiosity. She distinctly recalled being in the car. How had she, in the blink of an eye, found herself in such a transformed realm? Gazing at Li Yitong, who appears as innocent as a naive child, I choose not to engage in idle chatter with her. Let us momentarily set aside the question of our location, and instead reflect upon your current predicament. Listening to Su Kei's words, Li Yixing suddenly recalled her kidnapping. Her brows furrowed tightly, and the crimson mark on her forehead creased in unison. Who are you? Why have you brought me here? Moreover, what exactly is this place? There are still many questions. However, considering that you will be the mother of my future child, I shall refrain from revealing the location to you. However, I must reveal my name to you. After all, one cannot be oblivious to the name of one's own husband. My name is Su Quebec. You may address me as Su Kei or simply as husband. I'm a mother of his future child. He's my husband. Could it be that he desires? Li Tong suddenly felt a surge of anxiety within her. Yet she still feigned calmness. Su Kei, with such striking looks, is it not preferable to find a beautiful girlfriend and enjoy life? If you were to treat me in such a manner, you would not only be a QF, but also a kidnapper. Do you realize the length of sentence you would face for such actions? They must first capture me before anything else. I chuckled softly. Then, disregarding Li's demeanor, I proceeded. He grasped her by the arm and led her to the edge of the couch. Sitting down, he spoke candidly, regardless of her agreement. Within a month, she must conceive his child. If fragrant, then we shall both meet our doom together. I grant you a day to contemplate this matter. I hope you will acquiesce, otherwise I shall be compelled to resort to force. Su Kei, if you desire to have children, simply find a girlfriend to bear them for you. Why resort to unlawful actions? Today, several female stars in the film city have captured my attention. I must say, our fates seem to be intertwined by destiny. You are destined to become the mother of my children. I shall attend to matters nearby for a moment. Do your utmost in the examination. Is the pursuit of a slender physique an active endeavor or a passive one? Having said that, I paid no further attention to the unappealing visage of Li Yi. I rose and made my way towards a nearby water bucket. I intend to plant the vegetables and fruit seeds I have purchased. To leave such a vast expanse of land unused would indeed be a waste. Gazing at the figure turned away, hiding on the ground, digging into the earth, Su Kei, with an air of intrigue. Li Yitong once again surveyed her surroundings. What precisely is this place? Why was I just in the car a moment ago? Yet now I find myself here. Could it be that the outside world is in an uproar, as the video of Su Kei kidnapping Li Yitong has surfaced on the internet? Although the official authorities of Longsha Nation have consistently suppressed information regarding the kidnapping of Li Yixing, the immense popularity of Li Yixing cannot be overlooked. Furthermore, the abduction occurred under the glaring scrutiny of the public eye. Ultimately, the official stance of the Longsha Kingdom was compelled to address public opinion regarding the incident. Consequently, they were obliged to make an announcement to the outside world. The video swiftly disseminated across all cities within the Longsha Kingdom, given the extensive ramifications of the kidnapping incident. The impact of this abduction case is exceedingly vast. The Longsha Kingdom has issued a Level 7 wanted notice for Suke, offering a reward of 1 million yuan. Various major criminal factions have emerged one after another. Meanwhile, at the residence of my prospective father-in-law, located at Building 9, Apartment 802 of Chui Jing Garden, my beloved daughter. Do not weep, dear daughter. He will certainly be all right. We must have faith in the capabilities of the Longsha authorities. In the living room, a gentleman in his 50s, wearing glasses and exuding an air of refinement, is gently comforting a similarly aged woman. Although he spoke with restraint, his eyes brimmed with concern. In their family, there was only Li Yitong as their daughter. If anything unfortunate were to truly occur, how could they possibly endure? The conversation diverges into two threads. In the realm of the Lingquan space, I am currently cultivating watermelon seeds. Li Yitong was compelled by me to use a ladle to water the watermelon seeds that had been sown. I watched as Suke, seemingly tireless, diligently dug holes to plant the seeds with great enthusiasm. Li Yitong followed Xiaoshui with a pout. Originally, she had set out in high spirits that morning to shoot an important drama, but now she found herself ensnared in a predicament. To make matters worse, she would have to bear offspring for him the following day. The more Li Yitong contemplated the situation, the more discontent brewed within her heart. Tears could not help but cascade down her pristine cheeks, yet she refrained from uttering a sound. If you find yourself parched, you may quench your thirst with this water. It possesses the remarkable ability to fortify the body and fend off ailments, said Suke, who was digging a pit, without turning his head. Li Yi's heart let out a cold snort. She lifted her arm, poised in a defensive gesture towards Su Quebec. She longed to deliver a punch that would render Suke unconscious, enabling her to escape this place. Regrettably, she lacked that capability. Moreover, she had also discerned this expanse, resembling an independent realm akin to those found in novels. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable how the environment transformed in the blink of an eye. Contemplating this, Li Yi curiously raised her arm, her rosy lips directed towards the vibrant red liquid. This water, upon consumption, surprisingly evokes a sense of complete relaxation throughout my entire being. Could it be that it possesses an essence akin to the ethereal energies depicted in television dramas and novels? Gudong. She tilted her head back and swallowed the water used for soaking the seeds into her belly. Suke, here. What is amiss here? I turned my head to glance at Li Xing. Suke, my dear friend, is named Jin Shun. Surely, you have heard of her as well. If you release me, I shall introduce you to my friend, and perhaps she could assist you in bearing a child. What do you think? I cannot bear to look at this. Do not overthink it. I mentioned that if you do not conceive within a month, then let us both perish together. If you encounter difficulties, why should I be compelled to share in your demise? Just consider it as a farewell for my dog. 3 hours of contemplation. A round table is positioned against the wall, flanked by a single armchair on either side, both of which are acquisitions from the apartment and Ming's store. Suke and Li Xing sat quietly on either side, silently consuming their meals. What shall we do about bathing and using the restroom? Li Xing suddenly inquired. When you need to relieve yourself, find a nearby spot to do so. As for bathing, simply fetch a bucket of water and choose any convenient location. Upon hearing this, Li Yi felt a surge of anger within her heart, yet found herself powerless to change the situation. Consequently, she could only vent her frustration upon the food in her hands. Time swiftly passes, and as night descends upon the spirit spring realm, a wave of astonishment washes over me. Even the spirit spring domain experiences the embrace of darkness. I remain perplexed by the enigma behind this phenomenon. Suke, have you not prepared any lighting equipment? For the time being, let's make do with the light from my phone. I shall venture out later to take a look. As I spoke, I walked over to the edge of the mat and lay down. Come, lie beside me, let us take a moment to acclimate. Having just consumed my meal, I am reluctant to recline. Perhaps a little later. In the darkness, her voice emerged, tinged with anxiety and a subtle tremor. Li Yitong, you might as well accept your fate. There is no one here who can find you. If you comply willingly, I shall not inflict any harm upon you. Once you are with child, you may depart at any time. However, Should you dare to terminate the pregnancy upon your return, I shall ensure you are bound once more, compelling you to conceive again. Thus, even if you return, you must diligently carry the child to term." The voice of Su Ke echoed incessantly in Li Yi's ears like that of a demon. Suddenly, Li Yixing felt her body lighten, as if being lifted away from the ground. "Su Ke, please let me go. You cannot treat me this way. Are you aware that this is against the law?" In Su Ke's embrace, Li Yitong pounded her small fist against my chest, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. With a thud, I tossed Li Yitong onto the soft cushion, the resilient material causing her delicate form to bounce gently twice. Sobs followed. Listening to Li Yitong's sobs, I felt a surge of helplessness within me. Yet, for the sake of the Seven System, for all the savings in my possession, and to avoid singing the lament of iron bars, I had no choice but to act indifferently. "All right, stop crying. You should feel honored to have received my first. My first is not something just anyone can attain. Is it not the case that it is their first time as well? Is it truly so that their first experience is something anyone can easily obtain? How infuriating. You are in your 30s, and yet this is your first time. How absurd." Listening to Su Ke's words, Li Yitong momentarily forgot her sobs. She turned to me and said, "Who says that one cannot preserve their first time after the age of 30? If you find me unappealing due to my age, then release me to seek another. Why cling to this old woman?" Observing Li Yi, who resembled a fierce tigress, I fell silent and quietly ascended the cushion. "Did you not wish for this? Come now." Li Yixing, having spoken, lay down straight and still. Tears flowed silently from her eyes, glistening as they cascaded towards her luminous earlobe. Perhaps it is the first time I have engaged in such a nefarious act. I gazed upon Li Yitong, who lay there as if in a stupor, and for a moment I lost my enthusiasm. "Very well, I shall not press you tonight. You may rest for now. I shall step outside for a moment." As I spoke, I donned my shoes, retrieved the mask and hat I had prepared in advance, and adorned myself with them. In the next moment, I vanished into the ethereal realm of Linquan. Upon re-emerging into the world, I swiftly sought refuge in a secluded grove. My phone buzzed with dozens of messages from my parents, reminding me of their calls. I must return their call and also peruse the internet to check on matters pertaining to myself. As expected, searching for the two characters, Su Ke revealed the announcement of an 11 wanted notice issued by the Longxia Kingdom targeting him. I allowed a deep sigh. Although I had long anticipated such an outcome, my heart still feels a profound sense of melancholy today. I can only hope that the system does not lead me to disappointment. After gathering my thoughts, I dialed the old man's number. In this era of advanced technology, my phone could very well be tracked. It is possible that the police in Hengdian are already en route. I must act swiftly and decisively. "Where are you now? Is everything all right?" As soon as the call was connected, my mother's anxious voice resonated. "Mother, I called simply to assure you that I am well. There is no need for you to worry. Additionally, the actions I have taken stem from unavoidable circumstances, and they are not of my choosing. However, I am unable to disclose the reasons at this moment. Please remember to take good care of yourselves. Time is of the essence. I shall refrain from further elaboration." With that, my presence once again faded into the void. Meanwhile, back at home, though the phone call has ended, the wailing siren that echoed through the receiver lingers in the mother's ears. Tears involuntarily cascade from her eyes. "My dear child, please do not come harm." Barely 3 minutes after my figure vanished, 6 vehicles adorned with hats reappeared on that desolate stretch of road. 10 police officers meticulously scoured the vicinity, yet astonishingly, they uncovered no traces whatsoever. Lu Qiming could not help but furrow his brow. Why had Su Ke reappeared in this place? Was there something of great significance here? Just as he was instructing his subordinates to maintain a vigilant watch over the area around the clock, a phone call suddenly caused his brow to unfurl. Upon learning that the former superior on the other end of the line had actually appointed the seasoned criminal investigation expert Xinyu to assist in apprehending the suspect, Lu Qiming was filled with exuberant joy. "Director Chun, with Xinyu present, I am confident that within 3 days, I will apprehend the suspect and rescue the hostages." Director Liu swiftly returned to the police station to await the arrival of Xinyu. At the age of 24, the detective will spend 3 hours to unravel the Rainy Night serial shark case, which has plagued the entire Zhejiang province for over a month. He is hailed as the nemesis of crime in Zhejiang. With his presence, it is not merely a matter of 3 days, it is quite possible that he could apprehend Su Ke by today itself. Within the tranquil space of Linquan, upon my return, I discovered that Li Yitong had already succumbed to slumber. Observing her steady breaths, I noticed the remnants of dried tears adorning her cheeks. I let out a sigh, gently lying down and embracing her in my arms. Perhaps it is in dreams that I encounter warmth. Li Yitong curls into a ball, tightly embracing Su Chihuahu's eager presence, gently nuzzling in my embrace. Gently nuzzling in my embrace. The sky gradually brightened. Li Yitong awoke, still in a daze. Who am I? What transpired? In a fleeting moment yesterday, memories cascaded through my mind. She glanced up at the boy who held her tightly, somewhat charming in his demeanor. The face is remarkably dry and serene, yet it possesses a certain allure upon closer inspection. Perhaps I could consider embracing a slender figure, but after all, he is a robber. Should I truly seek to marry a bandit? However, I do not consent, yet he will impose his will upon me. Ultimately, I shall bear his child and become the mother of his offspring. In this light, it would be better to genuinely attempt to embrace the slenderness. Moreover, he is quite likely to possess an extraordinary ability akin to the fabled golden finger depicted in novels. Thus, it appears that I have overreached. However, he has already committed an unlawful act by coercing me in public. Once he steps outside this realm, will he not be apprehended and confined to prison? Just as Li Tong was in a state of indecision, I gradually awakened. Before I even opened my eyes, a delicate fragrance wafted into my nostrils, truly delightful. In a fleeting moment, our gazes met for eyes locked in connection. The early morning, ablaze with the vibrant energy of the sun, witnessed the exquisite beauty of Li Yitong. As I inhaled the subtle fragrance that enveloped her, I lowered my head and pressed my lips against her rosy mouth. Li Yixing was momentarily stunned. Then, with a symbolic gesture of defiance, she relinquished her hold. As she donned the crimson long pants paired with the ebony short sleeves, she descended gracefully. The seeds of fruits and vegetables sown yesterday in the garden seemed poised to break through the soil. The essence of spring is palpable, vibrant, and boundless. An hour later, gazing at the glistening perspiration on Li Yitong, a wave of contentment washed over me. Are you satisfied now? Li Yixing leaned atop my bag, appearing both playful and melancholic. Dissatisfaction prevails. You have yet to conceive, my child. Surely, you are not still within the safe period, are you? Li Yi's oval face is subtly flushed as she softly hums a gentle hum. Let's proceed. Victory shall be determined by the number of times. With that, Su Ke made a decisive turn. The third day of the spiritual spring space. Evening. After 2 days of absurdity, I finally heard a voice filled with delight. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have been granted triple physique and enhanced danger alertness. A prompt followed. Silently recite to claim your reward. Just as I was preparing to accept my reward, the delicate and enchanting voice of Li Tong echoed in the embrace. Shall we continue? Is it true that you are no longer capable? As soon as Li Yi's words fell, I slapped her backside with a resounding sound. If it weren't for the sight of your alluring figure, I would certainly make it a point to discipline you thoroughly today. What? Li Yixing exclaimed in surprise, abruptly pulling me into an upright position from my embrace. Honey, you said I was pregnant. How did you know? How can I ascertain that? It's best if you simply refrain from concerning yourself with it. Your current task is to ensure you rest well. Li Yi's eyes flickered as she once again leaped into my embrace. Tilting her face upward to gaze at me, she whispered sweetly, Darling, may I ask you a question? Have you, akin to characters in novels, acquired a golden finger? Moreover, what precisely is this place? Is it a secluded little realm of its own? Upon hearing this, I was momentarily taken aback. Li Yixing actually managed to deduce the number 7. However, it makes sense. After all, it is now July 2025. As a film and television actress, how could she possibly be unfamiliar with the narrative devices found in novels? However, I did not concede to this notion. I smiled as I approached Building 7 and took a seat beside the sofa. Closing my eyes, I silently recited the mantra to claim my reward. Li Yixing swiftly donned her pajamas and rose to take a seat beside the sofa. She poured herself a cup of spring water and drank it down. Then, Resting his hands on his chin, he quietly gazed at my tightly shut eyes. I swiftly received the system's rewards, a tripling of my physical prowess. However, this is not a mere addition of one. It is a profound enhancement, far exceeding threefold. In this moment, a warm current surged through my entire being, as if my body contained an unparalleled essence of vitality. Danger warning function up to 1,000 meters. Whenever an individual harboring hostility towards me enters within a range of 1,000 meters, a small map will manifest within my mind, marking the source of danger. A surge of joy fills my heart. With the presence of this perilous warning feature, I find solace in knowing that my safety is assured while venturing outdoors. The mechanical voice of the system resonates once more. Task announcement. The host is required to once again abduct a female celebrity with a popularity exceeding 1 million within a 24-hour time frame, and ensure that she bears offspring for the host within a month. Task accomplished. Reward for the return to simplicity, the art of disguise. Infinite bullets, Desert Eagle. The mission has failed. No penalties. No rewards. Surprisingly, the bandit system has issued another task. Moreover, it involves the abduction of a female star and the bearing of offspring. I suggest you simply rename yourself as the rogue system. Old cow sleeps. However, the allure of this reward is quite compelling. After all, whether one engages in it once or twice, it remains the same endeavor. Thus, let us proceed with the task at hand. Nevertheless, for the time being, let Li Yitong remain in the Ling Quan space. I am preparing to venture out. Is there anything you require? I shall bring it back for you. You must go out, Li Yi said to me with a worried expression. The authorities are certainly on the lookout for you outside. Wouldn't it be exceedingly perilous to venture out at this moment? Rest assured, I possess unwavering confidence. You must exercise caution when you venture outside, for I would not wish for our child to be born without a father. Rest assured. Suke, please wait for a moment. I will record a video. Once you go out, send the video to my parents. Li Yixing exclaimed, dashing to the edge of the building to capture a video on her phone. She recorded for a full 3 minutes before handing the device to me, revealing that her password was her birthday, June 6th. All right, I will send it to your parents as soon as I step outside. I stood up and embraced Li Yitong, planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. Soon, the figure vanished from her sight. Since she had already deduced the truth, there was no need for concealment. After all, there were no intentions of allowing her to leave, rendering any concerns utterly unnecessary. Li Yitong gazed as Suke's figure vanished in a thin air before her eyes. Although she had her suspicions, witnessing it firsthand was still an overwhelming shock. It was astonishing to realize that such wonders truly existed in the world. As I first emerged into the external world, a danger alert appeared vividly in my mind, accompanied by a miniature map. Following the directions indicated on this map, I gazed ahead. Just at that moment, 2 pairs of bewildered eyes widened in surprise. I too was momentarily taken aback, realizing that someone had been watching us all along. Without hesitation, he turned on his heels and sprinted into the distance. Oh, the noise. Suke appears at 7. Song Zhong quickly informed Lu. With a loud shout, Qian Duo pursued Suke, heading in the direction of his escape. Don't run. Stop right there. If you run again, I will fire. Do not shoot. I surrender. I will cease my actions. I raise my hands and slowly turn around. Just as Duo slowly approached Suke while holding a pistol aloft. With a resounding bang, I struck with the swiftness of lightning, deftly seizing the firearm from the hands of the former Duo. A single strike to the back of his head rendered him unconscious. Subsequently, I stowed away my firearm, and several fleeting figures vanished from the scene. Duo. Song Zhong arrived. His heart sank at the sight of Duo lying motionless on the ground. He hurriedly lifted him into his arms, gently patting his cheeks and calling out. Duo awaken. Once awakened from a deep slumber, my mind remains in a haze. 多多许切呢? 发生什么? Song Zhong. And my gun. Previously, Duo fiercely dragged me away from her embrace, searching around for my sidearm. Moments later, he was engulfed in profound sorrow. My gun had been seized by Suke. Life. Your gun has been seized by Su Quebec. Song Zhong has yet to utter a word. Suddenly, the exclamation of Lu Homing reverberated behind the two. The two turned their heads to see Lu Qiming, who quickly stood up. In front, Duo lowered her head and spoke. Lu, I'm truly sorry. My gun was taken by Suke. What are you doing? Even a gun can be seized, and yet you allow him to escape? Lu Qiming exclaimed with wide eyes, filled with rage. Lu was enraged, causing Qian Duo to tremble in fear. Faced with such fury, Qian Duo could only respond with silence. At this moment, a young man in his early 20s, clad in a sleek black casual outfit, with a slender and lean physique and fair skin, approached Lu Qiming. Hello, I am Shen Huang, sent by the Municipal Bureau to assist you in apprehending the suspect. Please provide me with a detailed account of everything you have just witnessed. Upon hearing this name, I raised my head in delightful surprise. Expert Shun, it truly is you. How wonderful. Without further ado, promptly convey all that you have observed in detail to Expert Shin. It is on the other side. I sought 7 relatively secluded locations, opened Li Yitong's phone, and accessed her photo album, only to discover an array of images featuring kittens, picturesque landscapes, selfies, and cherished moments with friends, and some photos taken during filming. I promptly opened the family group chat on WeChat, consisting of merely 12 members. Without hesitation, I sent out the recorded video of Li Yitong. Upon the release of the video, the family group was instantly abuzz. Tong, where are you? Grandma is very worried about you. Where are you now? Mom and Dad will soon arrive in Hongdian. Daxizi is coming too. Anne asked, Tong, are you all right now? The kidnappers haven't harmed you, have they? Noticing my silence, she grew increasingly anxious. In an instant, the younger brother realized that you are not my sister. Are you perhaps Suke? Is it you? I beg you, do not harm my daughter. We are willing to pay the ransom. No matter the amount, we agree. We need time. In the family group, it feels as though we have been thrown into a whirlpool. A chaotic scene unfolds. Observing the concerned words of Li Yi's family, I offered a smile. I pressed the voice key, addressing my grandmother, grandfather, and others. First, I extended my greetings to these cherished individuals. Subsequently, I introduced myself as Su Quebec. Although I have taken your Tong away, she is well taken care of. In due course, I shall return her to visit you all. At that time, Tong has a surprise in store for you. But I shall say no more for now. I have sent the voice message. I have added Li Yixing to my family group chat. In the group chat, aside from myself, there were previously only my father, mother, and sister. Now, however, Li Yixing has also joined the conversation. It is anticipated that there will be even more in the future. As soon as I donned my mask and cap, I stepped out of the desolate fields and approached the roadside to hail a taxi. Approximately 10 minutes later, the taxi halted beside Su Qian. Driver, please take me to Yayin Somi Street. The driver, upon hearing the signal, promptly set the vehicle in motion. However, it did not take long for him to sense that something was amiss. The passenger in the back seat bore a striking resemblance to the kidnapper. Instantly, he turned his gaze towards the rearview mirror. A pipe suddenly struck him on the back of the head. The driver was suddenly seized by fear, trembling uncontrollably and speaking incoherently. I saw nothing. No, please don't harm me. My child has just been born. He cannot grow up without a father. As long as you pretend to have seen nothing, I shall not inflict any harm upon you. Furthermore, I have taken note of your license plate and appearance. Should you dare to report this matter to the authorities, I will ensure your entire household faces dire consequences. I sincerely hope you do not bring misfortune upon yourself. Rest assured, I have witnessed nothing and am aware of nothing. Do not fear, I shall not disturb you. Focus on driving. Very well. The taxi glides smoothly towards Yayin Song Street, with life divided into 2 parts. Just as I had just entered the taxi, 2 sleek black business vehicles, one following the other, glided into the underground parking lot of number 7 Yayin Songi Street, fortuitously occupying adjacent parking spaces. Soon, 2 sleek black luxury vehicles descended simultaneously. 2 women, shrouded in mystery, emerged from the cars. One of them donned a pristine white vest, complemented by a striking blue coat. Another individual donned a striking orange vest, their alabaster arms and shoulders bared to the open air. Below, they wore pale yellow trousers that accentuated their alluring curves, both front and back, captivating in their appeal. Ming, Sister Me, is it truly you? What brings you here? Isn't Sister C here filming? I happened to pass by and decided to take a look. What about you? Surely, you are not here for a visit as well, are you? Indeed, I happened to pass by as well. Monroe and Dudu are both filming over here. Bai Menglu and Shindudu will also be there. How about we gather together in the evening? Certainly. The two individuals conversed as they made their way toward the elevator. The two assistants followed closely behind, heading towards the elevator as well. At the entrance of Yain Songi Street, a solitary taxi gradually comes to a halt by the roadside of Route 7. Master, I have already made the payment to you earlier. Please reflect carefully on whether it is about the payment or your life. I will say it once more. Let's tidy up the masks and hats before we disembark from the vehicle. The driver gazed hesitantly at Su Kei's retreating figure, ultimately relinquishing the thought of that 1 million. How could you possibly return me 7,100 yuan? It seems rather amusing to think of you as a kidnapper, yet you appear to be quite amiable. Why not compel me to express my gratitude? I indeed thank you. In 5 minutes, congratulations to the host. It has been detected that 2 eligible celebrities have appeared by your side. Seize the moment, for such opportunities are fleeting. Please take advantage of this chance. I paused my steps slightly, turning my gaze to survey the surroundings. Suddenly, the leaves rustled. For suspicious figures entered the line of sight, their faces obscured by hats and masks. Undoubtedly 2 among these 4 individuals. Since it is difficult to distinguish, let us bind together and proceed towards the 7th. With this thought in mind, I leisurely followed a short distance behind the 4 individuals. As I walked, they entered a narrow alleyway. A surge of joy surged within me, prompting me to hastily pursue. 2 swift strikes followed. The 2 individuals who lagged behind fell down, stirred by the commotion. The 2 individuals walking ahead turned their heads to glance back, only to behold a familiar face smiling at them. What brings you here? Xiao Yi, run quickly. Yang Shi regained his senses, grasped Meng Yi's arm, and dashed towards the exit of the alley. How could I allow the cooked duck to fly away? In a swift motion, I appeared behind the 2 individuals. With a couple of sharp slaps, Yang Mi and Meng Yi also succumbed to unconsciousness. I utilized my own mobile device to dial the emergency hotline, securing the 2 individuals within the confines of the space. Hello, I need to report an incident. At number 8 Yain Songi Street, Hengjian Film City, 2 individuals have been knocked unconscious. Having said that, I hung up immediately. Quickly donning a mask, I swiftly exited the narrow alley, disappearing into the vast throng of people. 10 minutes later, 4 uniformed police officers and a man in a white coat entered the alley, approaching the 2 unconscious individuals. They carefully removed the masks from their faces. This individual appears to be Yang Mi's assistant. What? She is Yang Mi's assistant. Qian Duo turned her head, her face contorted in an unappealing manner as she fixed her gaze on a nurse for confirmation. I am unequivocally certain that I have not made a mistake in my identification. Yang Mi has unexpectedly been kidnapped here. This trouble seems to be far more significant. Song Zhong stand in a daze, murmuring to himself. Previously, Duo's expression was undeniably unpleasant. What a scoundrel! It must surely be Su Kei again. 4 individuals in white coats swiftly lifted the unconscious Duo onto a stretcher and turned to depart. You followed them to the hospital, awaiting the moment they would awaken to inquire in detail about the circumstances at that time. All right, dear brother. In the meantime, Chapter 7, Reoffending. Leaving in a flurry as soon as the video was released, the family chat erupted with concern. Grandmother, Tong Tong, where are you? I'm so worried about you. Nana, my little Tong Tong, you've made me so anxious. Mother, Tong Tong, where are you now? Your father and I will soon arrive at Qingwan Film City. By the way, Daxizi is also here. Aunt, Tong Tong, are you all right? The kidnappers Haven T harmed you. Have they? Younger aunt, Tong Tong, is that you? Mother, Tong Tong, why aren't you speaking? Younger brother, you're not my sister, are you Su Kei? What? The kidnapper is Su Kei? Su Kei, is that you? Please do not harm my daughter. We are willing to pay a ransom, whatever the amount. Just please do not hurt my daughter. In an instant, the family chat felt as if a bomb had exploded, plunging into chaos. Observing the concerned messages from Lin Yutong's family, Su Kei grinned and pressed the voice message button. He, grandma, grandpa, uncle, big uncle, little uncle. Sister, younger brother, I am Su Quebec. Although I have taken your Tong Tong, she is in good health, so there is no need for you to worry. In due time, I shall return her to visit you. She has surprises in store for you. That is all for now, after sending the voice message. Suke quickly added Lin Yutong's WeChat to his family group. His parents were both only children, and his grandparents had long since passed away. Therefore, aside from him, the group consisted only of his father, mother, sister, and now Lin Yutong. Meanwhile, in Mutian Flower City, the old district, in the living room of Happiness Home Building 6, Room 702, Suyu was perusing information about Suke online. Ding dong. The WeChat notification chimed suddenly. Suyu's eyes brightened, and she hurriedly opened WeChat. Seeing the new member in the family chat, she stared in confusion. Little KK, are you all right? Who is this? Sister, this is Lin Yutong's WeChat ID. She will be a part of our family from now on. Additionally, I'm doing well, so there is no need for you to worry. All right, I have many things to attend to, so I must take my leave for now. After sending the message, Suke exited WeChat and opened DeepBeak, searching for the locations and accommodations of the remaining female stars still filming at Qingwan Film City. At this moment, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. The filming of the book-themed Dream Crew had ceased following Lin Yutong's abduction. However, the progress of other film crews remained unaffected. The 6 crews, Night No Return, Palm World, Carefree Immortal, Invincible Carefree, Morning Mountain Evening Snow, and Fairy, were still fervently shooting. Furthermore, security patrols had been intensified around each crew, with police officers frequently passing by. On the other side, Suke donned a mask and a baseball cap, stepping out from the desolate fields to the roadside. He used Lin Yutong's phone number to hail a taxi on the deceitful map app. Approximately 10 minutes later, a taxi halted beside Suke. Driver, to Yain Street, he instructed. All right, the driver responded, and the vehicle set off. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. The rear passenger bore an uncanny resemblance to a kidnapper. The driver swiftly glanced at the center rearview mirror. Suddenly, a cold metal tube pressed against the back of his head. Instantly, fear coursed through him, causing him to tremble as he stammered, I saw nothing, please, don't kill me. My child has just been born. I cannot be without a father. Rest assured, as long as you pretend to see nothing, I will not harm you. I have already memorized your license plate and appearance. Should you dare to report this, I will annihilate your entire family. I hope you do not act foolishly. Why, yes, you can trust me. I saw nothing, know nothing. You need not fear me. Just focus on driving. Why, yes, of course. The taxi smoothly proceeded towards Yain Street. Meanwhile, at the same time, Suke entered the taxi. 2 black vans simultaneously pulled into the underground parking lot of Yain Street, one after the other, parking in adjacent spaces. Soon, 2 women, thoroughly wrapped up, emerged from the vehicles. The leading pair consisted of one in a white vest, blue coat, and black pants, while the other wore an orange vest. Her bare arms and shoulders exposed to the air, complemented by light yellow trousers that accentuated her alluring figure. Interestingly, both donned hats and masks, concealing their true identities. Munyangsu, Yije, Ijia, is that really you? What brings you here? My sister Xiao Koei is filming here, so I thought I'd drop by. And you? You're not here to visit the set as well, are you? Indeed, I chanced upon this place. Mengjie and Dudu are filming here too, so I thought I'd take a look. White Mengjie and Xiao Dudu are here. How about we gather tonight? Sounds great. The 2 chatted as they moved toward the elevator, with their assistants closely following. At the entrance of Yain Street, a white taxi came to a gentle stop at the roadside. Driver, I've already settled the fare. Think carefully about whether you value money or your life. Suke remarked, adjusting his mask and hat before stepping out of the car. The driver observed Suke's retreating figure, hesitating momentarily before ultimately relinquishing the 100,000 yuan. Oh, you even paid me 100. I never thought a kidnapper could be so nice. Why didn't you force me to say thank you? Thank you. 5 minutes later, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. 2 celebrities meeting the criteria have been detected nearby. Seize this opportunity. It may not come again. Suke paused, turning to survey his surroundings. Instantly, 4 suspicious figures came into view. With hats and masks obscuring their faces, it was clear that 2 of them were among the 4. If their identities remained unclear, then perhaps it was best to abduct them all. Upon this realization, Suke followed closely but unhurriedly behind the 4 individuals. As they walked, the group entered a narrow alleyway. Suke's heart leapt with joy, and he swiftly pursued them. With a swift motion, 2 precise strikes rendered the last 2 individuals unconscious. Hearing the commotion, the 2 in the lead turned to look back. They were met with a familiar face smiling at them. Suke, how did you end up here? Xiao Yi run. Yang Yi, regaining her composure, grasped Moon Yinchue's arm and began to flee towards the alley's exit. A cooked duck would not escape Suke's grasp so easily. In a single bound, Suke appeared behind them once more. Another 2 strikes, and Yang Yi and Moon Yinchue succumbed to unconsciousness. With a swift motion, Suke stored the 2 within his space and dialed the police on his mobile phone. Hello, I wish to report an incident at the alley on Yuyun Street, Qingwan Film City. 2 individuals have been knocked unconscious. He hung up promptly, adjusted his mask, and quickly exited the alley, blending into the bustling crowd. 2 minutes later, 2 young women entered the alley. Upon seeing the 2 motionless figures slumped against the wall, they were taken aback and hurriedly called the police. 10 minutes later, 4 uniformed officers and 4 medical personnel arrived at the scene, kneeling beside the unconscious individuals to remove their masks. This person appears to be Yang Yi's assistant, exclaimed one of the slightly plump women in astonishment. What did you say? She is Yang Yi's assistant? Qian Duo turned, her face pale as she sought confirmation from the plump girl. Why yes, I am absolutely certain. Yang Yi has been kidnapped here. This trouble is likely greater than anticipated. Song Zhong stood in shock, murmuring to himself. Qian Duo's expression darkened further. That scoundrel must be Su Quebec. Chapter 8. Shenyu. Only this explanation remains. 4 individuals clad in white coats swiftly lifted the unconscious pair onto a stretcher and turned to depart. Xiao Wang. Accompany them to the hospital and inquire in detail about the circumstances once they regain consciousness. Understood, Brother Qian. Qian Duo and Song Zhong glanced at the 2 young women. With Qian Duo speaking first. Would you kindly come to the station to provide a statement? Zua. The 2 girls timidly replied and then followed Qian Duo and the others towards the police car. Qingwan Shadow City Police Station. The dispatcher, Lin Momo, hurriedly ran towards Director Lu Qiming's office. What has happened now? Lu Qiming inquired, his brow furrowed. Director, the caller who reported seems to be Suke. Lin Momo murmured, lowering her head. What did you say? Please repeat that. Lu Qiming tilted his head, seeking confirmation, as if doubting his own hearing. Director, I only just realized that the phone call came from Suke's number. Ding-ling-ling. As soon as Lin Momo finished speaking, Lu Qiming's phone rang unexpectedly. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Qian Duo. He quickly pressed the answer button, and Qian Duo's hesitant voice emerged from the receiver. Lu, Director, one of the 2 who fainted is Yang Yi's assistant. What? Yang Yi's assistant? Are you certain? I heard the girl who made the report say so. She insisted she would never mistake it. Boom, you scoundrel. Lu Qiming's face flushed with anger as he slammed his fist onto the pearwood desk, producing a resounding thud. Lin Momo recoiled in fright, shrinking her neck and standing silently beside him, not daring to breathe. Suke, I will not rest until you are brought to justice. Lu Qiming's teeth ground together in fury, clearly reaching his boiling point. In a single day, Lin Yutong had been kidnapped, and now Yang Yi might also be in peril. How could he continue to serve as the chief of the Qingwan Shadow City Police Station? After a moment, he regained his composure and glanced at Lin Momo, who was still standing quietly, her head bowed. Shaolin, you may leave. Upon receiving the order, Lin Momo quickly turned and exited. Lu Qiming then took a deep breath and made his way to the monitoring room. Just as he reached the door, his phone rang again, and an ominous feeling surged within him. He hesitantly pressed the answer button. Director, the 2 unconscious individuals have awakened. One is Yang Yi's assistant, and the other is Moon Yinchue's assistant. According to their accounts, they were walking with Yang Yi and Moon Yinchue into alley number 8, with the 2 of them trailing behind, when they were suddenly struck unconscious without any forewarning. Hello, Director, are you listening? Hello. Within the Lingquan space, it was now night. On a 1-meter-8 mattress, 3 graceful figures sat cross-legged, gazing at one another. Beneath the long, fluttering lashes, her large eyes shimmered in the glow of the phone's flashlight, seemingly aglow with an inner light. Tong Tong, where are we? How? What are you doing up here? Yang couldn't help but inquire. She distinctly recalled being rendered unconscious alongside Moon Yinxue by Su Ke. Could it be that they had found themselves in Su Ke's lair? Sister Tong, did Su Ke imprison you here? He hasn't harmed you, has he? Moon Yinxue also pressed for answers. Sighing deeply, Lin Yutong regarded her companions. Su Ke has brought both of you here as well. It appears that neither of you can escape the fate of being vessels for his progeny. The thought infuriated her. What a scoundrel. Does he intend to ensnare all the beautiful starlets from the entertainment industry to bear his offspring? The more she pondered, the more her anger swelled, bringing tears to her eyes. Yet for some reason, she could not cry. Tong Tong, he can't possibly mean to take advantage of you, can he? Sister Tong, Sister E, while Su Ke is absent, shall we devise a plan to escape? Together, can we not overpower him? Observing the expressions of the two, Lin Yutong picked up the flashlight and rose from her bed. Wait here for a moment. I shall turn on the car lights to illuminate this place better so you can see clearly. With that, she made her way to the odd-eaming vehicle and climbed into the driver's seat to activate the headlights. Instantly, the space brightened significantly. Sister E, Yinxue, come over here. I will show you this place, and then we can decide whether to flee. At her words, Yang, E, and Moon Yinxue, who had been seated cross-legged on the bed, exchanged puzzled glances but eventually donned their shoes and approached Lin Yutong. Under her guidance, it took them a full 5 minutes to reach the boundary of the space. Before them stood a wall of an unfamiliar material. Yang, E, and Moon Yinxue raised their pale hands to touch the surface. It felt cool to the touch, quite pleasant. Tong Tong, what is this? Yang, E turned her head, looking quizzically at Lin Yutong. Moon Yinxue shared her bewilderment. Sister E, Yinxue, if I told you that this barrier surrounds us in a complete 360 degrees, with no entrance whatsoever, no door, how is that possible? Where exactly are we? Moon Yinxue and Yang E exchanged skeptical looks. Noticing their expressions, Lin Yutong chose to remain silent. By dawn, they would have no choice but to believe her. All right, when the sun rises, you'll understand. I will take you to another place. What place? Just follow me. Yang, E, and Moon Yinxue, still puzzled, trailed behind Lin Yutong as they made their way towards a spring lake. Is there really a small pond here? Are we trapped in some remote sinkhole? Moon Yangsu whispered, gazing at the spring pool. Lin Yutong paid them no mind. She knelt down, cupping her hands to scoop up some spring water, taking a few sips, and instantly felt light as a feather. Watching Lin Yutong revel in the experience, Yang, E, and Moon Yinxue exchanged glances filled with confusion, then squatted down beside her. Outside, at the Qingwan Shadow City police station, in the surveillance room, Lu Qiming gazed at the monitor, his expression one of confusion. Beside him, Shenyu remained fixated on the screen. Expert Shun, what is your perspective on this matter? Lu Qiming could not restrain himself from turning to Shenyu. He struggled to comprehend why, despite 5 individuals, Su Ke, Yang, E, Moon Yinxue, and 2 assistants, entering the narrow alley, only one emerged while 2 collapsed. Where had the 2 vanished to? Had they simply disappeared into thin air? Lu, based on all the available clues, there exists but one plausible explanation, the mythical concept of the mustard seed space. Though it may appear absurd, it is the only phenomenon that could elucidate the peculiar occurrences we are witnessing, Shenyu stated. Are you suggesting that Su Ke possesses the ability akin to the Taoist figure Zhen Yuanzi from Journey to the West, that of the universe within the sleeves? Lu Qiming chuckled incredulously. Come now, Expert Shun, we reside in the 21st century, an era grounded in science. Are you truly invoking myths? Lu, consider the inexplicable disappearance of Su Ke's belongings from his apartment in Jinkui City, the vanishing of items he purchased, the elusive rental vehicle, the disappearance of the hotel's sofa and table, and the sudden absence of Yang, E, and Moon Yinxue. Do you truly believe there are alternative explanations? Shenyu replied flatly before turning to exit the surveillance room. Despite his words, he himself harbored doubts about Su Ke's possession of such a mustard seed space. Such mythical entities could not possibly exist in reality. He returned alone to his office, seated himself at his desk, closed his eyes, and rubbed his temples as his mind raced, endeavoring to uncover other answers he had yet to consider. What other explanation might I have overlooked? Suke, how have you accomplished this? Could it be that you genuinely possess a mustard seed space? No, there must be something I have missed. What could it be? Shunyu clutched his head with both hands, tugging at his hair and murmuring to himself. Chapter 9. Lu is blown up. A rift in heart? The narrative diverges here. Shortly after the assistance of Yang, Yi, and Moon Yinxue regained consciousness, news of their abduction spread across the internet once more. A wave of shock enveloped the entirety of Longsha Nation. In just one day, the three prominent starlets, Yang, Yi, Lin Yutong, and Moon Yinxue, had been seized by none other than Sioux, Quebec. Furthermore, the Longsha police had yet to apprehend the perpetrator or rescue the hostages. Videos demanding action against the Qingwan Film City Police flooded the online realm. Bang! In the office of the Qingwan Film City Police Chief, Lu Qiming furiously shattered his cherished purple clay teacup, which he had treasured for many years. Bastard, bastard. Suddenly, his phone rang. The caller ID read Chun Shuchong. Lu Qiming's expression darkened as he pressed the answer button. The furious voice of the Huayang City Police Chief erupted from the receiver. Xiao Lu, what on earth are you doing? It's bad enough you can't catch the suspect, but now he has abducted 2 more top-tier starlets. Do you have any idea how significant this is? You have 3 days to capture him, or you might as well retire. Beep, beep, beep. Lu Qiming's grip on the phone tightened, veins bulging, his entire body tense. Moments later, he spat out 3 words in frustration. Damn it. Meanwhile, Bai Mengjie and Xiao Dudu from the Carefree Immortal and Fairy film crews learned of Moon Yinxue's abduction by Sioux, Quebec, overwhelmed with guilt. The two recognized their bond with Moon Yinxue, who alongside Su Xiaojing formed the celebrated 4 flowers of the post-90s. Their relationship had always been amicable. This time, Moon Yinxue was kidnapped while visiting them on set. Alongside their guilt, a tinge of fear crept into their hearts. Suke had already abducted 3 starlets. Would they be the next targets? Sharing their sentiments was Long Xiaokui from the World in Hand crew, who was also taken while visiting Yang Yi on set. She too felt a mix of guilt and apprehension. Meanwhile, the lead actresses from The Night Without Return, Carefree Immortal, and Morning and Evening Snow crews, Jiang Yiwei, Xia Yun, and Jiang Xiaodi, had approached their directors, requesting to leave Qingwan Film City for filming elsewhere. After careful consideration, all 3 directors ultimately decided to suspend shooting until the captor was apprehended. Upon hearing the news, the directors of The World in Hand, Dreaming in Books, Carefree Mountain, and Fairy Crews also followed suit with the same decision. However, Bai Mengjie, Xiao Dudu, and Long Xiaokui chose to remain in Qingwan Film City, awaiting news of their friend. Simultaneously, Lin Yutong's parents and Li Mengchen settled into a hotel in Qingwan Film City. Unbeknownst his actions had led to the suspension of all filming schedules. At that moment, he had just purchased milk, eggs, and an assortment of fruits. Across the street stood a furniture store, possessing an array of sofas, cabinets, beds, tables, and stools. Currently, there are 4 individuals in the space, and some accommodations are insufficient. At least 3 beds are necessary. Just at the quiet hour of the night, I plan to retrieve some for use. Glancing at the time, I silently calculated. Finding a secluded spot, Su Kei's figure swiftly vanished into the night. In the Lingquan space, it was already midnight. Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, and Moon Yinxue were nestled together, soundly asleep. Su Kei placed the items he had procured aside and gently approached the edge of the beds, utilizing the flashlight's glow to observe the 3 slumbering figures. Yang Yi and Moon Yinxue certainly had a remarkable capacity for tranquility. Despite being bound here, they could still sleep so peacefully. Faced with the side of the bed occupied by the trio, Su Kei resignedly laid down at the other end, horizontally, at the feet of the 3. His face was precisely aligned with Yang Yi's feet. How delightful! The following day, as the first hint of light crept into the space, Yang Yi stirred awake, feeling a warm embrace enveloping her feet. What could it be? Curiously, she glanced toward the foot of the bed. Ah, bang, Yang Yi exclaimed in surprise, instinctively kicking out her foot. Suke, who had been immersed in a dream of unifying the world and becoming the most esteemed and powerful man, was caught off guard and tumbled off the bed due to Yang Yi's unexpected kick. Her startled cry also roused Lin Yutong and Moon Yinxue from their slumber. Yi, what happened? Moon Yinxue inquired, rubbing her eyes. Lin Yutong also gazed at Yang Yi in confusion. Could it be a nightmare? Just as they were pondering, Suke suddenly scrambled up from the floor at the foot of the bed. Darling, what are you doing? Lin Yutong questioned, her gaze fixed on Suke with curiosity. Suke chuckled awkwardly. Isn't it because the bed was occupied by you all? I had no space to sleep, so I had to lie horizontally at the foot. I didn't expect to be kicked off by one of you. Yang Yi and Moon Yinxue appeared not to have heard Suke's words. Instead, they stared in astonishment at Lin Yutong. Tong, what did you just call Suke? Tong Jia, what did you just call Suke? Lin Yutong climbed to the foot of the bed, embracing Suke's arm with a smile. Suke is now my husband. Is there a problem? Tong you. Yang Yi frowned, looking at Lin Yutong in confusion. Sister, you're being held captive and being forced. Could it be that Tong has a masochistic tendency and has become addicted? Tong Jia, not only has Suke bound you, but how can you still call him husband? Moon Yinxue, candid and straightforward, inquired. Actually, it could be considered somewhat voluntary. In a couple of days, you'll understand. Gazing at Lin Yutong's blissful expression, Yang Yi and Moon Yinxue felt as if they had yet to awaken. They closed their eyes, opened them again, closed them once more, and reopened, to find it was not a dream. Yet, how utterly absurd. At that moment, Suke addressed the two. I require one of you to conceive an offspring for me within a month. You two should deliberate on who will bear this responsibility. If you cannot reach a decision within half a day, then both shall participate in the endeavor. Having said that, he turned to Lin Yutong, who was pouting and hugging her arms. Tong, this is not my wish, yet I must comply. I hope you can understand. He continued, let us go. I have purchased some milk. You must take good care of yourself, especially now that you are with child. Lin Yutong pondered silently. Is it possible that my husband has acquired the progeny system as his golden finger? She followed Suke to the table and sat down to have breakfast. She could endure hunger, but the little life within her must not go unfed. On the mattress, Yang Yi and Moon Yinxue curled their long legs, staring blankly at Suke and Lin Yutong as they had breakfast. Lin Yutong is actually pregnant. Yang Yi and Moon Yinxue simultaneously turned their heads to face each other. Reflecting on Suke's earlier words, they gazed at one another in silence, neither daring to break the stillness. The atmosphere grew hushed, save for the sounds of laughter between Lin Yutong and Suke that echoed in their ears. Ijia, what should we do? Moon Yinxue eventually could not restrain herself from speaking. Yang Yi sighed softly and glanced around the space. Indeed, as Lin Yutong had described, the walls were composed of an unknown material that encircled them in every direction. Now, with Lin Yutong further enchanted by Suke, it seemed nearly impossible for the two of them, as fragile women, to escape this place. Moreover, Suke had given them until midday to decide who would bear his offspring, and if they both feared they would be unable to evade the impending fate. Yinxue, you are approaching 40. It may not be suitable for you. Perhaps it would be better if you took on this role. You are youthful and beautiful, and I am certain Suke would prefer someone like you. Upon hearing this, Moon Yinxue looked at Yang Yi in disbelief. She had not anticipated Yang Yi's rapid concession, let alone that she would suggest Moon Yinxue bear Suke's child. The gaze Moon Yinxue cast upon Yang Yi grew icy. Ijia, with your enchanting figure, you must be the one Suke favors. Furthermore, you have already given birth and possess experience. I believe you are the more suitable choice. It should be you. Chapter 10. The Expansion of Space. The victims' families arrive. Yang Yi cast an apologetic glance at Moon Yinxue and softly said, Yinxue, I know this may seem unfair to you, but at my age, having a child poses considerable risks. I hope you can understand my situation. I beg you. With a cold laugh, Moon Yinxue replied, Sister Yi, such a monumental decision as having a child cannot be dismissed with a mere whim. Do you truly believe it is that simple? Yang Yi glanced at Suke and Lin Yutong by the table, took a deep breath, and turned back to Moon Yinxue. If that is the case, why not leave it to fate? Let us toss the phone. If it lands face up, I shall take on the responsibility. If it lands face down, then it will be yours. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Moon Yinshue's expression softened slightly, and she nodded gently. I agree. Shall I toss it, or will you? Yang Yi inquiret. You do it, Moon Yinshue replied. Yang Yi grasped the phone tightly, inhaled deeply, and thrust her right hand upward with vigor. The phone soared into the air. Both women gripped the edge of the summer quilt, their knuckles turning white as their anxious gazes followed the descent of the phone. With a thud, the phone bounced twice on the mattress before coming to a stop. A faint smile appeared on Moon Yinshue's face as she looked up at the dazed Yang Yi. Sister Yi, cheer up. Look at Sister Tong's sweet demeanor. Perhaps Su Ke possesses some unique qualities that make bearing his child a blessing. Then it shall be yours. Yang Yi exclaimed. I cannot steal your good fortune. After saying this, Moon Yinshue swung her legs over the side of the bed, approached the table, and nervously addressed Su Quebec Su. Suke, I have discussed this with Sister Yi, and we have decided that she will bear your child. Now may I leave? I promise I won't speak of this upon my return. Suke set down his glass of milk, looking at Moon Yinshue with anticipation and tension. After a moment, he replied, Yinshue, when did I ever say I would release the other? Since you have chosen Yang Yi, you shall remain here to look after both of them. At his words, Moon Yinshue's expression shifted dramatically. To care for two pregnant women would effectively reduce her to a servant in Suke's household. This was utterly unreasonable. It was a blatant affront to her dignity, though anger simmered within her. She dared not defy Suke and could only return to the edge of the bed in resignation, sulking in silence. Yang Yi sat languidly on the mattress, her eyes devoid of focus, engulfed by despair at the prospect of a bleak future. After a simple breakfast, Suke stood up, addressing Yang Yi and Moon Yinshue. Come, both of you, it is time for breakfast. Once you finish, you will assist me in planting fruits and vegetables. Tong Tong, you should rest well. With that, he picked up 2 buckets and made his way to the spring pool, filling them with water before heading toward the designated area for planting seeds. How'd these seeds end up here? Did they move? He pondered. No. I distinctly remember planting them 2 or 3 meters from the edge last time. Yet now they are at least 12 or 13 meters away. Has the space expanded? Could it be that the completion of the task triggered this expansion? As Su Ke gazed at the spatial barrier extending approximately 10 meters outward, a sense of joy welled within him. He hummed a little tune, crouched down, and began to dig. In the Meihua Flower City, in the old district, at room 702 of Building 6 in the Happiness Community, Su Jiangwo, Li Ping, and Su Yu sat silently at the dining table, partaking in their evening meal. Li Ping, Su's mother, was wiping away her tears. Yeah, how could Kair do such things? You were close to him before. Did you notice anything unusual? Su Jiangwo suddenly raised his head, directing an inquiry toward his daughter. Indeed, yeah. How could such a sensible child like Kair suddenly develop a penchant for kidnapping? Su Yu put down her chopsticks and looked at her parents. Dad, Mom, Kair has always been quite normal. I don't understand why he has suddenly taken to abducting celebrity Lin Yutong. However, he did include her in our family chat today, claiming that we would be one family from now on. I speculate that perhaps he has feelings for her and, feeling unrequited, thought to take her away. Then why did he abduct 2 girls? As my son, does he aspire to have multiple wives? Su Jiangu lamented. Oh, our son is now wanted. What good does discussing this do? What will we do in the future? Li Bing bipped souffly. Su Yu, witnessing her mother's sorrow, found herself at a loss for words. Oh, Kair, why would you engage in such unlawful acts? What dire circumstances could have compelled you? Where are you now? Do you not know how much your sister misses you? The thought of her younger brother potentially spending his future behind bars pierced Su Yu's heart like a needle, causing immense pain. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Su Jiangwo, Su Yu, and Li Ping were momentarily taken aback, glancing toward the entrance. Could it be those female celebrities fans again? Please, Dad, Mom, stay put. I'll go check, Su Yu announced as she stood and approached the door, peering through the peephole. 4 figures came into view, 2 men and 2 women, all appearing to be in their 50s. Su Yu furrowed her brow, but eventually opened the door. May I ask who you are? One of the burly men spoke in a deep voice. Yang Yi is my daughter, and these 2 beside me are the parents of Moon Yinshue. Uncle, NEI, my brother is not at home. He hasn't returned for 3 months. Su Yu's words had barely escaped her lips when Su Jiangwo also arrived at the door. Please, come in and speak, he invited. The four, Mr. Yang, Mrs. Yang, Mr. Mu, and Mrs. Mu, entered the Su household and took their seats in the living room. You must be Su Kei's father, Su Jiangwo? Mr. Yang asked first. Once a member of the Longxiao police force, his commanding presence was still palpable even in retirement. Su Jiangwo instinctively responded, Yes, I am Su Kei's father. He quickly added, I'm exceedingly furious about my son's abduction of your daughters. If he were here before me now, I would break his legs to ensure he remains at home, preventing him from causing harm to others. However, I truly apologize, as we are currently unable to reach him. Nevertheless, please rest assured that if we do manage to contact him, I will certainly persuade him to release your daughter. How do you discipline your son? We have only one daughter. If anything were to happen, how could we possibly endure such a fate? Woo woo woo. Moon Yinshue's mother spoke, her voice breaking into tears. Yang Yi's mother, unable to contain her sorrow, also began to weep. Mu's father then interjected. Our purpose in coming here is to ask you to inform us immediately when your son gets in touch. We wish to speak with him. Upon hearing this, Su Jiangwo nodded earnestly and replied, Please rest assured, if my son contacts us, I will notify you at the earliest opportunity. Very well. We will be staying at the hotel next to this community. If Su Kei contacts you, please inform us immediately. Subsequently, after exchanging contact details with Su Jiangwo, the parents of Yang Yi and Moon Yinshue departed from the Su household. Outrageous. Creating such trouble and then hiding away in comfort while I am left to clean up his mess at home. When he returns, I shall not hesitate to break his legs. As soon as the four departed, Su Jiangwo could no longer contain his fury, slamming his hand down on the table with a resounding crash. Father, please calm down. You know how little Kei is. If he claims to have his reasons, there must be something behind it. When he contacts us next, we shall inquire further. What could possibly justify such actions? Why engage in the abduction of others and commit illegal acts? Does he wish to spend his life behind bars? In the Ling Quan space, while enjoying breakfast, Yang Yi and Moon Yinshue keenly observed their surroundings, detecting an unusual clue. This place does not seem like a sinkhole at all. There is no sun, no moon. Yet, there is night and there is light. The illumination appears to descend directly from above, fluctuating from faint to bright, then back to faint. Everything seems utterly irrational. Furthermore, the water in the central pool is decidedly extraordinary. Everything here seems to testify that this realm does not belong to the azure skies and crystalline waters of our world. Chapter 11. Speculation Tong Tong. You have been here for a day. Surely you must have noticed the peculiarities by now. Is this the reason you willingly chose to be with Su Kei? Yang Yi suddenly inquired, casting a glance at Lin Yutong. Taken aback by the question, Lin Yutong eagerly responded, Sister Yi, how long did you say I have been here? Observing Lin Yutong's anxious demeanor, Yang Yi felt a wave of confusion. Tong Tong, are you unaware of how long you have been here? We were knocked out by Su Kei around 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon, and you were taken early in the morning. Is there a problem? How could it be? How could it be less than a day? Lin Tong murmured in disbelief. Yang Yi and Moon Yinshue exchanged puzzled glances as they observed Lin Yutong's muttering. Sister Tong, what are you saying? Lin Tong raised her head to look at the two beside her. From the moment you entered yesterday, I have been here for almost 4 days. What? 4 days? Tong Tong, are you certain you're not confused? Yang Yi exclaimed, reaching out to touch Lin Yutong's forehead, only to be playfully pushed away by her. Just as the three were engulfed in astonishment, Su Kei's voice suddenly resonated from behind them. Do not be alarmed. Time here indeed passes at a rate 10 times faster than outside. You have spent 10 days here, while merely a day has elapsed in the outside world. Husband, if a month passes outside, won't our child be born? Lin Yutong pondered, her mind racing. If I were to suddenly bring a child home after a month, my parents would surely be astounded. The image of her parents' shocked expressions at the sight of her cradling a baby made Lin Yutong giggle uncontrollably. Su Kei gently ruffled Lin Yutong's hair. In a few days, I will take you to see your parents. If you wish to return home with them, you may. If not, you can stay here. Husband, you are so wonderful. Lin Yutong beamed, wrapping her arms around Suke's while gazing up at him with eyes full of happiness. Suke chuckled softly, thinking that indeed, a woman in love appears quite foolish. Yang, Imunyan Shui, come with me to tend the fields. Today, we shall finish planting the ginseng seeds I purchased. Suke declared, why are you so determined to have someone bear your offspring? As they walked towards the water bucket, Yang, he turned her head to glance at Suke and inquired softly. Haha, because I have a dream. Suke replied with a twinkle in his eye. Husband, what dream? My dream is to have all the beautiful and kind-hearted female celebrities in the world bear my children. Huh? Lin Yutong pouted, suddenly feeling discontent. Yang, he maintained a calm expression, lost in her thoughts. Moon Yen Shui internally lamented the situation, according to Suke's intentions. It appeared she too would be unable to escape the fate of becoming the mother of his children. Within the Spirit Spring space, the day swiftly slipped away as the four tended to the fields. Approximately 1/100 of the area had been sown with various fruits, vegetables, and ginseng seeds. The seeds planted a few days prior had already sprouted tender green shoots. The space was enveloped in darkness, illuminated only by a faint beam from a cell phone flashlight. On the edge of the bed, Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, and Moon Yinxue sat side by side. Adorned in the pink onesies purchased by Su Quebec suddenly, Lin Yutong spoke. Darling, could you possibly arrange for a few more beds outside? It's hardly fair for you and Yi Jie to have your own, while Moon Yinxue and I are left to watch. Hearing Lin Yutong's audacious and candid words, Yang Yi and Moon Yinshue's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms. Suke pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. While he was indifferent to the matter, he deemed it essential to cater to the feelings of the women involved. All right, it's already past 11 outside, and I presume most people have gone to sleep. I shall procure some furniture, so you two can rest for now. With that, Suke's figure swiftly vanished before the three of them. Tong Tong, it's possible that we might become sisters in the future. Please tell Ninxue and me more about Suke, as well as all the information regarding this space. We are eager to learn more. Lin Yutong gazed steadily at Yang Yi and Moon Yinxue and solemnly replied, I can share this with you, but I hope you both will not harbor any ill thoughts towards Suke. Tongjie, fret not. In a couple of days, Yijie might even become Suke's child's mother, so there is no way I think poorly of him. Of course, I want to either. Lin Yutong nodded and slowly said, Do you two often read novels about sweet potatoes? Yes, I particularly enjoy male-oriented novels. I read them occasionally. Tong Tong, why do you ask? Lin Yutong smiled faintly. What do you think is the reason Suke has suddenly been abducting female celebrities to bear his offspring? I suspect he must have acquired a golden finger, akin to the kind depicted in sweet potato novels, which bestows blessings for having many children. If the female celebrities bear his children, he will receive rewards. A multi-child blessing system? How could something from a novel manifest in reality? The world is vast and full of wonders. One can only say that we, on Blue Sky Blue Water Star, are quite behind. People assume the impossible. In truth, everything is possible. However, this is too fantastical. Meanwhile, in the outside world, it was already past 11 at night, with hardly any pedestrians on the streets. As Suke made his appearance, the WeChat notification sound pinged incessantly. Upon opening it, aside from messages from his classmates and a few relatives, he found notifications from Lin Yutong's family group and his own family group. After briefly scanning Lin Yutong's family group, Suke opened his own family group to review the messages swiftly. The content was predictable. Half of it consisted of his father's fiery words threatening to break Suke's legs, while the other half contained messages from his mother and sister expressing worry and longing. However, he was taken aback to discover that Yang, Yi, and Moon Yinshue's parents had unexpectedly come to his home. Dad, Mom, Sis, I'll return in a couple of days. I'm doing just fine, so there is no need for you to worry about me. Furthermore, please convey to Yang, Yi, and Moon Yinshue's families that their daughters are currently thriving, and I shall return their daughters to them in due course. Placing his mobile phone into his pocket, Suke adjusted his cap and made his way toward the nearby furniture store. The entire establishment lay shrouded in darkness. Long since closed, the 3-meter-high wall appeared trivial in the face of his formidable physique. With a gentle leap, he grasped the edge of the building. With a bold jump, Suke breached the confines of the furniture store. To his surprise, this store not only offered plush sofas and mattresses, but also an array of costume props. He chuckled to himself. It would be perfect for Tong Tong to portray the charming Huang Rong, Yang Yi to embody Bai Qian, and Moon Yinxue to take on the role of Sweet Potato. The thought of such a scene filled Suke with exhilaration. Subsequently, he discreetly gathered 10 mattresses, 20 sofas, 20 cabinets, and a number of tables and stools before stealthily exiting the furniture store. At the Feng Lei barbecue restaurant, Suke, donning his cap, settled into a seat. He ordered several skewers of kidneys, oysters, and a beer, and began a feast. Song Zhong, I am currently under investigation and suspended from duty. The task of apprehending Suke now rests upon you. Do not worry, Duo, we shall certainly capture Suke and retrieve your sidearm. Chapter 12, Disguise. Desert Eagle, Suke paused slightly, his hand gripping the beer. To his surprise, he encountered Qian Duo and Song Zhong at the barbecue stall. From their conversation, it was evident that Qian Duo had been suspended for investigation due to his firearm being stolen. However, to capture me, you would need a system of your own. Suke lowered his head and took a sip of beer, while snippets of passerby conversations reached his ears. Suke is truly impressive. He has accomplished what I have long desired yet dared not pursue. Indeed, I found myself admiring him. He had successfully abducted 3 major celebrities without being apprehended. Don't you envy him? Perhaps at this very moment, Suke is entangled with Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, and Moon Yinxue. What man wouldn't he feel envy? Just imagining their beauty and figures, now lying bare upon Suke's bed, stirs a pang of longing within me. If you envy them, then go learn from him. Try your hand at kidnapping and see if the police can catch you. Forget it. I'm not ready to serve time just yet. Listening to the chatter of the passers-by, Suke merely smiled faintly and continued to eat. Half an hour later, after packing some skewers and a case of beer, Suke sought out a secluded spot where no one would appear, and then his figure vanished without a trace. In the span of 2 hours, 20 hours had elapsed within the spiritual spring space. Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, and Moon Yinxue had already arranged the sofa, table, and stools. Due to the oversized mattress, they could only wait for Suke to return to manage it. As for clothing, apart from what they wore, there remained only Suke's garments and a few pink onesies. Upon the dawn's light revealing a plethora of ancient attire, each chose a set to don. Lin Yutong adorned herself in a light green Song Dynasty RU skirt, and with a green stick in hand, she could easily be mistaken for the reincarnation of Huang Rong. Yang Yi slipped into a white Han Dynasty robe, her slender waist cinched with a white belt, resembling a fairy from a painting. Moon Yinxue wore a classic red robe, paired with pink lingerie, closely resembling Moon Yancy from the legend of the Condor Heroes. Honey, did you buy barbecue? Lin Yutong exclaimed excitedly as she dashed to the table, her fair throat bobbing slightly. Yang Yi and Moon Yinxue approached with smiles adorning their faces. Go ahead and eat. I will arrange the bedding. By the way, Tong Tong, you're pregnant, so eat less and do not overindulge. Don't worry, honey, I will only have a little. Nodding, Suke walked toward the stacked 10 mattresses. 8 mattresses, each one, 8 meters wide, were aligned to create a 14-meter-wide bed. Following that, Suke propped up one mattress, separating the 8 mattresses from another. Yang Yi, after you finish the barbecue, come find me. Suke called out to the 3 and then lay down on the separate mattress, awaiting Yang Yi's arrival. On the other side, Suke's words echoed in the ears of the 3. Lin Yutong and Moon Yinxue exchanged glances at Yang Yi. What? Why are you looking at me? Sister Yi, being tense at this moment serves no purpose. Since we cannot refuse, we might as well lie back and enjoy. It is certainly preferable to your usual way. Tong Tong, how can you utter such words? Being with Suke has led you astray. I merely spoke the truth. There are no outsiders here, so what is there to fear? After Lin Yutong stated this, she glanced at Moon Yinxue and continued, if my suspicions are correct, Suke will undoubtedly continue to bring women here. We must form an alliance and stand united against external threats, rather than squabbling among ourselves. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Yang Yi and Moon Yinxue fell into deep contemplation. It seemed nearly impossible now to persuade Suke to release them. Accepting their fate was the only option left. In light of this, Lin Yutong's proposal appeared to be a wise choice. Who could guarantee that the women Suke might bring in would possess good temperaments and characters? Moments later, under the watchful gazes of Lin Yutong and Moon Yinshu, Yang Yi walked toward the raised mattress. Before she arrived, a fragrant scent wafted through the air. Suke suddenly sat up and pulled Yang, who had just reached the edge of the mattress, into his embrace. Feeling the tension in her body, Suke smiled gently and said, "I am not a devil, so do not be so nervous." Yang Yi relaxed slightly, her hands gripping her waist belt tightly. She locked her gaze on Suke's eyes and asked, "Suke, do you not disdain me, a divorced woman with a child?" With a faint smile, Suke lightly caressed Yang Yi's cheek with his fingers, replying, "I am a rogue. How could I possibly disdain you? Moreover, you are stunningly beautiful with an exquisite figure. What man could resist? But I am nearly 40. Huh, what of 40? Perhaps one day you might reclaim your youth and attain immortality. Is that so?" Yang Yi stared intently into Suke's eyes, fearful of aging and the prospect of seeing her face lined with wrinkles. The thought of death and cremation haunted her. Each year, she spent millions on maintaining her appearance. If Suke truly possessed some system, perhaps he could help her regain her youth, or even achieve immortality. How she longed for that day. "Suke, come to me." Suke gazed into Yang Yi's eyes, which sparkled like brilliant stars beneath her long lashes, and lowered his head. Simultaneously, his hand reached for her white waist belt. Moments later, the classical robe and undergarments were cast aside. In the Lin Kuan's space, hope flourished anew. Meanwhile, on the sofa, Lin Yutong listened to Yang Yi's voice, her expression composed. Moon Yinshue's cheeks flushed red. As a young woman, she had never encountered such a situation. In broad daylight, they engaged in such. After an hour and a half, the raised mattress finally fell silent. Suke observed Yang Yi, who lay beside him, utterly spent, feeling a sense of helplessness himself. It seemed that achieving his goal would not be so easily attained. In the blink of an eye, 3 days swiftly passed. Aside from eating and using the restroom, Yang Yi spent nearly all her time behind the raised mattress. Lin Yutong and Moon Yinshue had grown accustomed to her hoarse cries. Heaven does not forsake those who are diligent. Those who work hard will inevitably reap rewards. Though delayed, it shall undoubtedly not be absent. As the night descends, a delightful sound finally resonates in the mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and acquiring the essence of transformation skill, along with an infinite bullet Desert Eagle. A prompt appears. Simply recite the thought of claiming to receive the task reward. As this thought reverberates within, a magnificent golden pistol, devoid of a magazine, materializes in Suke's hand. The firearm, weighing approximately 3 pounds, boasts an impressive range of 600 meters and possesses an astonishing infinite ammunition capacity. As for the essence of transformation, it proves to be more beneficial than all his current rewards combined. With his skill, he could stroll through the Blue Phoenix Shadow City police station without arousing suspicion. Cradling Yang Yi's soft figure, he drifted into a deep slumber until dawn. Suke swiftly exited the spiritual spring space. At the Girl and Beauty store, Suke adjusted his cap and stepped inside. "Sir, welcome to Girl and Beauty. How may I assist you?" Chapter 13. As a fierce bandit, how can one not be stained by blood? Hush, do not make a sound, or I shall kill you. Suke placed his finger to his lips, signaling a shushing gesture, before softly issuing his threat. He was taken aback that despite his mask and hat, the female shop assistant recognized him at a glance. Quite impressive. This was certainly more remarkable than the likes of Song Zhong and Xian Duo at the Qingwan Cinema police station. To be reduced to a mere cosmetic salesperson was truly a waste of talent. "Excuse me, sir, what do you need?" The female assistant, regaining her composure, cautiously inquired. "Bring me one of each type of cosmetic you have, for different purposes. Do not attempt any tricks, or you shall all perish." Az Shuki Spoki. Qian Duo brandished a handgun, pressing it against the assistant's waist. The assistant's voluptuous figure trembled slightly, and she quickly replied, "Yes, sir. Please wait a moment. I will prepare them for you right away." Nearby, customers were engrossed in explanations from other salespeople, oblivious to the unusual scene at the entrance. Suke followed closely behind the assistant, observing as she retrieved and packaged each item. Scan to pay 6,000 yuan. Do not call the police, or... Suke made a gesture across his throat, then adjusted his cap before exiting the store with the cosmetics in hand. As she watched Suke depart, the assistant wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead, torn between the decision to alert the authorities. If the police obtained a lead and captured Suke, she could earn a reward of 1 million yuan. Yet, this came with the peril of losing her own life. After much contemplation, the assistant sighed inwardly. It was not worth offending such a brazen criminal over an uncertain reward. In the Ling Quan space, Lin Yutong and Yang Yi were both with child. Moon Yinxue observed the close-knit and jovial exchange between the two, suddenly feeling a twinge of regret. Regret that her phone had not fallen with the screen facing down. At that moment, Suke's figure suddenly appeared beside the three of them. Task issued. A troublemaker has appeared at the host's home. As a fierce bandit, how can one allow such audacity at their doorstep? The host is required to identify and eliminate the instigator within 7 days. Task success. Reward 2 fixed exits from the space and 1 skill in shrinking bone technique. Task failure. The sacred artifact of civilization shall be created, resulting in a reduction of 17 centimeters. Upon returning to the space, the system's voice resounded once more. Suke furrowed his brow. How dare someone disturb his home? Just when he was lamenting the uselessness of the Desert Eagle, trouble had come knocking at his door. The rewards for task success were undoubtedly advantageous, yet the punishment for failure was excessively severe. What was the point of living with such a consequence? Honey, what are you thinking about? Honey, did you buy these cosmetics for us? Yang Yi and Lin Yutong clung to Suke's arms on either side. After 3 consecutive days, Suke's bravery, charm, strength, and mystery had ensnared them completely. She had finally laid her burdens to rest, forging a sisterly bond with Lin Yutong. Meanwhile, Moon Yinxue appeared somewhat out of place in their midst. Every minute and every second felt like an agonizing ordeal. A flicker of anticipation surged within her heart. She yearned for Suke to once again propose the idea of bearing children, yet he did not fulfill her wishes. You 3, take a look in the mirror. You are radiant, your skin nearly glistening with moisture. What more do you need in terms of cosmetics? These are for my own use. For yourself? Her husband inquired. Do you usually wear makeup? Suke smiled at the 3 of them, approached the table, and began to retrieve the cosmetics one by one. He then settled onto the sofa, commencing his transformation. You 3, pay close attention. This is what true makeup artistry looks like. Lin Yutong and Yang Yi took their places beside Suke, watching with curiosity. Moon Yinxue was equally intrigued. Could it be that a man like Suke was more adept at makeup than they were? 10 minutes later, Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, and Moon Yinxue stared in astonishment at the unfamiliar visage of the man before them, their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside. The power of makeup could completely alter one's appearance, which was simply astonishing. Husband, could you teach me? Suke sighed. This is a form of disguise. However, it has its limitations. While one can wear a wig to change their hairstyle, height and physique remain unalterable. Without a decade of diligent practice, you cannot attain such mastery. With that, he turned his gaze back to Lin Yutong. Tong Tong, your parents and your good friend Li Mengchen are currently at the Jinghua Grand Hotel. Shall I escort you there now? Lin Yutong was momentarily taken aback. Reflecting on the events of recent days felt like a surreal dream. Not only had she found a partner, but she was also pregnant with the child of the man who had kidnapped her. Moreover, she had become like sisters with Yang Yi. This was utterly absurd, as if absurdity itself had opened the door. Yet, rather than harboring any grievances, her heart brimmed with happiness. Husband, please take me there now. Then you should change your clothes. Don't you have a light yellow dress? Put that on, and don your mask and hat. Suke then directed his gaze toward Yang Yi and Moon Yinxue. You 2 stay here for now. I will take Tong Tong to see her parents. At the Jinghua Grand Hotel, 2 figures paused momentarily at the entrance before stepping inside. Husband, just yesterday we were strangers, and you had abducted me from here. Yet today, we are together, and I carry your child. Fate truly is remarkable. Lin Yutong affectionately clung to Suke's arm, her entire being pressed against him. Indeed, our bond was destined from the moment I drew your name. Ding! The elevator came to a halt on the 8th floor. Husband, if my parents scold you, please be understanding. Rest assured. As they conversed, they unwittingly arrived at room 808. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Yutong raised her hand and rapped on the door. Moments later, with a creak, the door opened, revealing a figure in a white knee-length dress, none other than Lin Yutong's close friend, Li Mengchen. She's indeed quite beautiful, though a touch too slender. Tong Tong, is that really you? Li Mengchen was momentarily stunned, taking a few seconds to register the situation, and then, in a burst of joy, rushed forward to embrace Lin Yutong. In the room, Lin Yutong's parents also heard Li Mengchen's exclamation of delight and quickly turned a glance toward the doorway. Joy! Mom and Dad, it's me. Suke followed Lin Yutong and Li Mengchen into the room and gently closed the door behind him. Tong Tong, it truly is my Tong Tong, Lin Yutong's mother said, tears streaming down her face as she approached her daughter and took her hands. Tong Tong, are you all right? That Suke didn't harm you, did he? Mom, mifine. I'm back now, aren't I? Please don't worry. Lin Yutong's father looked at his wife and daughter, then turned his gaze to the unfamiliar young man who had entered the room with them, his brow furrowing in concern. Tong Tong, who is this young man? Chapter 14. Discovered? Tong Tong, who is this young man? Upon the conclusion of Lin father's words, the gazes of several individuals in the room converged upon Su Quebec. Lin Yutong hurriedly interjected. Dad, he is merely a friend of mine. Following this, she discreetly signaled Suke while adding, well, Brother Gua, you should head back now. We can gather again when time permits. Brother Gua, is this a consequence of role-playing? Covering head. PNG, all right. I shall take my leave then. Should anything arise, remember to contact me via WeChat. Okay. Lin Yutong playfully winked at Suke as she spoke. Suke cast a glance at Lin father, Lin mother, and Li Mengchen before turning to exit the room. Shuki departed. Li Mengchen kiklin kirid tong tong. How did you manage to escape from Suke? Or did he let you go? Seeing that their daughter appeared unharmed, Lin father and Lin mother finally relaxed their anxious hearts. Dad, Mom, Shizi, let us sit down and talk, Lin Yutong suggested, pulling her parents to the sofa. The matter of her pregnancy would eventually come to light. It would be prudent to disclose the truth sooner rather than later. Dad, Mom, I have something to tell you. Observing her daughter's serious demeanor, Lin father and Lin mother were suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. What is it? Lin father inquired. Lin Yutong glanced at the three of them and then lowered her head, softly confessing, I am pregnant. Lin father, Lin mother, and Li Mengchen instantly turned pale. Could it be that Tong Tong had been violated by Suke? Whose is it? How long has it been? Lin father queried with a darkened tone. Dad, Mom, it's Suke's, and it has been 10 days. Bang Lin father's face turned ashen as he slammed his fist upon the table. Li Mengchen discerned the underlying issue in her words and asked with confusion, Tong Tong, are you saying you have been carrying Suke's child for 10 days? Did you already know each other before this? Lin father and Lin mother, now regaining their composure, recalled the discrepancies in their daughter's statement. Their daughter was abducted by Suke just yesterday. How could she possibly be 10 days pregnant? Had they known each other prior? Dad, Mom, Shizi, the circumstances are quite complicated, and I will explain everything later. In any case, Suke is not the villain you perceive him to be. He treats me well, and I love him dearly. I hope you can accept our relationship. Upon hearing this, Lin father glared at his daughter with indignation, stating, Accept that the father of your child is a wanted criminal? You are not to keep this child. You will go and terminate the pregnancy tomorrow. No, today. I will not. You. Smack in a fit of fury. Lin father struck Lin Yutong across her pale cheek. Old man, what are you doing? Tong Tong has just gone through such an ordeal. How can you hit her? Tong Tong, Dad. Dad did not mean to. Lin father looked anxiously at his tearful daughter, instantly overwhelmed with guilt and regret for having lashed out at her. Father, Mother, I will not abandon my child. I, Lin Yutong, am destined to belong to Suke in life and to be his spirit in death. Having uttered these words, Lin Yutong rose, wiped her tears, and fled outside. Uncle, Aunt, please do not worry. Give Tong Tong some time. She will come to terms with it. I will go check on her, Li Mingchen said as she hurried after her. Lin mother turned to Lin father. All you do is scold our daughter. If you have the ability, go confront Su K. Dear, I was just momentarily overwhelmed. What if our daughter bears a child of a wanted criminal? What then? Lin mother found herself momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Lin Yutong had rushed out of the hotel, forgetting to don a mask or hat, and soon enough, she was recognized by passers-by. You're Lin Yutong? Weren't you kidnapped by Su K? How did you escape from him? Surrounded by onlookers, Lin Yutong suddenly realized in her sorrow that she had neglected to conceal her identity. Make way. Please step aside. At that moment, Li Mingchen arrived, pushing through the crowd and grasping Lin Yutong's arm, leading her back. Observing Lin Yutong re-entering the Jinghua Grand Hotel, several bystanders took out their phones to call the police. 10 minutes later, a police car pulled up beside the Jinghua Grand Hotel. Lu Qiming, Shen Yu, and Song Zhong alighted from the vehicle. Xiao Song, check the surveillance footage. Lu Qiming instructed. Yes, director, Xiao Song replied. Lu Qiming glanced at the hotel sign and promptly walked inside, followed closely by Shen Yu and Song Zhong. In room 809, Li Mingchen guided Lin Yutong to a sofa and sat beside her, concern etched on her face. Tong Tong, do you truly intend to keep this child? Su K is a wanted criminal now. Have you considered what your child might face once born? Lin Yutong looked up at her dear friend, Shizi. You do not understand because you do not know Su K at all. There are things I cannot disclose now, but you will understand in time. I am determined to carry this child to term. As Lin Yutong finished speaking, a loud knock resonated from the door. Li Mingchen rose and opened it. I am Lu Qiming, the director of the Qingwan police station. Here is my identification. Lu Qiming presented his credentials. Director Lu, what brings you here? Is Lin Yutong here? We need to ask her a few questions. At this moment, Lin Yutong took a deep breath and joined them at the door. Director Lu, please come in. Lu Qiming nodded and stepped into the living room, followed by Shen Yu. Miss Li, could you kindly step aside? Lu Qiming requested, turning to Li Mingchen. Oh, of course. Li Mingchen glanced at Lin Yutong before retreating to the bedroom. The three took their seats. Lu Qiming looked at Shen Yu, who subtly nodded, then turned to Lin Yutong. Miss Lin, may I inquire where Su K took you after your abduction? What transpired during that time? Furthermore, how did you manage to escape from Su K's grasp? Although Lin Yutong felt a twinge of anxiety within, she maintained her composure and replied, After Su K abducted me, he rendered me unconscious, and when I regained consciousness, I found myself in a spacious house. During that time, he did not harm me in any way. It was only this morning that I awoke to discover myself on Huanan Road. Subsequently, a kind-hearted individual escorted me back here. I am also perplexed as to why he chose to abduct me. Upon hearing this, Shen Yu and Lu Qiming exchanged glances before turning their attention back to Lin Yutong. Lu Qiming chuckled lightly, half-jokingly remarking, Miss Lin, we have scoured the entire city, yet we have found no trace of Su Quebec. Could it be that Su K possesses some mystical art, transporting you into another realm? As soon as the words left his lips, a flicker of astonishment briefly crossed Lin Yutong's eyes, yet it did not escape Shen Yu's keen observation. Lu Qiming glanced at Shen Yu, who nodded in acknowledgement, prompting him to rise. Miss Lin, we have concluded our inquiries for now. Should there be anything else you wish to discuss, we kindly ask for your cooperation. Very well. Upon exiting the room, Lu Qiming once again looked toward Shen Yu. How do you find the situation? Chapter 15. Reduced rewards for off-task offspring Lu Suo. I am convinced, 100% convinced. Everything makes perfect sense now. Lu Qiming frowned. If Su K truly possessed the mythical ability of an alternate dimension concealed within his sleeve, what other powers might he have? Was there still a chance to capture him? How could he report to Director Chun? How could he explain this to the public? Lu Qiming felt a throbbing headache. Director Chun had ordered that Su K be apprehended within 3 days. It felt as daunting as climbing to the heavens. In 3 days, he could return home to a life of leisure, leaving the troublesome matters to others. Lu Qiming sighed and exited the elevator. Song Zhong had already reviewed the surveillance footage and was waiting at the hotel entrance. Director, I just checked the footage. A stranger accompanied Lin Yutong back to the hotel. I've sent the photos to the station for further investigation. Lu Qiming nodded and proceeded towards the police car. Shunyu and Song Zhong quickly followed. Room 808. Dad, Mom, I wish to go out for a breath of fresh air. No way. Lin Yutong's father immediately countered. Given your current condition, we cannot allow you to go out. You should return home with us. Mom, with Shizi accompanying me, you need not worry. Li Mingqin quickly interjected. Yes, Uncle and Aunt, I will look after Tong. You can trust me. With that, she leaned closer to Lin's parents and whispered, Uncle and Aunt, I will persuade Tong to consider terminating the pregnancy. Lin's parents were momentarily taken aback. Lin's father spoke. To Shizi, please take good care of Tong. Rest assured, Uncle and Aunt. After packing her belongings, Lin Yutong set off for Peony Flower City, accompanied by Li Mingqin. Not long after they departed, 5 women clad in masks and hats appeared at the door of room 808 and knocked. Meanwhile, Su Ke, upon returning to his space, changed his appearance, hailed a ride, and embarked on his journey home. With only 7 days for the mission, he had to seize every moment. The consequences of failure were unbearable. 12 hours later, in the old district of Peony Flower City, at Happiness Home Building 6, room 702, Su Ke hesitated before knocking on the door. Moments later, the door swung open abruptly. Staring at the woman before him, Su Ke was taken aback. You are, husband? Tong, how did you end up in my home? Su Ke, puzzled, stepped into the living room and closed the door. At that moment, Su Yu, Li Mingqin, and his mother, Li Ping, emerged from his room together. Xiao Kike, Guer. Su Ke rushed over to embrace his sister and mother. Mom, sis, it's me. Please wait a moment. With that, he dashed towards the bathroom. In less than 3 minutes, Su Ke re-emerged, having returned to his original appearance. Ichitrulis Maikir, sobi. Su Ke gently patted his mother's back, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness in his heart. One cannot help but ponder whether accepting this task was a wise decision. Now, he seems akin to a rat scurrying through the streets, compelled to dwell in the shadows. Yet the thought of Lin Yutong and Yang bearing his child replaces any lingering regret with a resolute conviction. One day, I shall walk boldly in the light of day, and the heavens shall no longer obscure my vision. Sister, where is Dad? He's in the kitchen preparing dinner. Suyu replied with a smile. Ha, Dad is truly remarkable, Sukelaft. He is the culinary genius of our household, never allowing mom or sister to step into the kitchen. Truly commendable. Tong, you Haven Tea explained how you ended up at my house. Su Ke inquired. My dear husband, your little baby is still nestled in my womb. Is this not the baby's home? Lin Yutong earnestly asked, gazing up at Su Quebec. Yes, of course. Su's mother smiled gently at Lin Yutong's belly, her sorrow over her son's fugitive status seemingly diminished. Li Mingqin regarded Su Ke with a mix of confusion and curiosity. In terms of appearance, family background, and wealth, Su Ke appeared to be eclipsed by Lin Yutong's other suitors. Why then did she hold such affection for him? Su Ke, how dare you return? Have I not taught you better? How could you resort to kidnapping? Su's father's furious voice echoed suddenly from behind the group. Turning, they saw Su's father, clad in a blue apron, emerging from the kitchen with 2 plates of steaming dishes. Stop shouting. Do you wish for others to know our son has returned? Su's mother shot a glare at Su's father, prompting him to hastily silence himself, though his gaze towards Su Ke remained filled with ire. Dad, if I hadn't taken Tong, would you have such a splendid daughter-in-law? Would you be blessed with a grandson or granddaughter? That does seem somewhat reasonable, though not entirely. At that moment, Su's mother interjected. By the way, Kate, where have you stashed Yang, and Moon Shue? Their parents are still waiting for them at the nearby Vienna Hotel. Su's father, Su Yu, and Li Mingqin all turned their curious eyes towards Su Quebec. Lin Yutong had not divulged much information to the Su family, leaving them in the dark. Mom, rest assured, they will reunite with their daughter tomorrow, Su Ke assured. Little Sparrow, what are your plans moving forward? You are now a national fugitive. Perhaps it would be wise to avoid stepping outside. Upon hearing Su Yu's inquiry, Su's mother's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her heart heavy with despair over her son's bleak future. Holding the hot dishes, Su's father stood frozen at the kitchen doorway, eavesdropping intently. I will remain at home for tonight. I have much to attend to. However, You need not worry. No one can touch me now. Do you intend to kidnap someone else? Of course not. Suke shook his head, turning to Suyu. Sister, has there been a frequent commotion at home lately? After a moment's hesitation, Suyu nodded slightly. Sister, Mom, you need not worry. I will handle this matter. Kate, you must not act rashly. Do not let things spiral further out of control. Mother, I understand. You need not worry. 2 hours later, Li Mengchen entered Su Yu's room and spent the night with her. Lin Yutong, on the other hand, went into Su Kei's room. Darling, I wish to purchase a Jiangnan Su-style garden villa in this city in the name of my parents. We could all move in together, ensuring your safety at home. What do you think? Tong Tong, are you suggesting I become a kept man? Honey, just tell me if you want that or not. Tong Tong, to be honest, my stomach isn't well suited for anything but soft food. All right, then tomorrow I shall take my sister and parents to look at properties, and if we find one we like, we will purchase it immediately. Sounds good. Another hour passed in silence, watching Lin Yutong peacefully slumber in his arms. Suke gently shifted her arm and leg away and slipped out of bed. In the spiritual spring realm, night had also fallen. 6 days had elapsed since Su Kei's last departure. Upon his arrival, Yang Yi and Moon Yinxue, clad in pink onesies, quickly stood up from the sofa. Honey, you have finally returned. Yinxue and I have been utterly bored here. Su Kei, didn't you say you would take us out? When will that happen? Rest assured, it will be soon, Su Kei replied as he settled onto a sofa, silently communicating with the system. Rogue, great Rogue, are you there? Rogue, Bandit. I am here. Bandit, if I were to have Moon Yinxue assist me in procreation now, would there be any reward? Currently, there is no task for procreation. Rewards are halved for procreation outside of task periods. Chapter 16. Twins, don't Xiangbar, shall we have this? Just one item at a time. We cannot simply let her go, nor can we confine her indefinitely. I will take you outside now. It is nightfall, and tomorrow you will be reunited with your parents. What about me? Moon Yangsu inquired anxiously. You? We will discuss that later. Suke replied before vanishing with Yang Yi into the Lingquan space. Suke, you scoundrel! Moon Yinxue exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. With a sense of helplessness, she approached the mattress and lay down with a vacant expression. It is worth noting that time in the Lingquan space flows at a ratio of 10:1 compared to the outside world. For every 2 hours Su Kei spent outside, she would have to endure 20 hours of solitude. Without internet, animals, or human companionship, even 1 or 2 hours alone could become tedious. Not to mention 20 hours or even longer. Darling, where is this? Yang Yi glanced at Lin Yutong, who was fast asleep on the bed, and curiously surveyed the room. This is my home, my room. My sister and Yutong's friend Li Mengchen are next door, and further along is my parents' room. Then, tomorrow, I will meet your parents. Don't be nervous. Just look at Yutong. Even before I arrived home, she had already come running to the door. Is Yutong that brave? Yang Yi gazed admiringly at the slumbering Lin Yutong. Pregnant women often succumb to drowsiness, and once asleep, they find it difficult to awaken. You should also rest. I will return to the space to check on Yinxue. With that, Su Kei's figure vanished once more. Alas, Yinxue is bound to suffer, reflecting on her own youthful vigor, which could hardly withstand Su Kei's ferocity. Moon Yinxue, a naive maiden, would surely be no match for him. After a moment of silent homage for Moon Yinxue, Yang Yi removed her shoes and climbed into bed beside Lin Yutong. Lingquan space. Observing Moon Yinxue sprawled on the mattress in a letter formation. Suke Stialtili approached. What are you thinking about? Hearing his voice, Moon Yinxue suddenly sat up. Suke, how did you return so quickly? I thought you would leave me here for quite some time. Your parents and my parents are at the nearby Vienna hotel waiting to meet you. Why would I leave you alone here? Suke replied, sitting down at the bedside. However, I cannot simply let you go. You now have but one choice, to become the mother of my child. With that, Suke abruptly lifted Moon Yinxue, seating her upon his lap. Suke, what are you trying to do? Moon Yinxue's body tensed, her gaze fixed nervously on Suke's face, now so close. What do you think I want? Suke grinned mischievously before suddenly rolling over. With a cry of surprise, Moon Yinxue underwent a transformation in her life. 3 days swiftly passed. Moon Yinxue stared blankly at the sky above the spiritual spring space, beads of sweat still glistening on her forehead. However, Suke wore an expression of uncontainable joy. Congratulations, host. You have achieved a momentous milestone, twins. As a reward, you receive a vial of youth elixir and a threefold enhancement to your physique. Note, the youth elixir contains 49 pills. Upon consumption, it not only beautifies but also preserves one's youthful appearance. Note, the threefold physique can be stacked. What a surprise, a double blessing. Ha ha ha. Moon Yinxue tilted her head and weakly inquired of Su Ke. Darling, what are you laughing about? What could possibly bring you such joy? Yinxue's twins. Actual twins. Su Ke exclaimed excitedly, lifting Moon Yinxue into his lap and showering her cheeks with affectionate kisses. Are you saying I'm pregnant with twins? In just 3 days, I'm having twins. Moon Yinxue's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, I can hardly believe it myself, she said, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Darling, your choice of words is dreadful. What do you mean by double blessing? Suke gasped, quickly grasping Moon Yinxue's hand to prevent her from fidgeting. Careful now. We wouldn't want any accidental discharges. Yinxue, dawn is approaching. Let me take you to my room for a bath. Your room? Yes, your sister Tong and sister Yi are both asleep in my room. What? When did sister Tong come to your house and sleep in your room? Seeing the confusion in Moon Yinxue's eyes, Suke briefly recounted the events that had transpired outside before leading her back to his room. After helping her freshen up, he placed her beside Yang Yi and then turned to sit on the living room sofa. Threefold physique, activate. In the next moment, Suke felt waves of warmth surging within him, cleansing and strengthening every cell in his body. His physical form gradually transformed toward the pinnacle of human perfection. If this continues, will I not become a paragon of physicality capable of withstanding nuclear blasts? The sixfold enhancement in his physique filled Suke with newfound confidence. In the Marvel Universe, Captain America possesses merely a 3- to 4-fold enhancement, yet can stand shoulder to shoulder with deities. Although the films exaggerate, Captain America likely possesses over a ton of strength. Yet he, with a 6-fold enhancement, surely boasts over 2 tons of strength. Lifting a small car with bare hands would pose no challenge. Suke opened the magic sound software, preparing to check online information about himself, when a sudden, vigorous knocking erupted at the door. Is it them? Suke furrowed his brow, swiftly rising to open the door. To his surprise, he saw 4 youthfully flamboyant young men fleeing down the corridor, their backs to him. He quickly closed the door and, like an arrow released from a bow, Suke vanished from the doorway. A series of 4 muffled thuds echoed through the corridor, causing the 4 young men to collapse onto the beige floor at the end. Suke placed a foot upon one man's hand, twisting it slightly as he coldly inquired, "Who sent you to harass my family? Speak up, and I may spare your lives." Simultaneously, a black handgun appeared in his grasp, pressed firmly against the young man's forehead. It hurts. Please, please don't. Don't kill me. I will tell you everything." The young man, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead and the veins on his neck bulging painfully, trembled in fear. Typically, these individuals were mere petty thugs, earning a living through minor misdeeds. They had never experienced such treatment before, and panic gripped their hearts. "Boss, it was a man named Long Dongxiang who paid us 10,000 yuan to occasionally bother your family. We could take you to him. Please, Su, don't kill us. Lead the way." Yes, yes, Boss Su." The 4 disheveled young men scrambled to their feet, heads bowed in submission, to the mysterious bar. Suke followed closely behind the 4 young men as they entered the bustling hall. "Boss Su, that bald man with a dragon tattoo on his left arm and a tiger on his right is Long Dongxiang. He is the one who ordered us to disturb your family. By the way, he is also the owner of this bar." Suke glanced in the direction indicated by the young man's finger. There he spotted a burly figure, adorned with a dragon tattoo on his left arm and a tiger on his right, joyfully embracing 2 voluptuous women clad in short skirts, showering them with affection. Sukepos momentarily takenebak. The resemblance between Long Dongxiang and the notorious figure known as Brother Chong, who had once wielded a knife in Kunshu City several years prior, was striking. Chapter 17. The Powerful Figure. Boss Su, we have found you. Can we leave now? Suke turned his gaze towards the four young men, his expression impassive as he replied, Leave? The matter is not yet concluded. If you're eager to depart, I can accompany you part of the way. With that, he strode towards Long Dongxiang. The four young men exchanged glances, resigned, and followed suit. Brother Long, are you truly planning to kidnap Suke's family? Long Dongxiang laughed heartily. Suke is nothing but a petty character. In the past, he wouldn't even be worthy to carry my shoes. If I take his family, what do you do about it? Besides, with young Master Lin backing us, what is there to fear? He smirked disdainfully, his hands reaching towards the backsides of the two women clad in ultra-short skirts, eliciting peals of laughter from them. As a local tyrant of the capital, Long Dongxiang not only had powerful connections, but also countless underlings. A child from an ordinary family like Suke would not have even registered on his radar before he decided to kidnap the star Lin Yutong. He was completely unaware of such a minor character's existence. Now, with young Master Lin's orders to abduct Suke's family and coerce him into releasing Moon Yinxue, success would surely elevate Long Dongxiang's status. Henceforth, he would be the foremost figure in Yudin City. Even the city's boss would have to show him deference. The thought of the mayor bowing to him made Long Dongxiang chuckle uncontrollably, his hands growing bolder as they ventured further. Long Dongxiang's conversation with his female companions was overheard entirely by Su Quebec young Master Lin. Frowning, Suke walked directly in front of Long Dongxiang, abruptly halting the latter's laughter. Confused by the masked man before him, Long Dongxiang felt a flicker of familiarity, yet could not recall where he had seen him before. Who might you be? He inquired, furrowing his brow. Brother Long, he seems to be Suke, one of Long Dongxiang's female companions whispered, tugging at his sleeve. Since you figured it out, why don't we find a quiet place to discuss? Suke Sigistith. Long Dongxiang sprang to his feet, a flash of shock crossing his face. He had yet to abduct Suke's family, yet Suke had come to him? How had he found this place? Long Dongxiang's gaze shifted behind Su Quebec. So it was you few who brought him here. Well then, Jibwoodwan, Jibwashi, you all wait here for me. No one is to leave without my command. Brother Long, the four men trembled at his words. Long Dongxiang snorted coldly, turning his attention back to Suke with a smile. You truly are bold to dare kidnap a major star. Such audacity. If it weren't for young Master Lin's orders, we might have been friends. Alas, enough with the pleasantries. Let us find a suitable place to converse. Very well, please follow me upstairs. Long Dongxiang grinned and beckoned to his two female companions. Ame, Ali, you come along too. Of course, Brother Long. Ame and Ali followed Suke and Long Dongxiang as they ascended the stairs together. Please, young Master Su. Long Dongxiang gestured courteously at the door of the chairman's office. Suke walked in calmly, with Long Dongxiang following closely behind. Ame, prepare tea for young Master Su, Long Dongxiang instructed. Yes, Brother Long, Ame replied. Ali, attend to young Master Su well, he added. Understood, Brother Long, Ali responded, licking her lips as she swayed her undeniable curves towards Suke, her hands resting on his shoulders. Enough of this, Long Dongxiang, Suke coldly interjected, pushing Ali aside. Let us discuss your backer, Lin Xiao. What is his purpose in having me kidnapped along with my family? Long Dongxiang paused momentarily, then smiled again. Brother Su, you are indeed straightforward. Allow me to be direct. Are you aware of who Moon Yinxue is? Who? Sukin Koyeth Intriv. Moon Yinxue is the woman Lin Xiao has taken a fancy to. Lin Xiao ordered me to capture your family, to coerce you into releasing Moon Yinxue. Now that you have graciously arrived, I assure you, I will refrain from further abductions of your family. However, I kindly ask you to release Moon Yinxue for the sake of our brotherhood. I would be immensely grateful. Long Dongxiang stated earnestly. Suke regarded Long Dongxiang's serious demeanor and chuckled lightly. Releasing Moon Yinxue is not out of the question, but first, Long Boss, you must enlighten me about Lin Xiao. Long Dongxiang hesitated before responding. I can only tell you that Lin Xiao hails from Yinjing and wields immense power, far beyond our humble circle. Oh, if Lin Xiao possesses such formidable connections, how did you come to know him? Suke queried. Naturally, it was through higher connections. Otherwise, how could I have ever crossed paths with such a prominent figure? Such unsavory deeds as abduction would indeed seek out those of us who dwell in the shadows. Long Dongxiang replied with a grin. Su Ke smirked internally. Moon Yinxue was the mother of his children, and he could not allow anyone to covet her. What are the great figures of Yanjing? Those who dare to covet what is mine shall face my wrath. Long boss, I will agree to release Moon Yinxue, but I demand to see Lin Xiao here, or else the matter is non-negotiable. As Su Ke's words resonated, a flicker of cold light flashed in Long Dongxiang's eyes. As a local power broker, he was accustomed to being addressed with respect. Yet Su Ke's refusal to comply without meeting Lin Xiao was an affront to his pride. Very well, please wait a moment while I contact Lin Xiao, he conceded. Long Dongxiang then picked up his phone from the table and stepped aside to make a call. Moments later, he returned. Su Ke, Lin Xiao is currently in Yuden City and will arrive in an hour. Pulling out his phone to message Moon Yinxue. Ding! A message from Moon Yinxue arrived swiftly. Darling, the person you mentioned must be Lin Feng. I don't like him at all, but he clings to me like a stubborn leech. It's utterly annoying. Thank goodness you rescued me. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Is something happening? No worries, I was merely asking casually. Putting away his phone, Su Ke closed his eyes in anticipation. Happy home, room 702, building 6. After the initial shock and bewilderment, Su Yu, Su's father, and Su's mother gradually became familiar with Yang, Yi, and Moon Yinxue. Upon learning that both Yang, Yi, and Moon Yinxue were also expecting Su Ke's children, Li Mengchen, Su Yu, Su Jiangwo, and Li Ping could not help but gasp in astonishment. Old man, am I dreaming? Dear, just pinch yourself to find out. As soon as Su Jiangwo's words fell, he felt a sharp pain in his arm. Why did you pinch me? Li Ping, seemingly oblivious to Su Jiangwo's words, stepped forward, grasping Yang, Yi, and Moon Yinxue's arms, and said apologetically, Girls, has Su Ke forced you into this, causing you distress? How could I have given birth to such a son? Indeed, dear girls, if there is anything troubling you, speak to me. I will not hesitate to break his legs. Auntie, uncle, please do not blame Su Ke. It was all of our own volition. Yes, Auntie, uncle, you need not feel guilty. Everything was our choice. Li Mengchen stared at Yang, Yi, and Moon Yinxue, utterly dumbfounded. Could it be that Su Ke possessed some extraordinary charm? Otherwise, how could Tong Tong, Yang, Yi, and Moon Yinxue be so enraptured by him? Su Yu felt a pang in her heart, akin to a beloved toy being snatched away. Yet, upon remembering that all three were nurturing her little brother's children, her heart swelled with joy. Uncle, auntie, sister, Tong Tong Mengchen, I shall first accompany Yinxue to the nearby Vienna hotel. Please wait for us at home, and upon our return, we shall go together to view the house. All right, go quickly. We shall await your return, Su's mother, Li Ping, said with a beaming smile. Yang, Yi, and Moon Yinxue nodded and turned to leave. Meanwhile, in Huayang City, at the high-speed train station, the doors of train G118 heading towards Peony City slowly opened. 5 slender women, clad in modest attire, boarded the train. Moments later, the doors closed and the train sped towards Peony City. In Peony City, at Dongxiang Bar, a man dressed in a Canali high-end custom casual outfit, standing at 6 feet tall with an androgynous appearance, ascended towards the second floor. Accompanying him were a man and a woman, both dressed in black suits, seemingly acting as bodyguards. Glancing up at the plaque of the chairman's office, the androgynous man pushed open the door and entered, followed closely by the 2 bodyguards. Chapter 18. Please let Lin Xiao depart. Lin Xiao, you have arrived. Please take a seat. Long Dongxiang greeted with an obsequious expression, ushering the effeminate-looking man to the main seat. He gestured for Mei and Ali to leave. Understanding his cue, Mei and Ali exited the room quietly, closing the door behind them. Su Ke, this is Lin Xiao, Long Dongxiang casually remarked before bowing slightly to Lin Feng. Lin Xiao, this is Su Quebec. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, and Long Dongxiang awkwardly stepped aside. Su Ke, if you release Moon Yinxue now, I might consider sparing your life, Lin Feng declared. Igniting a cigar, inhaling deeply, and exhaling a smoke ring, his icy gaze fixed on Su Quebec. Lin Feng, you believe that by harassing my family, I would naively agree to your demand to release Moon Yinxue? Suke retorted with a cold smirk, rising to approach Lin Feng. The two individuals in black suits flanking Lin Feng moved to intercept Suke, extending their arms to block his path. With a swift motion, Suke delivered two precise strikes, cutting through the air and landing blows on their necks. The duo collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Leaning back in his chair, Lin Feng was taken aback, his cigar falling into his lap. Startled, he leapt to his feet, discarding the cigar on the floor. His expression frosty as he glared at Quebec. Suke, how dare you lay a hand on me? Do you have any idea of the consequences? Do you even know who I am? I don't care who you are. Even if the king of heaven himself came, it would be of no consequence, Suke replied, slapping Lin Feng across the face. Instantly, 5 crimson fingerprints marred Lin Feng's cheek. You dare strike me? Lin Feng exclaimed, incredulously touching his stinging face. Throughout his life, he had only been struck 3 times, and those who had done so had mysteriously perished. Now he found himself struck once more. Long Dongxiang, what are you still dawdling for? Call your men immediately. Today I intend to break all of his limbs. No, I'll break all 5. Lin Feng bellowed at the still-dazed Long Dongxiang. Finally snapping back to reality, Long Dongxiang felt a tremor run through him as he regarded Quebec. Suke. How could you dare to strike Lin Xiao? Do you realize the gravity of your actions? Lin Xiao's father is a general, and his mother and sister are the heads of Han Hai Group and Luo Shin Group. You are foolish. Long Dongxiang's thoughts were filled with curses. Lin Xiao had been struck in his office. Now he feared he would share the same fate. He hastily took out his phone to summon his subordinates. Suddenly, a soft pop echoed, followed by Long Dongxiang's anguished cry as blood covered his palm. The phone fell to the ground, a bullet hole now visible in its screen. Why you have a gun? Long Dongxiang gasped, collapsing onto the floor. Terror etched across his face as he stared at the golden pistol in Suke's hand. Lin Feng felt a shiver of fear as his legs trembled uncontrollably. Suke, I must inform you that my father is a lieutenant general. Should you dare to take my life, he will not let you go unpunished. Heh. Suke chuckled lightly, intrigued as he remarked. Lin Feng, I never imagined that your mother and sister are the illustrious Xiao Weining and the esteemed President Lin Ruoxue. Haha, today you may rest easy on your journey. I shall take good care of your sister and mother henceforth. Suke, are you truly going to kill me? Well, what do you think? And no, you cannot kill me. My father is a general, my mother is a president, and my sister is also a president. I can grant you power, I can provide you wealth. You cannot take my life. Suke scoffed coldly, delivering a swift blow that rendered Lin Feng unconscious. Suke, you have truly lost your mind. Insane. Enough with the nonsense. As Suke spoke, a knife suddenly appeared in his hand. He passed it to Long Dongxiang, stating coldly, eliminate them. Long Dongxiang trembled as he accepted the knife, yet he hesitated to take action. If you do not kill him, I shall take your life. However, should you proceed, dispose of the bodies swiftly and flee the country overnight. Perhaps there lies a chance for survival. The choice is yours. Upon hearing Suke's words and feeling the cold touch of the gun barrel against his forehead, Long Dongxiang hesitated momentarily, gritted his teeth, and steeled his resolve. He approached Lin Feng, squatting beside him. Young Master Lin, you may depart in peace. I am being coerced. Should you seek vengeance, let it be upon Suke. With a silent murmur, Long Dongxiang clenched his teeth and raised the knife, plunging it towards Lin Feng's chest. Splat! Warm blood immediately sprayed across his face. Observing this, Suke nodded in satisfaction and turned to exit the room. A moment later, gazing upon the 3 lifeless bodies, Long Dongxiang found his initial fear dissipating. He picked up the phone from the table and dialed Ame. Ame, Ali, come to my office at once. Additionally, summon Ji Buishi and Ji Bodu as well. After hanging up, Long Dongxiang stared blankly at the 3 corpses, lost in thought. Meanwhile, upon exiting Dongxiang Bar, Suke did not return directly to the happy home. Instead, he hailed a taxi heading toward the outskirts. In a desolate location, he slipped into the Spirit Spring space. Settling onto the sofa, he began to review the system rewards. Among the 2 designated exits, One could be placed within the villa purchased by Tong Tong, while the other could be set in an uninhabited area. Which should he choose? After contemplation, Suke reached a decision. He then examined another reward, the bone shrinking technique. This skill could reduce his height from 1.8 meters to 1.5 meters. A truly astonishing ability. 10 minutes later, in a barren area on the outskirts of Mutant City, a remarkably handsome boy, seemingly around 13 or 14 years of age, appeared out of thin air. Indeed, this individual was Sue Quebec. Upon employing the bone shrinking technique, not only had his stature diminished, but his head had also shrunk proportionately. At this moment, he appeared almost indistinguishable from a young boy, devoid of any traces of adulthood. With the mastery of this contraction technique, the art of disguise has become somewhat redundant, unless one day I wish to assume another's identity. However, utilizing this skill necessitates a return to one's original appearance every 3 days, lest it inflict harm upon the body. As he stood by the roadside, Suke repeatedly attempted to hail a passing vehicle, yet none came to a halt for him. The reason he refrained from taking a taxi was that he had left his mobile phone in the Linquan space, severing all contact with the outside world. After half an hour, he finally succeeded in stopping a sleek Audi. From a vehicle emerged a woman in her 30s, approximately 5 feet 7 inches tall, clad in a white dress, with cascading long hair and skin as fair as snow, exuding an air of mature allure. "Little brother, why are you stopping my car?" Suke found himself momentarily taken aback, recognizing the familiar face before him. To his astonishment, it was none other than his high school English teacher, Su Yueshin. What a remarkable coincidence! Su Yueshin, noticing the dazed expression on the young boy's face, offered a gentle smile, which left Suke momentarily speechless. In his high school days, he had often fantasized, what a strikingly handsome young boy this is. Su Yueshin mused to herself as she approached Suke, bending slightly to softly inquire. "Little brother, what is your name? Why are you here all alone?" Chapter 19. Moving into the English teacher's home as Suke regained his composure, he gazed at the enchanting English teacher before him and hurriedly introduced himself. "Beautiful sister, my name is Yifan." Yifan? How curious. It shares the name with the Celestial Emperor. Su Yueshin, who often indulged in anime, was taken aback upon hearing Suke's name. "Little brother Yifan, why are you here all alone? Where are your family members?" "Beautiful sister, I ran away from the orphanage. I do not wish to return. Could you please take me to the city? I want to find a job and earn money." Upon observing the clarity and earnestness in Suke's eyes, a sudden warmth enveloped Su Yueshin's heart, and with a smile, she nodded. "All right, little brother Yifan, then let us get in the car." "Thank you, sister." "You're welcome. Now hurry and get in." Su Yueshin opened the rear door, allowing Suke to climb in. She then circled to the front and entered the driver's seat. "Little brother Yifan, you are still so young. Why do you wish to work and earn money?" "Beautiful sister, I want to earn a lot of money so that I won't have to worry about not being able to afford medical care in the future." Su Yueshin was momentarily taken aback and quickly inquired, "Are you unwell?" I am not sick. It is the director, my grandfather, who fell ill. He passed away because we could not afford the treatment." Suke spoke, forcing out a couple of tears. Through the central rearview mirror, Su Yueshin's heart ached at the sight of Suke's sorrowful expression. She felt an overwhelming urge to embrace him and offer comfort. "Little brother Yifan, do you have a place to stay in the city?" Not yet, but I will find somewhere to live." "Then, how about you stay at my place for now? Once you find a job and place of your own, you can move out any time." Surprised, Suke hesitative, for he remembered that the English teacher had been married for 7 years. Although he appeared only 13 or 14, he was, after all, a fully functional boy, and it might not be appropriate to stay at Su Yueshin's home. "Beautiful sister, I cannot go. Just take me to the city. I do not want to trouble you and your family." "You are quite sensible, little brother Yifan. However, my home consists of just me and my daughter. You will not be a bother. You can move out whenever you find a place." "Sister, come now. Are you afraid that your sister is a bad person?" "Of course not, then. Then I shall trouble you." Su Yueshin glanced at the rearview mirror, smiled, and began to focus on driving. The moment she first laid eyes on Suke, an inexplicable sense of familiarity and warmth surged within her. The despite being certain she had never encountered this young boy before. Upon hearing Su Kei's story, her compassion deepened, compelling her to extend a helping hand. In the Green City Spring Breeze Jiangnan community, the Audi slowly glided into the underground garage of Building 13. After parking the car, Su Yuexin stepped out, and Su Kei followed suit. "Let us go, little brother Yi-fan." "Sister, you can simply call me Yi-fan. I am no longer a child." "All right then, Yi-fan, come with your sister." After Su Yuexin spoke, she led Su Kei towards the elevator. One lift serves 2 households on the 8th floor, apartment 801. "Come in, Yi-fan," Su Yuexin said as she bent down to retrieve a pair of pink slippers from the entrance. "These are my slippers. Please put them on." Su Kei nodded and changed into the slippers, feeling a wave of confusion. "Sister, is Sister Yutong not home? And is Yutong's father also not at home?" "Yutong is at her grandmother's house. I'll step out shortly to bring her back. As for her father, he has been absent since Yutong was born." "I'm sorry, sister, I didn't know." "It's all right. Yi-fan, you can stay in this room. There are blankets in the wardrobe. Please tidy up a bit while I go fetch Yutong." "Okay." Su Yuexin nodded, turned, changed her shoes again, and left, closing the door behind her. As for why she felt confident leaving Su Kei alone in her home, it was due to her unwavering intuition. Meanwhile, as Su Kei tidied up the room, 7 individuals, 6 women and 1 man, were making their way towards the sales office in the Green City Spring Breeze Jiangnan community. Among them, the man appeared to be in his 50s, accompanied by a woman of similar age. The remaining 5 were mostly obscured by masks and hats, making it difficult to discern their faces. However, one woman donned a beautiful beige long dress, appearing to be in her 20s. Indeed, these 7 were Su Kei's parents, sister, and friends Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, Moon Yinxue, and Li Mengchen. Yutong, Yi, Yinxue, Mengchen. "This community has villa styled after Jiangnan Gardens," Su Kei remarked. "Sister, let's go take a look." Su Yu nodded and led the group into the sales hall. Yang Yi, Lin Yutong, and Moon Yinxue were all older than her, with Yang Yi being more than a decade her senior. Their constant address of her as sister made her feel a bit exasperated. Why does my annoying little brother favor the older ones? In Yinjing at the Twin Towers, on the 49th floor, outside the chairman's office, a stunning woman in her 20s, clad in a sleek black professional dress that accentuated her long legs, knocked on the office door. "Guomin," a sultry female voice beckoned from within. With a creak, the woman opened the door and stepped inside. Sitting in the chairman's chair was a woman in a beige suit, paired with a white blouse, exuding a mature charm as she attended to her documents. Upon hearing the door open, she looked up. "Ruoxiue, why are you here instead of at your company?" "Mom, Grandpa's 80th birthday is in a week. What gift should I prepare for him?" Xiao Weining pondered for a moment. "Your grandfather lacks for nothing. His only hope is that Feng can learn well." "Oh, by the way, where's Feng?" "Mom, my little brother mentioned he was going on a trip to Mutant City." "Ruoxiue, call your brother and tell him to come back immediately." Lin Ruoxiue nodded and dialed her brother Lin Feng's number. "You have dialed a number that is currently turned off. Please try again later." Lin Ruoxiue frowned. Despite her discontent towards her younger brother, as an elder sister, she felt compelled to care for him. With their grandfather's impending 80th birthday, it was disheartening to see him reveling in leisure outside, even having his phone switched off. "Mom, he has turned off his phone." "Turn off? Well, let us not concern ourselves with him. Ruoxiue, if you could find a boyfriend to introduce to grandfather, he would surely be overjoyed." At these words, Lin Ruoxiue momentarily froze, a certain figure surfacing in her mind, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Xiao Weining, noticing her reaction, smiled faintly and resumed her paperwork. In Mutant City, amidst the verdant spring breezes of Jiangnan, the trio of Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, and Moon Yinxue each selected a villa for themselves. Together, they also planned to purchase a set for Su's parents. For adjoining villas, each priced at 3 million, with each spanning 660 square meters, consisting of 2 stories and 6 bedrooms. "Uncle, aunt, sister, why don't we move in today?" Lin Yutong proposed. Su's parents and Su Yu hesitated for a moment before agreeing. After all, an independent villa would provide much greater safety should Su Kei return. In Building 13, on the 8th floor, room 801, Su Ke finished tidying his room and returned to the living room, surveying his surroundings. The walls were adorned with various photographs of Su Yueshin and her husband Ning Mozhang, revealing their once sweet relationship. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed down the corridor, followed by the distinctive click of the door opening. Su Yueshin entered Su Ke's view, accompanied by a little girl of about 5 or 6 years old. Chapter 20. When the main account falters, let the secondary account train harder. Are you my brother, Yi Fan? Ning Yutong looked up, her curious gaze fixed on Su Quebec. Observing the adorably naive Ning Yutong before him, Su Ke smiled. Indeed, I am, dear Yutong. You are simply delightful. With that, he affectionately ruffled her hair. Su Duixin, watching the two, revealed a charming smile as she handed a white tote bag to Su Quebec Yi Fan. Please take these daily necessities. Su Ke accepted the bag, touched by her kindness. Sister, why are you so good to me? Ah, it is because you share a special bond with me. Su Duixin respondit bluffily, then turned to the drawer, retrieving a mobile phone. She also took out a SIM card from her bag and inserted it into the phone. Yifan, you can use this phone for now. It contains my number, and you can also download WeChat to add me as a friend. Su Ke stared blankly at his former English teacher, pondering if she was enchanted by his handsome visage. Take it. When you earn enough to buy your own phone, you can return it to me. Sister, you are truly wonderful, Su Ke exclaimed, moved, as he embraced Su Yueshin. All right, for now. Please keep an eye on Yutong while I prepare dinner, she said, gently patting Su Ke's head before addressing Ning Yutong. Yutong, go play with your brother Yi Fan in the living room while Mom cooks. Okay, Mom. Meanwhile, Su Ke's parents, along with Su Yu, Lin Yutong, Yang, Imun Yinshua, and Li Mengchen, had finished packing the belongings for their new home and loaded them onto a truck, heading for the Greentown Spring Breeze Jiangnan Villa. The row of 4 villas had Su Ke's family residing in the leftmost one, followed by Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, and Moon Yinshua's residences in sequence to the right. At that moment, in the living room of the leftmost villa, Lin Yutong, Yang, Imun Yinshua, and Li Mengchen were assisting in arranging everything when Yang Yi's phone suddenly rang. Checking the caller ID, Yang Yi answered, Hello, Xiao Kuei. Have you arrived in Peony City? All right, but I only have one car here, so I cannot accommodate you all. I'll send you the address. Please come here directly. Sure, we'll wait for you at home. After hanging up, Su Yu descended the stairs, her curiosity piqued. Who is coming? It's Long Xiao Kuei, Su Dilly, Tong Xiaodan by Mengjia and Xiao Dudu, Yang Yi replied. As soon as she finished speaking, Su's mother, Li Ping, exclaimed from upstairs, What? Yi, are 5 celebrities coming to our house? Moments later, Su's parents descended the staircase. Uncle, Auntie, they are 5 friends of Nianxue and me, Yang Yi explained. Li Ping's eyes lit up, and she quickly turned to Su Jiangwo, saying, Old man, come with me to the market. Yi and Xiao Yi's friends are here. Let us prepare more dishes for lunch. All right, but please let go. If you pull me any harder, I might fall. Su Jiangwo retorted, rolling his eyes at Li Ping. Yet his heart brimmed with joy. Now, their son had already brought 3 women, Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, and Moon Yinshua, into the family, all expecting children from the Su lineage. Beside them was Li Mengchen, and now 5 prominent stars had arrived. If they could help her conceive a child for the Su family, their lineage would flourish. As for the matter of her son being wanted, it was already a fait accompli. She felt powerless to alter the situation. Since the primary account had been rendered useless, she could only hope to cultivate more secondary accounts. After all, even discarded things could find new purpose. Yeah, stay at home with Tong Tong, Yi, Nianxue, and Mengchen. Your father and I will go grocery shopping. All right. As Su father and Su mother departed, Su Yu let out a sigh, her voice tinged with concern. Xiao Ke's phone has been indicating that it's out of service. I wonder what his situation is now. Sis, we all believe he will be fine. So don't worry. Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, and Moon Yinshua hesitated to reveal the matter of the spirit spring space to Su Yu, but ultimately refrained from voicing it. After all, even if they told her now, she might not believe it. It would be better to wait for Su Ke to disclose it himself. In room 801 of building 13, Su Ke, Su Yueshin, and Ning Yutong sat at the dining table, enjoying a simple lunch. Xiao Fan, you should go look for a job this afternoon. If anything comes up, Be sure to contact your sister, Su Yueshin said, placing 2 pieces of meat into Su Kei's and her daughter's bowls. Sis, don't worry. Even though I'm small, I'm quite strong, and no one dares to bully me. You're just a child. How strong can you really be? Su Kei chuckled, setting down his chopsticks and rising to stand beside Su Yueshin. Sister, if you don't believe me, stand up and see for yourself. I can lift you overhead with one hand. Is that for real? But I weigh 90 pounds. You can lift me overhead with just one hand? Su Yueshin looked at Su Kei's earnest expression with a hint of skepticism. Sister, just stand up and you'll know. All right, let us give it a try. Su Yueshin stood up and added, Xiao Fan, if you can't lift me, don't try to show off, or it will be disastrous if I fall. Don't worry, I'm ready, Su Kei said, and before Su Yueshin could react, he grasped her by the waist and effortlessly lifted her overhead with one hand. Wow, Brother Yefan is amazing, Ning Yutong exclaimed, clapping her hands in excitement as she watched her mother being lifted. Su Yueshin, regaining her senses, found herself suspended in midair, supported by a warm hand, marveling at Su Kei's remarkable strength. Just as she was lost in thought, she suddenly noticed her body heading towards the ceiling. Startled, she screamed and shut her eyes in fright. But how could Su Kei allow her to collide? He had already adjusted his strength, and just as Su Yueshin was about to hit the ceiling, he released his grip, letting her descend. Su Yueshin screamed again, but soon felt herself enveloped in a warm embrace. Then, Su Kei's voice resonated. Sister, do you believe in my strength now? Su Yueshin opened her eyes. Her cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment. Xiao Fan, I trust you. Please put me down. Upon hearing this, Su Kei gently set Su Yueshin on the ground. Her legs felt somewhat weak from Su Kei's recent actions, and she nearly stumbled, but fortunately, Su Kei was there to support her in time. Sister, I'm sorry for startling you. It's nothing, Su Yueshin replied, leaning against the back of a chair as she sat down. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Xiao Fan, Brother Yi Fan, I want to be lifted high like Mom does, Ning Yutong said, tugging at Su Kei's shirt, her bright eyes filled with anticipation. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Kei tossed Ning Yutong into the air, catching her as she fell, only to toss her again. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the Green City Spring Breeze Jiangnan community, Su Kei saw his parents, each carrying large bags of groceries, laughing and chatting as they passed by him. Su Kei was momentarily stunned, bewildered by the unexpected scene. What was happening? Chapter 21. Divination. The auspicious energy soars to the skies, although diminished in size. His appearance still retained traces of its original form. XUK could not help but curl his lips in disdain. His biological parents exhibited no sense of blood connection whatsoever. In those melodramatic novels, parents are often depicted as sensing their long-lost children after 20 years. It seems those tales are nothing but fabrications. As he observed his parents pass by him, XUK turned to follow them. Soon, he witnessed them entering a villa styled after the gardens of Jiangnan. Just as he hesitated on whether to enter, a series of footsteps approached from behind. XUK turned to look. 5 women, adorned with masks and hats, came into view. Such a handsome young lad. One of the women exclaimed, her voice melodious and captivating. What are you doing standing here? Do you know the owner of this household? Gazing into the eyes of the speaker and hearing her voice, XUK immediately recognized them. Sisters, I certainly know the inhabitants of this household, but they do not know me. Why is that? Because I am a fortune teller, he declared with solemnity. The women erupted in laughter. You, a mere child, can tell fortunes? With a gentle chuckle, XUK replied, you ladies must be here to seek a friend. The 5 women paused momentarily, not overly surprised, as such matters could easily be deduced. XUK looked at them and cautioned, sisters, I have just read your fortune and advise you to depart from the divine capital at your earliest convenience. Once again, they were taken aback. A curious woman inquired, but what if we choose not to leave? Choose not to leave? XUK hesitated for a moment, then smiled mysteriously. Then what awaits you is a surge of auspicious energy. With that, he leisurely turned and walked away. The 5 women remained rooted in place, bewildered. What does it mean? A surge of auspicious energy? How does that warrant our early departure? Isn't that contradictory? This child doesn't even understand the logic of his own deception. His mind must not be fully developed to be out here telling fortunes. Exchanging glances, they shared a smile and proceeded to the villa's entrance, ringing the doorbell. Before long, the gate swung open, revealing Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, Moon Yinxua, Li Mengchen, and Su Yu standing before them. Yi, Sister Yi, Yinxua, the five exclaimed joyfully, swiftly removing their masks. Instantly, five stunning faces appeared before Su Yu and her companions. These five were none other than Long Xiaokui, Su Dili, Tong Xiaodian, Bai Mengjie, and Xiao Dudu, who had hurried from Qingwan Film City. Come in quickly, lest outsiders see you, Yang Yi urged as she ushered them into the courtyard and closed the gate. Following this, Yang Yi introduced Su Yu and Long Xiaokui to one another, and the group of 10 made their way toward the garden within the courtyard. Su Yu just now at the entrance. There was a small boy who appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old. He claimed to know everyone in this villa, yet none of you recognized him. After Long Xiaokui finished speaking, she briefly described the boy's appearance. Su Yu fell into contemplation for a moment, then shook her head and furrowed her brow, stating, "A 12 or 13-year-old exceptionally handsome boy, yet I have no recollection whatsoever." Yang Yi, Lin Yutong, and Moon Yinxua exchanged doubtful glances. Could he be the husband? Although Su Kei had not admitted to possessing a system, the three of them had already formed a firm hypothesis in their minds. It was not inconceivable that he could transform into a small boy through a system. Moreover, that little rascal even calculated an omen for us, urging us to leave early or we would face a stroke of bad luck. Isn't that amusing? Ha ha! Bai Mengjie chuckled as she spoke. Indeed, if we were truly to encounter such misfortune, we should certainly not depart. Su Dili laughed in agreement. Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, and Moon Yinxua simultaneously recalled their conjectures regarding Su Kei's system, suddenly discerning the potential implications hidden within. They exchanged glances, their certainty in their suspicions further solidified. Where is that little boy now? Lin Yutong could not help but inquire. He left right after giving us the omen. By the way, Yijie, what happened after you were taken by Su Kei? Why did you choose to buy a house here? Tong Xiaodian suddenly asked. Yang Yi glanced at Long Xiaokui and the others, slowly recounting the events that had transpired, though she refrained from mentioning the matter of the spiritual spring space. You are all pregnant with Su Kei's child? Long Xiaoqi, Su Dili, Dong Xiaodan, Bai Menzi, and Xiao Dudu gasped in disbelief as they looked at Yang Yi, Lin Yutong, and Moon Yinxua. They simply could not fathom how, in this era of monogamy, Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, and Moon Yinxua could willingly bear Su Kei's children, especially when he was still a wanted criminal. What on earth were they thinking? Just then, Su's mother's voice echoed from the entrance of the hall. Children, it's time to eat. Meanwhile, on a separate note, after Su Kei left the Chunfeng Jiangnan community, he did not truly seek employment. Work? That would be utterly impossible for him. Only beasts of burden toil away, earning money for their bosses, buying Maybachs for their bosses. Su Kei leisurely strolled towards the direction of the Mijing bar. From a distance, he noticed that a long perimeter had been established around Dongqiang bar. Sukefronith, is Long Dongqiang truly such a fool? Has he been discovered so quickly, yet still dares to claim he is a local powerhouse? How ridiculous! However, a wave of confusion washed over Su Quebec. How did they discover him so swiftly? Had Long Dongqiang managed to escape? If Long Dongqiang were captured, would he not be exposed soon after? What a troublesome predicament. Although he felt unafraid, his family still needed to survive in the realm of Longxia. If this were to reach the ears of Lin Feng, the general, it would undoubtedly lead to monumental trouble. Just then, the system's voice echoed once more. Task release. The host is to infiltrate the Jiulong Detention Center in the Jiulong district of the Divine Capital within 24 hours to eliminate Long Dongqiang and Ji Buduan. Task success. Reward of 3 times the system X1. Top-tier hacking skills. Task failure. No reward. Upon hearing the system's voice, Su Kei was momentarily bewildered. Long Dongqiang and Ji Buduan have already been apprehended? What on earth is happening? Cursing inwardly, he quickly located a shared bicycle nearby and turned towards the direction of the Tianlong Detention Center. With only 24 hours to infiltrate and eliminate Long Dongqiang and Jeeb would want. Time was of the essence. First, he would scout the area, then disguise himself. Infiltrating at night should not pose much difficulty. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Before he knew it, the clock struck 6 in the evening. Suke had returned to Su Yuemong's residence. Xiao Fan, how did your job search go this afternoon? Sister, I haven't found anything yet. They all say I'm too young and cannot hire child labor. But don't worry, I will find something. If all else fails, I can always carry bricks at the construction site. Chapter 22. Su Yu was taken aback as she placed the directional exit. Su Yuemong raised her head to look at Su Ke, her eyes filled with compassion. Orphaned, at an age when children should be attending school, he was instead contemplating laboring at a construction site to earn a living. How many children today can endure such hardship? Alas, a sigh of helplessness escaped her heart. Although she wished to encourage Su Ke to return to school, her financial means did not allow her to support another child. As a high school English teacher, her salary was merely 6,000 yuan. Providing Su Ke with shelter and 3 meals a day was already her utmost limit. Su Ke looked up, meeting Su Yuemong's sympathetic, sorrowful gaze. He picked up a piece of braised pork and placed it in her bowl, smiling as he said, "Sister, don't overthink it. I'm grown now, and I'm strong enough. Moving bricks is nothing to me. Well, just don't push yourself too hard when you're out there. If anything happens, contact me." She replied, "Okay." Beside them, Ning Yutong tilted her little head, looking at Su Ke with curiosity. "Brother Yi Fan, what does it mean to move bricks?" "Moving bricks is like lifting you high up. It earns money to buy you pretty dresses," Su Ke explained, placing a piece of greens in Ning Yutong's bowl. As Su Yuemong observed the warm scene before her, joy filled her heart, and a beautiful smile graced her lips. In the villa district after dinner, Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, Moon Yinxue, and others returned to their respective villas. Li Mengchen took residence in Lin Yutong's villa. Long Xiaokui, Su Dili, and Tong Xiaodan entered Yang Yi's villa, while Bai Mengjie and Xiao Dudu went to stay in Moon Yinxue's villa. At 11 o'clock at night, Su Ke gently opened the door and stealthily exited room 801. He arrived in the villa district, scanning his surroundings before leaping into a surveillance blind spot, scaling the over 3-meter-high wall into the courtyard without alerting anyone. The master bedroom was filled with the sound of snoring. His father was fast asleep. Su Ke tiptoed to the door of the adjacent room, finding it seemingly unoccupied. After checking 2 more bedrooms, he finally discovered his sister Su Yu's room. The door, slightly ajar, was not locked. Stepping inside, he approached the bedside, utilizing the light from his phone to illuminate the sight of his sister peacefully asleep in her pink pajamas. He gently shook her shoulder. Su Yu murmured, groggily opening her eyes. Upon seeing the unfamiliar little boy standing by her bed, she was struck with fear and instinctively prepared to scream, but Su Ke swiftly covered her mouth. "Sister, please calm down. It's me, Su Ke Little Sparrow." Despite his words, Su Yu remained agitated, struggling even more fiercely. Taking a deep breath, Su Ke swiftly whisked them both away, vanishing from the bedroom. In the spirit spring space, it was broad daylight. Su Ke released the struggling Su Yu. Who are you? Where is this?" Su Yu looked at the little boy before her, then glanced around at the brightly lit space, her eyes wide with fear as her body instinctively recoiled. "Sister, please remain calm. Do you not remember the incident of wetting the bed when you were 9? Su Yu et Galim, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at Su Quebec. "How do you know that? Who exactly are you?" Su Ke chuckled softly, settling onto the sofa beside her, a smile gracing his lips. "Sister, if you look closely, do you not find that I resemble my younger self?" Upon hearing this, Su Yu gradually regained her composure, scrutinizing Su Ke with newfound clarity. Indeed, there was a striking resemblance. "Without a doubt. Otherwise, how would I know about your bedwetting incident?" The mere mention of that embarrassing moment caused Su Yu's cheeks to flush crimson. "Sister, this is the spiritual spring space, a result of my extraordinary adventure. I have utilized a shrinking technique, hence my current appearance. Please wait a moment while I change my attire and revert to my original form." Ashuki Spocky. He moved behind the mattress and swiftly donned a loose-fitting outfit before returning to Su Yu. "Sister, observe closely." With that, Su Ke's form began to contort and reshape. accompanied by a series of creaking sounds. Suyu felt a shiver run down her spine as she watched him gradually grow taller and more robust. Minutes later, he had transformed back to his original appearance. Suyu stared in disbelief, watching as the small boy morphed into the larger Xiao Ke Quebec sister. Now you must believe. Bitke. Xiao Ke, is that really you? This is utterly astonishing. Regaining her senses, Suyu approached Su Ke, marveling at the transformation. After a lengthy pause, she expressed her amazement once more. In this 21st century, such fantastical occurrences were indeed beyond comprehension. Rising to her feet, she surveyed the spiritual spring space before kneeling by the spring, cupping her hands to drink a sip of water. Her eyes sparkled with delight, and she eagerly took another sip. Meanwhile, Suke wandered towards a garden where fruits and vegetables thrived. Lush greens, tomatoes the size of soccer balls, watermelons nearly a meter in diameter, and cucumbers a meter long. Everything appeared so extraordinary, yet undeniably real. Wow, how are these watermelons, tomatoes, and cucumbers so enormous? Sui et galim, her eyes wide with wonder, akin to a country bumpkin stepping into a five-star hotel, her mouth agape, hands slightly raised, fingertips delicately brushing against the colossal vegetables before her. Sister, please remain calm and composed. Do not act like a Na'vi bumpkin, Suke remarked, crouching down to pick a watermelon, only to be playfully yanked by the ear by Suyu. Xiao KK, you've grown quite bold, daring to call your sister a bumpkin. Ouch, sister, I was wrong. I am the bumpkin. Please let go, it hurts. Oomph. Suyu huffed, also squatting down, her curiosity piqued by the gigantic produce. An hour later, Suke had reverted to his youthful form once more, leading Suyu out of the spiritual spring space. Outside, merely 6 minutes had passed. He also carried a bounty of vegetables and fruits before deftly climbing over the wall into the neighboring area, the public bathhouse. Suke pushed open the door and stepped inside, intending to establish a directional exit at this location. As he issued the command in his mind, a purple hexagram materialized out of thin air, instantly illuminating the entire bathroom. Following this, under Suke's curious gaze, the purple hexagram slowly descended, merging into the ground, its radiance fading away as if it had never existed. After leaving some fruits in Lin Yutong's villa hall, Suke scaled the walls to visit the villas of Yang, Yi, and Moon Yanxue, leaving fruits in their living rooms before slipping out of the community under the cover of night. At the Tianlong Detention Center, Suke stood behind a large tree, observing the dimly lit facility, a smile creeping onto his lips. He then stepped out from behind the tree, his shadow elongated beneath the flickering streetlight. At that moment, he had assumed a different guise, appearing to be in his 40s, with a scruffy beard and a height of approximately 170 centimeters. In his hands, he wielded a golden handgun and 2 1-meter-long iron rods. Gazing at the 4-5-meter-high diamond-patterned barbed wire fence, adorned with curling electrified coils at the top, Suke couldn't help but marvel. With such formidable protection, the prospect of an escape for inmates was nothing short of a hellish challenge. Chapter 23. The slaughter. Observing the rhomboid, spiked barrier before him, Suke inserted 2 iron rods into the openings. With a sudden surge of strength in his arms, a piercing sound erupted as the spiked barrier was torn apart, creating a gaping wound under the force of the steel rods. The iron rods, 3 centimeters in diameter, bent and deformed in his grip. Suke chuckled softly, discarding the twisted rods, and lowered himself to slip through the opening. As he entered, a shepherd dog barked fiercely, lunging at him. With a swift motion, Suke sidestepped and delivered a decisive blow to the dog's neck. The creature fell silent, collapsing instantly. A series of whistles erupted, followed by a commanding shout. Attention, a prison break is underway. Suke, like a specter, materialized beside the shouting man. With a single strike, the man crumpled to the ground. Yet, his whistle had roused all the guards within the facility. The Tianlong District Detention Center, a medium-sized facility, housed fewer than 500 inmates. With a staffing ratio of 8, it could accommodate a maximum of 40 guards. However, in reality, only 16 officers were present. Upon hearing the alarm, they rushed out, weapons in hand. Suke, not granting them a moment's respite, moved with astonishing speed, dispatching the approaching guards one by one. "Are you human or ghost?" stammered the last standing officer, trembling as he faced the unscathed Sue Quebec. With a light chuckle, Suke slowly raised his hand, seizing the officer's gun. The officer's grip faltered instinctively. Suke cast the weapon aside and coldly demanded, "Where are Long Dongxiang and Ji Budwan imprisoned? Let me there, and do not attempt any tricks, or you shall meet your demise." I. Spare me your words if you wish to live. Please, don't kill me. I will take you there now." Under the officer's guidance, Suke arrived at the entrance of a transitional holding cell. This cell housed newly admitted inmates, including Long Dongxiang and Ji Budwan. The spacious room contained a large bunk, accommodating over 20 individuals. Despite the late hour, fear kept Long Dongxiang and Ji Budwan from sleep. Upon hearing the officer call their names, they turned simultaneously to peer through the iron bars. Suke's gaze met theirs. In an instant, two faint sounds echoed. Long Dongxiang and Ji Budwan collapsed onto their bunks, small holes appearing on their foreheads, blood gushing forth. In mere moments, their bedding was stained crimson. "Ah, murder! Murder!" The other inmates, startled from their slumber, screamed in terror, awakening the rest, plunging the scene into chaos. With a swift motion, Suke rendered the nearby officer unconscious and quickly turned to leave. Within 10 minutes of his departure, numerous police and special forces vehicles arrived at the Tianlong Detention Center. Dozens of fully armed officers disembarked and rushed into the open gates of the facility. Observing the still unconscious guards, the special forces captain signaled to advance inward. 2 hours later, at the police headquarters in Mutant City, a dozen men sat around an oval conference table, their expressions grave as they gazed at the surveillance footage displayed on the large screen. On the table lay 3 golden steel balls, each the size of a glass marble. A man in casual attire, approximately in his 50s with graying hair, suddenly spoke. "Director Wang, according to the testimonies of Long Dongxiang and Ji Budwan, the bullet found at Dongxiang Bar was left by Sue Quebec. Furthermore, the man who attempted to assassinate Long Dongxiang and Ji Budwan tonight used the same type of bullet. I suspect that Sue K and tonight's assassin belong to the same organization." The same organization? What kind of group possesses such formidable members? This assassin appears more like a genetically enhanced being from a movie than a mere human. Wang Defa pondered for a moment before responding gravely. "Contact the Qingwan police station in Jiang province tomorrow. We need their cooperation." "Understood, Director Wang." "Director Wang, we must capture both Sue K and tonight's assassin at any cost. Otherwise, we are all doomed," a man dressed in formal attire, seemingly in his 50s, remarked with a dark expression directed at Wang Defa. "Yes, Chief Chun." Meanwhile, after departing from the Tianlong Detention Center, Suke sought a secluded spot to return to the Ling Quan space, where he resumed his original form and utilized the hexagram array to reappear in the public bathroom of Lin Yutong's villa. "Congratulations, host. Mission accomplished. You have gained triple physique and top-tier black technology abilities." In the next moment, Suke felt a peculiar energy surge within him, continuously enhancing every cell in his body. Simultaneously, a plethora of knowledge regarding various programming languages flooded his mind. Python, C, Java. Suke couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Not a hacker. One cannot fathom the terror of a hacker. After some time, as the physical enhancement concluded, Suke gazed into the mirror at the more perfect version of himself and couldn't help but smile broadly. The enchanting demon was right before him. After taking a refreshing shower, Suke retrieved a set of pajamas from the space, donned them, and ascended toward the master bedroom. In the master bedroom, beside the bed, shrouded in darkness, a mischievous grin appeared on Suke's face as he shed his clothes, pulled aside the thin blanket, and nestled in. He embraced a silky figure. Wait, something felt amiss. Just as Suke sensed a discrepancy, the person in his arms stirred slightly, remaining asleep. It was Li Mingchen, and surprisingly she was. He. With a wicked smile, Suke rolled over to lie in the middle and closed his eyes. The following day, a piercing scream echoed through the air, rousing Suke and Lin Yutong from their slumber. Suke, what are you doing here?" Li Mingen exclaimed, gluten à team blanquette. Her gaze, a mix of panic and indignation directed at Su Quebec Lin Yutong, appeared equally bewildered. Darling, how did you end up here? Suke, looking at the two of them, managed an awkward smile. I had no idea that Li Mengchen was sleeping with you last night. By the time I realized, it was too late, so I simply chose to pretend I hadn't seen anything and went back to sleep. You scoundrel, how shameless, Li Mengchen retorted, seizing a pillow from the bedside and hurling it at Su Quebec. Given the circumstances, Li Mengchen, why not simply become my woman? This way, you and Tong Tong can be cozy bed companions. Wouldn't that be delightful? Who would want to be your woman? Get out. Think it over carefully, Su K replied, donning his sleepwear. He retrieved 4 pills from his pocket and handed them to Lin Yutong, advising Tong Tong, these are 4 beauty pills. They not only enhance one's appearance, but also grant eternal youth. You, along with Yi, Nianxue, and my sister, each take 1. Additionally, I've left some fruits in the living room for you that we planted together. After passing the beauty pills to Lin Yutong, Su K turned and exited the bedroom. Li Mengchen, observing the fragrant pills in Lin Yutong's hand, felt a twinge of skepticism. Tong Tong, do you really believe Su K's words? Aging and illness are the laws of nature. Eternal youth, how can that be possible? Chapter 24. United Actions, the Lin family's fury. I believe my husband would never deceive me. Lin Yutong smiled tenderly, taking a rejuvenating pill and swallowing it whole. Tong Tong, Li Mengchen stared at Lin Yutong in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how Lin Yutong could fall for such a ludicrous notion, seemingly enchanted by Su K's words. At that moment, an unpleasant odor suddenly emanated from Lin Yutong. Lin Yutong looked down, startled to see dark stains appearing on her fair skin. Tong Tong, are you poisoned from medicine? Lin Yutong shook her head and dashed towards the bathroom. Moments later, Li Mengchen listened to Lin Yutong's continuous exclamations from within the bathroom, and she found herself half convinced by the 3 pills beside her. After another 10 minutes, the bathroom door creaked open, and Lin Yutong emerged, wrapped in a towel. Li Mengchen stood frozen, captivated by Lin Yutong's skin, which resembled the purest white jade. Tong, your skin, hee. Now do you believe me? Lin Yutong said, walking towards the bed, nonchalantly shedding her towel and donning loose black trousers and a white short-sleeve shirt. Instantly, Li Mengchen gasped now. Tong, Li Mengchen hesitated. Her words caught in her throat. Shizi, these 3 pills are already claimed and cannot be given to you. If you desire them, you should seek them from Su Quebec. After all, he has seen and touched everything last night, so why not just surrender to him? Tong, your heart is truly generous. How can you introduce other women to your husband like this? At this, Lin Yutong sighed. Do you think I want to? There are just some things I cannot reveal to you right now, so you cannot understand. Never mind, let us not dwell on it. Let us go to the living room and check out the fruits Su K left behind. I'm sure they will not disappoint you. Lin Yutong said, taking Li Mengchen's hand and leading her downstairs to the living room. In Building 13, Su K returned to his true form as he fanned and hurriedly pushed open the bathroom door. The next moment, Su K and Su Yuezhang found themselves staring at each other, frozen in place. Su Yuezhang, still holding her pants halfway up, exclaimed, "A little fan, you're still looking quickly. Get out." Regaining her composure, Su Yuezhang's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hastily pulled up her pants, her voice filled with embarrassment. "Sister, I didn't see anything." Su K quickly turned around, closing the bathroom door behind him as he returned to the sofa. Inside the bathroom, Su Yuezhang pressed her hands on the sink, gazing at her blushing reflection in the mirror, softly murmuring, "Little Fan is still a child. It's nothing to be concerned about." Yes, he is just a child. How could I let my thoughts wander? Su Yuezhang. Oh, Su Yuezhang. After a moment, once she had calmed down, Su Yuezhang opened the door and stepped outside. "Little Fan, you weren't thinking," Su Yuexin began, only to be cut off abruptly. "Xiao Fan, this watermelon." Observing Su Yuexin's astonished expression, Su K rose to his feet and said, "Sister, this enormous watermelon was given to me by someone I encountered downstairs to deliver to you. By the way, he mentioned that his name is Su K and that he was once your student." Su K. Su Yuexin was taken aback. among the students she had taught. One had become an A-class wanted criminal for kidnapping a celebrity. How could she not be aware of this? However, since Soo-K graduated from high school, they had only met twice. Why would Soo-K suddenly gift me a watermelon? And such a colossal one at that? Soo-Yueshin felt a wave of confusion. Sister, this watermelon is so large. It must be delicious, Soo-K remarked before turning to walk in the bathroom. Soo-Yueshin gazed at the gigantic fruit on the table, hesitating for a moment before retrieving a kitchen knife and slicing into it. Crack! As the knife penetrated halfway, the enormous watermelon split apart, releasing a burst of sweet fragrance that invaded Soo-Yueshin's nostrils. How delightful! She exclaimed in astonishment, unable to resist pinching off a piece of the succulent flesh that had fallen onto the table and popping it into her mouth. What kind of watermelon is this? It is simply divine. Xiao Fan Yutong, come over here quickly, Soo-Yueshin called out, turning her head, yet unable to refrain from cutting another piece to savor. Jiang Province, Huayang City, Qingwan Film City Police Station. Lu Qiming patted the shoulders of Song Zhong and Lin Momo before silently departing from the station. Watching Lu Qiming's retreating figure, both felt a twinge of reluctance. Song Ge, Lin Momo, and Su want you to visit his office. All right. Song Zhong and Lin Momo exchanged glances and proceeded toward the director's office. Inside the director's office, an Xian set down the documents in his hand, looked up at Song Zhong and Lin Momo, and said with a smile, Xiao Song, Xiao Lin, you two should prepare yourselves. Shortly, we will be heading to Shindu in Nana Province. Soo-K has actually fled back to Mutant City, and this time we will collaborate with the Mutant City Police to apprehend him. Director, I am merely a dispatcher. Are you sure you want me to go? Lin Momo said timidly, her head bowed. Ha! An Xian chuckled, saying, in our department, you and Xiao Song are the only ones familiar with Soo-K, so you both need to get ready promptly. In unison, Song Zhong and Lin Momo replied, yes, director. They then turned and exited the director's office. Song Ge, do you think we'll be able to capture Soo-K in Mutant City this time? Lin Momo whispered as they walked. Hee. Song Zhong chuckled lightly. I trust the conclusions of expert Shun and director Lu. So I am convinced that our trip to Mutant City will likely yield no results. Let us see how director handles it. Indeed, although this matter seemed somewhat implausible, I still feel that director Lu's speculations are correct. All right, let's hurry and pack. We cannot delay our journey, or it may leave a poor impression on director and MM. Meanwhile, in Yinjing, within a grand courtyard, a sharp sound of glass shattering echoed through the air. Immediately thereafter, a commanding male voice resonated. How dare you? You have slain my son, and now you audaciously launch an assault on the detention center, taking the lives of those two. Regardless of the organization you belong to, I shall uproot you entirely. Amidst her grief, a voluptuous and exquisite woman, standing beside the military-clad man, wept softly, her eyes brimming with anguish. My dear husband, you must avenge our Fenger. He is still so young, yet he has not had the chance to carry on the Lin family lineage. Oh, on the sofa nearby sat a stunning young woman, seemingly in her 20s, clad in white casual attire. Father, mother, in just a few days, we will celebrate Grandpa's 80th birthday. What shall we say when he inquires about Xiao Feng? The military man's expression darkened, and he offered no response to his daughter's inquiry. Instead, he called out towards the door, Xiao Zhang, summon the blood serpent 7 fiends for me. Chapter 25. Dream lover of high school years in the enchanting Peony City, amidst the gentle spring breeze of Jiangnan, within an elegant villa district, 7 individuals, Yang Yi, Su Dili, Long Xiaokui, Tong Xiaodan, Mun Yinxue, Bai Mengjie, and Xiao Dudu, entered the villa where Lin Yutong resided after savoring the fruits left by Su Quebec. 10 stunningly beautiful women gathered around a long table in the garden. Tong Tong, your skin looks, Yang Yi began, only to be playfully interrupted by Lin Yutong. It's this beauty elixir. As she spoke, she produced the remaining 3 capsules from her pocket and continued. These were left by my husband. There are 4 in total, 1 for me, you, Ninxue, and sister. With that, she handed the 3 capsules of the beauty elixir to Yang Yi, Mun Yinxue, and Su Yu, respectively. The fragrant aroma emanating from the elixirs stirred envy within Long Xiaokui, Su Dilly, and the others, deepening their curiosity about Su Quebec. He was indeed a remarkable individual, capable of endowing Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, and Moon Yinxue with such devotion to bear his children, while also providing colossal watermelons, tomatoes, cucumbers, and this legendary elixir. Suddenly, the shrill ring of Lin Yutong's phone interrupted their musings. All eyes turned toward her as the caller ID revealed Su Ruo, her manager and boss. Tong Tong, where are you now? Yame with it. Sister Su, I'm in Peony City, He Province. What is the matter? Have you forgotten that you are an actress? The entire crew is waiting for you. Su Ruo's voice resonated with frustration and disappointment. Lin Yutong paused, recalling that she had been filming when Su K had whisked her away. Sister Su, I plan to return after a while. It's been several days. You should come back today. I'll book you a flight right now. No, please don't. I promise I'll return within 3 days at the latest. Su Ruo fell silent for a moment. All right, I'll wait for you at the engine company. Tong Tong, considering your condition, do you really need to return to filming? Su Yu gazed at Lin Yutong with concern after she hung up. Alas, there is no other choice. If I don't return to finish the shoot, I'll incur hefty penalties for breach of contract. Then, before you leave, you should inform Su K, Su Yu suggested. Sure. I'll talk to him when he comes back tonight, Lin Yutong replied. Yang Yi and Moon Yinxue exchanged glances before addressing Su Yu. Sister, we also intend to stay for 3 more days. It's rather dull doing nothing all day. Returning would give us some tasks to occupy our time. I plan to stay for another 3 days as well. Once we have the opportunity, we will return to see you and uncle and aunt, they added. Su Yu felt a pang of helplessness as she observed Yang Yi and Moon Yinxue. It seems you all are set on leaving. Little Sparrow, where have you gone? If you don't return soon, your wife will have left without you. Make sure to inform Su K, as all 3 of you are expecting, she concluded. Meanwhile, in another location, as dusk fell, in room 801 of Building 13, Su K sat on the sofa with a laptop resting on his legs. With both hands dancing across the keyboard, a flurry of sounds erupted, reminiscent of a crackling storm. Suduixin Satbi Said Suke. Her eyes wide with astonishment as she beheld a series of codes on the computer screen. Xiaofan, can you truly sell this for hundreds of thousands? She inquired. Sister, for them, spending 300,000 to resolve such a system vulnerability is hardly excessive. Yet, she pondered, but did you not grow up in an orphanage? How did you acquire such skills? Glancing at the dashing young boy beside her, her heart silently lamented, if only Xiaofan were a bit older. Alas, I wonder which girl will ultimately be fortunate enough to capture his heart. Sister, please send me your bank account number. I'll have them transfer the money to your card shortly. This. Sister, I currently lack a bank card. Consider it a deposit for your little brother. Very well. After a moment's hesitation, Su Yueshin rose and retreated to her bedroom to retrieve her bank card. Moments later, a commission of 300,000 was deposited into her account. Su Yueshin felt as though she were dreaming. 300,000, something she would need 4 years of frugality to earn, Su K had acquired in mere minutes. Is making money truly this effortless? No. If Xiaofan possesses such abilities, then what he had previously said must have been false. Xiaofan, if you indeed have such prowess, then what about your earlier statements? Su Yueshin's words trailed off as she locked her gaze on Su K's eyes. Suketurnit, observing the enchanting woman beside him clad in a white short-sleeved shirt and black shorts, her long, graceful legs exposed, exuding an air of mature allure. He stood, setting aside his computer, and made his way toward the secondary bedroom. Teacher Su, please wait for me in the living room for 5 minutes. With a sharp click, the door closed behind him. Teacher Su, what does Xiaofan intend to do? Why'd he call me that? Su Yueshin's large eyes gazed in confusion at the door of the secondary bedroom. Soon enough, 5 minutes had elapsed. With a soft click, the bedroom door swung open. Instead of Xiaofan, a tall, strikingly handsome man emerged, his features as if chiseled from stone. You're Su K? Su Yuxin gasped in surprise, recognizing the remnants of her former student in the young man before her. Su K smiled faintly as he approached her. Teacher Su, it has been many years. I never expected you to become even more enchanting than before. How is it that you are in my home? What has become of Xiaofan? Su Yuxin stood. her voice trembling slightly, her gaze filled with fear, indignation for being toyed with, and deep concern for Xiaofan. Teacher Su, I am Xiaofan. If you do not believe me, you may return to the room and see for yourself. At his words, Su Yuexin bypassed Su Ke and dashed into the bedroom. She meticulously searched through the bedding and closet, finding no trace of Xiaofan. The window remained intact, the security bars unscathed, making it impossible for anyone to climb or leap from the 8th floor. Could it be that Xiaofan is indeed Su Ke, and Su Ke is Xiaofan? No, that cannot be, Su Yuexin murmured to herself, her gaze fixed on the security bars. Just then, she felt a pair of arms encircle her from behind, prompting her to whirl around in alarm. Su Ke's charming smile reflected in her eyes. Su Ke, please let me go. I am your teacher. You cannot entertain improper thoughts. Su Yuexin felt a surge of panic within her, struggling to escape Su Ke's embrace. Su teacher, I have admired you since high school. Now that Ninggu is no longer here, allow me to care for you and Yutong. Su Ke held the beautiful woman tightly, whispering softly into her ear. Su Ke, please release me, won't you? Seeing her struggles were in vain, Su Yuexin spoke gently. Su Ke gazed at the dreamlike figure from his high school days, chuckling softly before finally letting her go. Su Ke, how did you end up in my house? And what have you done to Xiaofan? He is still just a child. I implore you not to harm him. Chapter 26. Ah, my dear English teacher, you wouldn't wish harm upon Yifan, would you? What exactly do you want? Su Yuexin's eyes widened in terror. Observing the once revered goddess in a state of fear and near tears, Su Ke smiled. Teacher, I have already told you I am Yifan. Since you do not believe me, I shall demonstrate. With that, Su Ke's form began to emit an eerie creaking sound. Su Yuexin gazed in astonishment at the man before her, who was shrinking while simultaneously altering his appearance, her rosy lips forming an astonished circle. One could almost fit an egg in there. Why you? Su Yuexin's voice trembled, unable to articulate a coherent thought. The occurrences before her were so absurd they shattered her worldview of over 30 years. Since that morning self-study when you punished me, I vowed that if given a chance, I would have my way with you and make you my woman. Su Yuexin stared blankly at the now half-sized Yifan, memories of that fateful morning flooding her mind. As Su Yuexin reminisced, Su Ke restored his original appearance, stepping forward to embrace her while she was lost in thought. Su Ke, what happened back then was not the teacher's fault. You cannot place the blame on me. Release me at once. Su Yuexin protested, pushing against Su Ke's chest with her delicate hands. Yet, how could a mere woman hope to move someone endowed with 9 times the strength of an average human? Su Ke lifted Su Yuexin and seated her on the edge of the bed. Since that morning self-study, you have already taken residence in my heart. Now that Ninggu is no longer here, I wish to care for you and your daughter in his stead. Su Ke, I am already a married woman with children. There are countless beautiful women in the world. Why must you cling to your teacher? Su Yuexin, realizing her struggle was futile, fell silent and lay in Su Ke's embrace, tilting her face upward, softly coaxing him. Huh, teacher, you are not old at all. In fact, you have grown even more beautiful. Su Ke replied, with your current status, what would happen to Yutong if you were to be with me? She is still so young. How would her friends perceive her if she had a fugitive for a father? Teacher, I understand your concerns, but rest assured, I am confident in my ability to ensure your happiness. Su Ke declared, lowering his head to capture Su Yuexin's rosy lips. In that instant, the fragrance of jasmine coursed through his senses, awakening excitement within him as his high school dreams were on the verge of realization. Su Yuexin struggled, but to no avail. Moments later, she sighed deeply, reflecting on the seeds sown in that morning self-study, which had now blossomed into such an outcome. Since resistance was futile, why not indulge just this once, especially considering how handsome Su Ke had become? Su Yuexin extended her fair arms, wrapping them around Su Ke's neck in response. Moments later, the air filled with amorous whispers. An hour later, Su Yuexin, draped in a light blanket, gazed at Su Ke with a calm countenance. Su Ke, let us pretend that nothing has transpired this time. I sincerely hope you will refrain from disturbing me in the future. Teacher Su, isn't this akin to pulling up one's trousers? and denying the act? Did you forget so swiftly what you just called me? Su Yueshin's cheeks flushed crimson as she recalled her previous indiscretions, a wave of embarrassment and indignation swelling within her. Suke, as your teacher, I command you to never mention what just occurred again. Otherwise, I shall never wish to see you again. Ha! I assure you I will not disclose it to anyone. It shall remain our little secret. Observing the enchanting lady's flustered yet furious expression, Suke felt a stirring within him once more. Teacher Su, I yearn to improve. Please impart more knowledge upon me. Her face still tinged with red as she began to gather her scattered garments. Simultaneously, she declared, It's time for dinner. I shall prepare the meal. Sukechaked softly, pride swelling in his heart as he admired the beauty before him. Her back turned as she dressed. Had their classmates, with whom he once huddled in corners, known of this, they would surely turn a shade of envy. Alas, they shall never grasp this joy. From henceforth, it shall be his alone to savor. The dinner preparation consumed Su Yueshin a full 2 hours. Standing for so long made her legs tremble. Suke, where on earth did you procure this massive watermelon? At the dining table, Su Yueshin gaped in astonishment at the colossal watermelon Suke had seemingly conjured from thin air. Haha, let's discuss it later. Let's eat first. All right, Suke, may I share some of this watermelon with my parents? They tirelessly helped me with Yutong, and I. Suke waved his hand dismissively. Teacher Su, I will accompany you to the garage later to place 2 large watermelons in your car for you to take to your parents. Do not speak so casually. Who are your parents? Hee. Su Yueshin departed, carrying 2 large watermelons to her parents' home. Suke returned to room 801 and immediately plunged into the spiritual realm, emerging through a designated exit in the bathroom of Lin Yutong's villa. Upon his arrival, he was enveloped in a cloud of mist. The next moment, as he beheld the visage of the woman bathing, he stood frozen in place. The bathing beauty, equally startled by the sudden appearance, found herself momentarily dumbfounded. 3 seconds later, Suke hastily averted his gaze, flung open the bathroom door, and sprinted out. Slapped Suke delivered a resounding smack to his own face. You fool, what are you thinking? Slapped filled with shame, he struck himself again. Within the bathroom, Su Yu, undeterred, wore a faint smile, gazing at her flawless form in the mirror. She listened to the 2 sharp slaps echoing from outside and felt a twinge of melancholy flicker in her eyes. 10 minutes later, wrapped in a towel, Su Yu emerged from the bathroom. Sister, I was unaware you would be in Yutong's villa bathroom. Suke, who appeared as if he had committed a grave error, and smiled warmly. Gracefully enveloped in her towel, she approached Suke and sat beside him. Little sparrow, I have yet to speak, yet you are already blaming yourself. This is uncharacteristic of you. Sister, can things truly return to how they once were? We have both matured, and we can no longer act as recklessly as we did in our youth. Alas, little sparrow, there is actually something. Never mind, we shall discuss it another time. Sister, what is it? It is not a good habit to leave things half said. Oh, it is nothing much. You should go and keep Tong Tong and the others company, for they plan to leave Peony City in 3 days. Upon hearing this, Suke frowned. Did they not express a desire to remain in Peony City indefinitely? Why the sudden inclination to depart? Sister, I will go and see them first. Very well. Off you go. As Suke ascended the stairs, Su Yu's smile gradually faded. For some inexplicable reason, she had been plagued by a sense of foreboding lately. It felt as though she sensed that she and Suke were on the brink of an eternal separation, destined to be worlds apart, with no chance of reunion ever again. Chapter 27. The mysterious visitor on the 2nd floor. Suke pushed open the door to the master bedroom. Oh, darling, what brings you here? Where's sister? At the bedside, Lin Yutong and Li Mengchen, clad in their night attire, were engaged in light-hearted conversation. Upon seeing Suke's arrival, Lin Yutong inquired with a hint of curiosity. She's downstairs, just finished her shower. I heard sister mention that you 3 will be leaving in 3 days. Why is that? Suke said as she approached the bed and sat down. Lin Yutong rose, wrapping her arms around Suke's neck, and spoke sweetly, darling. We have contracts with the crew. If we continue like this, it would be a breach of contract, and we'd have to pay a hefty fine. Besides, resting like this every day isn't ideal. However, rest assured, we will return whenever we have a chance. Suke slightly. A flicker of realization passing through her eyes. They each had their own lives. She shouldn't tether them to her side, making them revolve around her endlessly. With a heavy sigh in her heart, Suke nodded and tilted her head to gaze at Lin Yutong, who had rested her chin on Suke's shoulder. All right, but you three are expecting, so you must take care of yourselves. If anyone dares to bully you, just contact me, and I shall deal with them. Oh dear, could you not be so extreme? No need to threaten to annihilate entire families. I'm not a bloodthirsty person, as long as others don't provoke you. I couldn't care less, Suke replied, turning her attention to Li Mengchen, chuckling. Aren't you leaving? Do you wish to stay and sleep with me and Yutong? Dream on. Darling, we plan to sleep with sister tonight. You should go find Yijie and Yin Shui. Just then, Suyu entered, clad in a pale blue nightgown. Little Sparrow, go find Yi and the others. We'll be sleeping together tonight. All right then, Shuka stood up, casting a glance at Li Mengchen, who bore a provocative expression before turning to exit the room. Li Mengchen, enjoy your laughter. You'll be the next to bear a dragon's seed. Suke had just scaled the wall into the neighboring villa when a chorus of girlish laughter reached her ears. Approaching the door, she found Yang Yi, Su Dilly, and Tong Xiaodan engrossed in a mobile game. Meanwhile, Long Xiaokuei was perched beside Yang Yi, watching intently. Suke pushed the door open and stepped inside. Suke! Long Xiaokuei exclaimed, her voice tinged with surprise. This marked her first encounter with the notorious figure responsible for abducting Yang Yi, resulting in her pregnancy. The trio, deeply focused on their game, looked up upon hearing Long Xiaokuei shout, Darling, you're here. Yang Yi exclaimed, abandoning her phone and rushing towards Su Quebec, Su Dilly, and Tong Xiaodan. Too captivated to care about the game's penalties, stared in astonishment at the strikingly handsome man before them. So this is Su K. Indeed, he is quite dashing. Long Xiaokuei, Su Dilly, and Tong Xiaodan were not intimidated by Su K's status as a wanted criminal. Rather, they regarded him with curiosity. Xiaokuei, Dilly, Xiaodan, come here. Let me formally introduce you. Yang Yi, embracing Su K's arm, turned to beckon the three still seated on the sofa. After a brief introduction, three individuals fixed their gaze upon Su K, hesitant to speak. Observing their demeanor, Su K smiled and inquired, There are no outsiders here. Feel free to express your thoughts. Long Xiaokuei hesitated momentarily before softly parting her cherry lips. Su K, do you still possess that beauty elixir? Could you sell me one? We are willing to pay a premium. Su Dilly chimed in supportively, while Tong Xiaodan nodded in agreement. All three had surpassed the age of 30, with Long Xiaokuei nearing 40. Witnessing the radiant youthfulness of Yang Yi, Lin Yutong, and Moon Yinxue intensified their longing for the beauty elixir. I do have a few left, but these potions are reserved for the women in my life. Unless you are willing to, Suke observed the trio with a playful smile. After all, he only had 45 remaining and could not afford to bestow them upon those with whom he held no connection. He was no saint, unless they were prepared to assist him in begetting offspring. Upon hearing this, disappointment and melancholy washed over the faces of Long Xiaokuei and her companions. They had contemplated joining Su K's harem, yet they struggled to commit to such a notion. The idea of sharing a single man among so many women seemed utterly absurd. Yang Yi glanced at the expressions of the three, opened her mouth, but ultimately silenced herself. You may take your time to consider it. My harem awaits you at any moment. Listening to Su K's words, Yang Yi felt a wave of frustration and could only reach out and pinch Su K's waist playfully. Half an hour later, Su K visited Moon Yinxue's villa next door, encountering two stars from the entertainment industry, by Mengjie and Xiao Dudu. In person, they were strikingly similar to their on-screen personas, yet infused with a touch of authenticity. Xiao Dudu exuded a cool elegance, her oval face complemented by delicate M-shaped lips, embodying an unapproachable classical beauty. Bai Mengjie also possessed an oval face, though her aura was entirely different from Xiao Dudu's, reminiscent of the girl next door, easily inviting warmth and familiarity. Particularly, Bai Mengjia's laughter was contagious, making Su Ke unable to suppress his own mirth. Bai Mengjia, Chao Du, joining my harem will undoubtedly be to your advantage. You will never regret it. You may ponder this decision. My harem is always open to you. With that, Su Ke lifted Mu Nianxue effortlessly and ascended the stairs. Bai Mengjia and Xiao Dudu stood frozen, their minds retracing Mu Nianxue's words, plunging them into deep contemplation. In Lin Yutong's villa, on the second floor in the master bedroom, Lin Yutong and Li Mingchen regarded Su Yu with concern evident in their eyes. Sister, what troubles you? Is there something you are concealing from us? Su Yu hesitated, then slowly spoke. Tong Tong, Mingchen, I have been plagued by an ominous premonition lately, as if I might never see you again. Upon hearing this, Lin Yutong and Li Mingchen could not help but frown. An ominous premonition? A sixth sense? Sister, is it the recent events concerning Su Ke that have left you feeling weary and distracted? Su Yu gazed at Lin Yutong and gently shook her head. Lately, I have been plagued by a recurring dream, a realm that resembles a fantastical world akin to that of immortal heroes, both surreal yet vividly real. Furthermore, the night deepened in the southern Jiangnan, in a villa district, for shadowy figures, akin to phantoms, infiltrated the villa where Su Ke's parents resided. Bai Igdeku, Binpo, and Hong Xiao swiftly apprehended their target before retreating, lest they attract the attention of that enigmatic organization. The remaining three shadows nodded, their figures scaling the second-floor balcony with the agility of geckos. Moments later, the three shadows leaped from the balcony, two of them bearing a figure on each shoulder. Captain, the villa only houses Su Ke's parents. We did not locate his sister, Su Yu. The shadow designated as captain hesitated momentarily before signaling for a withdrawal. The four shadows swiftly vanished into the night. The following day, at Lin Yutong's villa, the air above the courtyard shimmered with ripples. Suddenly, two figures clad in white materialized out of thin air. A man and a woman, adorned in ancient attire, each wielding a silver white sword. Senior brother, I sense it. It is the bloodline aura of the Holy Master. The young lady is just below in the dwelling. The white-clad woman exclaimed with delight. The man in white also beamed, nodding in agreement. We must hasten to escort the young lady away. The teleportation array may not endure much longer. If we delay further, we risk being trapped here forever. For clarification, the first half of this book is set in an urban environment, with only this instance of cultivators appearing. The protagonist in the urban realm remains the sole, extraordinary individual. Those who mind this can await the conclusion of the urban segment. Chapter 28. The final departure of the woman in white nodded, and in an instant, her figure appeared in the courtyard. The man in white remained standing in the void, his gaze surveying the entire courtyard with a commanding presence, reminiscent of a celestial being gracing the mortal realm, exuding an overwhelming aura. Ah, who are you? As Li Mingchen stepped out of the living room, she was taken aback by the sight of the white-clad figures in the courtyard and couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. The sound of her startled cry reached Su Ke's ears in Mu Nianxue's villa. Su Ke's expression shifted, and in a series of leaps, he entered the courtyard of Lin Yutong's villa. Mu Nianxue, Bai Mengjia, Chao Dudu, and the other women in the courtyard were equally startled by Li Mingchen's terrified scream. They hurriedly opened the villa doors and rushed towards Lin Yutong's residence. Upon seeing the man standing in the void, the women were momentarily frozen in place. Su Ke observed the sword-bearing woman in white and the man suspended in the air, his heart sinking. Could it be that this azure planet still harbors cultivators? Have they perhaps uncovered my secret and come to seize my opportunities? The thought weighed heavily on him. Yet, he refrained from taking the initiative, as his mental warning map showed no signs of hostility from the two. This indicated that they bore no ill intent for the time being. The man in white, capable of standing in a void, was likely beyond Su Ke's capacity to contend with, even with his enhanced physique. Yet, his sister and Yutong were still in the villa. He could not abandon them. While Su Ke was lost in contemplation, the man in white regarded him with interest and remarked, I never anticipated that a planet devoid of any spiritual energy could give rise to such a formidable body-refining practitioner like yourself. Truly remarkable. May I inquire where you hail from and the purpose of your visit? Suke clasped his fists and replied respectfully. The woman in white smiled and said, "There is no need for such wariness, young brother. We have come to this realm solely to escort back the young mistress." With that, she turned her gaze towards the two women emerging from the villa's hall, kneeling gracefully on one knee, and respectfully declared, "Outer disciple of Taiching Palace, Xiao Yinran, pays her respects to the young mistress." The man in white also descended to the ground, kneeling with his head bowed. "Outer disciple of Taiching Palace, Zhao Lei, pays his respects to the young mistress." Su Yu looked in astonishment at the two kneeling figures, momentarily stunned. Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, Mu Nianju, and the others also turned to Su Yu, their expressions filled with disbelief. Taiching Palace, the legendary sect of cultivation? Suke's sister is the young mistress of Taiching Palace? A wave of confusion washed over Su Quebec growing up alongside Su Yu. How could she suddenly be the young mistress of such a prestigious sect? The young mistress has expended considerable resources to open the passage between realms. The current teleportation array can only sustain for a brief moment. We request the young mistress to return to Taiching Palace with her subordinates. Noticing Su Yu still in a daze, Xiao Yinran gently prompted her. "Are you speaking of me?" Su Yu questioned, pointing at herself in bewilderment. Although she had been experiencing strange dreams lately, it was still difficult for her to accept the notion that she might be an extraterrestrial being, the young lady of the Taiching Palace. The treasures bestowed by the Holy Master resonate with the bloodline that flows within you, unmistakably confirming your identity as the young lady of the Taiching Palace. The man in white continued, "I implore you to return with us to the Taiching Palace. Otherwise, should the Holy Master take offense, my entire family shall face annihilation. What if I refuse to accompany you? In that case, I shall be compelled to forcibly escort you back to the Taiching Palace," he replied. Suke observed the two men, then turned to Su Yu, his brow furrowed. He approached Su Yu and declared, "Sister, should you be unwilling, no one shall force you today." The man in white scoffed at this, "And you, a mere body-refining practitioner lacking even foundational cultivation, believe you can stand against us? Huh." Suke merely chuckled coldly, providing no further explanation. With Su Yu by his side, he could instantly transport her back to the spiritual spring space. Possessing a system, he could continuously grow stronger. The two before him required spiritual energy for their cultivation. Yet the blue star was devoid of such essence. In this shifting balance, it would not be long before he could effortlessly vanquish them. As for Lin Yutong and Yang Yi, their importance in his heart paled in comparison to Su Yu. If they were to face harm, all he could do would be to avenge them with all his might. "Please, young lady, make your decision swiftly," Xiao Yinran urged once more. Su Yu's gaze remained calm, though a hint of nostalgia flickered in her depths. "Little sparrow, come with me. I have something to discuss." As she spoke, she grasped Suke's arm and led him further into the hall. Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, and the others stood at the entrance, awaiting silently. Inside the hall, Su Yu revealed, "Little sparrow, I was adopted by our parents. We share no blood relation." Upon seeing Suke's shocked expression, she raised her hand and retrieved a jade pendant from her bosom. The pendant bore the character Yu inscribed upon it. "Our parents named me Su Yu based on this character. Now, I shall gift you this pendant. Let it accompany you in my stead." As she attempted to place the pendant around Suke's neck, he seized her arm. "Sister, regardless of whether you are my biological sister, you will always be the closest person to me. Those two outside may be formidable, but I possess the spiritual spring space. If you are unwilling, we can simply return there." At his words, Su Yu gently shook her head, freeing herself from his grasp, and hung the pendant around his neck. "Little sparrow, do you know why I have yet to find a boyfriend at 27? Suke shook his head. "Because the one I love is you. Sister, Su Yu placed a delicate finger upon Suke's lips. "Little sparrow, I understand you have received a tremendous opportunity, and your future is destined to be radiant. I do not wish to drift apart from you. The opportunity is before us now, and I too wish to strive. Sister, who knows if what they say is true? What if? Suyu smiled and shook her head. Recently, I have been plagued by visions of the Taiching Palace in my dreams. It must be a sign. Moreover, since they have managed to arrive here, it is certain that my sister will return once more in the future. Listening to Suyu's words, yet, what if their claims are mere fabrications? What if she cannot return? Is it not preferable for us to return to the Lingquan space? Little Sparrow, you are growing increasingly formidable. However, what of your sister? She is but a mortal now, and how long can she remain by your side? Your sister yearns to be with you forever, hence she cannot afford to miss this opportunity. Furthermore, she wishes to meet her biological parents as well. Suke was momentarily taken aback, recalling the rewards from the system. It seemed that only the beauty pill could be utilized by them. Without cultivation techniques or longevity elixirs, they would inevitably outpace her. Sister, Before Suke could articulate her thoughts, Suyu unexpectedly rose on her toes and pressed her lips against Suke's. Do not move, focus, Suyu instructed, pinching Suke's waist. They shared a kiss that lasted a full 10 minutes before Suyu finally released Suke, leaning in to whisper, Little Sparrow, when we meet next, I shall assist you in nurturing offspring. With that, she turned and strode towards the hall exit. Suke stood frozen for a full 10 seconds, gazing at Suyu's retreating figure before hastily following her outside. In the courtyard, Suke looked at the white-clad individuals preparing to take Suyu away and called out loudly, Is there a way for me to venture into your world? Chapter 29. Please, host, ascend to Emperor and claim everything. Do you wish to enter the realm of cultivation? Do not harbor such fantasies. The man in white scoffed. Suyu turned her gaze towards Xiao Yinran. Xiao Yinran nodded, glanced at the people in the courtyard, and spoke slowly. Due to the restrictions imposed by the laws of heaven, it is exceedingly difficult for cultivators from the realm of cultivation to descend into the mortal realm. This occasion marks a significant effort by the Holy Master, who, alongside several allies, expended tremendous resources to establish a passage between the two realms. Furthermore, this passage permits only those at the foundation establishment stage to pass through. However, for cultivators from the mortal realm wishing to enter the realm of cultivation, the process is considerably simpler. Once one attains the golden core stage, entry into the realm of cultivation becomes feasible. Yet for the inhabitants of this planet, such an achievement is nearly impossible. Without spiritual energy, even with exceptional talent, one's cultivation will stagnate throughout their lifetime, and as spiritual power depletes without replenishment, one's realm will inevitably decline. Having said this, her gaze shifted to Suke, and she continued, Although I am uncertain why your physical form is so formidable, it merely equates to that of someone in the mid-stage of chi refinement. Achieving the golden core and entering the realm of cultivation is entirely unfeasible. With that, Xiao Yinran fell silent. Suyu returned to Suke's side, embracing him. Little Sparrow, please convey to our parents that your sister cannot remain by their side. Let them not be saddened, and take good care of themselves. One day, I shall return to visit them. Indeed, Suke tightly embraced Suyu in response. Moments later, Suyu walked back to Xiao Yinran's side. Let us depart. Yes, young mistress. Xiao Yinran respectfully acknowledged, waving her arm to conjure a formation plate radiating a soft blue light within the courtyard. Suyu glanced back at Suke once more. Little Sparrow, look after our parents. When we meet again, I shall fulfill my promise to you. With that, she stepped onto the azure formation plate. Sister, I swear, I will find you at Taiching Palace. As Suke's voice echoed, the azure formation plate emitted a dazzling light, blinding the women in the courtyard. When the brilliance faded, the figures of Suyu and the others had vanished. The recent events felt like a fleeting illusion. Within the villa courtyard, silence enveloped the group. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Husband, Lin Yutong, Moon Yinxue, and Yang Yi stood beside Suke, momentarily unsure of how to offer comfort, choosing instead to remain quietly by his side. At this moment, Suke was communicating with the system in his mind. Now that the realm of cultivation has emerged, surely a cultivation technique should be granted? Bandit, is there a task to reward a cultivation technique? Response to host, yes. Then go ahead and issue it. Task issued. Please, host, within 3 years, establish a nation and ascend to the throne, gaining international recognition. Additionally, the number of descendants must not be less than 49. Task success. Reward. The cultivation technique, Huangdi Neijing, and the divine artifact Xianyuan sword. Task failure. No reward. Is this task not a tad too daunting? Within 3 years, to have no less than 49 descendants seems no trivial feat. Striving diligently can indeed lead to realization. However, establishing a nation and claiming the throne within 3 years, while also garnering the recognition of the international community, it appears one must possess substantial strength. Thus, an abundance of resources is essential. With this thought, Su Kei's gaze involuntarily shifted towards Long Xiaokuei, Su Dili, Tong Xiaodian, Bai Mengjie, Chao Dudu, and Li Mengchen. Su Kei's wolf-like stare sent a shiver down the spines of the 6 women. Darling Yu, Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, and Mu Nianxue exchanged glances with Su Kei, seemingly discerning his inner thoughts. A twinge of jealousy stirred within them, yet they felt helpless. Suddenly, the ringtone of Su Kei's phone echoed from his pocket. A call from his father. Su Kei, if you wish for your parents to remain alive, you must arrive in Yanjing within 3 days. Upon answering, a hoarse voice resonated before the call was abruptly cut off. Su Kei's expression darkened as he promptly redialed, only to be met with a message indicating the phone was turned off. With a thunderous crash, Su Kei propelled himself like a cannonball into the neighboring villa. His grim countenance startled Lin Yutong and the others, prompting them to hastily exit the villa and head towards Su Kei's parents' residence. Meanwhile, Su Kei searched the villa, only to find his parents missing. Reflecting on his enemies daring enough to act in such a manner, only the Lin family of Yanjing came to mind. If I did not seek you out, how dare you provoke me? Damn it! General Lin Beichun, Xiao Weining from Hanhai Group, Lin Ruoxue from Luotian Group. Just wait for me. At that moment, Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, and Mu Nianxue, accompanied by the others, entered the villa. Darling, what has happened to Mom and Dad? Yang Yi inquired anxiously, worry etched across the faces of the others. Su Kei glanced at the group before his gaze settled on the 3 pregnant women. Tuntong, Yi, Nianxue, you should return to the space for now. Once I have dealt with the threat, I will bring you back. Without waiting for their response, he directly transported them into the spirit spring space. Watching the 3 living beings vanish once more left Long Xiaokuei, Su Dili, and the others wide-eyed in shock. The repeated disappearance of individuals rendered them momentarily numb. Su Kei, where have you taken Tuntong and the others? Li Mengchen finally regained her senses and urgently asked. Su Kei, have you transported Ijia and the others to the realm of cultivation? Su Dili's voice trembled slightly. Su Kei surveyed the 6 women in the courtyard, resolute in his decision. Since he had a need and they were conveniently present, why let them leave only to search for them later? Since you're so curious, why not join them? Su Kei declared, extending his arms to grasp the nearest Li Mengchen and Xiao Dudu. In the next moment, the 2 vanished from sight once again. Su Kei. You, Long Xiaokuei, Su Dili, Tong Xiaodian, and Bai Mengjie gazed at him in terror. In the next instant, they all turned and bolted towards the villa's entrance. Su Kei's figure appeared like a specter, materializing before the 4 individuals in an instant. Bai Mengjie, who was running at the forefront, had no time to evade and collided directly into Su Kei's embrace. In that fleeting moment, Bai Mengjie also vanished from sight. In the courtyard, only the echoes of her terrified screams lingered in the air. Before Long Xiaokuei, Su Dili, and Tong Xiaodian could react, Su Kei swiftly drew the 3 of them into the spirit spring space. The current expanse of the spirit spring space had more than doubled compared to its original size. Initially, it was believed that the space had expanded as a result of a successful mission, yet Su Kei soon realized that this was not the case. In truth, the spirit spring space expanded continuously, much like the cosmos itself. One could discern this if they stood at the edge of the space for several hours. Suddenly, the doorbell rang just as Su Kei was about to approach his computer to utilize his hacking skills to investigate the Lin families and his parents' information. Su Kei furrowed his brow and glanced towards the entrance of the villa. Who could be visiting at this hour? Chapter 30. Shouldering the burden and taking flight, Su Ke was puzzled when the voice of a fierce bandit suddenly rang out. Task issued. Please capture Lin Momo outside the villa, and within a month ensure she bears offspring for the host. Successful completion. Reward of triple physique, X1. Mainstream language package, X1. Failure. No reward. The mainstream language package includes Chinese, Japanese, Y language, Spanish, Arabic, French, English, German, Portuguese, Hindi, Italian, totaling 12 languages. Lin Momo, who could she be? A language package. Is there a desire for me to wander abroad? Su Ke furrowed his brow and approached the door, peering through the peephole. Outside stood a dozen individuals clad in uniforms of the police department. Among them, a strikingly elegant woman stood at the back. Her skin was fair, her figure tall, her features exquisite and three-dimensional, with a long braid cascading down her back. She exuded an air of cold beauty. Surely, she must be Lin Momo. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ke swiftly returned to the villa's hall, his silhouette shifting and contorting. In the blink of an eye, his height diminished to 165 centimeters. He then approached the door and creaked it open. Su Ke? No, who are you? Upon the door's opening, Song Zhong exclaimed in surprise. The others instinctively reached for their waists. I am Su Ke's younger brother. My brother is not home. Su Ke feigned timidity. Su Ke's younger brother? The officers from the Mudanjiang Police Department frowned. Song Zhong furrowed his brow, as did Lin Momo in an accent. They had thoroughly reviewed Su Ke's profile. Where could this supposed brother have come from? Yet, apart from his height, this person bore an uncanny resemblance to Su Quebec. Could he be an illegitimate son of Su Ke's father? We need to speak with your parents about certain matters. Please cooperate, an Xin stated. They're not home. You may search if you don't believe me. Su Ke replied, stepping aside to create a path. An Xin and the others exchanged glances and nodded, entering the villa. Su Ke stood to the side, quietly observing as an Xin and the others filed in. Lin Momo happened to walk at the rear of the group. Bang! As soon as she stepped through the villa's entrance, Su Ke struck like lightning, delivering a blow to her nape. In an instant, Lin Momo collapsed into unconsciousness. Su Ke swiftly hoisted her over his shoulder and dashed toward the exit. Momo, an Xin, Wang Shuchong, something is wrong. Momo has been taken. Song Zhong turned just in time to witness Lin Momo being whisked away, exclaiming in alarm. The dozen officers ahead were startled and quickly turned to look. They saw the man from the entrance, shouldering Lin Momo as he sprinted toward the community gate. After him, an Xin and Wang Defa commanded in unison. With a rustle, the officers swiftly pivoted and dashed out of the villa, pursuing Su Quebec. This is bad, Wang Shuchong. He's too fast. Please contact the headquarters, check the surveillance, and dispatch more personnel. An Xin panted, glancing at Wang Defa, who was equally breathless. Wang Defa nodded and dialed the headquarters. Meanwhile, Su Ke, carrying Lin Momo, sprinted past the astonished onlookers, racing out of the outskirts and beyond the reach of surveillance until they vanished into a small grove. Moments later, over 20 police vehicles came to a halt outside the grove, where Su Ke had disappeared. Nearly 100 armed officers formed a line and entered the thicket. Outside, an Xion's face turned ashen. Lin Momo, whom he had taken to Shandu to assist in the case, was now abducted right under his nose. If anything were to happen to her, how could he explain it to her family or to the Huayang City Police Department? Meanwhile, 6 individuals, Long Xiaokui, Li Mingchen, Su Dili, Tong Xiaodan, Bai Mengjia, and Xiao Dudu, had just been brought into the Lingquan space. Bai Mengjia, Long Xiaokui, Su Dili, and Tong Xiaodan still had tears in their eyes, having been frightened by Su Quebec. However, upon seeing Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, and Moon Yinxue, their terror began to dissipate. With Lin Yutong's introduction, the 6 gained a better understanding of the Lingquan space. Yet, the thought of potentially bearing Su Ke's offspring filled them with anxiety and trepidation. Xiaokui, follow me. Let me show you the fruits and vegetables we personally cultivated. Yang Yi cheerfully diverted the topic and led Long Xiaokui and the others toward the vegetable garden. Unbeknownst to them, nightfall enveloped the Lingquan space. 3 tables bore small lamps, accompanied by various foods and fruits. In the dim light, The 9 individuals dined together. Lin Yutong, Li Mengqian, and Yang Yi sat at one table, while Long Xiaokuei, Su Dili, and Tong Xiaodan occupied another. Mu Yinxue, Bai Mengjie, and Xiao Dudu gathered at the last. At that moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared beside them. Husband. Oh, husband, how did you bring the police here too? Sukismaid Fantli, Ofering Nuriplai. Instead, he moved behind the upright mattress and laid Lin Momo down upon it. You all keep an eye on her. I'll step out for a moment to gather more supplies and food. With that, Su Ke vanished from sight. Li Mengqian, Long Xiaokuei, and the others stared in shock, their eyes widening. The events of the day were utterly absurd, tearing apart their decades-long worldview. A soft whimper suddenly emanated from behind the mattress. Lin Momo had awakened. Where am I? She stood up, glancing around in the darkness, her heart racing with fear. Having been afraid of the dark since childhood, the memory of being knocked unconscious and abducted heightened her terror. She instinctively hugged her knees, curling up and trembling. Lin Yutong and the others exchanged glances and approached the mattress. In the luxurious villa district of Green City, in the bathroom of Lin Yutong's villa, Su Ke reappeared. In the living room, he resumed his original appearance, opened his magic sound account, and began recording a video. Greetings, everyone. Ie Mashuka. The purpose of this video is to issue a warning to certain individuals. It would be prudent to release my family, for the day of my arrival shall also be the day of their annihilation. Furthermore, to the reviewers and higher-ups at MOIN, it would be wise to deliberate carefully before deciding whether to censor my video. With a click, Su Ke tucked his phone away into the Lingquan space. 10 minutes later, a strikingly handsome boy, approximately 13 or 14 years of age, emerged from the villa, striding confidently towards Building 13, Room 801. Upon entering, Su Ke found Su Yuexin seated on the sofa, preparing her lesson. She glanced at him briefly before returning her attention to her work. Casually, she inquired, Su Ke, did you return home last night? Indeed, Su Ke affirmed with a nod, moving beside Su Yuexin. Please, for the moment, set aside your preparations and accompany me. I need to procure some daily necessities and food. Su Ke, could you refrain from addressing me as teacher? Su Yuexin sighed, laying down her pen and meeting his gaze. Let us not dwell on that, Su. Time is of the essence. Please accompany me to the supermarket. Su Ke insisted, gently pulling Su Yuexin up from the sofa. We are not lacking anything at home. Why do you need to buy those things? Ah, let us discuss it upon our return, Su Ke replied. Chapter 31. We shall not yield to lawbreakers in the underground garage. Su Yuexin gazed in astonishment at the material that had vanished into thin air, her shocked eyes turning towards Su Quebec. Su Ke, this. Hee, Su teacher, let us discuss this further when we return, Su Ke replied. Very well. Su Yuexin, still in a daze, followed Su Ke back to room 801. Su teacher, I wish to take you somewhere, Su Ke stated. Upon entering the living room, he grasped Su Yuexin's arm, and they disappeared from the room. In the Bohemian City Police headquarters, within the conference room, a heavy silence enveloped the oval table where Wang Defa, an Exant, Song Zhong, and others sat. The whereabouts of Su Ke and the murderer from the detention center remained unknown, and their companion Lin Momo had been taken away in public view, vanishing without a trace. Moreover, Su Ke's family and celebrities like Lin Yutong had also seemingly disappeared. Arriving in Bohemian City for just a day, they had already lost their lone hope to the enemy, bringing great shame to the Qingluan Film City Police. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted the silence. Wang Defa fronit. Who lacks the sense to knock during a meeting? Come in, he ordered. The door swung open, and a young officer rushed in, phone in hand, approaching Wang Defa with urgency. Captain Wang, Su Ke just posted a video on MOIN. As the young officer spoke, he handed the phone to Wang Defa. Hello, everyone. I am Su Quebec. Hearing the voice emanating from the phone, an Exan, Song Zhong, and others gathered around Wang Defa. A moment later, an Xin furrowed his brow. Someone has kidnapped Su Ke's family? Captain Wang, are there matters being concealed from us here? Wang Defa hesitated briefly before revealing the killings of Lin Feng and Long Dongqian. Upon hearing this, another wave of silence fell over the room. The case involved a lieutenant general and 2 Fortune 500 companies, as well as a retired general, leaving them at a loss on how to proceed with the investigation. In Yanjing, at the headquarters of Moen Group, in the operations department, Wu Mingming observed the video that had garnered over 1 million likes and comments. Listening to Su Kei's subtly threatening words, she hesitated before rising from her seat and exiting her office. Knock 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 Guoming. Wu Mingming pushed open the door and stepped inside. Mingming, is there something you need? Ji Bingning looked up and smiled at her. Manager Ji, I just saw that the wanted criminal Su Kei posted a video online. He threatened us not to take down his video. Oh, is that so? Ji Bingning was momentarily taken aback. Let me see the video. Wu Mingming nodded and promptly opened her phone, handing it to Ji Bingning. Hello, everyone. Ie Mashuka. As Ji Bingning watched the video released by Su Kei, a glimmer of regret flashed at her eyes. Such a handsome young man, yet he resorts to illegal activities and has become a wanted criminal. What a pity. Upon hearing Su Kei's final threatening words, she furrowed her brows and turned to Wu Mingming. Her voice cold as she commanded, seal it. Not only the video, but also his account. Manager, he is a desperate wanted criminal. Could it be? Wu Mingming expressed her concerns. Ha ye Bingning scoffed. Do not speak as though he is merely a kidnapper. Even a ruthless murderer should be silenced. Mingming, we cannot bow to lawbreakers out of fear of risk. Well, very well then, Wu Mingming replied weakly before exiting the office. Ji Bingning let out a cold laugh and continued to focus on her documents. Meanwhile, Lin Beichun, Xiao Weining, and Lin Ruoxue had also come across Su Kei's video. At the Lin Manor, Lin Beichun's fury intensified, and with a crash, he hurled his cup to the ground. He shouted towards the door, "Wen Ho, bring Su Kei's parents to me." Understood, General, a figure clad in black, swiftly responded before exiting the hall. At Hanhai Group, Xiao Weining was consumed by rage, yet a sense of unease lingered within her. At Luotian Group, Lin Ruoxue furrowed her brow. Did my father capture Su Kei's family? A surge of intense anxiety washed over her. She set aside her work, her expression shifting rapidly, and hurried towards the Lin Manor. In the Lin Quan space, nearly a day had passed since Su Kei had brought back Lin Momo. The space was now cloaked in the twilight of night. The women gazed at him, having brought back yet another female, their hearts heavy with melancholy. When would this end? Su Yuexin looked at the suddenly altered scenery, feeling perplexed, instinctively rubbing her eyes. This? Su Kei, where is this? She grasped Su Kei's arm, astonished and dazed as she surveyed her surroundings. Upon noticing several familiar figures seated near a sofa, she was taken aback. So many celebrities. Why are they all here? Had Su Kei kidnapped them too? Su Kei glanced at his English teacher, holding onto his arm, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he led her towards the others. Allow me to introduce. This is my high school English teacher, Su Yuexin. Then he added, Su Laoshi. I trust these ladies require no introduction. From now on, you shall be good sisters. So do take care of one another. As Su Kei's words fell, Li Mingchen interjected, Su Kei, what do you mean we will be good sisters? We never agreed to become your women. Exactly, we never consented, by Mengjie and the others echoed. Lin Momo shrank into her seat, striving to diminish her presence. Su Kei cast a glance at Su Dilly and the others, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Do you still believe you possess a choice? Do you not yearn to explore the realm of cultivation? Do you not wish to embark on the path of immortality? Do you not desire eternal youth and longevity? The series of inquiries posed by Su Kei rendered Su Dilly and the others into silence. Do you not wish for it? That would be sheer self-deception. Lin Momo and Su Yuexin were engulfed in confusion and curiosity. Su Kei, what do you mean by such words? Teacher, it is as simple as it sounds. As long as you follow me, the path to immortality will inevitably unfold before you, granting eternal youth and longevity. Having uttered these words, Su Kei paid no further heed to the women and strode directly towards Lin Momo. As the formidable figure approached, Lin Momo recoiled in fright. Su Kei, please don't come any closer. He chuckled. Lin Momo, you are destined to become the mother of my children. Resistance is futile. No, I refuse. I am only 22. I do not wish to bear children. Woe is me. Please do not approach. Lin Momo shook her head vigorously, her words devolving into sobs. Suke felt a sense of helplessness, yet for the sake of rescuing his parents. He had no choice but to assume the role of the villain. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon Lin Feng. Su Yuexin, Li Mingchen, Su Dili, and the others found it increasingly difficult to watch. Suke, she is still a young girl. Is it not a bit excessive to act in such a manner? Indeed. Suke, how does your conduct differ from that of those nefarious individuals? Suke regarded Li Mingchen and the others with a faint smile. I never claimed to be a good person. Besides, I am left with no alternatives. If you find this objectionable, then send forth 2 individuals to take her place. I shall refrain from acting against her for the time being. Chapter 32. The Pillar of Heaven and the 108 Shackles. Upon hearing Suke's words, Li Mingchen and the others immediately fell silent, refraining from speaking any further. The fear of being caught and punished loomed over them. As Lin Momo continued to weep, Suke turned around and retrieved 7 youth-preserving pills. Each of you shall take one, then fetch some water and find a place to wash. Clean yourselves up and await my favor. Li Mingchen, Long Xiaoke, Su Dili, Tong Xiaodian, Bai Mengjia, and Xiao Du's eyes brightened as they disregarded the latter part of his statement, eagerly accepting the pills from Suke's hands, fearful that he might change his mind. Su Yuexin, however, was filled with confusion. Youth-preserving pills? Do such things truly exist? While she was lost in thought, Suke pressed a pill into her hand. Take the pill first. Time is of the essence. I must attend to urgent matters. With that, he turned and bent down, lifting Lin Momo in his arms and heading toward the raised mattress. Long Xiaokuei, Su Dili, and the others watched Lin Momo as she cried and struggled, feeling a pang of sympathy. Yet, they could only sigh helplessly and then glance down at the pills in their hands. Behind the raised mattress, Suke cradled Lin Momo, kicked off his shoes, and leaped onto the mattress. Momo, if you keep crying, I shall spank you. He feigned a fierce demeanor, glaring at the tear-streaked Lin Momo. At his threat, Lin Momo's sobs abruptly ceased. She crossed her arms, staring at Suke in fear, and plaintively pleaded, Shuka, I want to go home. I miss my mom and dad. Please let me go. Seeing her distress, Suke softened his tone. Momo, accept your fate. What's so bad about being my woman? Not only will you preserve your youth, but you may also embark on the path of cultivation. But I do not want anything. I only wish to return home. Lin Momo sobbed once more. Suke, feeling helpless, leaned down and captured her lips. As their lips met, Lin Momo began to struggle, but her petite frame was no match for him. Gradually, she succumbed. 3 days swiftly passed. On this evening, after rain had fallen beneath the Wushan Mountains, Suke finally heard the voice of the bandit. Congratulations, host. You have won the grand prize. Lin Momo has successfully conceived offspring, and they are twins. An additional reward has been granted. Task reward: 3-fold Physique X1, Mainstream Language Pack X1, and 1 Pillar of Heaven. Note: the Pillar of Heaven is a growth-type weapon that will strengthen alongside the host. Another pair of twins, and an additional reward: a growth-type staff. Could it rival divine artifacts? He could not contain his excitement and leaned down to kiss Lin Momo, whose cheeks were flushed and still marked by tears. Montag, hodelichtful. You are expecting twins. Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Lin Momo's expression changed dramatically, and tears streamed down her cheeks once again. Farewell, my girlhood. Woe is me. On the other side, Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, and Munyan Shui were momentarily taken aback. What extraordinary luck. Another pair of twins. Li Mengtian, Long Xiaokui, Su Zili, Dong Xiaozan, Bai Mengji, Qiu Zhu. And Su Yuexin felt a shiver run through them as they listened to Suke's joyous voice. Lin Montak is pregnant. How far can they be from pregnancy themselves? In that instant, the 7 girls fell into silence. As the tripling of his physique continued, Suke felt an enigmatic force surging into his body through the crown of his head. It coursed through him like a tide, reinforcing countless cells anew. His physical form grew increasingly formidable. In the depths of his being, Suke sensed the existence of 108 invisible shackles, hindering his continued ascent in strength. Yet, Despite these obstacles, the 12-fold physique of an ordinary adult male instilled within him an invincible sensation. He now possessed a strength of at least 6 tons. With his body fortified, a torrent of information regarding 12 languages flooded his mind. No, please. Mastery of 12 languages was instantaneously achieved. No longer would he fear misunderstandings while watching short videos. Clang, a 3-meter-long, baby-arm-thick black rod materialized out of nowhere, landing on the grass beside the mattress. Suke draped a light blue blanket over Lin Mo's fair form, dressed himself, and gracefully descended from the bed. He casually picked up the towering rod, wielding it as effortlessly as an ordinary person would handle a 5-kilogram stick. However, with his newfound strength, the actual weight of the rod was at least 700 pounds. Mo, rest well. Suke tossed the rod aside, leaned down to plant a kiss on Lin Mo's face, and turned to approach the other side of the elevated mattress. I am preparing to go out. Each of you, record a video to reassure your families. I shall send it through my magical sound once I step outside, Suke stated, handing his phone to Long Xiaokui. Long Xiaokui hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted Suke's phone and began recording the video. They all understood that without bearing offspring, Suke would not permit them to leave. Who knows when they might escape? They could only first ensure their families were safe. Half an hour later, Suke appeared in room 801. Su Uxin was also brought along. Teacher Su, wait for my return. Yes, Suke, please be careful. I will wait for you. Suke nodded, embraced Su Uxin's face, and kissed her deeply. Lin Yutong's villa. In the living room, Suke frowned at the banned account before him. How audacious to dare impose a ban. He swiftly opened his laptop. The sound of rapid keystrokes echoed through the air. Moments later, 2 women appeared on the computer screen. A young woman, approximately 23 or 24 years of age, exuding a fresh and sweet charm, stands alongside another, appearing around 27 or 28, embodying a mature and alluring presence. These are Wu Mengmeng and Ji Bingning from the Magic Sound Operations Department. Observing their exquisite features. Suke is skoldi. A ban, is it? Then I shall also obstruct your path in due course. Moments later, Suke published 10 safety assurance videos recorded by Lin Yutong, Yang Moon Yinxue, Li Mengchen, Long Xiaokui, Su Dili, Tong Xiaodian by Mengjia, Xiao Du, and Lin Momo on another account. Subsequently, he activated the camera, adjusted his hairstyle and attire, and commenced recording. Greetings, everyone. Ie Mashuka. My previous account has been banned by Magic Sound. Here, I once again issue a warning to Wu and Ji from the Magic Sound Operations Department. Should you dare to ban my account again, prepare to be taken away by me as well. Furthermore, to my 10 esteemed in-laws, your daughters are faring quite well, so there is no need for concern. I shall make time to bring them back to visit you. Lastly, and most importantly, to the remaining beauties in the entertainment and influencer circles, please brace yourselves to prevent being abducted by me once more. With that, he clicked send and pinned the video to the top. Chapter 33 Reactions from All Sides. Anxious Hearts XK once again reached for the keyboard, searching for information about the Lin family and his parents. 10 minutes later, details regarding Lin Wudi, Lin Beichun, Xiao Weining, Lin Ruoxue, and the core members of the Lin family appeared on the computer screen. Remarkably, the day after tomorrow marked the 80th birthday of Grandpa Lin Wudi. After a moment of contemplation, XK stored the computer away and transformed his appearance to resemble Lin Feng before exiting the villa. He spent 10,000 yuan with ease to secure a private vehicle, setting off towards Yanjing. Within 10 minutes of the 11 videos being uploaded, they caused a sensation online. Likes, comments, and shares quickly surged past 1 million. In the comment section, some criticized XK vehemently, while others expressed admiration, envy, or jealousy. Moreover, disappointment in the Longxia Police Department was palpable. Simultaneously, the 11 videos caught the attention of the MO Operations Department, as well as relatives of Lin Yutong. Numerous internet celebrities, actresses, and police departments across the nation. Mutant City, police headquarters. Clap, clap. Wang Defa slammed his palm on the conference table, producing a thunderous sound. How audacious of XK. Not only did he kidnap numerous individuals, but he also dared to release videos online. A blatant provocation against our police department. Wang Defa's face turned a deep shade of anger. Mo was taken away by XK's brother. How could she possibly be with XK now? Song Zhong voiced his doubts. An XIN furrowed his brow and remarked, based on the evidence at hand, 3 suspects from that mysterious organization have emerged. XK, a middle-aged murderer from the Tianlong Detention Center, and XK's brother. An XIN continued, aside from XK who committed crimes at Qingwan Film City, the rest occurred in Yudin City. Could the organization's base be located there? An Xin, Wan Di Fa, and the others turned their gazes toward Song Zhong. Wang Defa's expression darkened further. Xiao Song has a point. I will increase personnel for a thorough search in Yudin City. He then looked in XIN and added, and I hope you can invite the initial investigator of XK, Expert Shun, Officer Liu, and Xian Duo to assist us in this case. An XIN pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. The recent events had led him to reflect more deeply on XK and the mysterious organization. Perhaps the conclusions drawn by Expert Shun and Lu Qiming were not mistaken after all. Yanjing, Mo-ing Group, Operations Department. Wu Mengming's innocent and sweet face bore a hint of panic. She stared blankly at the video on the screen, and suddenly, she sprang to her feet and dashed towards the office of Manager Ji Bingning. Creak. In her flustered state, she entered the manager's office without knocking. Ji Bingning looked up, ready to reprimand her, but the alarmed expression on Wu Mengming's face caused her to swallow her words. Manager, it's not good. We have caught XK's attention. Wu, it's over, we are doomed. Wu Mengming said, tears welling in her eyes. Ji Bingning furrowed her brows and said, Mengming, please do not cry. Let us clarify the situation. Wu Mengming wiped her tears and handed her phone to Ji Bingning, saying, Manager, please have a look yourself. Ji Bingning, puzzled, took the phone and opened the pin video. Hello everyone, I am Su Quebec. My previous account was banned by the Mo-ing platform. Here I once again warn Wu and Ji from the Mo-ing Operations Department. A sharp slap echoed as Ji Bingning's expression turned frosty, striking the desk with a chilling voice. Ban him. I want his account suspended immediately. Manager, he was able to trace us and abduct numerous celebrities without consequence. I am scared. Ye Bingyink, observing Wu Mengmem's fearful demeanor, spoke earnestly, Mengmem. As safety auditors for Mo-ing short videos, how can we yield to villains out of fear? Be bold and issue the ban. If he truly dares to retaliate, place the responsibility on me, saying it was my insistence. But manager, Ji Bingning raised her hand to halt Wu Mengming's protest. Enough. Just do as I instructed. All right, I understand. Wu Mengming glanced at Ji Bingning and quietly exited the office. Ji Bingning stared at the office door, murmuring to herself, Suke, Ji Bingning, will never bow to you. In Yanjing, at the Li Jing Garden, within a standalone villa, a young girl of about 10, dressed in a pink princess dress, rushed to the sofa, gazing at a middle-aged man watching Mo-ing. With an eager expression, she said, Daddy, can you go rescue Mommy? You miss here. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man lifted his head, a shadow of a smile crossing his somber face. He affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, saying, Xiao Shu, don't worry. Daddy will definitely rescue Mommy from the hands of the bad guys. Yes. Daddy is the best, and Xiao Shu loves Daddy the most. The middle-aged man affectionately tousled Xiao Shu's hair and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, dialing a number. 10 kilometers away, at the Blue Jade Villa, number 49. Dingling. A phone rang. Wu Long pressed the answer button with a grim expression. Xiao Wei. What is the matter? Long Gu. Let us find a place to meet, came Lu Wei's voice from the receiver. All right, let us meet at Chiba Bar. Okay. Putting away his phone, Wu Long's expression darkened once more. Although he had divorced Long Xiaokuei 3 years prior, most people remained oblivious to this fact. In the eyes of the majority, he had become a figure of ridicule. Most importantly, he still harbored hopes of reconciling with Long Xiaokuei. However, all dreams had now shattered. 3 kilometers from Blue Jade Villa at the Lizzie Garden, in a standalone villa covering over 10 acres, Lu Ting glanced at his gorgeous wife, engrossed in a drama. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke, Darling, for the time being, please refrain from taking on new roles and try to stay home as much as possible. Zhou Ruo turned to Lu Ting, husband. Do you mean for me to remain confined at home for the rest of my life? Moreover, considering my age, how could Suke possibly come to abduct me? Lu Ting shook his head and said, My dear, you do not understand. Men are most attuned to the nature of other men. My greatest fear now is whether Suke has set his sights on you. That should not be the case. A flicker of concern crossed Zhou Ruo's eyes. To be on the safe side, you should refrain from going out during this period. Well, all right then, Zhou Ruo softly replied, her heart heavy with an unease she could not shake off. In Rongqing, at the Zijing Garden Villa area, Villa number 9, on the sofa, Dai Lushir put down her phone and embraced the arm of Shun Mu Yu. Mother, why not stay a while longer to keep company with Miao Miao, will you? Shun Mu Yu tilted her head to look at the pouting Dai Lushir and chuckled. All right, Mother is indeed frightened by you. You are the best, Mother, Dai Lushir exclaimed, leaning in to plant a quick kiss on Shun Mu Yu's cheek. Observing Dai Lushir, Shun Mu Yu sighed softly, as long as Su Ke remains at large. Those who are fortunate in looks within the circle must live in constant fear. At this remark, a shadow of worry appeared in Dai Lushir's eyes, as she began to fret for her friends Lin Yutong and Su Xiaojing. She had forged a deep friendship with Lin Yutong through a variety show, while her collaboration with Su Xiaojing had been minimal, yet they had formed a bond of mutual admiration. Now, with Lin Yutong having been taken by Su Ke, her expression in the video seemed joyful. It was likely a FA under Su Ke's coercion, though Su Xiaojing had not yet fallen into Su Ke's clutches. Being one of the 4 rising stars of the post-90s generation, she was the only one left unscathed, with the others already captured. It seemed she too was now a target. The weight of anxiety grew heavier in Dai Lushir's heart. Shen Mu Yu, observing her, felt the gravity of the situation as well. Concurrently, several female stars in the entertainment industry, including Long Fei Fei, Shun Li, Song Tiantian, Qiu Xiaoying, and In Xiaogua, experienced a wave of trepidation. Su Ke lurked like a venomous serpent in the shadows, poised to strike. Now, they could only place their hopes in the Longxiao police station, wishing for Su Ke's swift apprehension. Meanwhile, the man in question, Su Ke, remained unaware of the panic his video had incited within the entertainment realm. At that moment, he was en route to Yanjing, riding in a Volkswagen. Chapter 34. Sacrificing to heaven, how could this be? My account has been banned again. Su Ke opened the app and gazed at the notification of his account's restriction, a surge of anger swelling within him. He swiftly accessed his messaging app and dispatched a message to Ji Bingning and Wu Mengmeng. Ji Bingning, Wu Mengmeng, you have half an hour to unban my account. Otherwise, prepare yourselves to be pampered by me as good sisters, contributing to the Su family's legacy. And do not think you can hide. Unless you renounce the internet for life, I will find you. Message sent successfully. Su Ke then opened the phone that Su Yuexin had prepared for him, logged into his account, and began to peruse the online discussion surrounding him. In Beijing, at the Moyin Group's operations department, Wu Mengmeng was preparing to leave for the day when her phone pinged with a new message. She pulled her phone from her black handbag, and in the next moment, her eyes widened in shock. He has targeted me. This is disastrous. Flustered, Wu Mengmeng hurried towards the manager's office. Inside the office, Ji Bingning looked up as Wu Mengmeng burst in, her face pale with panic. Mengmeng, did Su Ke message you too? Ji Bingning asked, visibly startled. Yes, manager. What should we do? We must restore his account. Ji Bingning glanced at Wu Mengmeng. Restore? That will never happen. Mengmeng, you should return. I will personally handle matters concerning Su Ke from now on. But Wu Mengmeng attempted to protest, but was dismissed with a wave of Ji Bingning's hand. Meanwhile, news of multiple female stars being abducted in Longxia country reached international audiences. On popular social media platforms, netizens began to exchange barbs. Aoi Nico. Longxia country is truly a wondrous land. So many starlets have been taken by one person, and the Longxia police still cannot catch him. What a bunch of incompetence. The foolish air of a conglomerate. Aoi is right. The Longxia police are utterly useless. Hatano Wong. Perhaps in a month, Suke will have captured all the female stars of Longxia in one fell swoop. Huhan-san, foolish heir. Compared to the female stars kidnapped in Longxia, aren't your stars from pickled vegetable country faring worse? They were silenced at a concert, right in front of thousands of fans. In Aoi and Hitano, your stars from Little Day Country are not much better off. Demon Shan ergo, pickled vegetables and Little Days, do not be so arrogant. Who knows? One day, Suke might pay a visit to your countries. Just imagine the embarrassment if your leaders are captured. Shukueson, Demon Shen ergo, Uonson. I will tell my father to deal with the pickled vegetables and Little Days soon. Suke's grandson, the wretches of pickled vegetable country and Little Day Country. I will inform my grandfather as well. Huhon-sen. Demon Chen Egu. Amidst the uproar online, Suke was peacefully napping in his car. Now, Sister Suyu has ascended to the realm of cultivation. Our parents have been captured by the Lin family, and all the women associated with him are confined within the spirit spring space. In the face of everything outside, apart from rescuing our parents, no other matters or individuals can sway him any longer. In the Lin family manor in Yanjing, within the vast hall, the sound of shattered porcelain echoed, followed by the furious roar of a middle-aged man. What use is it to raise you if you cannot even manage two people? Blood Chi Sha lowered his head, too intimidated to speak. After a moment, once Lin Beichen had regained his composure, the man finally spoke. General, Suke's parents have perished. What shall we do next? Preserve the bodies of Suke's parents and use them to threaten him. If he does not appear, we shall destroy the corpses. I do not believe he can be so heartless and unfeeling. As soon as Lin Beichen finished speaking, hurried footsteps were heard at the door. A woman's voice followed. Dad, did you kill Suke's parents? What are you doing here? Lin Beichen glared sternly at Lin Ruoxue. Dad, didn't you say you were only seeking revenge on Suke? Why did you have to kill his parents? I did not kill them. They took their own lives. Comité de suicide? Why would they do that? Lin Beichen explained helplessly. I initially intended to kill just Suke as a sacrifice for Fenger, but Suke's parents realized I would use them to threaten their son. To save his life, but did they think that by dying, I would spare their son? Huh. Lin Beichen scoffed. Lin Feng had always been his most cherished child, and being the sole heir of the Lin family. His demise at the hands of Suke filled Lin Beichen with rage. Furthermore, due to an incident in his youth, he was rendered unable to father more children, leading to the complete extinction of the Lin lineage under his care. How could he not be furious? Dad, Grandpa's 80th birthday is the day after tomorrow, and I have an ominous premonition. I hope you can bolster the security. Lin Ruoxue said with concern. Rest assured, if Suke shows himself, I will ensure he has no escape. The thought of Suke meeting his end before him, avenging his son's death, lifted Lin Beichen's spirits. A long-lost smile gracing his face. By the way, Ruoxue, where is your mother? Mom is still busy with work at the company. Dad, I'll go check on Grandpa. All right, go ahead. As Lin Ruoxue departed, Lin Beichen turned to Blood Chi Sha and commanded, remember to preserve the bodies well, and additionally, deploy more personnel. Once Suke appears, act without hesitation. Let fate decide. Yes, General. Blood Chi Sha bowed respectfully in unison and then retreated. Lin Beichen murmured to himself, watch over from above, and see how your father avenges you. The following day, shortly after 7 o'clock, Suke arrived in Yanjing. As he stepped from the vehicle, the voice of a fierce bandit suddenly echoed in his mind. Task issued. Please eliminate Lin Feng's father, Lin Beichen, to avenge your parents. Task success. Reward of triple vitality X1. Detoxification pill X1. Task failure. No reward. Note, after consuming the detoxification pill, you will be impervious to any toxins from the Azure Star or the Blue Water Star. As the voice echoed in his mind, Suke stood frozen in place, his body trembling slightly. Bandit, what do you mean by that? Host, you have heard correctly. Your parents have sacrificed themselves for you. Please gather your strength and strive to become stronger. Once you reach a certain level of cultivation, you'll be able to resurrect them with ease. Listening to the bandit's words, Suke clenched his fists, veins bulging on his arms, his body shaking uncontrollably. After a long pause, he asked, Was this all part of your plan? From the moment you ordered me to kill Lin Feng, was my parents' fate already sealed by you? Reply to host. The bandit cannot control the destinies of all beings. Every action taken by the bandit is solely to serve the host. Please do not doubt the bandit. Then what level must I attain to bring my parents back to life? Please strive to become stronger. In due time, you will know. Strive to become stronger. Dad, Mom, I'm so sorry. It's my fault that you suffered. I, Suke, vow to resurrect you. Regaining his composure and taking a deep breath, Suke set forth, heading towards the Twin Towers. Chapter 35, Madam. You surely do not wish for your daughter to come a harm, do you? Twin Towers. As Suke stepped into the lobby, a young woman in her 20s, with delicate features, approached him. Young master, what brings you here? I need to see my mother about something. Please take me to her office. The receptionist paused momentarily, sensing something unusual about Suke today. Despite her curiosity, she respectfully guided him towards the elevator. 49th floor. Chairman's office. Dressed in a form-fitting black skirt and a white blouse paired with a black blazer, Xiao Weining stood up from her chair, removed her blazer, and hung it on a nearby rack. Her exquisite figure was instantly accentuated, and the buttons on her blouse appeared to strain against their confines. Fengya, Suke will soon come down to accompany you. You can rest easy now, she whispered softly before returning to her chair, just as a series of knocks echoed through the office. Xiao Weining paused, composed herself, and replied, "Come in." Outside the office door, the receptionist said, "You may go now." "Yes, young master." With that, she departed, and Suke took a deep breath before pushing the door open and securely locking it behind him. Feng! Fengya? Xiao Weining gazed incredulously at the approaching figure, her body trembling slightly, her heart racing. "Is it truly you, my Feng?" It wasn't until Suke reached her side that she regained her senses. Suddenly, she stood up, her hand instinctively reaching out to caress Suke's cheek. "Mother, follow me, and you will see for yourself whether I am indeed your Fenger." Suke stativ. Grasping Xiao Weining's hand and leading her toward the private restroom within the chairman's office. Xiao Weining, engulfed in confusion, felt like a marionette being drawn into the vast washroom. With a decisive motion, Suke closed the restroom door behind them. Puzzled by Suke's actions, Xiao Weining's mind struggled to comprehend. But the mere sight of Lin Feng had rendered her almost devoid of rational thought. "Feng, what are you doing?" "And you were all ready. Mommy misses you so much." Suke observed Xiao Weining with a cold smirk forming within. In the next moment, Suke made his move. He abruptly pulled the tear-streaked Xiao Weining close. Tearing sounds filled the air. Feng, what are you doing?" "No, beast." Xiao Weining's voice trembled with horror and disbelief. 1 hour later, inside the restroom, Suke glanced at Xiao Weining lying on the floor before swaggering back to the office. He picked up her phone and returned to the restroom. Grasping her limp arm, he pressed the unlock button and sent a message to Lin Ruoxiue. Xiao Weining lay weakly on the floor, gazing at Lin Feng beside her. "You are not Fenger. Who exactly are you?" "Haha, madam. Who do you think I am? No matter who you are, I will not let you go." Look at you now. What can you possibly do to me? Are you planning to kill me?" Listening to Suke's shameless remarks, a blush of embarrassment crept onto Xiao Weining's alluring cheeks, swiftly followed by a surge of indignation. Yet, she soon regained her composure. "Are you Suke's companion? What benefits has he bestowed upon you? I am willing to offer 100-fold in return." Upon hearing this, Suke merely smiled faintly and redirected the conversation. "Madam, I am quite curious. Have you not indulged in meat for many years? Your frenzy is rather alarming. You. Clean up your language." Xiao Weining's face flushed crimson at Suke's words, her heart brimming with shame and anger. Madam, did you not wish to know who I am? Open your eyes wide and behold." As Suke finished speaking, amidst Xiao Weining's astonishment and fury, his figure began to shift and transform. In no time, he stood tall at a height of 6 feet. He then turned on the faucet to wash his lower face and faced Xiao Weining again. You are Suke?" Xiao Weining was taken aback. The figure before her was one she would never forget, even if turned to ash. The thought of being humiliated by the very enemy who had slain her son, and that she had even engaged with him, made her tremble uncontrollably. A tumult of emotions, shock, anger, shame, concern, and fear, swirled within her. Just then, a series of loud knocks echoed through the door, followed by Lin Ruoshue's voice from outside the office. "Mom, is Xiao Feng really all right? Please open the door." Inside the office restroom, Xiao Weiniang's heart quivered. In her current state, if her daughter were to see her, how could she possibly face the world again? She cast a pleading glance at Suke. "Suke, please do not let Ruoshue enter." Suke maintained a serious demeanor. "Why? Is it that you do not wish for her to see you in this state?" Xiao Weiniang's face burned with shame as she turned away. Observing her reaction, Suke rose and headed toward the restroom door. "No, don't let her." Xiao Weiniang's words trailed off as Suke had already turned to leave. Helpless, she hurriedly sat up, attempting to tidy herself. Suke stood behind the door and opened it. "Mom, where is Xiao Feng?" Lin Ruoshue inquired, peering behind the door. In an instant, her eyes widened in disbelief. Suke wasted no time, delivering a swift strike to the back of her head. Lin Ruoshue's body softened and collapsed toward the ground. Suke reached out to catch her. At that moment, Xiao Weiniang emerged from the restroom, steadying herself against the wall. "Please, do not harm my daughter." Xiao Weiniang disregarded her physical pain, stumbling towards Su Quebec. "Suke, I beg you, do not hurt my daughter. The murder of your parents was solely Lin Beichen's idea. She is innocent. I implore you, do not harm her. Rest assured, as long as you behave, I shall not harm her," Suke responded, then promptly transported Lin Ruoshue into the spiritual spring space. "Ah, Suke, where have you taken my daughter?" As she watched her daughter, who stood a full 1.70 meters tall, vanish into thin air before her eyes, Xiao Weiniang's lips parted in shock, staring incredulously at Su Quebec. Madam, please wait a moment. Remember not to let anyone in, otherwise, you may never see your daughter again." With that, his figure dissipated before Xiao Weiniang. "Am I dreaming?" Xiao Weiniang murmured. Yet the agony coursing through her body served as a constant reminder that everything was all too real. She had been toyed with by her enemies. Her daughter had been taken away to an unknown fate. In her despair and confusion, Xiao Weiniang collapsed onto the floor. In the spiritual spring space, as Su Ke's figure materialized, he overheard Lin Yutong and the others discussing the unconscious woman on the mattress. "Darling, how could you bring Lin Ruoshue from the Luotian group here?" Upon seeing Su Ke, Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, and Moon Yinxue chorused their inquiries. Immediately, Su Ke recounted the events that had transpired in the outside world. Half an hour later, upon learning of Su Ke's parents' demise, the women felt a wave of sorrow wash over them. Although they had not spent much time with Su Ke's parents, they had been treated like beloved daughters, and they held a deep affection for the elderly couple. Now, however, "Darling, I believe that one day you will surely be able to resurrect Mom and Dad. I believe in you too, my love. Indeed, darling, I have faith that you can do it." Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, and Moon Yinxue grasped Su Ke's arms, offering gentle comfort. Li Mengchen, Long Xiaoke, Su Dili, Tong Xiaodan by Mengjie, and Xiao Dudu gathered nearby, their eyes filled with concern. Although they had all been brought into this space by Su Ke, their understanding of him had gradually evolved over time, influenced subtly by Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, and Moon Yinxue. They began to accept Su Ke and the twists of fate that had befallen them. Lin Momo, however, sat apart on the sofa, keeping her distance. Although she harbored resentment towards Su Ke for taking her innocence and causing her to bear twins, the news of his parents' passing stirred an unexpected impulse within her to comfort him. Ultimately, though, she restrained herself from approaching. Unbeknownst to them, another half hour passed. On the mattress, Lin Ruoshue stirred and opened her eyes. "Who am I? Where am I?" Lin Ruoshue shook her head and, propping herself up on the mattress, began to survey her surroundings. Soon, Su Ke and the figures of Yang, Yi, and the others came into her view, and the memories of her last moments before losing consciousness replayed in her mind. "I was captured by Su Ke in my mother's office. What about my mother?" Fear and concern filled Lin Ruoshue's eyes as she looked around. Su Ke, having caught sight of Lin Ruoshue awakening, rose and approached her. Chapter 36. From this moment forth, I shall be your personal bodyguard, madam. You, do not come any closer. Lin Ruoshue braced herself against the mattress. retreating until her back pressed against the upright bedding, leaving her with nowhere to flee, her expression filled with terror as she gazed at Su Quebec Lin Roachu. As long as you comply, not only will you be unharmed, but your mother shall remain safe as well. Sukesiti himself beside Lin Roxue. His tone icy as he declared, however, should you harbor any ill intentions, this very space shall become your grave. Suke, what have you done to my mother? Despite the fear coursing through her, Lin Ruoxue mustered the courage to inquire. Your mother is quite well at present, Suke replied, reaching out to grasp Lin Ruoxue's pale chin. But if you do not behave, the outcome may be uncertain. He then let his fingers lightly brush against her lips. A tremor coursed through Lin Ruoxue's body. Summoning her courage, she spoke. Suke, my mother and my grandfather have no connection to your parents. I beseech you, do not harm them. That depends on your resolve, Suke replied, rising to approach Lin Momo. It was not until the break of dawn the following day that Suke departed from the Linquan space. Last night, he had refrained from engaging in any inappropriate actions, instead choosing to quietly hold Lin Momo and Moon Yinxue as they rested through the night. Twin Towers, 49th floor, chairman's office. Shukue's figure reappeared. Upon noticing him, Xiao Weining, who had been lost in thought in her chair, sprang to her feet. Suke, where's my daughter Ruoxue? Madam, rest assured, your daughter is doing quite well. Suke reassured her as he approached, taking a seat in the chairman's chair. He extended his arms, pulling her into his embrace, positioning her atop his lap. You, release me. Xiao Weining struggled to free herself from Suke's hold, but he held her firmly, the friction between them rendering her uneasy. Sensing the change in Suke, she quickly ceased her resistance. Madam, if you wish for your daughter to live well in the future, you must obediently comply. If I am pleased, I will allow you and your daughter to meet again, Suke stated, his fingers gently caressing Xiao Weining's cheek. I can be obedient, but you must guarantee that my daughter will not be harmed. After a prolonged internal struggle, Xiao Weining spoke, her voice deflated like a puncture balloon. Sukanadid ineknaliment. His gaze unintentionally drifted to the small clock on the desk, and he was momentarily taken aback. Madam, how long has it been since I left? Xiao Weining turned to glance at the clock. Approximately 6 hours. 6 hours? Suke furrowed his brow. If he was not mistaken, it seemed that less than a day had passed in the Linquan space. Could it be that the flow of time within the Linquan space had altered? Had the time dilation shifted from 1 to 3, 1? As if sensing Suke's perplexity, the voice of the bandit echoed in his mind. The host listened intently to the bandit's explanation, realizing the implications. According to the principles of general relativity, the expansion of space indeed leads to a decrease in the flow of time, merely reflecting the evolution of space-time curvature in different dimensions. Once the flow of time within the spiritual spring space aligns with that of the external world, why does it continue to expand while maintaining this balance? He was uncertain, and the bandit offered no further elucidation. Regaining his composure, his gaze fell upon the elegant woman clad in a black, form-fitting skirt, and he released her. Madam, you must be hungry. I'm not hungry, Xiao Weining replied, puzzled. No, trust me, you are, Suke asserted as he rose, pressing her down to a squat. Xiao Weining instantly comprehended the underlying meaning of his words. She lifted her face, her eyes blazing with fury. You cannot. If you're unwilling, I shall simply seek your daughter instead. Is this the outcome you wish to witness? You are shameless. Suke let out a cold chuckle, reclining on the chair and closing his eyes, opting for silence. Observing his confident demeanor, tears began to cascade down Xiao Weining's flawless, porcelain-like cheeks. The world around her seemed to tilt suddenly. As evening approached, a middle-aged man and Xiao Weining emerged from the restroom. This man was none other than Suke in disguise. At that moment, Xiao Weining had donned a soft yellow gown, her previous attire rendered into tatters, unwearable. Madam, remember this. Henceforth, I shall be your personal bodyguard. I will remember, Xiao Weining replied, nodding. Then let us depart for your Lin family estate. She responded with a soft affirmation, inhaling deeply as she opened the office door and stepped outside. Good day, Director Xiao. Good day, Director Xiao. Xiao Weining acknowledged each greeting as she entered the elevator, with Su Ke following closely behind. In the lobby, a strikingly beautiful receptionist observed the retreating figures of Su Ke and Xiao Weining. Her expression one of bewilderment. Today, it seemed only the young master was visiting the chairman. Who was this middle-aged man? Where was the young master? Shaking her head, she dismissed her curiosity, focusing instead on her duties at the front desk, resolving not to concern herself with matters beyond her purview. By the banks of the Wenyu River, at the Lin family estate, Lin Beichen cast a glance at the blood-red 7 fiends and spoke solemnly. Tomorrow is the final day. If Su Ke does not appear, we shall obliterate his parents' remains. Understood, General, the fiend replied. Lin Beichen pondered for a moment before inquiring, have the actors we invited confirmed their attendance? The fiend hesitated. Speak. Lin Beichen's countenance darkened. General, some have arrived, but Long Fei, Zhou Ruo, and Shunli have all claimed to be unwell and unable to attend. A troop of performers. Do they truly believe themselves to be exalted celestial beings? Lin Beichen scoffed softly and commanded, after tomorrow, ensure their utter banishment. Understood, General. At that moment, Xiao Weining entered the hall. Upon her arrival, Xueqi and Qi Sha quickly bowed their heads and stepped aside. Weining, where's Su Shui? Tomorrow marks the elder's grand birthday celebration. Why has she yet to return? Lin Beichen inquired solemnly, gazing at the newly arrived Xiao Weining. A tremor coursed through Xiao Weining's heart, yet her visage remained composed as she replied casually, she must be preoccupied with matters pertaining to the company. Beichen, where are Su Shui's parents' remains? I wish to see them. There's no need to go. What is there to see of a corpse? Fenger was slain by their offspring. And I wish to understand what manner of person could produce a child as wicked as Su Shui. As Xiao Weining spoke, her mind involuntarily conjured the crude and vivid images from the office and restroom, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Weining, do you not feel well? Lin Beichen inquired with concern. I am fine. Beichen, I must see Su Shui's parents' remains. Where have you placed them? At her words, Lin Beichen cast a puzzled glance at Xiao Weining. She met his gaze with unwavering determination. Sigh, they're in the 3rd underground vault. Lin Beichen sighed and instructed Hong Qiao beside him. Take the lady to the 3rd underground vault. Yes, General. Hong Qiao looked at Xiao Weining and gestured invitingly, Madam, please. Xiao Weining nodded and suddenly called out to the hallway. Linny, come in for a moment. Linny. Lin Beichen frowned. Su Shui had already entered the hall. Chairman. General, Su Shui greeted with a bow. He did not rush to slay Lin Beichen. Once he retrieved his parents' remains, he could strike at any moment. Weining, who is he? Lin Beichen furrowed his brow. Beichen, this is a bodyguard I selected from the company's security team. His skills are formidable. With him protecting me, you need not worry. Even if Su Shui were to come, he could not harm me. If you require a bodyguard, simply tell me, and I shall have Hong Xiao or Bing guard you. Lin Beichen declared, then turned his gaze back to Su Shui, waving his hand dismissively. You may leave now. She does not require your protection. General, having promised to be the chairman's bodyguard, I shall fulfill my duty. Should the general find someone capable of defeating me, I will gladly depart. Chapter 37. Entering the Lin family manor, burying Bai Yu, teaching him a lesson. Yes, General. A man clad in black, standing an imposing height of 6 feet 3 inches, bowed slightly and approached Su Quebec. You 7, attack together, Su Ke stated. Casting a glance at the blood chi 7 fiends, his left hand resting casually behind his back, his tone devoid of emotion, as though the 7 formidable figures were merely chicks. The mockery from a mere security guard ignited indignation among the blood chi 7 fiends, their expressions darkening instantly. One bodyguard is more than enough for me, Bai Yu retorted with a cold smirk, hands clasped behind his back, his icy gaze fixed upon Su Quebec. I'll let you strike first, so no one claims I'm bullying a bodyguard. Boom, as his words fell, Su Ke appeared before him, as if he had teleported. With a seemingly effortless strike, Bai Yu felt as though he had been struck by a freight truck, his form hurtling backward several meters, crashing violently against the wall. Splat, a mouthful of crimson blood erupted from his lips, and he promptly fell unconscious. By you! The wretched monkey and Hong Xiao exclaimed in unison, rushing to his side. Upon discovering that he had merely fainted, they collectively sighed in relief. The seven were originally mercenaries, having survived the chaos of war, bound together like brothers. Before eventually following Lin Beichen, Lin Beichen was equally astonished. He was well aware of the prowess of the Blood Qi Seven Fiends. Each of them could easily overwhelm 20 adult men in a brawl, yet one strike from the man before him had rendered Bai Yu unconscious. How terrifying must this man be? Xiao Weining appeared lost in thought, her complexion suddenly flushing with color. Suke, however, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. The Blood Qi Seven Fiends could not withstand even a fraction of his power. Their reputation was utterly hollow. Now do you believe? Xiao Weining glanced at Lin Beichen with a faint smile before turning to Su Quebec. Let us go. Yes, Chairman. 10 minutes later, in the number 3 underground vault, Suke stared at his parents, lying silently in their coffins, a wave of anguish constricting his heart. If only he had abandoned the bandit system back then, his parents would not have met such a tragic fate. Had he forsaken the mission to eliminate Lin Feng, perhaps his parents would have been spared this grim outcome. Guilt churned within him. Xiao Weining stood silently beside him, her heart torn. Lin Feng had slain her son, yet her husband had avenged his death by killing Lin Feng's parents. In this exchange, it seemed that the Lin family had wronged the Su family. Yet, how could she compare the life of her son, whom she had nurtured for 20 years? Moreover, now she had surrendered herself to Su Ke, and her only daughter had been taken away by him to an unknown fate. In that moment, her sole hope was that her daughter, Lin Ruoxue, would suffer no further harm. Su Ke, you have slain Fenger, ensuring the extinction of the Lin family, while Beichen has harmed your parents. As the saying goes, when will the cycle of vengeance cease? Can you not relinquish your desire for revenge and leave with your parents' remains? Suke turned to Xiao Weining, a cold smile playing on his lips. Hey, Lin Beichen musti. However, if you were to kill Beichen, there would be no refuge for you in the Dragon Summer Kingdom. The world is vast. Where can I not go? Moreover, in this realm, I'm unburdened by attachments. So what is there to fear? Suke declared, waving his arm, causing the 2 coffins before him to vanish into the depths of the vault. Do you not have an elder sister? Have you not considered her? Suke turned and approached Xiao Weining. My sister has already departed from this world. With that, he strode towards the exit of the vault. Xiao Weining's mind echoed with Suke's final words. How did his sister die? Could also be at the hands of Beichen. Her expression shifted, and she hastily followed him outside. Yet, her attention was drawn to 3 boxes of TNT nearby. She paused for a moment, then seized a lighter resting beside her and ignited the fuse. Boom! Just as Xiao Weining returned to the surface, a thunderous explosion reverberated from the vault, causing the ground to tremble. Madam, how could you detonate the vault? Do you not realize this was intended by the general to threaten Su Ke? Hong Qiao stared at Xiao Weining in shock and disbelief. Su Ke kill my son? What is wrong with me destroying the remains of his parents? Is there truly no other way to capture Su Ke? Xiao Weining coldly cast a glance at Hong Qiao, then turned to walk towards the hall. Su Ke quickly followed suit. They had barely taken a few steps when they collided with a hastily approaching Lin Beichen. What has happened? Lin Beichen glanced at Hong Qiao. Xiao Weining then looked directly at Lin Beichen. I have destroyed the remains of Su Ke's parents. Shuku Muldered Fenguer. What is wrong with me obliterating his parents' remains? Is there truly no other way to apprehend Su Ke? You, ignorant woman. Lin Beichen's face reddened with anger as he raised his arm to strike Xiao Weining. After a moment, feeling no pain on her cheek, Xiao Weining opened her eyes to see Su Ke gripping Lin Beichen's arm. Lin, release him. Lin Beichen retracted his arm, his face ashen as he glared at Su Ke. You insolent fool, do not think that a bit of skill grants you freedom to act recklessly. Guards, eliminate this madman. At Lin Beichen's command, a swarm of over 20 soldiers clad in camouflage and wielding rifles surrounded Su Quebec. Let anyone dare. Xiao Weining shouted fiercely, positioning herself protectively in front of Su Quebec. Her daughter was still unaware of the situation. Su Ke could not perish yet. Xiao Weining, Do you comprehend what you are doing? Lin Beichen's expression darkened, his eyes almost ablaze with fury. Lin E is my personally chosen bodyguard. None of you shall lay a finger on him. The surrounding soldiers, caught in a dilemma, looked to Lin Beichen for direction. Lin Beichen, his face still stormy, glanced at Su Ke and Xiao Weining before storming off. The soldiers, seeing this, swiftly dispersed. Moments later, Xiao Weining led Su Ke into a secluded room. Su Ke, you shall stay here tonight. Su Ke nodded slightly, casting a glance around the modest room before turning to scrutinize Xiao Weining from head to toe. I shall await your arrival tonight. Do remember to come. This is the Lin manner, and do not overstep your boundaries. A chuckle escaped his lips. Do as you wish. If you fail to appear, I shall seek out your daughter. You are shameless. Xiao Weining's chest heaved with indignation, yet she felt utterly powerless. With a cold huff, she turned and exited the room. In the Ling Quan space, the atmosphere was solemn and heavy. In the peripheral area, the women observed Su Ke kneeling before a mound of earth, and they too knelt down, offering 3 bows. Lin Ruoxia, positioned at the back, hesitated momentarily before also kneeling and performing 3 bows. The Ling Quan space had expanded more than tenfold since its inception. At present, the peripheral area was a full 2,000 meters from the central Ling Quan pool and the quarters of the women. An hour later, Su Ke departed the Ling Quan space once more. Xiao Weining had sent someone to deliver food. Su Ke glanced at the plate of food, but made no move to partake. Instead, he retrieved a half cucumber and began to eat. Despite his formidable physique, he was uncertain of his resistance to toxins. As a precaution, it was wiser to consume the cucumber. In truth, he felt no hunger. It was merely a desire for the taste. Leaning against the headboard, Su Ke scrolled through the magical sound, and a particular video caught his attention. Someone had suggested he travel abroad to pursue foreign women. The comment section was flooded with accounts bearing names like Su Ke's son, Su Ke's grandson, and Su Ke's great-grandson, collectively petitioning for him to venture overseas. Su Ke smiled faintly and swiped past the comments. He certainly intended to travel abroad, but the time was not yet ripe. To establish a nation and claim the throne, one must be sufficiently powerful, at least to withstand the onslaught of firearms. Furthermore, the selection of location was crucial. A deserted island would be untenable. The most suitable choice would be a region steeped in chaos. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Su Ke was lost in contemplation, a sudden knock at the door interrupted him. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing an apprehensive Xiao Weining stepping into the room. Chapter 38, The Space Capsule, a reunion of mother and daughter. Madam, do you harbor an intense hatred for me now? Su Ke leaned against the headboard, cradling the delicate and vulnerable Xiao Weining, who resembled a puddle of mud against his chest. His words were spoken softly. In response, Xiao Weining remained silent, quietly resting against Su Ke, absorbing the rhythm of his powerful heartbeat. Her heart was a tumult of emotions. Although he was the enemy responsible for her son's demise, an inexplicable affection began to blossom within her. Today, she had endured forced and crude humiliation, even being coerced with her daughter as leverage to commit further acts of disgrace. It was a classic case of old grievances compounding new enmities. Logically, she should despise Su Ke even more. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, the animosity she felt for him had unexpectedly diminished. This left her feeling increasingly anxious and perplexed, as if she could no longer comprehend her own feelings. Noticing Xiao Weining's silence, Su Ke glanced down, observing her expression shifting erratically, one moment filled with hatred, the next with joy, then sorrow and despair. Su Ke was taken aback, puzzled by her current thoughts. Madam, tomorrow Lin Beichun is to meet his end. Do you not feel sorrow? Due to certain events 18 years ago, the bond between us has long since faded. Xiao Weining replied, her voice tinged with melancholy. She continued, however, the old gentleman is innocent, and he remains unaware of Fenger and your parents' circumstances. I implore you, do not harm the old gentleman. After a moment of silence, Su Ke responded, I can spare the old general, but I intend for you to bear my child. Before Xiao Weining could react, the dawn broke unexpectedly, prompting Su Ke to release her. He retrieved a vial of spiritual spring water and poured it into her mouth. Startled, Xiao Weining initially thought he meant to poison her and prepared to resist. Yet, in the next moment, her throat began to swallow involuntarily, drinking eagerly. As the contents filled her, the fatigue of the previous night evaporated. Xiao Weining's eyes widened in astonishment. What did you make me drink? Merely something beneficial. Su Ke replied with a faint smile, then shifted the conversation. Procure 20 top-of-the-line luxury space capsules. Given your Han Hai Group's financial resources, this should be a trivial task. What do you need so many space capsules for? She inquired with a hint of skepticism. They are for your daughter, as well as those celebrities I have captured. Perhaps you may also wish to stay there in the future, so do avoid the inexpensive options. Upon hearing Su Ke mention Lin Ruoxue, Xiao Weining was momentarily taken aback. Shuka, I wish to see my daughter. Is that possible? Certainly. Once you have arranged the space capsules, I shall facilitate your reunion. Su Ke offered. Our Han Hai Group produces space capsules. If you wish, I can take you there now. We can arrive in half an hour. Su Ke then playfully patted Xiao Weining on her rear and remarked, Your father-in-law's 80th birthday celebration awaits. Will your absence not raise concerns? With Beichen and his elder brother present, along with their families, my absence for a few hours should pose no issue. Su Ke was momentarily taken aback, recalling that aside from General Lin Beichen, the Lin family also had two brothers who navigated the business realm with great prowess. Moreover, the venerable General Lin Wudi was a man deserving of respect, and Su Ke had no intentions of annihilating the Lin clan. In truth, Lin Beichen was not an utterly malevolent individual. However, the two were now locked in a deadly rivalry, compounded by a mission from a system that required Lin Beichen's demise. Today, Lin Beichen was destined to fall. The Tianshu Space Capsule Manufacturing Base, located in a remote suburban area, sprawled over hundreds of acres, with various space capsules arranged in an orderly and magnificent display. Chairman, this row represents our base's finest materials, the most advanced and luxurious products. The entire structure utilizes the most environmentally friendly resources. A middle-aged man in a tailored suit, approximately in his 40s, was explaining to Xiao Wanqing. Su Ke listened attentively from his side. The man pointed to a row of 30 space capsules, each occupying an impressive 80 square meters, comprising one bedroom, one living room, one kitchen, and one bathroom. After the middle-aged man's explanation, Xiao Wanqing turned to Su Ke, who was also met with a look of curiosity from the man. Initially, he had assumed Su Ke was merely a bodyguard, but it appeared otherwise. Very well, you may leave, she instructed. Yes, Chairman, the middle-aged man complied and departed, leaving Xiao Wanqing to regard Su Ke with a puzzled expression. How do you intend to transport these space capsules? Su Ke remained silent, instead surveying his surroundings. He then bent down to pick up a few pebbles. With a series of resounding bangs, all nearby surveillance equipment was rendered inoperative. In the blink of an eye, the entire row of 30 space capsules vanished before Xiao Wanqing's astonished gaze. Could it be? Is Su Ke a cultivator? The mere ability to make a living being disappear was already extraordinary. Now, the complete disappearance of 30 substantial space capsules seemed beyond belief. She could find no other explanation that did not involve the mystical. At that moment, the middle-aged man returned, accompanied by over 10 security personnel. Upon witnessing the vacant space, the man stood agape, his mouth agape in disbelief, frozen in place. The security team, who had patrolled this area moments earlier, were equally stunned, fully aware of what had been there just moments before. The notion that 30 ultra-luxurious space capsules could vanish into thin air was utterly preposterous and unimaginable. Regaining his composure, Liu Chaoshen turned to Xiao Wanqing, his lips trembling as he asked, Chairman, where have our space capsules gone? Before she could respond, Su Ke interjected, I have taken the space capsules. If anyone dares to spread rumors about this matter, they shall face dire consequences. With that, a golden handgun appeared in Su Ke's hand, a desert eagle with infinite bullets, long and used. Pew, 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 with 7 consecutive shots. 7 birds, soaring at 100 meters, fell from the sky, landing at the feet of Liu Chaoshen and the security personnel. This. Lu Chaos-hin and his companions fell silent, their bodies trembling slightly. Suke glanced at the crowd, the Desert Eagle holstered, and turned towards Xiao Weining's car. Today's events must remain confidential. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety, he warned. Additionally, the 30 space capsules here should be reported as already sold. With a stern expression, Xiao Weining reiterated her instructions before following him. As they watched Su Ke and Xiao Weining's figures fade from sight, a security team member suddenly spoke up. Manager Lu, do you know that man? Know him? Not a chance. Lu Chaos-Han retorted, already questioning his own existence while contemplating the mysteriously vanished 30 space capsules. It's all a fade, completely fictitious. In the driver's seat, Su Ke addressed Xiao Weining. Madam, do you not wish to see your daughter? I shall take you to her now. Is that true? She inquired, hope igniting within her. Absolutely, Su Ke affirmed, grasping her arm. In the blink of an eye, their figures vanished within the vehicle. Within mere seconds, the ringtone of Xiao Weining's phone, left inside the car, suddenly erupted. Linquan space. At this moment, the flow of time had once again slowed, nearing a 2:1 ratio. Mother, Ruoxue. Chapter 39. The Old General's Birthday Banquet. A gathering of friends, Xiao Weining and Lin Ruoxue embraced each other tightly, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Su Ke glanced at the two before turning his attention away, walking towards the group of women who were examining the space pods. Husband, what's going on here? Yang Yi inquired, casting a puzzled glance at the mother and daughter duo who were holding hands and approaching the raised mattress. Don't mind them. Let me arrange these space pods first. Soon, we won't have to sleep on outdoor mattresses anymore. Su Ke replied, his thoughts guiding the 30 massive space pods, which floated gracefully like marionettes towards either side of the central spiritual spring pool. With the expansion and deep integration of the spiritual spring space, he had gained some authority, no longer needing to act with his own hands as he once did. Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, Mu Nianju, Lin Momo, and others gazed in astonishment at the space pods that hovered and aligned neatly on either side of the spring pool, their expressions reflecting a lasting shock. The mother and daughter, who had been whispering behind the raised mattress, also witnessed this remarkable scene, their hearts filled with a mixture of awe and melancholy. Su Ke's immense power and mysterious nature stirred a sense of unease within them. Would he truly remain indifferent to such a breathtaking girl as Ruoxue? The thought of her ultimately resting in Su Ke's embrace, potentially bearing his child, filled Xiao Weining with confusion and anxiety. Unbeknownst to Lin Ruoxue, her beloved mother had already become a part of Su Ke's world. At this moment, witnessing the extraordinary and unbelievable scene before her, she couldn't help but worry for the Lin family. Miile, Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, Mu Nianju, Lin Momo, Lin Menchen, Long Xiaoku, Odili, Tong Xiaodan, Bai Mengjie, and Xiao Dudu all began to select their own residences. Su Ke approached the two women behind the raised mattress. My lady, after our conversation, we should take our leave, he said. Xiao Weining grasped Lin Ruoxue's hands. Sing, Ruoxue, I will take care of the company matters. For now, just stay here at ease. Okay, Lin Ruoxue replied softly, lifting her gaze to Su Quebec. You should choose a suite as well, Su Ke suggested, then took hold of Xiao Weining's arm, vanishing from Lin Ruoxue's sight. Do ants seek revenge against dragons? How absurd. Lin Ruoxue amused herself with a self-deprecating smile, before making her way towards space pod. In the cockpit, Xiao Weining turned to Su Ke, her gaze icy. Su Ke, have you ever intended to let Ruoxue go? What do you mean by let go? Is she not living quite well now? Su Ke responded with a calm demeanor. You know precisely what I mean. Seeing her agitation, Su Ke merely smiled faintly and confessed. Indeed, as you suspect, she will bear offspring for the Su family in the future. You. Xiao Weining's chest rose and fell with indignation. Can you even hear yourself? Is there no sense of morality left in you? Su Ke, I am Ruoxue's mother. I am aware that you are her mother. You were the one who suggested I father your child's lineage last night. Did I say anything wrong? You bastard, Xiao Weining exclaimed, tears cascading down her cheeks. If you dare to tarnish Ruoxue's purity, I will take my own life before your eyes. Observing the resolute expression on Xiao Weining's face, Suke let out a cold laugh. Then you must think carefully. If you dare to commit suicide, I shall torment your daughter daily. You, monster. You will inevitably face retribution one day. Retribution? Sukacheked softly. He was uncertain whether retribution would truly come, nor did he wish to contemplate it. His current ambition was singular, to grow stronger, to grow ever stronger. He aimed to ascend to the Golden Core realm, venture to the Ta-Ching Palace in the realm of cultivation, and seek out his sister, Suyu. Anyone who hindered his progress would become his adversary. Enough. If you wish to witness my retribution, then live well, he commanded. With the thought of her daughter still under Su Ke's control, Xiao Weining inhaled deeply, calming her turbulent emotions, and started the car, directing it towards the Lin family estate. The Lin family estate sprawled over hundreds of acres. At the banquet venue, a grand stage had been erected. Business magnates, entertainment stars, and titans from the Z industry gathered in unison. 3 generals were present, all former subordinates of the indomitable General Lin. Numerous officials, both high and low-ranking, were also in attendance. Many prominent figures from the business world had arrived, including Su Fei, Lin Fu, Feng Yun, Wing Deng, Lai Si, and Zhang Rong. Among the stars of the entertainment industry, only a few with strong connections could approach the core area. The rest remained confined to the periphery. By now, nearly all celebrities of note in the capital had arrived, such as Zhang Fei, Wang Qing, Lu Bing, Peng Yuhe, Lu Ying, Wang Chao, Su Li Hujun, Zhang Teng, Zhu Zhu, Jin Shi, and Hu Ke. Notably, even those initially claiming to be unwell, such as Long Fei Fei, Zhou Ruo, and Shun Li, had made their appearances. This underscored the formidable status and extensive network of Lin Wudi in Longxia country. In the peripheral area designated for stars, Wang Chao inquired of his colleagues, "What performances have you all prepared? With so many people here, it won't take long for each of us." "I have prepared a small skit," Zhang Teng replied, his gaze sweeping over Long Fei Fei, Zhou Ruo, Shun Li, and Peng Yuhe, before jokingly adding, "Aren't you afraid of being captured by Su Ke when you step out?" Upon hearing this, Lu He scoffed dismissively, "Brother Teng, today is the old general's birthday banquet. With so many bigwigs around, countless armed soldiers are here for protection. If Su Ke dares to come, he would be riddled with bullets in an instant." Exactly. If Su Ke dares to show up today, even with extraordinary abilities, he wouldn't escape, let alone abduct anyone. Lu Ting chimed in confidently, casting a glance at Zhou Ruo. Indeed, Su Ke wouldn't have the audacity to venture into such a place, Ma Feng added with a smile. The others nodded in agreement, convinced that with the high security measures in place for the banquet, it would be utterly fanciful for Su Ke to attempt to abduct someone here. Yet, a sense of unease lingered within Zhou Ruo. She had initially intended to decline the invitation, but ultimately succumbed to her husband Lu Ting's persuasion and decided to attend the banquet. In Long Fei Fei's heart, there lingered a hint of unease. Yet, persuaded by her mother, Lu Mimi, and recalling the security specifications of the banquet, she ultimately nodded in reluctant agreement. Shunli, on the other hand, attended the gathering primarily due to her son and Ma Feng. Meanwhile, Peng Yuhe accompanied her elder family members to the event, much like he. As conversations flowed among the attendees, a burgundy Panamera glided into the estate and came to a halt in the parking area. "Madam, I shall wander about on my own. You may attend to your affairs," Su Ke remarked before turning towards the direction of the banquet. "By the way, remember to consider Lin Ruoxue before undertaking any tasks." After he spoke, he proceeded towards the gathering. Xiao Weining silently observed Su Ke's retreating figure, and after a moment's contemplation, she heaved a sigh and followed him towards the banquet. "Old Dong, why has your group suddenly decided to venture into the realm of takeout?" A voice reached Su Ke's ears. Turning to look, he saw Feng Yin accompanied by Wang Teng, Lu Dong, Zhang Rong, and others. Casting a glance at the jovial business elites, Su Ke made his way towards the restroom. "Oh, Long Fei Fei, Zhou Ruo, and Shunli have also arrived," Su Ke thought. A flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, quickly replaced by a smile. Since they are here, they might as well stay. He then headed towards the area where the celebrities gathered. As Su Ke approached, the others had yet to notice him, but Lu He extended her arm, inquiring, "Hey, who are you? What brings you over here?" In an instant, the gazes of Zhang Teng, Wang Chao, Lu Ting, Ma Feng, Long Feifei, Zhou Ruo, Shun Li, Peng Yuha, and others turned towards Su Quebec Chapter 40. An unexpected turn at the banquet greetings. "I am Lin Yi, the bodyguard of General Lin's wife." XUK spoke, casting a calm gaze upon Long Feifei, Zhou Ruo, Shun Li, and Peng Yuha. He solemnly cautioned, "I have heard some news. Today, XUK may target the female celebrities attending the banquet. It would be wise for you to remain vigilant. Do not allow yourselves to be captured by him." With that, he turned and walked towards the restroom. Watching XUK's retreating figure, Lu Ting and Ma Feng furrowed their brows. Lu He, with a dismissive expression, scoffed. Everyone should disregard his nonsense. In such a setting, even if he had 100 times the courage, he would not dare to show up. It would be prudent to heed his warning, Zhang Ting advised kindly. If XUK truly does manage to capture you, there will be no opportunity for regret. LV Jing nodded gently, affirming, "Zhang Teng is correct. You should exercise caution and avoid following in the footsteps of Yang Yi and Lin Yutong." At the mention of Yang Yi, Lin Yutong, and Long Xiaokui, the atmosphere grew heavy with unease. How had XUK evaded capture by the Longxia Police Department for so long? Long Feifei, Zhou Ruo, Shun Li, and Peng Yuha felt a growing sense of apprehension. Could it be that XUK truly dared to come here? It seemed implausible, unless he possessed the audacity of a bear and the ferocity of a leopard. Otherwise, he certainly would not venture forth. Meanwhile, within the restroom, XUK once again employed his skills of contortion and disguise, transforming himself to resemble his brother. He then exited the restroom, coincidentally brushing past Zhang Teng. The sound of rushing water cascaded down as Zhang Teng tilted his neck, trying to recall the features of the man he had just encountered. Who was that individual? Suddenly, it struck him. He bore an uncanny resemblance to XUK. Could it be that XUK had truly infiltrated the venue? Alarm surged within Zhang Teng, and shaking off his thoughts, he hastily zipped up and dashed outside. At the banquet, in the area designated for celebrities, Zhang Teng returned in a flurry, having not seen the man he had just passed. He could not restrain himself from inquiring, "Has anyone seen a person who looks remarkably like XUK?" The mention of someone resembling XUK sent a shiver through Long Feifei, Zhou Ruo, Shun Li, and Peng Yuha, who quickly scanned their surroundings. Not spotting any unfamiliar faces, they gradually relaxed their guard. "Teng Gu, are your eyes deceiving you? How could a person of XUK's stature possibly appear at such a banquet?" Lu He remarked, disbelief evident in his expression. Internally, he mused, is Zhang Teng really losing his sight? Perceiving the skeptical gazes from Lu He and Lu Ting, Zhang Teng clarified, "I am referring to someone who merely resembles XUK, not asserting that it is him. This individual likely stands at around 165 centimeters. Yet in terms of appearance, I am convinced that he must be connected to XUK. Otherwise, how could they look so alike?" "Feifei, you all must be cautious," he urged. In response, Long Feifei, her expression fraught with concern, replied, "Thank you, Teng Gu, for the warning. We will remain vigilant." Lu Ting approached Zhou Ruo and comforted her, "My dear, rest assured. Should Su Ke dare to show himself, I would risk my life to protect you. With you by my side, I feel truly fortunate," Zhou Ruo replied, her gaze filled with gratitude for Lu Ting. To have such a husband, what more could a wife desire? Ma Feng and Lu He, witnessing this, also moved to the sides of Shun Li and Peng Yuha. "Shun Li, although we are now divorced, if Su Ke dares to harm you, I will stand guard." Ma Feng declared. Shun Li cast a sidelong glance at Ma Feng and nodded faintly. Though her expression remained composed, her heart swelled with emotion. Meanwhile, Lu He grasped Peng Yuha's hand firmly, proclaiming with unwavering conviction, "Yu He, as long as I am here, you need not worry. If Su Ke wishes to lay a finger on you, he must first step over my lifeless body. Lulu, I have faith in you," Peng Yuha responded, tightening her grip around Lu He's hand. "I recently took up karate. If he dares to appear, I will surely bring him down." The surrounding crowd could not help but chuckle at Lu He's bravado, questioning how such a delicate person could hope to subdue the notorious Sioux Quebec. Huku then approached Long Fei Fei, offering reassurance, "Do not worry, Suke cannot possibly show up here." No sooner had he spoken than a commotion erupted in the central area, accompanied by terrified screams. The crowd collectively turned their gaze towards the source of the disturbance, where a young man, approximately 165 centimeters tall, brandished a golden handgun, pressing the barrel against the head of General Lin Wudi. "It's him. It's really him," Zhang Teng stammered, pointing at the gunman in shock and fear. The resemblance to Su Ke was uncanny. "Look, isn't that General Lin lying on the ground?" Wang Chao exclaimed in alarm. The crowd followed Wang Chao's indication and saw General Lin Beichun sprawled in a pool of blood, sending waves of dread coursing through them. Has he lost his mind? To dare assassinate a general in such a setting? He must be either a fool or a madman. Lu He felt his legs tremble, but he steadied himself with Ma Feng's support, avoiding collapse. In the central area of the banquet hall, Su Ke commanded, "Everyone except those in the celebrity section. Exit immediately, or I will blow General Lin's brains out." He surveyed the crowd with a threatening gaze. As for the sniper, he felt no concern. A warning distance of 1,000 meters was sufficient for him. The three generals under Lin Wudi exchanged glances, nodding in silent agreement. They raised their hands in a gesture for the others to withdraw. Upon seeing the general's directive, the remaining guests hastily retreated from the banquet hall. Suke glanced towards the celebrity section, where Lu He and the others discreetly began to back away as well. "Should anyone from the celebrity section dare to leave, I will execute the general," Suke declared. Immediately, several soldiers armed with rifles forced the celebrity guests back into their places. Though Huku, Zhang Teng, and Wang Chao felt a pang of terror, they strove to maintain their composure. Meanwhile, Lu He appeared as though he might collapse any moment. Long Fei Fei, Zhou, Shunli, and Peng Yuhe looked at Suke with despair in their hearts. They are acutely aware that they may not be able to leave the Lin Manor unscathed today. Soon, the expansive banquet hall was left with only Suke, Lin Wudi, and a host of entertainment stars. Suke led Lin Wudi towards the star-studded area. "My family has no enmity with you. Why did you take the life of my son, Beichun?" Lin Wudi questioned, still perplexed. "Your son, Lin Beichun, harmed my parents, thus. It is only just that I take his life. As for you, General, rest assured, I shall not indiscriminately slay the innocent as long as those outside remain compliant." "My son Beichun harmed your parents?" Lin Wudi furrowed his brow. Before long, Suke approached Zhang Teng and others. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Suda, and Suke is my elder brother. My brother has a penchant for beautiful women, and he delights in having these lovely ladies bear his offspring. I see that Long Fei Fei, Zhou Guo, Shunli, and Peng Yuhe are quite exceptional. I'm certain my brother would take a liking to you all." Chapter 41. The transformation of the three sisters as Su Ke's voice faded, a warning map in his mind flickered wildly with crimson light. Within the visual, a golden projectile, approximately 20 millimeters in diameter and 100 millimeters in length, was hurtling towards his brain at a staggering speed of 1,000 meters per second. In an instant, Su Ke repositioned himself, seizing Lu He beside him and raising her as a shield. A resounding crash echoed, followed by Lu He's anguished scream. "Diang Ting, Vang Diao, Wu Kiskiviko." And Jin Shi, their eyes wide with shock, gasped in disbelief, instinctively covering their hands downwards. Peng Yuhe stood frozen in place. Lu He had transformed into a true sister. "If you wish for the old general's demise, continue to aim at me. Let us see who meets their end first." Sukebe Yubith, casting Lu He aside and turning his gaze towards Peng Yuhe. "Come here, and you three as well." Upon witnessing this, Lu Ting and Ma Feng's expressions drastically shifted. They immediately stepped forward, positioning themselves protectively in front of Zhou and Shunli. Huko also moved to shield Long Fei Fei. Quite the romantic display. "I will count to 3. Step aside, or the fate that befell Lu He will be yours." Zhang Teng, Wang Chao, and the others glanced at Lu He, lying on the ground, her life uncertain, then back at Lu Ting and the others, a wave of concern washing over them. 3, 2, 1. Haha, quite defiant. Then let us all become eunuchs, Suke declared, aiming the desert eagle at Lu Ting. Darling. Zhou Ruo's voice trembled with fear and worry as she clutched Lu Ting's arm tightly. Don't shoot, Ruo, I'll give in. Lu Ting stammered, hastily trying to move aside. Yet, Zhou Ruo held on to him, preventing him from escaping. I'm sorry, my love. I do not wish to become a eunuch. Lu Ting pried Zhou Ruo's grip from his arm and dashed away. Darling, don't leave me. Zhou Ruo's eyes brimmed with tears as she helplessly watched Lu Ting flee. I'm sorry, Shunli. I too do not wish to become a eunuch. Ma Feng relinquished Shunli and hurried to the side. Heh! Suke let out a cold laugh. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out. Lu Ting and Ma Feng cried out in agony, curling up on the ground, their bodies contorted in pain. Soon, they succumbed to unconsciousness. Then came another bang. Huka was struck down with a knife hand. Old Hu! Jean, she exclaimed, rushing over to cradle him and check his condition. In the next moment, the surrounding stars, the hidden snipers, and a multitude of onlookers monitoring the scene were all left aghast, their eyes wide in horror. 5 living souls had inexplicably vanished before their very eyes. Truly, it was a sight to behold. Xiao Weining observed the 5 individuals disappearing from the surveillance feed, alongside Lin Beichun, who lay in a pool of blood. Her expression remained as calm as still water, betraying no emotion of joy or sorrow. 10 minutes later, 4 ambulances arrived at the scene, their sirens wailing as Lin Beichun, Lu He, Lu Ting, and Ma Feng were lifted aboard. The expansive banquet hall was now reduced to the Ling Quan space. A group of women sat around a table, engaged in idle chatter. Fei Fei, Rudu, Shenli. What brings you here? Yang Yi's astonishment at the sudden appearance of familiar figures left her words caught in her throat. It was clear that her man was behind this. Yi, Shan Kui. Long Fei Fei and Shun Li's previously desolate gazes suddenly sparkled with a hint of light as they rushed towards Yang Yi and Long Xiao Kuei. Peng Yuha, feeling anxious, glanced at Su Ke and followed suit. Meanwhile, Zhou stood as if possessed, her eyes vacant, though her husband was coerced by the man beside her. The pain of being abandoned during her moment of need, coupled with his words of offering her to that man, pierced her deeply. The once sacred vows had turned to dust. Suke cast a glance at the despondent Zhou, but chose to ignore her. Their only son leaped onto a nearby mattress, sitting cross-legged. Tripling his physical prowess, he activated and loaded. In an instant, an enigmatic force surged from his crown into his body, spreading like wildfire through every cell. Pulsating, enhancing, writhing. Lin Yutong's nose twitched suddenly. What is that scent? It's delightful. Inhale. Inhale. The fragrance of nature. It's so lovely. Where does it come from? The women, intrigued, followed the alluring scent, moving their steps closer. Gasping, Lin Yutong, Moon Yinxue, and Su Dilly pressed their hands against the mattress, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed at Su Quebec. Is it the scent of my husband? It seems to be. How could Su Ke suddenly emit such a delightful aroma? I wish to taste a bite. Su Dilly, what do you wish to bite? Yang Yi teased. Then her gaze shifted to a particular spot. Su Dilly's exotic features flushed crimson in an instant. Ijia, you've learned to be mischievous from Su Ke. Ijia, why does Su Ke's body suddenly emit such a fragrance? Tong Xiaodan couldn't help but inquire. How would I know? Perhaps his cultivation has matured, leading to the evolution of his physical form. Let's discuss this elsewhere, so as not to disturb my husband. Yang Yi whispered, pointing to a distance. Lin Yutong, Munyang Su, Su Yidi, and the others quickly covered their mouths and tiptoed away. As new members of the Lingquan space, Long Fei Fei, Shun Li, Zhou Ruo, and Peng Yuha felt both bewildered and curious. What had they heard about cultivation, evolution? Could the man before them be a practitioner of immortality? What place was this? And why were Lin Yutong and the others referring to Su Ke's brother, Suda, as husband? The 4 exchanged glances at the meditating Su Ke before turning to follow. They needed to uncover more information. Su Ke found himself deeply immersed in the location of his dantian, entirely oblivious to the external world. Though lacking any cultivated techniques, his extraordinary physique amplified 15-fold. had inexplicably induced a transformation within both his body and spirit. To his astonishment, his consciousness could now penetrate inward. His heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys vividly manifested in his mind. Furthermore, his blood astonishingly emanated a faint golden light, as if the Buddha had descended upon the earthly realm. In the vicinity of his dantian, a shimmering golden lake emerged. The golden waters surged rhythmically, subtly resonating with a thunderous roar. "What is happening to my body? You fierce bandit?" Suke could not help but inquire. Remarkably, even before any cultivation, such an extraordinary metamorphosis had occurred within him. Indeed, it was nothing short of miraculous. Congratulations to the host for surpassing the critical threshold of physicality, achieving the first evolution of body and spirit. The host is encouraged to strive further, to nurture offspring diligently, ascend to the throne at the earliest opportunity, and embark upon the path of cultivation. Chapter 42. The Elk. How to treat Suke. Tong Tong, Yi, Nianju, Tvj, Mol Mol, Tvj. After striving for so long, there are only 6 offspring. With a target of 49, there remains a significant gap of 43. The journey ahead is arduous. Although teacher Su and Madame Xiao have already retired for the night, neither has conceived yet. Li Menggen, Long Xiaoke, Su Dili, Tong Xiaodan, Bai Mengjia, Qiao Du, Lin Ruoxue, Long Fei Fei, Shun Li, Zhou Luo, and Ping Yuhe, although captured in this space, have yet to be touched. Furthermore, there are Wu Mingming and Ji Bingning from the Demon Sound Operations Department. Suke suddenly recalled the 2 who had restricted his Demon Sound account. If every individual were to bear offspring, with each person birthing one, the total would only amount to 21. Alas, it is imperative to hasten the pace. Whom shall I favor next? Suke's gaze drifted toward the group of women. Detox pill extraction. Whoosh, a dark, glossy pill materialized in his hand. He sniffed it. It was colorless and tasteless. Without hesitation, he swallowed a whole. No discernible change occurred, as if he had merely consumed a bland morsel. Taking a deep breath, Suke rose from the mattress and staggered toward the women. "Ha ha! There is no Suda. It is all Suke masquerading. Suke, Suda, engaged in mischievous deeds." As he entered, he caught sight of Bai Mengjia, her little tiger teeth gleaming as she laughed heartily, gossiping behind his back. "Mengjia, you seem so joyful. Wait for me in your room later. By the way, I have prepared a set of search uniforms for you. Make sure to try them on for me." "Ah, Suke, you came over?" I was just joking. I didn't mean to speak ill of you." Suke waved his hand dismissively. "No matter, it's something I must face sooner or later. The timing is of little consequence. I am not in a hurry. You may proceed according to age." As he spoke, his gaze subtly wandered toward Long Xiaokui, Zhou Luo, and Long Fei Fei. He chuckled softly, producing 5 youth-preserving pills. "These 5 pills are for you, Lin Ruoxue, Long Fei Fei, each one for you." Just as Suke distributed the pills, Lin Yutong and Moon Yinxue stepped forward, grasping him, inhaling his scent. "Darling, why do you lack that enticing aroma again? The alluring scent has vanished." "Haha, the absence of scent is the most captivating," Suke replied, approaching Bai Mengjia and lifting her effortlessly into his embrace. Her form delicate and ethereal. She was plump where it mattered, slender where it should be, her skin smooth and refined. A faint, pleasing fragrance emanated from Bai Mengjia, igniting Suke's desires further. "Mengjia, which room did you choose?" I want to tell you." Bai Mengjia wrapped her arms around his neck, feigning annoyance, turning her head away. "If you refuse to speak, then I shall claim you before them right now." Suke spoke as he reached out to remove Bai Mengjia's nightgown. "No, I will tell you." Bai Mengjia grasped Suke's hand and pointed toward the space capsule. Upon seeing this, Suke embraced Bai Mengjia and stepped inside. An astonishing transformation ensued. Bai Mengjia truly morphed into a majestic elk, complete with long antlers, resembling a woodland sprite. Conversely, Suke vekame a valiente knight, upholding peace and justice within the forest. In Yanjing, at the First People's Hospital, Ward 9527 housed 3 beds, each occupied by a patient. At that moment, the occupants lay with vacant stares fixed upon the ceiling, as if life had utterly lost its significance. Indeed, these three were Lu He, Lu Ting, and Ma Feng, brothers in hardship, now devoid of their instruments of wrongdoing, facing a future shrouded in darkness. Ah, dam yo, shude dam yo, shuke. I loathe you. Louis suddenly let out a piercing scream, sharp and high-pitched. Hearing Lu He's anguish cry, Lu Ting and Ma Feng felt an emptiness wash over them, tears cascading down their cheeks. Why? What have I done wrong? Why must heaven punish me so? Zhang Teng, Wang Chao, and others observed the trio's pitiful state and quietly retreated from the ward. Wang Chao felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, Suda had not taken an interest in his wife, Su Li. Otherwise, he feared he might be lying in that hospital bed, wailing in despair. Alas, the beautiful stars in this circle must be quaking in their boots now. Zhang Teng sighed heavily. If this continued, the entertainment industry's allure would ultimately be swept away, leaving only the unappealing remnants. Wang Chao nodded in agreement. With Su Ke and his brother causing such havoc, the entertainment industry may very well be facing its twilight. Both men sighed in unison. Wang Chao suddenly spoke again. Brother Tong, do you think Su Ke and his brother might truly be cultivators? The thought of the five mysteriously vanished individuals stirred an insatiable curiosity in Wang Chao. It's possible. I've noticed many netizens discussing Su Ke online, speculating that he may have obtained some extraordinary ability, particularly linked to beautiful women, especially those who are both famous and attractive. Furthermore, it seems a group called the Su Family Army has formed, hoping that one day Su Ke can elevate them. Is that so? Wang Chao exclaimed in surprise. It appeared to be a recent development. He had not seen it before. Contemplating this, Wang Chao reflected on the online novels he had encountered, fully aware of what the netizens referred to as an extraordinary ability. If Su Ke truly has acquired such an opportunity, perhaps I should join the Su Family Army sooner rather than later. Meanwhile, the events transpiring at the Lin family manor in Yinjing reached the Mudan City Police Headquarters. In the expansive conference room, alongside Wang Defa and Xian and Song Zhong, Shen Yu, Lu Qiming, and Qian Duo were prominently present. Based on the existing information, I surmise that Su Ke, Su De, and the individual assassinated at the detention center are all merely masquerades of Su Ke himself. If this is indeed the case, how absurd it would be for mere mortals to issue a warrant for a cultivator. And Xian's words plunged the meeting room into an uneasy silence. Is there any efficacy in a warrant issued by mortals to apprehend a cultivator? Shall we simply stand idly by as he preys upon one beautiful woman after another, while he remains unscathed? And what of Mo? Is she to be disregarded as well? A sense of bitterness flooded Song Zhong's heart. After such an arduous pursuit, only to discover that the target was a cultivator. Moreover, the woman he cherished might at this very moment be nestled in Suda's embrace. At this juncture, all that remained was helplessness, anger, and a profound despair. After a lengthy pause, an Xian spoke softly. Let us first await the directives from above. This matter has escalated beyond our capacity to manage. In Yanjing, at the police headquarters, 9 men were seated around an oval conference table. Among them were the 3 generals from the Lin estate, alongside 6 members of the decision-making body of the Longxiao police headquarters. You have all seen the news online. Does anyone wish to speak? Qin Lai, the head of the Longxiao police headquarters, surveyed the assembly with a composed demeanor. Various incidents indicate that from the moment Su Ke departed from Shi City to abduct Lin Yutong, he has undergone a transformation. While it remains uncertain whether he is indeed a cultivator, it is certain that he has undeniably transcended the realm of the ordinary. Deputy Chief Zhang articulated correctly. Su Ke can no longer be regarded as a normal individual. We must now deliberate on how to address this matter. Should we persist in our efforts to apprehend him, or should we seek to mend relations and reach a compromise with him? Chapter 43. Os prenuncio ruruo siot Su Ke. Capture? He vanished in an instant. How can we apprehend him? Are we merely to watch as he captures our citizens? My suggestion is to revoke the wanted order against him and seek to befriend him. Befriend him? How can we justify his actions to the public? We can concoct any reason for the public. Whether they believe it or not is beyond our concern. Indeed, I too support the notion of befriending him. If we could harness his capabilities, I believe our nation's strength would ascend to new heights. At that point, we might even, within the conference room, 3 military generals, along with Longsha Police Department Chief Chin Lai and Deputy Chief Zhang Darong, fell into a profound silence. Suke still has a dozen or so mothers-in-law and fathers-in-law. We could leverage his in-laws to orchestrate his capture. Chief Song Chi suddenly interjected. Chin Lai shook his head. Suke's parents have long since passed, and his only relative, Su Yu, has also vanished without a trace. We cannot gamble on Suke's feelings for his in-laws. If we fail, our attempts to befriend him would be as arduous as climbing to the heavens. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. General Chun Changsheng sighed and said, Chief Chin, let's first revoke the wanted order against him. Additionally, we should devise a plausible reason and hold a press conference to provide an explanation to the public. In the Ling Quan's space, within the space capsule's bedroom, Bai Mangia Lai Yupun Shukas Chest. Suke, you possess no sense of cherishing beauty, allowing me to wear such tattered garments. It's utterly mortifying. As she spoke, Bai Manguya Playfuyi Vit Shukas Shulde. Mungjia, when I have the time, I shall procure some other styles. I will certainly no longer heed your words. Bai Mungjia pouted, feeling dejected. How could I have placed my faith in your nonsense? Suke, will you truly become an immortal in the future? I will strive with all my might to grow stronger. The thought of his parents, who perished due to his own shortcomings, twisted Suke's heart in anguish. Father, mother, one day I shall resurrect you. Suke, will you truly venture into the realm of cultivation to find your sister? Yes. Then, will you take us along? Bai Mangjia rested her chin on Suke's chest, gazing up at him with trepidation. If you wish to accompany me, I would never abandon you on the azure blue star. But if you encounter more beautiful and extraordinary celestial maidens, saintesses, enchantresses, or empresses in the realm of cultivation, would you forsake us? Upon hearing this, Suke looked at her anxious face, which was so close. Mungjia, it seems I have yet to fully tame you. With that, he reached for Bai Mengjia's waist. As night fell, the new members, Long Fei Fei, Shun Li, Zhou Luo, and Peng Yuha, still adorned their gowns from the banquet. They sat on the sofa, gazing at the space capsule where Bai Mengjia was, their hearts growing increasingly heavy. For an entire day, Bai Mengjia was unaware of the nature of her torment. Yet, within the confines of her space capsule, she spoke. Darling, I am at my wit's end. You still haven't answered my question. When you encounter more enchanting beauties, will you grow tired of me? Suke gazed at Bai Mengjia with a sense of helplessness. How could such a prominent figure of the post-90s generation be so insecure at this moment? Rest assured, my heart is steadfast. I am not one to abandon the old for the new. Suke reassured her, gently tousling her hair damp with fragrant perspiration. I believe you. Darling, don't you desire offspring? Shall we continue? Aren't you tired? No, not at all. Upshadabing bai nga shavei kuntanansa, shukasmilat sufli, saying, let us step out and replenish our energy with some food. We can continue later. Well, all right then. In Yanjing, at the headquarters of the MOE group, Ji Bingning hung up the phone, her heart filled with indignation and helplessness. How could someone as vile as Su Ke have his account reinstated at the behest of the upper echelons of the MOE group? Moreover, the senior officials of Longsha country were even contemplating rescinding the warrant for his arrest. Why? Were they truly prepared to disregard his abduction of so many stars? Despite her anger, she reluctantly reinstated Su Ke's 2 accounts. Alas, Yibingning sighed. This society remains unchanged. In the Ling Quan space, Bai Mengjia and Su Ke had not left the space capsule for 3 consecutive days. A faint sound had echoed continuously for those 3 days. Long Fei Fei, Shun Li, and Peng Yuha, having become familiar with their surroundings over the past few days, found their initial fear and anxiety considerably diminished. However, Zhou Ruo, though her expression appeared calm, harbored deep resentment towards her husband for fleeing at such a critical moment and loathed Su Ke, the instigator of her plight. The thought that she, too, would soon find herself in a position akin to Bai Mengjia's, potentially bearing Su Ke's child, filled her with profound desolation. Sister Orwo, We are uncertain how to advise you. Since Su K has brought you here, he will surely not allow you to leave easily. If you wish to see your child soon, your only course of action is to appease Su Quebec. Think carefully, Lin Yutong said before turning away to join Moon Yinxue and the others. Inside by Mengjia's space capsule, Su K observed the slumbering by Mengjia, his heart racing with excitement as he listened to the voices in his mind. Heaven rewards the diligent, he mused. After 4 days of effort, he had finally achieved a 1 in progeny. A mysterious force surged into his being, reinforcing every cell of his body. The golden lake within his dantian expanded further, and the faint golden glow emanating from his blood intensified. Suke sensed that, at this moment, ordinary firearms and blades could no longer inflict harm upon him. Casting a glance at the peacefully sleeping by Mengjia, he gently rose, donned his attire, and exited the space capsule. Approaching Lin Yutong and the others, he was met with their curious gazes. "Darling, has Mengjia also conceived?" Moon Yinxue inquired as Suke finally emerged from the space capsule. "Haha, of course. I, Su, am blessed with one more family member." Suke laughed heartily, brandishing the pistol he had seized from Qian Duo, and turned to the women. "Who among you would dare to shoot me with this gun?" Lin Yutong, Moon Yangsu, Yang Yi, Lin Momo, and the others were momentarily taken aback. What did Suke just say? He wanted them to shoot him? "Honey, are you out of your mind?" "Yes, darling, please put the gun away. Do you wish for our baby to grow up without a father before they are even born? What are you all thinking? I merely feel that my physique can withstand a bullet without harm. I wish to test this." Suke surveyed the group and approached Zhou Ruo. "Do you hate me? If so, take the gun and shoot." Saying this, he loaded the bullet and placed the pistol into Zhou Ruo's hands. "Honey, this is far too dangerous. I cannot allow you to conduct such a test." "Indeed, darling, if anything were to happen to you, what would become of us and our children?" Bang before Moon Yinxue could finish her sentence, Zhou Ruo, her expression icy, pulled the trigger. "Fo Ruo, no." Lin Yutong and the others screamed, but it was too late. The bullet had already left the barrel, aimed at Suke's chest. Lin Momo, who had been watching Zhou Ruo intently, saw her finger on the trigger and without hesitation rushed in front of Su Quebec. Bang, Chapter 44. Decision. A crisis for Ruo? In the midst of the terrified gazes of the women, Suke's palm suddenly appeared before Lin Momo's chest. The golden bullet struck Suke's hand with a resounding bang. Lin Yutong, Moon Yinxue, and Yang Yi were momentarily stunned, then hurriedly pushed Zhou Ruo aside and rushed to Suke's side. "Oh, darling, are you all right?" Suke smiled and shook his head reassuringly. "Don't worry, I'm fine." As he spoke, he opened his palm to reveal a bullet still emitting smoke, lying conspicuously in his hand. The center of his palm had turned slightly red. Lin Yutong, Moon Yinxue, Yang Yi, and Lin Momo gaped in astonishment. Su Dilly, Long Fei Fei, and the others also stared in shock at the bullet resting in Suke's palm. Could one truly catch a bullet with bare hands? And at such a close range, was this the legendary practitioner? The women murmured to themselves in disbelief. "Darling, you can actually catch bullets now. How impressive." Lin Yutong and Moon Yinxue gazed at Suke with admiration. Zhou Ruo, witnessing the bullet in Suke's palm, dropped her gun to the ground and slumped onto the red carpet. At that moment, Yang Yi turned and cast a cold glance at Zhou Ruo before stepping closer to Suke, whispering, "Darling, she shot at you without hesitation. Who knows what dangerous acts she might commit in the future? Perhaps the only way to secure her heart is for her to bear your child. Darling, Ijia is right. Why don't you take her to the room now?" Lin Yutong proposed with concern. "Indeed, darling, we all support you." Hearing this, Suke glanced at his 4 wives and then at Zhou Ruo, who lay on the ground, lost in contemplation. After consuming the youth-retaining pill, her and Long Fei Fei's beauty had nearly returned to its peak. Yet the human heart is the most difficult to fathom. At this moment, Zhou Ruo was undeniably an unstable factor. "My dears, you should do what you need to do. I will continue with my work." "All right, darling, good luck." Suke walked directly towards Zhou Ruo, crouched down, and lifted her lifeless form, heading towards a space capsule. In Suke's embrace, Zhou Ruo did not struggle. resembling a mere shell of a person. Inside the space capsule, in the living room, Suke placed Zhou Ruo on the dining table. If you wish to see your child again, do not act like a corpse. Upon hearing the mention of her child, a glimmer of light returned to Zhou Ruo's eyes. Suke, you ruined my family. You are a scoundrel, a beast. Huh, isn't it better to ruin and then rebuild? Suke chuckled. If you want to curse me, now is the time. Soon, you might not have the energy to do so. In a few days, you might even hesitate to scold me. Heh, beast, come on. Better be bitten by a dog. Heh, that beast will satisfy you now. With that, Suke's words echoed through the living room. The sound of tearing reverberated, followed by a resounding rumble, shaking the very ground. Not far away, the crowd gazed in astonishment at the trembling space capsule, their eyes wide with disbelief. How could such a colossal vessel be shaken? Zhou Ruo must be suffering. Fei Fei, Shunli, Yuhi, you have come to understand Suke to a considerable extent. I hope we can coexist peacefully and jointly safeguard the Su family in the future. Yang Yi spoke calmly as he looked at Long Fei Fei, Shunli, and Peng Yuha. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had swiftly passed. In the outside world, the A-level arrest warrant for Suke had been revoked. The head of the Longxiao Police Department, Qin Lai, held a press conference summarizing 3 key points. The Longxiao Police Department has rescinded the A-level arrest warrant for Suke. Qin Lai expressed a desire to engage in dialogue with Suke and is willing to negotiate amicably regarding the abducted female celebrity. A public explanation will be provided after negotiations with Su Quebec. Many rational netizens had already anticipated this outcome. For a cultivator like Suke, unless the higher-ups of Longxiao were fools, they would inevitably seek to establish a favorable relationship to secure the greatest benefits. As for those blindly loyal fans, the Longxiao authorities paid them little heed, detaining anyone daring to cause a disturbance. Justice would be served, and those needing reform would receive it. At this moment, in the twin towers of Yanjing, although it was already night, Xiao Weining remained in the chairman's office, unwilling to return to the Lin family manor, a place that brought her sorrow. Upon learning of the Longxiao Police Department's decision, she let out a self-deprecating laugh. The murder of a general had simply been brushed aside. It was evident that no matter how high one's personal status, it could never surpass national interests. And what could she, a mere woman, do? Her only hope now was that her daughter would live a good life, and that would suffice. Sighing, Xiao Weining rested her chin on her hands, lost in thought. Suddenly, her face flushed, a wave of embarrassment washing over her. In Yudin City, at the Jiangnan community of Green City, Spring Breeze, room 801, building 13, in the living room, Su Yuexin lay on the sofa dressed in a white short-sleeve top and black ultra-short shorts, her long, fair legs intertwined alluringly. At that moment, she was perusing news about Suke online, her eyes filled with longing. Ever since his transformation, Suke's figure had intermittently appeared in her mind. She had sent him messages and made phone calls, but none were answered. Deep down, she knew Suke must be in the spiritual spring space. Little rascal, when will you return? Do you know how much your teacher misses you? When you come back, I promise to fulfill those requests you made last time. Su Yuexin murmured to herself, regrettably unaware that Suke could not hear her. In the spiritual spring space, Suke was oblivious to all that transpired in the outside world. 4 days had been devoted to Bai Mangjia, and without a moment's respite. Another 3 days had been given to Zhou Ruo. Alas, a life destined for toil. Yet, toil eventually reaps rewards. As the moment of enlightenment approached, the voice of the bandit resonated once more. Congratulations to the host, congratulations to the host, once again blessed with the arrival of twins. Rewarded with a tripling of physical prowess X1 and a bottle of rejuvenation elixir. Note, a bottle of rejuvenation elixir contains 49 pills. Consuming one can restore vitality to a decaying body, extending life by 10 years, with a maximum of 1 pill per person, effective only for mortals. A pill that extends the lifespan of mortals by a decade seems rather inconsequential to me. Shaking his head, Suke chose to disregard the rejuvenation elixir. He extracted the tripling of physical prowess once more. An enigmatic force descended from the heavens, permeating his crown. His corporeal form was once again fortified. The golden sea of bitterness within his dantian expanded yet another circle. The golden radiance coursing through his blood intensified slightly. Every inch of his being allowed for complete introspection. The shape of his prostate was distinctly visible, a truly miraculous phenomenon. Regrettably, he still could not project his spiritual energy outward like a true cultivator. With a 21-fold enhancement of adult physicality, Sukei's confidence soared anew. It is no exaggeration to declare that, in this moment, he embodies the red giant of Longsha Kingdom. I wonder if I could best a foundational stage cultivator now. Sukim Gust. Yet, on the azure planet of Tianlan, this query remained destined to go unanswered. Casting a glance at the side, with a tear-streaked face of Zhou Ruo bore crimson marks, Sukei's gaze softened considerably. After all, she was now the mother of 2 children from the Su family and could no longer be treated as she had been just days prior. My dear, congratulations on the twins. Sukei embraced Zhou Ruo's glistening, perspiring form, a broad smile gracing his face. Zhou Ruo was momentarily stunned. Am I pregnant? With twins? Rest well. Sweetheart, when time permits, I shall take you out. Sukei patted her smooth back gently before rising and exiting the spacecraft capsule. Darling, did it work? Upon seeing Sukei emerge from the capsule once more, Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, Moon Yinshua, Lin Momo, and Bai Mongjie curiously gathered around. My wives. I have not disappointed. Zhou Ruo is indeed with twins. Another pair of twins. This means that the number of expectant individuals in the Su family has now reached 6. 3 singletons and 3 pairs of twins. The thought of Moon Yinshua, Lin Momo, and Zhou Ruo all bearing twins led Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, and Bai Mongjie to silently resolve. The next child must also be twins for Su Quebec. If the next one isn't, then the next attempt shall follow. Embracing each one tenderly, Sukei softly declared, My darlings, I entrust Ruo to your care. I shall step outside to assess the situation. With that, Sukei's figure vanished before their eyes. Yinjing, Lin Family Manor. Sukei's form reappeared at the location where the banquet had once taken place. At this moment, it was utterly deserted. The stage and various facilities had been dismantled. Sukei retrieved his phone and dialed Xiao Weining's number. Chapter 45, Abduction at Night, Twin Towers. On the 49th floor, in the chairman's office, Sukei pushed the door open and entered. Xiao Weining, clad in a form-fitting black silk dress, sat in the chairman's chair, lost in thought. Upon noticing Shuka's arrival. She glanced at him before averting her gaze, choosing not to look at him any longer. What's the matter? Still harboring resentment within, Sukei approached Xiao Weining, perched half on her desk, and smiled as he inquired. You killed my son, murdered my husband, and abducted my daughter. Should I not feel hatred? That seems quite justified. However, it matters not. Let the hatred be. He remained indifferent. Sukecheka softly retrieved the Butinan Simpid and forcefully pressed it into Xiao Weining's mouth, gripping her chin tightly. What have you made me consume? Xiao Weining's expression changed, and she bent over, retching. Suddenly, a foul odor emanated from her body, invading her nostrils. It was the beauty pill, a concoction for rejuvenation and eternal youth. This scent was merely the impurities within you being expelled. You've turned quite unseemly. Go wash yourself in the restroom. Xiao Weining, horrified at the black filth now visible on her exposed skin, let out a shriek and hurried into the washroom. Sukei chuckled, shifted to the chairman's chair, and took out his phone. Ding dong, the notification sounds persisted. Fronin, Sukei opened WeChat. Messages from Su Yuexin, along with some relatives, classmates, and fellow townsfolk appeared. Ignoring the messages from relatives, he opened the chat with Su Yuexin. Oh, the Longsha authorities have actually lifted the bounty on me? Viewing Su Yuexin's message, Sukei swiftly opened the Moin app. Oh, my Moin account has also been unblocked? What is going on? Have all my past actions been forgiven? Sukei, perplexed, opened the official Moin account of the Longsha Police Department. He began watching a press conference hosted by Director Qin Lai. They actually wished to befriend me? Sukei couldn't help but frown in contemplation. Their intention to befriend him was merely to exchange benefits. But what could he offer them now? It seemed he had little aside from the spiritual spring water and rejuvenation pills. Shaking his head, Sukei dismissed the thought. He then opened a pinned notification indicating 99 messages urging him to watch a specific video. Curiosity piqued, he clicked into it. Moments latte. Chouque's expression sourde. A group of little days and sticks had clearly overstepped their bounds. They dared to openly insult and provoke him, even declaring that if he dared to set foot on their territory, they would beat him to a pulp. Truly a death wish akin to an old man hanging himself. Suke's face darkened as he began recording a video. Hello, everyone. I believe my identity requires no further introduction. Regarding the remarks from the little days and sticks, I have taken note. I hereby make a solemn promise. First stop, sticks. Second stop, little days. I hope that the esteemed individuals from your country are well prepared, for I shall soon exert my full efforts. Should you falter, the management of your nation may fall into my hands, perhaps guiding you towards a more glorious tomorrow. Additionally, there is another matter I wish to address. To the captivating figures in the entertainment and influencer circles, as the wise say, those who recognize the times are the true talents. I hope you will take the initiative to seek me out in Peony City, rather than forcing me to seek you individually. However, I kindly request that only those of merit approach. Lastly, regarding collaboration with General Qin from Longsha Nation, my time is currently quite limited. Nevertheless, I am confident that an opportunity for partnership will arise soon, and I hope for your nation's ample support at that time. As I conclude this recording and prepare to publish, a cold smile crosses Suke's face upon recalling the videos targeting him released by your country. Prepare for the consequences. I hope you do not come to regret your actions. Suke, are you there? Suddenly, the voice of Xiao whinnying echoes from the bathroom. Yes, what is it? My clothes have become soiled. Could you possibly fetch me a new outfit? Oh, certainly, Suke replies, a mischievous smile forming on his lips. The uniform worn by Mangjia appears in his hands as he strides towards the bathroom. Suke, you escondred. Is this attire suitable for anyone to wear? Xiao Weining's voice, laced with embarrassment and indignation, comes from within. Well, then perhaps you should refrain from wearing it to avoid the need to remove it later. Suke scoops up Xiao Weining and heads towards the chairman's lounge next door. After some time, Suke returns to his office, invigorated, yet lamenting the continued absence of progeny. Seated in the chairman's chair, he opens his laptop. With a flurry of keystrokes, the addresses of Ji Bingning and Wu Mingming illuminate the screen. Before wreaking havoc upon others, he must first fortify his own strength to ensure he possesses sufficient power to suppress and deter adversaries. If Ji Bingning and Wu Mingming can enhance his prowess, it would indeed be a contribution to his nation's glory. The Olympic Garden, Building 126, towers impressively at 31 stories. Wu Mingming resides on the 22nd floor. Suke gazes upward at the towering edifice, his figure akin to a nimble monkey, leaping effortlessly onto the balcony of the 22nd floor. Gently, he opens the floor-to-ceiling window, separating the balcony from the dimly lit living room, stepping into the darkness. Wu Mingming's abode is modest, a cozy 3-bedroom apartment. Her younger brother is also home from university, along with their parents. After a brief sniff, Suke identifies Wu Mingming's room. This girl locks her door, even while sleeping at home. He silently scoffs at the thought as he gently twists the doorknob. In the past, he and his sister Suyu never bothered to lock their door at night. Yet, a mere door lock poses no challenge for him. A simple wire can unlock the majority of locks. Suke quietly approaches the edge of the bed. With a faint light streaming through the window, Suke finally discerned the true visage of Wu Mingming. She donned a delicate pink cartoon nightgown, her shoulder-length auburn hair framing an oval face adorned with long eyelashes. Her skin, as pristine and smooth as a peeled egg, radiated a soft, ivory glow. Overcome by an impulse, Suke could not help but lean down to place a gentle kiss upon her rosy lips. A sudden wave of self-reproach washed over him as he mused on his own lewdness. With a soft sigh, he bent down and gently lifted the slumbering Wu Mingming into his arms. In the next moment, the two vanished from the confines of the bedroom. In a Ling Quan space, time had now synchronized with the outside world, mirroring the deep of night. All the maidens had succumbed to slumber. Suke, Kradling Wu Mingming, strode directly into an empty space capsule and tenderly laid her down. Once again, Suke's figure faded from sight. In Wu Mingming's bedroom, Suke sees a notebook from the table and tore out a page. Dear father-in-law, mother-in-law, and younger brother, greetings. I am Suke, and I shall be taking Meng Meng with me for now. In due time, I shall return her to visit you. Please do not worry. Suke, signing off. With a swift, silent grace, Suke moved like a shadow in the night. Half an hour later, at the Peninsula International Community on the 8th floor, Suke once again entered through the balcony, infiltrating Ji Bingning's residence. This 130-square-meter apartment was her own purchase, and she resided there alone, her parents living in the neighboring community. In the living room, a soft glow emanated from the balcony. Suke approached the doorway of the master bedroom, his hand poised to grasp the doorknob, when, with a creak, the knob inexplicably turned of its own accord. Chapter 46. I am so scared. The superior and the subordinate in a moment of mutual bewilderment. Ji Bingning's eyes widened, her brows furrowing in confusion. Am I dreaming? Have I once again encountered this insufferable individual? With a sense of revulsion, she pushed Suke aside and made her way to the restroom. However, just as she took a step, her body froze in place. It seems this is not a dream after all. With great difficulty, she turned her head to look. Suke's devilish smile was reflected in her gaze. 3 seconds later, a piercing scream escaped her lips as she spun around in terror. Dashing toward the restroom, a loud thud echoed as Ji Bingning locked the restroom door, her expression one of sheer panic. Why is Suke here? Does he truly intend to abduct me? I merely suspended your account for a few days. Moreover, I have already reinstated it. Why is he still seeking me out? Listening to the approaching footsteps outside, Ji Bingning's heart raced with fear. In a frantic search of her attire, she realized her pajamas had no pockets, and her phone lay abandoned in the bedroom. Her complexion grew increasingly pallid. Suddenly, the sound of the doorknob turning sent chills down her spine. Help! Help me! In a moment of desperation, Ji Bingning shouted for assistance without a second thought. To her horror, the locked door creaked open. Suke, what do you want? She retreated against the wall, forcing herself to maintain a facade of composure. The icy touch of the wall seeped through her thin pajamas, heightening her sense of dread as the villain's gaze bore down on her. Gigi, what do you think I desire? Suke chuckled ominously, swiftly incapacitating her with strike. In the spirit spring space, Suke cradled Ji Bingning as he entered the space capsule where Wu Mingming resided. Observing the two former superior and subordinate figures now lying on a bed, Suke felt an eager anticipation for the scene that awaited them upon awakening. He pressed gentle kisses upon their lips before retreating from the spirit spring space. Knock, knock, knock. Xiaoning, what is happening in there? The villain inside could hear the sounds of approaching law enforcement. I advise you not to harm Xiaoning, or you'll be facing the consequences. As Suke made his entrance, a woman's voice and a rugged man's voice reached his ears. Smiling, he headed toward the balcony, leaping into the vast night, disappearing into the darkness. Twin Towers, Chairman's Lounge. Gazing at the slumbering Xiao Weining, Suke swiftly shed his clothing and lay down beside her. Habitually, he opened the magic sound app. For now, all else was set aside. His next objective was to continue strengthening himself. However, to grow stronger inevitably required further abductions. At present, he could offer nothing to the upper echelons of Longxia. Would they continue to regard him with such disdain, capturing the citizens of Longxia at will? Suke pondered the answer, but dismissed it. It mattered not. As long as he became sufficiently powerful, they could only watch in helpless frustration. The number of likes and comments on the videos he released has reached a staggering figure, 90 million. This implies that at least 90 million individuals have viewed this particular video. Furthermore, his follower count has dramatically surpassed that of Longxia's 2 accounts, soaring to an astonishing 360 million. At this moment, my popularity could rival that of even the most illustrious celebrities. Suke couldn't help but marvel. Unbeknownst to him, he had transformed into a video creator with hundreds of millions of fans. As for how many of these 360 million followers despised him, Suke remained indifferent. He relished the notion that while they may disapprove of him, they were powerless to eliminate him. Ah, Guan Xuan now exuded even more charm than before. Quite impressive indeed. Gazing at the video frame featuring Guan Shui in a purple low-cut gown, Su Ke was taken aback. His recollections of Guan Shui were anchored in the past, from their days in that urban drama. He never anticipated that the once inexperienced girl would blossom into such a captivating woman. Su Ke commented, "Quite splendid indeed. The purple gown carries a certain allure that I admire. Guan Shui, do not make me say it twice. Come to Yin Jing from the city that never sleeps immediately, or bear the consequences." After sending the message, Su Ke tossed his phone aside, embraced Xiao Weining, and closed his eyes. The following day, in the city that never sleeps, as dawn broke, Guan Shui groggily opened her eyes and tilted her head to glance outside. Rising from her slumber in her light sleepwear, she approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window and drew back the curtains. Gentle sunlight flooded the dimly lit room. The bedroom was adorned in shades of pink, reminiscent of a princess's chamber. This was the very space where she had grown up, while her in-laws resided far away in Yangqin. Stretching her arms wide, she inhaled the fresh air. Guan Shui picked up her phone from the bedside table, instinctively opening her MOE account. Notifications, 99. Clicking on it, she noticed Su Ke's comment had been pushed to the top, garnering 90 million likes. It was immediately apparent. Suke, he has taken notice of me? Guan Shui's eyes widened in terror, causing her phone to slip from her grasp and tumble onto the white carpet. Her body swayed slightly, nearly toppling over. No, I cannot be taken by him. Wait, my husband, I still have my husband. He must have a solution. In a flurry, Guan Shui crouched down to retrieve her phone. Just then her phone rang. As she was about to dial her husband's number, he was already calling her. Darling, Su Ke has set his sights on me, and I'm so frightened. Wife, I've seen Su Ke's comment. You need not worry with me around. Once I finish my current tasks, I will fly to the city that never sleeps to be with you. Okay, darling, please try to come as soon as you can. Su Quebec. He only gave me 1 day. I'm so scared. Rest assured, my love, I will expedite my work and reach you as swiftly as possible. Okay, darling, I will wait for you at my parents' house. Just as the call ended, her phone rang again. The caller ID read Xiaoying. She hurriedly pressed the answer button. Xiaoying, Su Ke is targeting me. I'm so scared. My dear, please don't cry. Why not come stay at the house I bought a while ago? I can hide there right now, and no one will know. Even Su Ke, no matter how powerful he is, won't be able to find me. Upon hearing this, Guan Shui's eyes brightened. The house that Xiao Xiaoying purchased in the Sleepless City was known only to the two of them. Su Ke would certainly not be able to find it. Xiaoying, then, I'll head over to find you right now. Just wait for me at home. Okay, I'll wait for you. To be honest, I've been so bored hiding here alone. After hanging up the phone, Guan Shui changed into a pair of black trousers and a black sun-protective jacket, donned a hat and mask, and hurriedly left her villa. She didn't even dare to drive. What if Su Ke tracked her down through her car? That would be disastrous. At the entrance of the community, she hailed a taxi and headed towards the neighborhood where Qiu Xiaoying's house was located. Meanwhile, in another scene, within a space capsule in the Lingquan space, Wu Mingming let out a soft whimper as she awoke. Feeling something pressing against her abdomen, she groggily reached out. So smooth and tender. What is this? Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide. Manager G? Why is she in my bed? Chapter 47. The beautiful woman's path to escape at that moment. Ji Bingning let out a soft whimper, slowly opening her eyes. Mengmeng? Yi. Manager Ji Bingning gazed at Wu Mengmeng, who was clad in her pajamas, feeling a wave of confusion wash over her. In the next instant, the events of the previous night began to resurface in her mind. Mengmeng, where is this? Have you also been kidnapped by Su Ke? This is Wu Mengmeng spoke, surveying her surroundings. Faced with the unfamiliar environment, the word home became lodged in her throat. Where's this? I distinctly remember sleeping at home last night. Wu Mengmeng was momentarily at a loss, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Meanwhile, Ji Bingning's heart sank to the depths of despair. It dawned on her that both she and Wu Mengmeng had been abducted by Su Quebec. No, I must remain composed. Su Ke is not here. Perhaps Mengmeng and I can escape. Ji Bingning removed her long, elegant legs from Wu Mengmeng's abdomen, sat up, and climbed out of bed to inspect the space capsule. At this moment, Wu Mingming also regained her senses, her expression transforming into one of sheer terror. I've been captured by Su Quebec. Sobbing softly, Wu Mingming curled her legs up in fright. Mingming, stop crying. Suke is not here. Quickly, get up. We might be able to escape while we have the chance. Suddenly, Wu Mingming ceased her sobbing, a glimmer of hope flickering in her eyes. She hurriedly rose and cautiously approached Ji Bingning's side. Manager, I will follow your lead. All right, stay close behind me and remain silent. Yes. Wu Mingming nodded eagerly. Truly, a person capable of being a manager could maintain such calm even when captured by a villain like Su Quebec. As she observed Ji Bingning's back, admiration blossomed in her heart. A heroine, a woman who stands shoulder to shoulder with men. Such was the essence of a manager like her. With this thought in mind, she followed closely behind Ji Bingning as they exited the space capsule. Manager, what is this place? Wu Mingming glanced at the central spiritual spring pool and the dozens of space capsules flanking it, as well as the vegetable garden not far behind them. Unable to suppress her curiosity, I suspect this is Su Kei's lair. Mingming, while it is still early, keep close to me and do not make a sound. Understood. Wu Mingming obediently nodded, trailing behind Ji Bingning as they moved toward the boundary of the space. At this moment, the space had undergone continuous expansion, and the spiritual spring pool was now several thousand meters away from the edge. Thus, the two were unable to discern the boundary of the spiritual spring space. Wow, manager, are those tomatoes and cucumbers? Why are they so enormous? In a vegetable garden, Wu Mingming crouched down, staring at the soccer ball-sized tomatoes and cucumbers that were as thick as a grown man's arm and a meter long, murmuring to herself. Ji Bingning was equally astonished. Can tomatoes and cucumbers grow this large? This is unbelievable. I've never seen anything like it. After a moment, regaining her composure, she quickly pulled Wu Mingming up from the ground, who was still mesmerized by the tomatoes. Do not be curious any longer. While Suke has not yet discovered us, let us hastily make our escape. Manager, if we run away, we are bound to become fatigued. I shall pluck a tomato. As Wu Mingming spoke, she reached out to grasp a tomato. Why is this tomato so remarkably firm? Ji Bingning observed Wu Mingming's struggle and, with resignation, extended her hands toward the colossal fruit. 30 minutes later, at the edge of the expanse, Ji Bingning and Wu Mingming each cradled a giant tomato in their arms. Both were panting heavily, gazing at the inky barrier that stretched endlessly into the distance, feeling dazed, bewildered, and helpless. Manager, what is this place? I do not know either. Ji Bingning, still holding the giant tomato, leaned against the dark wall, collapsing onto the ground in despair and confusion. After fleeing for so long, they had encountered an insurmountable, boundless barrier. How could they possibly escape? Looking at Ji Bingning's despondent expression, Wu Mingming was at a loss for words. Clutching her own giant tomato, she sat beside Ji Bingning, leaning against the inky wall. At that moment, both appeared disheveled, resembling lost princesses of fairy tales. Manager, what shall we do next? Wu Mingming inquired, her head bowed as she stared at the giant tomato in her embrace, her tone laden with disappointment. After a brief silence, Ji Bingning's eyes rekindled with determination. Mingming, let us first eat some tomatoes to replenish our strength. Then we shall walk along this barrier. I refuse to believe there is no exit. Very well, I shall heed your guidance. Yes, let's consume your tomato first. We must not waste it. Otherwise, whether due to a lack of food or a return to the garden, neither option is favorable. Indeed, you take the first bite, manager. Ji Bingning smiled, her disheveled appearance failing to conceal her exquisite beauty. It's quite large. Let us share it. You bite from one side, and I shall bite from the other. Upon hearing this, Wu Mingming paused in surprise, but then nodded in agreement. Thus, the two began to eat, taking turns. Wu Mingming and Ji Bingning exchanged awkward glances. Having overindulged, they had devoured the entire tomato, which was as large as a soccer ball. However, they could hardly be blamed. The giant tomato was simply too delectable. Manager, shall we sneak back for another? Ji Bingning glanced at the garden near the space capsule gently shook her head. We cannot risk ourselves any further. Let's conserve what we have. It should sustain us until we can escape. Right? Then, let us hasten our departure. Ji Bingning nodded, rising from the ground and brushing off the dust from her attire. Together, they walked along the inky barrier toward the other end. Meanwhile, the other girls were still lingering in bed. By the mattress and the table, Suke sat alone on the sofa, leisurely sipping from a spring water bottle, a broad smile illuminating his face. Within the realm of the spring, he had already gained control over a portion of the authority. Now, nothing that transpired within this entire space could escape his perception. As Ji Bingning and Wu Mingming escaped from the space capsule, they were already under the covert surveillance of Su Quebec. Every move they made was vividly etched in his mind. How amusing it was to ponder the feelings of the two as they toiled tirelessly only to return to their starting point. Sti contemplating escapa. Let them endure a bit of hardship first. Su Ke chuckled softly, rising to head towards the space capsule where Lin Ruoxue resided. At that moment, she had awakened but remained in bed. Although this space was filled with spiritual spring water and delectable fruits and vegetables, it was in truth a cage, and she was but a canary trapped within it, devoid of freedom. As she stared blankly at the ceiling, Su Ke stealthily entered the bedroom. What do you want? Lin Ruoxue turned a glance at Su Ke before turning away, her voice icy. What is there here? What do you expect me to do? Su Ke replied, plopping down on the edge of the bed. Heh. Lin Ruoxue scoffed coldly, turning her back to Su Ke, choosing to remain silent. Observing Ferdimina, Su Ke, disinterested in further banter, removed his shoes and climbed onto the bed, wrapping his arms around Lin Ruoxue from behind. In his pursuit of strength, he would not coddle anyone. To indulge you is a privilege. You ought to embrace it wholeheartedly. Chapter 48. You have become complacent. Returning to Alma Mater following the conflict, a profound silence ensued. Casting a glance at Lin Ruoxue, whose eyes still glistened with tears, Su Ke straightened his attire and exited the room. Shuka, y despizayo. The tears brimming in Lin Ruoxue's eyes cascaded down her cheeks, landing upon the crimson bedding. At that moment, all the maidens had risen. After visiting Lin Yutong, Yang, Yi, Moon Yinxue, Lin Momo, and Bai Mengjie, Su Ke stepped into the space capsule where Zhou Ruo resided. What do you want? Leave. I do not wish to see you. As soon as Su Ke entered the living room, Zhou Ruo's frigid voice pierced the air. With a derisive laugh, Su Ke seated himself beside her, extending his hand with audacity. Moments later, after placing the blushing and indignant Zhou Ruo back onto the sofa, Su Ke burst into laughter and exited the space capsule. She does not love you? Then conquer her body first. Eventually, her heart will only hold your shadow. This, as people often say, is the gradual blossoming of affection over time. Meanwhile, Ji Bingning and Wu Mingming continued their movement along the spatial barrier. After observing for a brief moment, Su Ke departed from the Lingquan space. Twin Towers. Chairman's office. As soon as Su Ke appeared, a voice of exasperation echoed in his mind. Host, you have not conceived offspring for so many days. Please do not become complacent any longer. Those who fail to recognize the situation should take the initiative. Task 1. Please proceed to the Magic City and locate Guan Shui, who is hiding at Qiu Xiaoying's residence, to ensure she conceives offspring. Task success. Reward of triple physique X1, 7 mother and child goo insects, 1 mother goo, 6 child goo. Task failure. No reward. Task 2. Ensure accomplished Qiu Xiaoying also conceives offspring. Task success. Reward of triple physique X1, 2 spatial fix points. Task failure. No reward. Note: the mother and child goo insects allow the holder of the mother goo to ignore distance and control the host of the child goo. Listening to the lamenting notifications in his mind, Su Ke stood frozen. The bandit, has he become anxious? Moreover, concerning the video he had released, none of the beauties from the entertainment and internet celebrity circles had seized the opportunity. The chance lay before them, yet not a single soul grasped it. Truly perplexing. Nonetheless, the rewards this time are quite appealing. 2 fixed-point exits, one set in Korea and the other in Japan. This would allow for seamless travel between Longxia, Japan, and Korea. As for the mother and child goo insects, They hold great promise. Contemplating a certain matter, Suke could not help but break into a grin. After a brief interlude, Suke rose and entered the chairman's lounge. Xiao Weining was in the midst of dressing. She glanced at Suke before continuing to dress, as if he were invisible. Suke paid her no mind, but instead surveyed the vacant space in the lounge. With a wave of his arm, a purple six-pointed star pattern materialized from thin air. In an instant, the entire lounge was illuminated by a radiant purple light. As Xiao Weining draped her short-sleeved garment around her neck, she was startled by the sudden influx of purple light filling the room. She swiftly turned her head to behold the phenomenon. What is this? Her eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the slowly descending hexagram pattern. Although she was already aware of Suke's extraordinary abilities, the enigmatic aura surrounding the hexagram left her utterly awestruck. Amidst her shock and disbelief, the hexagram gradually descended to the floor, merging seamlessly into the surface. What was that just now, Suke? She inquired. You may regard it as a teleportation array, albeit one that is rather personal to me, Suke replied, his gaze lingering on Xiao Weining, who was half-clothed, creating an overwhelming urge within him. However, he refrained from acting on it, as he still wished to return to Peony City to see his English teacher, who missed him dearly, and subsequently head to the city that never sleeps. The task at hand was paramount. Xiao Weining could wait for her turn. There was no need to rush. In Peony City, the Sunday had been extinguished, and today was Monday. Su Yuexin had classes and had already departed for school, having not returned to his alma mater in 6 or 7 years. He felt compelled to revisit. Donning a mask and hat, he stepped out of the villa. Although the Longxia police station had lifted his warrant, he had become somewhat of a household name. Hence it was prudent to remain inconspicuous. At the entrance of Peony City No. 1 High School, the gatekeeper, Uncle Zhang Chong, observed the masked figure before him. Hey, who are you? What are you sneaking around for? He inquired, preparing to shoo Suke away. Uncle, I am a member of the class of 15. I merely wish to see if I might. You're Suke from the class of 15? The middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief as he interrupted Su Quebec, recognizing that he had been identified. Suke removed his mask and smiled. Uncle Chong, I can't believe you're still here after all these years. Little K, it truly is you. Zhang Chong's eyes sparkled with curiosity and astonishment as he approached Su Quebec. You haven't visited in 7 years. What prompted your sudden return today? I happened to be passing by and thought it a fine opportunity to revisit after so long. Very well, you may enter. However, little K, though you are no longer a fugitive, some within the school harbor a deep-seated animosity towards you. They are merely minors, so do not stoop to their level, Zhang Chong cautioned, his face etched with concern, fearful that Su K might act inappropriately. Rest assured, Uncle Chong, I would never lay a hand on the younger students. Su K chuckled, reassured by Zhang Chong's expression as he stepped into the long-cherished campus. Memories from his high school days flooded his mind. Time had passed, and the familiar faces had dwindled significantly. Before he realized it, Su K found himself beneath the third teaching building, listening to the fervent recitations of classical Chinese literature emanating from within. The haunting memories of those terrifying days dominated by classical texts resurfaced in his mind. After a brief moment, he took a deep breath and stepped into the building. 5th floor. In classroom 507, where Suke had once spent 2.5 years, she gazed inside. The Chinese teacher, still exuding a mature and enchanting demeanor in her 30s, sat at the podium, engrossed in her materials. She appeared unchanged, as if time had gracefully passed her by, leaving no trace upon her visage. The only distinction lay in the rows of diligent students below, none of whom were the familiar faces of yesteryears. With a soft sigh, Suke made her way toward the English teacher's office. At the podium of 507, just as Suke departed, Jiang Xiaolin suddenly lifted her gaze toward the spot where Suke had stood. Observing the empty window, she furrowed her brow in contemplation. After a moment, she returned her focus to grading student papers. At the office door, Suke peered inside to see that English teacher Su Yuexin was still at her original desk. At that moment, she was diligently marking papers. Ding dong. The sound of a message notification from her phone interrupted the quiet. Su, noticing the message from Su K, turned her head in curiosity toward the office door. Chapter 49. Language teacher Jiang Xiaolin, why have you come to school? Su Yuexin emerged from the office, pulling Su K towards a secluded corner. Hee, teacher, I simply missed you. Ah, this is school. Refrain from being too familiar, lest someone sees us. Then let us find a more private spot. Noticing the predatory gaze of Su K, Su Yuexin hastily interjected, Su K, you should wait for me in the underground garage. I have no classes this afternoon. After I finish grading the remaining papers, whatever you desire when we return home, I shall comply. Su K accepted the car keys, cupped Su Yuexin's face, gave her a couple of playful pecks, and proceeded to the basement. Last time, she was adamant against it. This time, I must explore every possibility. Room 801, Building 13, Spring Breeze, Green City, Jiangnan. With a swift motion, he closed the door behind him and eagerly lifted Su Yuexin, carrying her to the dining table. Today, we shall try a different approach. What kind of approach? Su Yuexin perched on the table, her arms wrapped around Su K's neck, her eyes glimmering seductively. Listening to Su K's words, Su Yuexin's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze, softly murmuring in agreement. After a considerable time, Su Yuexin, her cheeks resembling blossoming peach flowers, nestled against Su K's chest, suddenly spoke. Su K, did you visit teacher Jiang today? I saw her, though she did not see me. Why do you ask? Su K looked down, puzzled by the enchanting figure in his embrace. Su K, was teacher Jiang kind to you back then? So teacher, let us speak plainly without any hesitation. Upon hearing this, Su Yuexin paused. Teacher Jiang's daughter, Jiang and I, is 4 years old now. You likely have not met her. Just a few days ago, she was diagnosed with leukemia. The treatment costs over $1 million. She raises the child alone, and her meager salary is hardly sufficient. She was so good to you. Could you possibly lend her hand? With that, Su Yuexin tilted her head back, her expectant gaze fixed upon Su Quebec. Teacher Jiang's daughter has leukemia? What of her husband? Why must she raise the child alone? Her husband passed away a few years ago due to an accident caused by drowsy driving. He collided with another vehicle and lost his life. They had just married not long before that tragic event. Then, I shall make a call to arrange some funds. Su K turned slightly, grasped the phone on the bedside table, and was about to dial Xiao Weining. Suddenly, a sinister voice chimed in. Host reminder, 1 rejuvenation pill, when ingested, will heal the leukemia patient. Host, it has been detected that you have harbored indescribable thoughts towards your teacher Jiang. The bandit kindly reminds you that a longevity pill could enable her to bear your offspring. What the heck? Detect your sister. Despite the inner turmoil, Su K reluctantly set the phone down. Beside him, Su Yuexin observed Su K's actions, her smile gradually fading. Just as she was about to speak, Su K interjected. Teacher Su, could you please call teacher Jiang over and have her bring Jiang and I along? Do you have a way to cure leukemia? Indeed, teacher Jiang had treated me so kindly in the past. Raising a child alone is no easy task, and I must share her burden. Upon hearing this, Su Yuexin shot Su K a glance, choosing not to elaborate further. She was all too aware of the type of person Su K was. No woman targeted by him could escape his grasp, unless she were to take her own life immediately. Otherwise, she would ultimately find herself compliant in his embrace. Hello, Xiaolin. You must bring Nini to my house at once. It concerns her health. It is imperative that you come. After uttering these words, Su Yuexin abruptly hung up the phone, her delicate hand instinctively pinching Su K's waist. Are you satisfied now? Satisfied? I'll be satisfied when you're carrying my child, Su K replied, rolling over once more. After some time, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the air. Su K glanced at the exhausted Su Yuexin before hastily donning his robe and exiting the bedroom. Creaking open the door, he found Jiang Xiaolin standing there, astonished. Su K, how did you end up here? She marveled at the transformation of the once awkward boy into a strikingly handsome young man. Alas, it was unfortunate that he had chosen a less noble path. Teacher Jiang, it has been a while, Su K said. Why are you at Yuexin's home? Teacher Su is resting in the bedroom. If you wish to know, you may enter and see for yourself. Jiang Xiaolin frowned slightly. grasping Jiang Ni's hand as they made their way toward the bedroom. Both were teachers in the same prestigious class, equally beautiful, and both widowed, sharing a sense of mutual empathy. Approximately 10 minutes later, Jiang Xiaolin exited the bedroom and approached the sofa. "Suke, Yuexin mentioned that you." Her sentence trailed off as Suke produced a rejuvenating elixir, presenting it to her. "This is the rejuvenation pill. It can effortlessly treat leukemia. However, once ingested, she will fall into a deep slumber for 24 hours while the medicine gradually revitalizes her body." Upon seeing this, Jiang Xiaolin felt her eyes moisten with gratitude. "Suke, thank you so much. Teacher Jiang, you should administer it to your daughter first. You can thank me properly later." Without further hesitation, Jiang Xiaolin nodded and hurried into the bedroom. Moments later, she emerged, cradling her 4-year-old daughter Jiang Ni and carrying her into the room Suke once occupied. Gently placing her on the bed, her gaze filled with adoration for the sleeping child. At that moment, Suke appeared behind her, pressing himself against her back, his arms encircling her slender waist. Jiang Xiaolin's body tensed as she instinctively attempted to struggle free. "Teacher Jiang, weren't you just about to thank me? Perfect timing. From now on, you shall be like Teacher Su, my woman." Feeling the warmth of Suke's breath against her ear, Jiang Xiaolin's cheeks flushed crimson. Yet, gazing at the child on the bed, she ultimately refrained from making any loud protests. "Shuka, I am your teacher, your elder, please. Do not act this way." Jiang Xiaolin murmured softly, struggling and twisting in Suke's embrace. "Hiss." Suke couldn't help but inhale sharply, feeling the heat becoming unbearable. Sensing the change, Jiang Xiaolin hastily ceased her writhing. Embarrassment, awkwardness, and anger washed over her. With a mischievous grin, Suke lifted Jiang Xiaolin effortlessly and strode towards Su Yuexin's bedroom. "No, please don't go Yuexin's room. I beg you," Su Quebec Jiang Xiaolin, flustered and anxious, pounded her fists against Suke's chest, tears streaming down her cheeks. Reluctantly, Suke redirected his steps towards the dining table. 3 hours later, observing Su Yuexin and Jiang Xiaolin nestled together, Suke smiled and said, "You both rest well. I have matters to attend to in the nightless city. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. Should you be unable to reach me, use this number." He proceeded to share Xiao Weining's phone number with Su Yuexin. As Suke departed, Su Yuexin and Jiang Xiaolin intertwined their fingers. Su Yuexin tilted her head, casting an apologetic glance at Jiang Xiaolin. "Xiaolin, I'm sorry for involving you with Su Quebec." Jiang Xiaolin smiled in response. "As long as Nini is well, I am willing to do anything. Besides, Su Quebec." A vivid image flashed in her mind, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Su Yuexin gazed at Jiang Xiaolin, recalling the same scene, her own cheeks warming in response. As night descended upon the city, at the nightless city airport, Suke donned a black casual outfit, a mask, and a hat, his hands tucked into his pockets as he exited the airport terminal. He hailed a taxi, directing the driver towards the Xingawan community, the very place where Qiu Xiaoying had purchased a home to evade Su Quebec Chapter 50 in Next Life. Sister will protect you for eternity in the Galaxy Bay community. Building 226, room 801. Qiu Xiaoying and Guan Shui were clad in delicate pink silk pajamas, their fair legs elegantly crossed as they sat on the sofa, indulging in potato chips while engrossed in a television drama. Their laughter resonated in the air, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted their revelry. A male voice echoed from outside, announcing, "Your delivery has arrived." "Did you order takeout?" Qiu Xiaoying and Guan Shui simultaneously turned to each other, both perplexed. I didn't order anything." "Neither did I." Confusion enveloped them. "Is anyone there?" "Your KFC is here. I've left it at the door." The voice continued. Qiu Xiaoying, bewildered, rose to her feet. "It must have been delivered to the wrong address. Let me check." "It probably is a mistake." Guan Shui nodded in understanding, returning her gaze to the screen. With a click, Qiu Xiaoying opened the door. "Huh? Where's the KFC? Didn't you say you left it at the door?" She leaned out, glancing to the left. Suddenly, her eyes widened in terror, her voice faltering. In the next moment, Suke covered her mouth with one hand and embraced her slender waist with the other, pulling her into the living room. Guan Shui stood frozen, her potato chips tumbling on her lap, her body trembling slightly from shock. Su Quebec. Silence, or I will harm your friend, Su K growled, still holding Xiao Xiaoying tightly as he plopped down on the sofa beside Guan Shui, who instinctively shifted away to create distance. Xiao Xiaoying found herself nestled in his lap, held firmly in his embrace. Su K, please let Xiaoying go. Then you must come closer to me, Su K commanded, coaxing Guan Shui to inch nearer. If I release one of you, the other will remain to bear my child. Which of you is willing to stay? As he spoke, he removed his hand from Xiao Xiaoying's mouth. Yet, she refrained from screaming. The presence of Su K rendered such an action futile. It was time to contemplate how to confront the situation. I will stay. Let the baby go. I will stay. Let Xiaoying go. In unison, both Xiao Xiaoying and Guan Shui made their choices. Su K was taken aback. This was not what he had envisioned. The bond between these two was unexpectedly profound, both willing to sacrifice themselves for the other. Such devotion was indeed rare. Indeed, you are worthy of my admiration, Su K remarked, suddenly pulling Guan Shui into his embrace as well. Since you sisters share such deep affection, why not become close companions forever? This way, you shall never have to part. Having said that, they vanished from the living room, entering the ethereal space of the Lingquan realm. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, Su K directly carried the struggling Xiao Xiaoying and Guan Shui into a space capsule. To their astonishment, her husband had bound both of them and led them into the room. Had they unwittingly offended him? This, I have no idea. Oh well, let us not dwell on that. Let us proceed, in relation to K. It is insurmountable. Regarding A. 3 hours later. All right, cease your tears. Take a moment to rest. Casting a glance at the two sobbing in each other's embrace, Su K helplessly exited the space capsule, granting them time to console one another. Oh no, I completely forgot about them. As he stepped out of the capsule, Su K exclaimed. 6,000 meters away, at the spatial barrier, Ji Bingning and Wu Mingming leaned wearily against the obsidian barrier. Sister Bingning, are we destined to perish here? Wu Mingming looked up at the pitch-black dome, her voice tinged with a sob. I'm sorry, Mingming. I should not have allowed you to block Su K's account. It was my fault. Ji Bingning gazed into the dark void above, speaking with regret. Sister Bingning, I do not blame you. I simply feel a tinge of reluctance. I have yet to experience love, and I long to have a sweet romance. Mingming, I too have never been in love. I desire a sweet romance as well. Yet, alas, it seems there may be no opportunity now. Sister Bingning, you have never been in love? How astonishing. Wu Mingming's voice echoed in the darkness. Ji Bingning chuckled softly. Initially, I only wished to work hard, but as I aged, I found it increasingly difficult to meet the right person. Mingming, are you cold? A bit. Then, let us embrace each other. All right. In the darkness, clad in light sleepwear and weary in body and spirit, the two embraced, feeling a slight warmth dispel the chill within. Mingming, are you hungry? A little. Then take this remaining piece of tomato, Ji Bingning said, grasping the leftover tomato and pressing it into Wu Mingming's hands. Sister Bingning, let us share it. Wu Mingming took it and bit off half, then offered the remaining piece to Ji Bingning's lips. Ji Bingning felt a surge of emotion as she opened her mouth to consume the last morsel. Sister Bingning, if there is a next life, I would still wish to be your subordinate. No, I do not want you to be my subordinate. Ji Bingning gently shook her head. Wu Mingming was taken aback, a hint of sorrow crossing her face, but it soon transformed into joy as she heard Ji Bingning continue. If there's a next life, I want you to be my closest sister. Wu, Sister Bingning, you are truly wonderful. Listening to Wu Mingming's sobs, Ji Bingning gently patted her back in a gesture of comfort. Mingming, have you ever found it peculiar that there exists such an immense wall in this world? Ji Bingning suddenly posed a question that had been lingering in her mind. The two had walked for an entire day, their legs nearly exhausted, yet they were met with an endless expanse of dark barrier. This place seemed utterly isolated from the outside world. Wu Mingming was taken aback. Only upon Ji Bingning's inquiry did she realize the strangeness of their surroundings. Sister Bingning, I've never heard of a wall so tall and so long in this world. Where exactly are we? It feels as if we are cut off from everything. Hearing Wu Mengming's words, Ji Bingning furrowed her brows tightly. Could it be that Su Ke was truly a celestial being? Was this indeed a realm inhabited by mortals? If that were the case, then the massive fruits and vegetables, along with this wall, would make sense. Su Ke, could he actually be an immortal? I made Mengming ban the account of an immortal. I was actually opposing an immortal. How foolish of me. Mengming, it is I who have brought you misfortune. If there is a next life, I hope we could be sisters. I will certainly protect you for eternity. Hey, have you two finished your conversation? Isn't it my turn to speak now? A male voice unexpectedly echoed beside them in the darkness. Chapter 51. The little martial deity of the mortal realm, mother and son Gu. Ghost! It's a ghost! Wu Mengming screamed in terror, burying her head into Ji Bingning's embrace. Ji Bingning was startled as well, but she quickly discerned the source of the voice. Su Ke, I am so sorry. I should not have allowed Mengming to suspend your account. She is innocent. Could you please release her? I will do anything you ask in return. Hearing Ji Bingning's pleading voice, Wu Mengming regained her composure. It was not a ghost, but the divine Su Ke who had appeared. Sister Bingning, I do not want you to plead for me. If we are to die, let us perish together, Wu Mengming bravely declared, tightening her grip on Ji Bingning's arm. Su Ke looked at the two with a mix of amusement and emotion. I must admit, I am quite touched. All right, I merely wish for you to assist the Su family in flourishing. I do not intend to harm you. There is no need to act as if it is a matter of life and death. Assist the Su family in flourishing? Su Ke actually desires us to. As the two were momentarily stunned, they suddenly felt their bodies levitating in the air. Su Ke was actually carrying them aloft. Both Wu Mengming and Ji Bingning were taken aback. A moment later, Su Ke, covered in dust and in disheveled pajamas, brought the two of them into a spacious capsule. He walked directly towards the restroom, gently placing them on the ground. What once were two fair maidens now appeared akin to beggars. You two should wash up properly. I will prepare some food and clothes for you, he said, closing the restroom door with a clang. Sitting on the cold floor, Wu Mengming and Ji Bingning exchanged glances, rendered speechless. After a few seconds of silence, Wu Mengming broke the stillness. Sister Bingning, what shall we do? Sighing deeply, Ji Bingning stood up and pulled Wu Mengming to her feet, saying, We must accept our fate. Judging by Su Ke's demeanor, he likely means us no harm. This. Wu Mengming was momentarily engulfed in confusion. What else can we do? All right, let's wash up quickly. It would be inconvenient to do so after Su Ke returns. Ji Bingning remarked, removing her cool pajamas, resembling jade in its purity. Seeing this, Wu Mengming followed suit and began to wash as well. In the living room, listening to the running water from the restroom, Su Ke placed 2 steaming bowls of noodles made with spiritual spring water on the dining table before exiting the capsule. A moment later, he returned with 2 pink onesies. The clothes have been left at the door, and there are noodles prepared on the table. Take your time to recuperate. If you wish for fruits, feel free to pick them yourself. It is unwise to remain weak while pregnant. Hud, hud, hud. As the footsteps faded away, Wu Mengming and Ji Bingning exchanged complex glances in the restroom. Pregnant? Is the price of immortality bearing the children of the Su family? Let's not dwell on it for now. After we wash up, we can enjoy a meal and get some rest. Indeed, the following evening, the captivating voice of the bandit suddenly resonated. Guan Shui has borne you an offspring. Congratulations, host, for completing task 1. Hoa, triple physique x1. 7 mother and child goo worms. Su Ke stood in astonishment. How could it have happened so quickly? Was she preparing for conception prior to this? Did I board the ship without purchasing a ticket? Regardless, Su Ke shifted his position slightly and pressed on. In the blink of an eye, 5 days swiftly passed. The alluring voice of the bandit echoed once more. Xiao Xiaoying has borne you an offspring. Congratulations, host, for completing task 2. Reward, triple physique x1, 2 spatial fixed exits. A full 6 days had elapsed. Su Ke leaned against the bedroom wall with one hand, while the other rested on his waist as he entered the living room. The old adage proved true. Sitting on the sofa, Su Ke closed his eyes. Six fois de physique, extraction. Boom! An enigmatic force surged forth, striking the crown of his head and instantly penetrating Suke's corporeal form. His entire being underwent a cleansing cycle of 360 iterations, with the residual energy converging into the depths of his dantian. The golden ocean roared, tumultuous waves erupting. Sweat beads the size of mung beans cascaded down Suke's forehead. Accompanied by the rumbling sounds, the dantian expanded at a visibly rapid pace. In the bloodstream coursing through him, a minuscule portion of red blood cells, colorless transparent white blood cells, colorless transparent platelets, and a tiny fraction of plasma began to subtly shift toward a golden hue. Could it be that, as my physique strengthens, I shall ultimately transform into a golden figure? A powerful physique will indeed undergo transformation into different forms, but you will not become a little golden man. Please rest assured. Host. Very well. As that profound force dissipated, tranquility returned to his body. 27-fold physique. At this moment, it would not be an exaggeration to refer to him as a minor martial deity of the mortal realm. Come forth, my mother and child goo worms. Vushum. What on earth? Suke stared at the 7 motionless, caterpillar-like creatures resting in the palm of his hand, seemingly lifeless. Were these the mother and child goo worms? This must be a counterfeit. Please do not doubt the bandit, host. These mother and child goo worms may appear ordinary, but they are anything but. Their lifespan is merely 3 months, and they are currently in a dormant state. If you do not require their use for the time being, please refrain from activating them. Very well. Suke glanced once more at the 6 green and 1 white caterpillars before storing them away. As for the 2 fixed exits, he had already contemplated their placement. It seemed a journey abroad was in order to deploy the fixed exits. How delightful it would be if he could soar through the skies on a sword. Suke couldn't help but sigh, his yearning for cultivation intensifying. The Huangdi Neijing and the Xianyuan sword were items he was determined to acquire. Now he was undeniably powerful, yet he felt akin to a brute force. Like the red giant of Longxia, he possessed sheer strength, but lacked the ability to fly. To venture to the land of the morning calm, one could hardly run and swim there. That would surely incite laughter among readers. Leisure zone. Suke quietly approached. The ladies were gathered together, engaged in leisurely chatter, playing Do Diju and Mahjong, with Ji Bingning and Wu Mengmeng prominently among them. After 6 days, the two had developed a basic understanding of Suke, powerful, lecherous, mysterious, and unrestrained, yet occasionally revealing a tender side. Darling, what about those 2? Facing the curious gazes of the ladies, Suke smiled broadly. From now on, you shall be like sisters. Upon hearing this, Lin Yutong and the others nodded gently. Suddenly, Bai Mengjie tugged at Suke's sleeve and whispered, Darling, there are still 11 more here. Why not let them also help the Su family flourish? Of course, one by one. Suke chuckled as he ruffled Bai Mengjie's hair, then turned his gaze towards Long Fei and the others. Thanks to the nourishing effects of the rejuvenation elixir and the fruits and vegetables from the spiritual spring, their skin had become more radiant and supple. Darling, why are you going abroad? Lin Yutong inquired curiously. The little Korean and little Japanese have challenged me to a duel. I'm going to teach them a lesson. Oh, all right. The ladies were not concerned for Suke's safety. With his current abilities, he was unlikely to encounter any danger, unless a heavy weapon were to explode near him. But could that even happen? Chapter 52. The gang's mission, Xianren Gang App, won an agricultural market. As the largest agricultural market in the city that never sleeps, it boasts an astounding array of goods. Boss, I need 100 packets each of ginseng, astragalus, angelica, salvia, rasher, heavy, and dendrobium. Additionally, 100 packets each of cucumbers, melons, pumpkins, watermelons, eggplants, tomatoes, spinach, celery, and lettuce. I require seeds of various kinds, also 100 packets each. Furthermore, I would like 100 saplings of every fruit tree variety. And please bring me 10 shovels and hoes as well. The middle-aged boss, listening to the masked man's incessant requests, was momentarily taken aback. Sir, please follow me, he said, regaining his composure and a broad smile illuminating his face. He led Suke towards the backyard, where nearly 10 acres were filled with various fruit trees. Adjacent to this, a row of 6 warehouses brimmed with seeds of all types. Young man, with such a large order, where shall I deliver it? Kindly provide me with an address. The middle-aged boss inquired, casting another glance at Sue Quebec. His brow furrowed in contemplation, then suddenly lit up with astonishment. You are Sue gang leader. The middle-aged man trembled with excitement, akin to a fervent fan encountering their idol, his face flushed with exhilaration. Sue gang leader? Suke was taken aback. When did I become Sue gang leader? He removed his mask under the middle-aged man's fervent gaze. It truly is you, Sue gang leader. I cannot believe I am seeing you in person. The man began to sob with joy. Calm down, big brother. What is this about Sue gang leader? Suke asked. The middle-aged man wiped away his tears of excitement and explained, this was established by your fans, and even celebrities like Wang Chao, Zhang Tong, and Jing are part of the gang, with them being elected as deputy leaders. Moreover, knowing your fondness for beauty, your fans created this organization partly to select the fairest maidens for you. What a surprise, Suke thought, astounded by the dedication of his fans. Big brother, I will take all your goods, and I shall trade with you. Observing the man's idolization, Suke felt no inclination to haggle. Sue gang leader, as long as you desire it, I shall give it all to you. In that case, I will accept everything, but I cannot let you bear the loss. Please fetch me 10 large barrels. Sue gang leader, the middle-aged man started to protest, but Suke waved his hand, interrupting him. Enough, as my fan. Go and bring me 10 large barrels. Very well, the middle-aged man exclaimed, rushing towards the front hall where more than 10 large barrels awaited sale. Just as the middle-aged man went out to retrieve the barrels, within the vast courtyard and the 6 warehouses, all seeds and saplings were absorbed into Suke's spiritual space. The middle-aged man looked at the now empty courtyard and warehouses with a knowing expression. Indeed, Sue gang leader is a cultivator. By the way, may I ask your name? Big brother? I am Su Daqiang, and you may call me Xiao Chong, Su Laoda. Upon hearing this, Suke smiled lightly. Daqiang, I shall present you with some miraculous water, which not only fortifies the body, but also aids in the treatment of numerous ailments when consumed regularly. As he spoke, over 10 barrels of spiritual spring water materialized in the courtyard. Pouring the water into the bucket brought by Su Daqiang, Suke then retrieved the bucket. Is this water? No, this is celestial brew. It is the beloved gift of our leader. Su Daqiang leaned over the bucket, inhaling the aroma with a look of rapture. Daqiang, do you know anyone who sells chicken ducklings? Su Daqiang lifted his head and promptly replied, Su Laoda, I happen to have a friend named Qiao Wangzhu who specializes in these. Would you like me to take you there right away? By the way, he is also your fan and a member of our gang. Suke nodded and followed closely behind Su Daqiang as they walked in a particular direction. After a brief 10-minute stroll, they arrived at a shop selling livestock seedlings. Qiao Wangzhu appeared to be in his 40s, sporting a buzz cut and a square face. Clad in a black short-sleeved shirt and long pants, he was busy introducing a customer to the Duck King. Old Qiao, come here for a moment. Su Daqiang called out while waving to Qiao Wangzhu. Please hold on for a moment, Qiao Wangzhu said to the customer before rushing over. Daqiang, what can I do for you? Old Qiao, allow me to introduce you to someone. Please remain composed and don't startle anyone, Su Daqiang said, glancing at Suke beside him. This is our esteemed leader. What? The leader? Qiao Wangzhu's eyes widened in astonishment. Su Daqiang, startled, quickly covered his mouth. The customer, noticing Qiao Wangzhu's prolonged absence, frowned and turned to leave. Overjoyed, Qiao Wangzhu led Suke and Su Daqiang toward the backyard. The sound of chirping chicks, ducklings, and goslings filled the air. Su Laoda, I have come to possess various breeds including the Hanhang chicken, Roman brown chicken, Sanwang chicken, turkey, Jujin yellow chicken, Langshan chicken, black chicken, ducks, and geese. What do you require? I shall gift you all of them. Qiao Wangzhu excitedly pointed at each cage, his words flowing with enthusiasm. I shall take all of them. I cannot let my fans suffer, Suke began, but before he could finish, Su Daqiang interrupted. Su Laoda, please take everything you need. The 10 barrels are more than sufficient for me and old Qiao to share 5 each. Qiao Wangzhu, puzzled, inquired what barrels. I'll explain later, Su Dayang replied. All right. Xiao Wangzu nodded. Su Laoda, please take everything. Su Ke nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. 5 barrels of spiritual spring water would be ample for them to earn a fortune or perhaps secure health and longevity. Under the fervent and adoring gaze of Xiao Wangzu, the cages of poultry seedlings vanished from sight. Well then, you two carry on. I must take my leave. Su Ke smiled at his 2 little fans and prepared to turn away. Su Laoda, please wait a moment. Su Daxiang called out to Su Quebec. Is there anything else? Su Ke turned his head, puzzled, glancing at Su Daxiang and Xiao Wangzu. Su Laoda, I just saw a notification from the gang's app. You might find it intriguing. Going up? What on earth is that? Perhaps sensing Su Ke's confusion, Su Daxiang quickly explained, Su Laoda, it's like this. For the convenience of communication among gang members, several top programmers within the gang developed a community app for the Immortal Gang. Just now, a message came through that there will be an ancient-style event called Dreaming Back to the Song Dynasty on Song Street, not far from this market. Several exceptionally beautiful girls in traditional attire will be present. Wow, are those my fans? Su Ke exclaimed, excitement radiating from him. That's splendid, truly commendable. Beautiful girls in traditional attire? I wonder how stunning they are. All right, I understand. You all carry on with your tasks. I shall take my leave. With that, Su Ke turned and departed from the market. Chapter 53, Coercion, Inviting Song Street. In a dreamlike return to the Song Dynasty, the ancient street resonated with classical music, as throngs of people donned traditional song attire, immersing themselves in the enchanting atmosphere. Look, they are coming out. Lin Yao, Xiao Yuman. Dong Qianqian, I adore you. Suddenly, Su Ke entered the ancient street and was met by a crowd encircling a quaint pavilion, their excited shrieks filling the air. In the next moment, one after another, elegantly clad women with large folding fans emerged from the pavilion, radiating charm and allure. Each casual glance and smile ignited further cheers from the onlookers. Widow Zhu Fujin surveyed the crowd of enthusiastic admirers, playfully brushing aside a lock of hair and gently waving her fan. Her gaze, brimming with amusement, swept over Su Quebec. Indeed, she was the legendary widow, a figure of irresistible allure. Even from a distance of over 10 meters, Su Ke felt the palpable aura of the widow wash over him, momentarily unsettling his steadfast resolve. Lin Yao and Xiao Yuman were equally breathtaking, their skin resembling the finest white jade, exuding a youthful vitality. Maneuvering around the crowd to obstruct the young lady's path. As the onlookers and Zhu Fujin, Lin Yao, and Xiao Yuman looked on with furrowed brows, he slowly removed his mask. Silence enveloped the scene. 5 seconds passed. Suddenly, someone gasped, "Oh, my goodness, it's the Demon King Su Ke. Run, Yao. Fujin, flee. Yuman, I will hold him off. You all escape." A collective intake of breath resonated among the more rational onlookers, who began retreating while pulling out their phones to record. Meanwhile, a faction of fervent fans stood resolutely in front of Zhu Fujin and the others, prepared to confront Su Quebec. To take Yao, you must first step over my dead body. Yes, if you want to abduct Fujin, you must slay me first. Protect Fujin, protect Yao, protect Yuman. Defeat Su Ke. Gazing at the throng of impetuous youths blocking his way, Su Ke smiled widely. In an instant, his figure transformed into a blur. Within 10 seconds, over 20 young men fell, their cries of despair echoing through the air. Don't come any closer. Zhu Fujin, Lin Yao, and Xiao Yuman clutched each other in terror, slowly retreating. In a moment of misstep, Lin Yao stumbled and fell onto the cold marble floor, followed by Zhu Fujin and Xiao Yuman. Please, don't harm my goddess. Master Su, I beg you, spare my goddess. Sun Dandan and Tang Xiaohu lay on the ground, watching Su Ke approach their beloved goddess, their eyes wide with desperation and anguish. Sukachaked softly. The ones he desired would never forsake him for anyone else. With a swift motion, the shadows of Zhu Fujin, Lin Yao, and Xiao Yuman flickered by, and the 3 figures vanished into thin air. Now, possessing a physique 27 times stronger Suke no longer harbored concerns regarding firearms, unless besieged by heavy weaponry, which seemed implausible in a bustling urban area. He felt invincible, especially with the ability to return to his spatial refuge at will. Unburdened by fear, he acted freely and recklessly. "No, my goddess. Suke, return, my goddess." The sharp sounds of gunfire echoed as several dazed youths attempted to obstruct him, only to be unceremoniously kicked aside. Just as Suke prepared to depart, he noticed a team of police officers approaching him. "Are you also here to hinder me?" Suke furrowed his brow, casting a cold gaze upon the four tall, stern-faced men in uniforms. "Mr. Su, you misunderstand. We, the police, wish to invite you for a discussion. May we?" Hearing this, Suke frowned momentarily before nodding in contemplation. "Officer, did you not see that Suke just apprehended someone? Why do you not arrest him?" "Why?" The four officers glanced at the moaning individuals sprawled on the ground, their hearts simmering with anger at Suke's actions. Yet, faced with such a formidable character, what could they possibly do? They could only lament the unfairness of fate, questioning why someone as audacious and powerful as Suke was allowed to exist. Observing the groaning crowd on the ground, the eldest officer surveyed his surroundings and said, "You two stay behind and escort them to the hospital." With that, he gestured towards Suke, inviting him with a courteous hand motion. "Mr. Su, please." Suke nodded in acknowledgement and followed the officer away from the scene. A collective gasp arose from the onlookers who had been taking photos. Suke was indeed beyond the bounds of law. He had apprehended someone in public, and the police appeared to turn a blind eye. They eagerly reviewed the videos captured in their albums, determined to share them far and wide, seeking justice for Zhu Fujin, Lin Yiyao, Xiao Yumin, and the numerous dazed youths. In the spiritual spring space, Qiu Xiaoying, newly pregnant, rested in her bedroom. About 10 meters from a spiritual spring pool, a group of 7 pregnant women, including Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, Moon Yinxue, Lin Momo, Bai Mengjie, Zhou Ruo, and Guan Shui, engaged in lively conversation. Meanwhile, 11 others, including Lin Ruoxue, Li Mengchen, Long Xiaokui, Su Dili, Tong Xiaodian, Qiao Dudu, Long Feifei, Shun Li, Peng Yuha, Ji Bingning, and Wu Mengmeng played cards and mahjong nearby. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, followed by another. The women looked up in unison, witnessing a multitude of items and young plants materialize before them. "What on earth has my husband done this time?" Lin Momo inquired curiously. The rest of the women shared her intrigue. "Let us go see," Lin Yutong proposed. They all nodded enthusiastically and rose to investigate the newly appeared items, discovering an array of fruits, vegetables, medicinal herb seeds, and young fruit trees. So many. Could it be that Suke intends to cultivate all the vacant land with fruits, vegetables, herbs, and fruit trees? While the ladies were crouched down, examining the myriad varieties of plant seeds and seedlings, suddenly, a series of loud thuds echoed through the air. Cages of poultry reappeared. It seems there is much to be done. Planting vegetables, sowing melons, planting trees, raising ducks, and tending to chickens. The urban beauties. Could they be transforming into farmers? Just then, 3 figures clad in ancient attire appeared unexpectedly. Hearing the commotion, the ladies turned to look. "This, Sai." Lin Yutong and the others couldn't help but exhale in exasperation, feeling both sorrowful and helpless. There were still over a dozen unsampled in the space. Yet 3 more were brought in. Does he truly desire a harem of 3,000 beauties? The favored ladies are those big stars captured by Suke. Lin Yao exclaimed, her voice tinged with a hint of joy. "Yao Yuman, let's go see," Lin Yao said as she and Xiao Yuman nodded. The 3 of them walking side by side towards Lin Yutong and the others. At the Nightless City Police Headquarters, Suke followed behind a middle-aged man into the main hall. The passing officers cast glances toward him, filled with jealousy, anger, helplessness, and curiosity. "Mr. Su, please follow me. We have been waiting for you in the conference room," the middle-aged man said, leading Suke toward the direction of the police station's conference room. Chapter 54. The Fiend is Departing Abroad. Laughter echoes through the Nightless City Police Headquarters conference room. 3 individuals adorned with high-ranking epaulets sat upright, their solemn expressions interlaced with anger and helplessness. The abduction of several influential citizens had stripped them of their authority and trust among the populace. They had hoped that, under pressure, retracting the warrant for Su-Kei would yield some advantage. However, to their dismay, Su-Kei was obstinately uncooperative. Did he truly believe that Long Xia could not manage him? Knock, knock, knock. Just as the trio lapsed into silence, a knock resonated at the conference room door. Enter. The director, Su-Kei, has arrived. Upon hearing this, the three men, who had been sitting rigidly, sprang to their feet in unison, their faces instantly adorned with smiles. Director Chen Tianfong waved his hand, and the man leading the way turned and left, closing the door behind him. I am Chen Tianfong, the director of the Nightless City Police Headquarters. I have long heard of your esteemed name, Mr. Su. Meeting you today, it is indeed true that heroes emerge from youth. Director Chen Tianfong beamed, extending his arm. Su-Kei nodded slightly and exchanged a gentle handshake with him. These are Deputy Directors Zhang Weigua and Zhao Ping. Mr. Su, it is an honor to welcome you to the Nightless City Police Headquarters. Mr. Su, it is indeed a pleasure to finally meet you. Su-Kei extended his hand once more for another handshake. One honor indeed, he mused inwardly, but I suspect you all harbor a deep-seated resentment towards me. Director Chen, Deputy Directors Zhang and Zhao, may I inquire as to the purpose of your invitation? Purpose? Do you not have an inkling? The three silently scoffed, yet their faces remained adorned with gentle smiles. Mr. Su, let us sit and converse. Chen Tianfong gestured for them to take their seats, speaking with a warm tone. Su-Kei nodded and sat down. Mr. Su, do you harbor any concerns or questions regarding our Commissioner Qin's remarks? Why are you reluctant to collaborate with Long Xia? Chen Tianfong hesitated briefly before speaking candidly. Su-Kei shook his head. It is not that I am unwilling to cooperate with Long Xia. Rather, I currently possess nothing of value to offer. Consequently, there is no necessity for collaboration. Mr. Su, you cannot phrase it that way. Even if you have nothing to offer, Long Xia is eager to foster a good relationship with you. Zhao Ping interjected with a smile. Oh, is that so? Then why would I not be despised for abducting those individuals? By the way, I just captured 3 internet celebrities on Song Street. Upon hearing this, a fleeting shadow crossed the eyes of the 3 men. Let the abductions continue. You dare utter such words in front of the 3 police chiefs of Nightless City. Do we not have any pride? Your actions leave us in a most uncomfortable position. Anger simmered beneath the surface, yet they maintained their smiles. Mr. Su, if you have a penchant for beauties, Long Xia will be delighted to select a few for you. However, your public abductions do pose a bit of inconvenience for Long Xia. Chen Tianfong remarked, awkwardly smiling. Rest assured, I will not capture too many. Additionally, I have some good news to share with you. What good news, Mr. Su? The eyes of the 3 individuals brightened, believing that Su-Kei was about to bestow upon them items related to cultivation. They gazed at him with eager anticipation. Noticing their expectant expressions, Su-Kei smiled gently. I am preparing to go abroad. To the lands of the little sticks and little sun. To the little sun and little sticks? This, although it does not involve the bestowal of cultivation-related items. The departure of this calamity from Longsha would indeed be a fortunate event for the beautiful people and the nation itself. Mr. Su, when do you intend to leave? Zhang Weigua promptly inquired, as if a delay of a mere second would prevent Su-Kei from embarking on his journey. I was just about to handle the arrangements, but I did not expect to be invited here by you, Su-Kei replied, causing the 3 to exchange awkward smiles. Chen Tianfong quickly added, Mr. Su, you need not trouble yourself with such trivial matters. We can handle everything for you today and even prepare your tickets, allowing you to depart this evening. Upon realizing that his words may have been misinterpreted, he hastily clarified, Mr. Su, I did not mean to rush you. Shuka shuklad, no burias, y apreciata yo resistanza. I shall set off tonight. Rest assured, Mr. Su, we will expedite the process for you. Zhao Ping replied with a broad smile. Su-Kei reciprocated with a hint of a smile, relieved that the Nightless City Police Station would facilitate his arrangements, thereby eliminating much of the hassle. Very well. I shall await your news. You have my phone number, I presume? Indeed. We will notify you as soon as everything is in order, Chen Tianfong, Zhang Weigua, And Zhao Ping exclaimed, their faces brightening with joy. The calamity was set to leave the country. It was indeed a cause for celebration. Observing their exuberance, Suke could not help but chuckle inwardly. In a few days, when another beauty mysteriously disappears, I wonder if they will still be able to laugh. As they bid farewell to Suke, the three men beamed with delight. Finally, the calamity would no longer afflict Longxia. This was the most uplifting news they had heard in a long while. Old Zhao, you will handle all of Suke's departure procedures, Chen Tianfang instructed. Rest assured, I will complete them by this afternoon, and he will be ready to leave tonight, Old Zhao assured. We must share this wonderful news with the chief, Chen Tianfang exclaimed joyfully as he turned to head back into the police station. Meanwhile, in the spiritual spring space, the widow Lin Yao and Xiao Yuman, comforted by their companions, found their fearful and anxious hearts somewhat calmed. Under the arrangements of Yang, Yi, and others, they changed into shorts, short sleeves, and sandals, joining in the efforts to plant trees and beautify the space. Unbeknownst to them, dozens of saplings had already been planted in the soil. Oh, my dear ones, you are quite industrious. Suke's teasing voice suddenly emerged from behind the maidens. The maidens turned in unison, with Zhu Fujin, Lin Yao, and Xiao Yuman exhibiting traces of lingering fear in their eyes. I merely brought you here to assist me in nurturing offspring. I mean you no harm. There is no need for fear, Suke said with a warm smile. Approaching the maidens. Listen, is this truly the language of a human? Tied up, merely having a child. Just that. Is this not a form of harm? Despite the inner grumbling, the three managed to force a faint smile upon their faces, refraining from contradiction. Dear, they have just arrived. In a few days, they will acclimate, so do not worry. Suke nodded slightly. I plan to go abroad. While you are here, feeling bored, you can gradually plant these trees and seeds. Indeed, Suke, with so many chicks, ducklings, and goslings, how will you care for them? We cannot allow them to run amok. Li Mengqian glanced at the chicken coop, frowning in inquiry. In response, Suke pondered for a moment. In a couple of days, I will bring in some large wire mesh cages. For now, let us keep them in the coops. As Suke spoke, dozens of cages soared hundreds of meters away. The spiritual spring within the pool was boundless. However, a grand swimming pool could be constructed, allowing for leisurely swims with the maidens during idle times. Additionally, several ponds could be established for fish farming. Fish raised in the spiritual spring water would undoubtedly have superior flavor. Furthermore, planting some fresh flowers would enhance the aesthetic of the space. With that in mind, there were indeed numerous tasks that required refinement. Suke could first enlist Xiao Weini's assistance to prepare the necessary items in advance. Once the export settings in the Korean region were established, a return to the imperial capital would allow work to commence. Chapter 55. Capturing Li Jixi after accompanying the ladies in planting some fruit trees. Suke swiftly departed from space. He subsequently sent a message to Xiao Weini detailing his requirements for enhancing the space. Some Taihu stones, various flower seeds, a large cage woven from wire mesh, and a custom-made swimming pool. Dingling. Just as the message was sent, a call from an unfamiliar number came through. It was undoubtedly the Nightless City police station. Upon answering, Zhao Ping's slightly excited voice resonated through the receiver. Mr. Su, the documents for your overseas trip have been prepared. Where are you now? I will personally drive to pick you up. You seem rather cheerful. It's not as if I won't be returning. Suke couldn't help but retort, listening to Zhao Ping's exuberance. No need for that. I'm not far from your station. I can walk over. All right. We'll wait for you at the station. Nightless City. Police station. Suke examined the contents of the tote bag containing his passport, visa, flight ticket, and hotel reservation, nodding in satisfaction. The preparations were quite thorough. Even the hotel reservation had been arranged. Then, under the watchful eyes of Chen Tianfang, Zhang Weiguo, and Zhao Ping, he directly placed the tote bag into the space. Although they were already aware of Suke's unique ability, witnessing it firsthand still left the three of them astonished. Gazing at the smiling trio, Suke extended his palm, revealing a fragrant pill that lay nestled within. It was the rejuvenating elixir capable of extending life by a decade. Mr. Su, what is this? Chen Tianfang and the others widened their eyes. excitedly fixating on the pill in Su Kei's hand. This is the rejuvenation pill. As long as one is not deceased, it can extend life by 10 years. I present it to you. In the future, we might have opportunities for collaboration with Longxia. I hope for your strong support then. Certainly, certainly. Well, we shall accept it, Chun Tianfang replied, exhilarated as he received the rejuvenation pill from Su Kei, treating it like a treasure. Mr. Su, I will send someone to escort you to the airport, Chen Tianfang stated. Su Kei nodded, and under Chen Tianfang's arrangement, they headed towards the airport. What shall we do with just one? Zhao Ping remarked, glancing at the pill in Chen Tianfang's hand, hesitating to speak. Perhaps we should present it to the Grand Elder? Zhang Wei was suggested. After pondering for a moment, Chen Tianfang agreed, deciding to submit the rejuvenation pill to the Grand Elder of Longxia. With only one pill, none of the three could accept it without the others feeling slighted, especially since the specific effects were still unknown. Presenting it to the Grand Elder was indeed the most prudent choice. Tomorrow, I will head to Yinjing, and the duties in the station will be left to the two of you, Chen Tianfang concluded. All right, old Chen, you can rest assured and go. 3 hours later, Little Korea, the capital of kimchi, Hanyang City. Su Kei stepped out of the airport, but did not make his way to the hotel reserved by Chen Tianfang. Instead, he headed straight to Hanandong in Longshan District, where numerous Korean female stars resided, including Li Ji, Song Hui, Sun Jun, and Jin Shi. Tonight, he is determined to capture Li Ji on behalf of the many socially awkward men of Longxia Kingdom, to savor the essence of her being. The villa numbered 128 is indeed the residence of Li Ji. At this moment, she is performing at the Hanyang Olympic Stadium, leaving the villa shrouded in darkness and solitude. Su Kei, resembling a shadowy vigilante, deftly infiltrates the villa with a few agile leaps. He swiftly locates the master bedroom, which reveals an immaculate and orderly space, adorned with a neatly folded dark green quilt, exuding a subtle and delicate fragrance. The scent of beauty is truly enchanting. It is evident that Li Ji frequently resides here. A sinister chuckle escapes Su Kei's lips as he enters the en-suite bathroom, refreshing himself with a cold shower before returning to the bedside. With a graceful sweep of his arm, a violet six-pointed star symbol materializes out of thin air, slowly descending and effortlessly penetrating the mattress, ultimately vanishing beneath the floorboards. As the glow dissipates, Su Kei reclines upon the bed. In the front villa, Song Hui, clad in a pale yellow silk nightgown and holding a goblet of beauty-enhancing red wine, gazes vacantly out the window. Suddenly, her eyes widen as she fixates on the balcony of the rear villa. A flickering violet light seeps through the curtains, captivating her gaze. Moments later, the violet glow abruptly fades. Confusion clouds her brow. This is odd. Isn't Xiao Ji performing at the stadium? She should not be home at this hour. Muttering to herself, Song Hui retrieves her phone and opens KakaoTalk, sending a message to Li Ji. Her gaze drifts back toward Li Ji's bedroom, lost in contemplation. At the Hanyang Olympic Stadium, Li Ji has just concluded her concert and exited the stage when a notification sound of KakaoTalk resonates. Glancing at her phone, she furrows her brow. A violet glow emanated from my bedroom and then vanished? What is going on? She turns to her assistant, Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin, I need to return home immediately. Is it urgent? You wish to leave now? Yes. Please arrange it at once. After a moment's hesitation, her assistant turns to organize her swift departure. In Longshan District, Hanandong, Villa 128, the quietude is punctuated by the rhythmic ticking of the clock in the living room. An hour slips by unnoticed. The sound of the living room door creaking open reaches Su Kei's ears in the master bedroom. He quickly dims his phone screen and stealthily positions himself behind the door. The rhythmic click of high heels echoes through the silent villa, approaching ever closer. With a soft creak, the master bedroom door swings open. Concealed behind the door, Su Kei is instantly enveloped by a faint, familiar fragrance, the same scent lingering on the bed, belonging to Li Ji. With a sudden click, the room was instantly illuminated as if it were midday. Li Ji surveyed her bedroom, frowning. What is this? Sister Hui mentioned that my room exudes a purple glow? No. Someone has tampered with my quilt. A jolt of alarm surged through Li Ji. She abruptly turned to close the bedroom door. Li Ji's eyes widened in shock, leaving her frozen in place. Suke, how did he end up in my room? Isn't he in Longsha country? How did he arrive here? I must be mistaken. Li Ji raised her arm, rubbing her eyes, and looked again at Quebec Sue. Sue. Terror flooded her pupils as she trembled and retreated. Seeing Li Ji's bewildered expression, Suke was taken aback. His name instilled such fear in this Korean star. With a swift movement, Suke appeared beside Li Ji in an instant. With her mouth covered, Li Ji could only emit muffled sounds of distress. He. Scream all you want. Tonight, it would be futile, you know. In Korean, gripped tightly in the embrace of the brazen rogue from Longsha country. With her mouth covered, tears streamed down Li Ji's pristine cheeks in her fright. The icy droplets fell upon Suke's hand. Chapter 56. To obtain me is your heavenly fortune, he. Gazing at the tear-streaked, Li Ji nestled in his arms. Suke suddenly pressed his lips against hers. Lizistrulat, desperately pushing against Shuka's chest. Yet, as a mere delicate woman, how could she contend with him? Moments later, fragments of her light yellow dress lay scattered across the floor, accompanied by a painful cry from Li Ji. An hour later, observing the curled-up figure of Li Ji beside him, who was sobbing uncontrollably, Suke patted her gently. Stop your weeping. If you continue, I might just carry on. With a hint of intimidation in his voice, Li Ji immediately ceased her sobs. The memory of Suke's wild and brutal demeanor made her tremble, as she instinctively shifted to create distance. But in the confines of the bed, measuring 1 meter and 80 centimeters, where could she truly hide? Seeing this, Suke reached out and pulled her back into his embrace. Do not think that my sleeping with you is merely me taking advantage of you. Among the countless beings in the universe, to share a bed with me is indeed your celestial fortune. Soon, you will comprehend just how fortunate you are tonight. As Li Ji, still sorrowful and tearful, listened to Suke's self-aggrandizing words, her heart sank even further. Being bound to such an exceedingly narcissistic man who disregarded a woman's feelings could only lead to a dismal fate. Her future seemed bleak. Overwhelmed by thoughts of her tragic life ahead, Li Ji succumbed to tears once more. Suke remained oblivious to her inner turmoil. Upon seeing her cry again, he rolled over and pounced on her. Persuasion, after all, is also a method. As dawn broke, Suke glanced at the now exhausted Li Ji, who had fallen into a deep slumber beside him. He carried her into the bathroom for a refreshing cleanse before returning her to bed. Casually, he retrieved a bottle of spiritual spring water, gently grasped her smooth chin, and poured it into her mouth. Although she was unconscious, her body instinctively reacted, absorbing the miraculous molecules within the spring water. Her alabaster throat unconsciously rolled as moments passed. Her cheeks, initially tinged with a hint of pallor, transformed into a vibrant flush. In her dreams, a slight smile graced her face, revealing her innocent charm. Indeed, it was no wonder so many sought to capture her. However, recalling what she had mentioned about Sister Hui seeing a purple light, Suke's gaze turned thoughtfully towards the curtains. Meanwhile, in the villa ahead, Song Hui had just shed her nightgown and was preparing to don a long dress. Suddenly, an alluring shiver coursed through her body, as if awakening the attention of countless admirers. Why did she suddenly feel a chill in the air? Song Hui glanced towards the curtains, puzzled, then shook her head and continued dressing. In Villa 128, nourished by the spiritual spring water, Li Ji awoke an hour later. But it was the urgent need to relieve herself that roused her from slumber. Suke appa, I need to use the restroom. Li Ji held the thin blanket tightly around her, leaving only her head exposed. Her delicate gaze was fixed upon Quebec. Go ahead, I won't stop you, Suke remarked, producing a rejuvenation pill. This is a concoction crafted by our Longsha cultivators. It not only revitalizes one's youth, but also preserves it indefinitely. You should take in the bathroom to cleanse any impurities afterward. Suke, many people online claim you're a cultivator. Is that true? Li Ji inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Suke smiled mysteriously. You'll find out soon enough. Now, open your mouth. As he brought the fragrant pill closer to her lips, Li Ji hesitated momentarily before slowly parting them. Observing her compliance, Suke gently placed the pill in her mouth. Li Ji's cheeks flushed as she contemplated rising to head to the bathroom. However, her attire had been shredded by Suke the previous night. Shuka, I. Turning to glance at her, Suke swiftly lifted the blanket and cradled her in his arms, striding toward the bathroom. At 3 in the afternoon, Suke departed from Li Ji's villa. He was not yet ready to disclose his arrival in the land of the morning calm. Hence he refrained from bringing Li Ji into his spiritual realm. He intended to execute his plans after completing a brief circuit. At that time, the 6 child insects, the prosecutors, and the chables of the land of the morning calm would need to be dealt with. He envisioned a chaotic scene where the 2 minions of the ugly dog would turn on each other, wreaking havoc and enabling him to seize all the beauties of that land, thereby facilitating the grand task of establishing a nation. Acquiring the cultivation techniques would grant him the absolute power to act without restraint, to soar through the skies wielding a sword, with sword energy spanning 90,000 miles, leaving no place unvisited. Contemplating such a scenario ignited a fervent passion within Sioux, Quebec. At Hanyang Airport, in the waiting hall, an announcement echoed. Passengers boarding flight KE-123 to the land of the morning calm. Please proceed immediately to gate 12. Thank you. Rising from his seat, Suke made his way toward the designated gate when a figure caught his eye. Zhang Manla, he gasped, recognizing her as the headstrong princess from his childhood, now somewhat plump with crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, yet retaining an ageless doll-like visage. Is she perhaps traveling to the land of the morning calm? Suke mused, contemplating the possibility. Despite her tarnished reputation, she was still a childhood idol. Perhaps it was worth a try. After all, one must entertain the readers. He chuckled softly as the plane took off, its speed exhilarating. In the land of the morning calm, at Liaongnai Airport, Suke trailed behind Zhang Manla as they exited the terminal. Accompanying her were 2 other attractive young women. Let us head to the hotel first, one of them suggested. Zhang Manla and another woman exchanged nods, and the 3 of them swiftly hailed a taxi by the roadside, vanishing from Suke's sight. Observing the bustling scene before him, Shuki Sigid, Vishing Fora Solburner. If only he could annihilate them all and collect their souls. Alas, those wretched ruffians. Host, please refrain from cursing the brigands. If you desire a soul banner, diligently complete the task of establishing a nation and claiming the throne. A mission to reward you with a soul banner will be granted subsequently. All right, brigands, I stand corrected. Suke awkwardly scratched his nose. However, is there truly a reward of a soul banner after ascending the throne? To condense 1 billion soul banners before venturing into the realm of cultivation. What an extraordinary sensation that would be. Yet, being mere mortals, 1 billion souls probably wouldn't amount to much in terms of prowess. An hour and a half later, APA Holiday Hotel. Suke entered room 404, adjacent to Zhang Manla's chamber. He chuckled softly. The hotel, constructed of wood, boasted decent sound insulation, yet with his extraordinary physique amplifying his senses. Every sound from such close proximity was laid bare to him. The conversations of the 3 next door reached him with impeccable clarity. Disregarding the noise, Suke retrieved his tablet, his fingers dancing across the keyboard with alacrity. Moments later, he had garnered a comprehensive understanding of the local scene, including various institutions, financial conglomerates, gangs, and beautiful starlets, each etched firmly in his mind. Names like Yenzai Hui Tai Lang, Yenzai Hong Tai Lang, Mitsui Guba, Mitsui Rihua, Yasuda Yashikaku, Yamaguchi Ishi, Yamaguchi Hinio, Inagawa by Yenzi. Each of these significant figures bore peculiar names. Truly, this place was remarkable. Chapter 57. The Headstrong Princess and the 30-fold Transformation, the National Sweetheart, Exine Huan, the rising star of the post-2000 generation, Bin Bien Mei Mei, a beauty that appears once every 4,000 years, Saito Fei Fei, a beauty that appears once every 1,000 years, Hashimoto Nana, with her 9-headed body proportions, Chao by Kai Kai. Gazing at the array of enchanting women displayed on the computer screen, Suke felt an utter lack of interest. Was it the influence of small-day movies? Or perhaps, with a start, He closed his laptop and stepped out of his room. Zhang Manla and her two companions were just exiting their quarters as well. The three exchanged concerned glances. Manla, Remy, that striking gentleman seemed to have followed us before boarding the plane. He is so handsome. He must be a good person. He wore a mask the whole time. How do you know he is handsome? As Zhang Manla spoke, her gaze shifted to Su Kei's retreating figure, a vague sense of familiarity stirring within her, though she could not recall where she had encountered him before. Let us go have some yakitori. Afterward, we can rest well and enjoy tomorrow to the fullest. With that, Zhang Manla headed towards the yakitori restaurant adjacent to the APA hotel, with Park Remy and Jean Hyunju hurrying to catch up. Meanwhile, Su Kei wandered aimlessly through the streets. This was his first visit to Little Japan. The ambience bore a striking resemblance to the streets of Longxia at night. Women with long, fair legs strolled past him one after another. Yet, the surrounding chatter in Little Japan filled him with a sense of aversion. Suddenly, an inexplicable emotion surged within him. Su Kei was taken aback. Just moments ago, he had an unsettling urge for violence. Could it be that my disdain for Little Japan has led to such thoughts? How perplexing. Shaking his head, he turned back. At 11 o'clock that night, the APA hotel had fallen quiet. Room 403. Zhang Manla, clad in her undergarments, revealing ample porcelain skin, stepped into the bathroom. The sound of running water filled the air. Moments later, a faint creaking sound echoed as the door opened. Inside the bathroom, Zhang Manla remained blissfully unaware, happily lathering herself with soap. Noticing the silhouette through the frosted glass, Su Kei swiftly shed his clothing, opened the bathroom door, and entered. In an instant, the bathroom erupted with Zhang Manla's terrified scream, but the next moment, silence enveloped the room, save for the sound of flowing water. The following day, the horizon began to brighten with the first light of dawn. Su Kei leaned against the headboard, glancing at the unconscious figure of his childhood goddess, Zhang Manla, beside him. A wave of emotion washed over him. The headstrong princess had spent the entire night with him. In the past, such a scenario would have been inconceivable. The more powerful one becomes, the bolder their actions. Indeed, it was true. Shaking his head, Su Kei retrieved 2 bottles of spiritual spring water. Grasping her smooth chin, he poured the contents in her mouth. Zhang Manla's pallid complexion instantly regained its rosy hue. Observing this, Su Kei quickly dressed and exited her room. At 8 o'clock in the morning, a series of knocks echoed through the air, rousing Zhang Manla from her slumber. Despite having been rejuvenated by the spring water, her body still ached. A mere 3 seconds later, she found herself momentarily frozen, as vivid and tumultuous memories of the previous night flashed through her mind like scenes from a film. Her complexion shifted, ultimately becoming tinged with a deep crimson. Since her marriage, she had scarcely seen her husband throughout the year. Yet, last night, she had inexplicably succumbed to the embrace of Su Quebec. However, how had Su Kei followed her to this small land? Was his arrival meant for something more intimate? Confusion washed over her. The knocking jolted her back to reality. Glancing at the bruises on her body, she hastily donned her clothes and opened the door. Manla, what on earth is going on? Why did it take you so long to answer? Park Remy spoke, her suspicious gaze scanning the room. What is that smell? It's quite unpleasant. As she spoke, the realization of the source of the odor struck her, her eyes widening in disbelief as she looked at Zhang Manla. Jean Hyunju, having been in a similar situation, understood all too well. Manla, did you hire a duck? How could you do this? Faced with their astonished and incredulous expressions, Zhang Manla pulled the two inside and shut the door. A few minutes later, Park Remy and Jean Hyunju grasped Zhang Manla's arms. Their eyes filled with a mix of anger, concern, and regret. Their dear friend had been intruded upon throughout the night, and yet they had dared to suspect her of calling for a duck. It was truly unjust. Manla, I'm so sorry. We shouldn't have misunderstood you. Manla, after Su Kei, why didn't he take you away? Didn't he abduct others in Longxia? Indeed, where is Su Kei? Zhang Manla sprang to her feet and dashed toward the door. The knocks echoed again. 404, no response. Her gaze dimmed with despair. Is Su Kei repulsed by me due to my age? Or have my past words made him loathe me? Surely, my intentions were misconstrued. Meanwhile, Suke remained blissfully unaware that, after a night of fervent pursuit, Zhang Manla's heart had taken on the shape of his own. At that moment, he had appeared at the secluded Chunyuri shrine. In a remote, uninhabited forest, Suke waved his arm, conjuring a violet hexagram that materialized out of thin air. The hexagram slowly descended, ultimately embedding itself into the earth and vanishing from sight. Shortly thereafter, Suke's figure also disappeared, as if no one had ever set foot in that place. In the realm of the spring water, after more than a day, Zhu Fujin, Lin Yao, and Xiao Yumin reluctantly accepted their reality. Though they were resigned, a sense of joy unexpectedly prevailed. To the outside world, they appeared glamorous, yet they were merely tools for profit for those MCN organizations. It may seem that a considerable fortune has been amassed, yet in reality, most of it has flowed into the coffers of institutions. Nowadays, they find themselves in the harems of immortal cultivators. In the future, perhaps they will embark on the path of cultivation, achieving longevity and becoming true celestial beings. What of being an internet celebrity? Such notions are beneath contempt. I revel in tilling the earth. Observing the distant figures engaged in planting trees, Suke felt a stirring in his heart. Lin Ruoxue, who was busy burying the soil, suddenly sensed an intangible force drawing her towards the space capsule she inhabited. The other women, upon witnessing this, immediately realized Suke was at play. They exchanged knowing smiles and continued their labor. Suke cradled Lin Ruoxue as he entered the space capsule. Moments later, a subtle yet elusive sound began to resonate. 3 days. A full 3 days had passed. Heaven does not forsake the diligent. Effort begets reward. The melodious voice of the formidable bandit echoed once more. Congratulations, host. Lin Ruoxue has successfully conceived your offspring, granting you a reward of triple physique X1. Glancing at the exhausted Lin Ruoxue, who had fallen asleep beside him, Suke gently rose and settled onto the sofa in the living room. Triple physique extraction. In an instant, a profound and mysterious power descended, merging with his crown, surging into his body, fortifying his flesh and blood. Crack! It resembled the sound of chain breaking, abrupt and startling. Hiss! In that unseen realm, one of the 108 shackles seemed to have snapped. Before Suke could thoroughly contemplate this sensation, a transformation occurred within his Dantian space. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted above the sea of suffering, reminiscent of a lightning strike. Chapter 58. The foundation of the extreme realm amidst the thunderous roar that resonated in the air at the edge of the chaotic sea within his Dantian. The chaotic energy surged violently. Under Suke's astonished gaze, the golden sea of bitterness expanded dramatically, swelling to 10 times its original size in the blink of an eye. The enhancement of his physical form was strikingly evident. At this moment, Suke felt a profound confidence, believing that no firearm could penetrate his corporeal body, save for the might of a powerful missile. A slight exertion brought forth the illusion of wanting to pierce the heavens. However, the expansion of the sea of bitterness seemed to have little effect. Host, your physical body now rivals that of a cultivator in the extreme realm foundation stage. However, as you have yet to practice any cultivation techniques, you are unable to sense the benefits derived from the expansion of the sea of bitterness. Please strive a little harder, host. Achieve the birth of 49 offspring, establish a nation and ascend to the throne, and embark upon the path of cultivation. Is it only through embarking on the path of cultivation that one can truly experience the effects? The requirement of 49 offspring weighed heavily on his mind. Currently, there are 22 women in the spiritual spring space, with 9 having engaged intimately, resulting in 12 offspring. In the outside world, there were English teacher Su Yuexin, Chinese teacher Jiang Xiaolin, the female CEO Xiao Weining, and the charming girl from South Korea, Li Ji. After all this time, he had only managed to gather 26 women. Suke stood and exited the space capsule, casting a glance at the busy figures of the women before vanishing once more. In Beijing, at the Twin Towers, Suke materialized in the chairman's lounge. Xiao Weining was seated in the chairman's chair, attending to group affairs. Upon hearing the door open, she turned her head, momentarily taken aback by the sight of him. Suke, I have prepared everything you requested. It is all stored in the Tianshu space capsule base. Xiao Weining informed him as she rose. Excellent. Suke replied with a smile, approaching her side. He effortlessly lifted her and strode toward the lounge. Having grown accustomed to Suke's direct and unrefined manner, Xiao Weining did not resist, wrapping her arms around his neck. Much later, Xiao Weining lay in Suke's embrace. Suke, could you release Ruoxue? She has been away for too long, and I fear that the higher-ups at the Luoshun group may harbor ulterior motives. Ulterior motives. Do they dare covet my possessions? They are merely courting death. Suke's expression darkened as he gently patted Xiao Weining's back and continued, Get dressed. We are going to the Luoshun group. I wish to see who dares to have such thoughts. Upon witnessing Suke's icy demeanor, Xiao Weining felt a surge of relief. With Lin Beichen now deceased, and the other two brothers of the Lin family merely businessmen lacking any real power, the Lin family's influence relied solely on the residual authority of General Lin. However, the old general was now bedridden, and it remained uncertain how much longer he could endure. Should he pass away, the two conglomerates under their control would lose their backing, leading to dire consequences. In this moment, Suke, the sole cultivator of the Blue Star, has emerged, and thus no one would dare to underestimate the duo of mother and daughter. Those with ulterior motives would not dare to covet the Hanhai group and the Luo-Shin group any longer. Within the twin towers of the Luo-Shun group, 12 high-ranking officials gathered around an expansive conference table, their gazes filled with astonishment and curiosity as they scrutinized the handsome young man seated at the head of the table. Is this truly the only cultivator of the Blue Star? Aside from his striking appearance, what is so extraordinary about him? What is his connection to General Lin and General Xiao? Could it be that General Lin's disappearance was orchestrated by him? As the executives engaged in their clandestine speculations, Suke gently tapped the table. Duong, duong. The rhythmic sound resonated. From this moment forth, the Luo-Shun group shall be under the management of General Xiao Wanning, and you are all to lend her your utmost support. Should anyone harbor treachery or act in defiance, death awaits. At the utterance of that word, a palpable chill enveloped the conference room, causing everyone to shudder. They quickly raised their heads, respectfully addressing Suke. Boss Su, rest assured, we shall wholeheartedly assist General Xiao in managing the Luo-Shun group. If any treachery arises, you may take our heads. Suke surveyed the room, nodding in satisfaction before turning his gaze to Xiao Wanning. I leave this to you. Understood. Sukerose, casting a final glance at the assembly before departing the conference room. Having reached the pinnacle of body refinement and foundational cultivation, Suke's demeanor became increasingly nonchalant. Exiting the Luo-Shun group, he confidently drove Xiao Wanying's Porsche toward the Longxia police headquarters. In the nation of Longxia, there were still many women whom he had set his sights upon, and pursuing them one by one would be an arduous task. It would be far more efficient to collaborate with the Longxia police headquarters. All he needed to do was provide a list, allowing the headquarters to gather them together. At that point, he could seamlessly collect them into the Spirit Spring space in one fell swoop. This would save considerable time, leaving ample opportunity for the Su family to welcome several more offspring. As for whether the headquarters would agree, 3 heads in exchange for a longevity pill worth 10 years. Surely those aging rulers would not decline. After all, it is merely a matter of offering a few women. Longxia can certainly afford it. 3 heads for a great scientist, or 10 years of life, it is worth it. They would be serving the nation in their own way. Moreover, following Suke might not be such a bad fate after all. Upon Suke's arrival at the police headquarters, both Director Qin Lai and Deputy Director Zhang Daorong were filled with delight. Ever since that day when the police chief of Magic City, Chun Tianfong, brought forth a miraculous elixir that rejuvenated an ailing veteran in the military, they had yearned for such divine medicine once more. The value of such an elixir was immeasurable. Not even a multitude of stars could compare. Indeed, they would gladly trade hundreds of celebrities for a single pill. In the conference room, Qin Lai and Chun Daorong gazed at Suke, their faces adorned with a hint of sycophantic smiles. Mr. Su, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit today? Qin Lai inquired with a smile on his face. Director Qin, Deputy Director Zhang, please take a look. Suke said as he handed over an A4 sheet filled with names to the two men. What is this? Qinlai asked, perplexed, as he accepted the paper and glanced down. The names read, Yin Xiaohua, Jiang Yiwei, Qin Yu, Li Minglan, and Mo Xiaoyi, Zhong Xiaoqin, Zhao Min, Song Tiantian, Dai Lusi, Zuye, Yang Yu, Yi Liaozhen, Yu Xiaoyao, Fu Lingye, Liang Xiaonan. Seeing the list of women's names on the A4 sheet, Qinlai furrowed his brow and looked at Su Quebec. Mr. Su, what exactly do you intend? Suke met their gazes and nodded. I wish for you to assist me in gathering all these individuals to the capital. Noting the subtle change in their expressions, Suke continued, of course, I would not impose upon you without recompense. In exchange for 3 individuals, I shall grant you a rejuvenation elixir that extends life by a decade. What? 3 people for a single longevity elixir? Qinlai and Zhang Daorong felt a surge of exhilaration. As for the potential repercussions of handing these individuals over to Suke, the two men chose to disregard them. After all, it was merely a few people. They agreed. Chapter 59. The 12 Beauties Perfecting the Space. Rest assured, Mr. Su, within 3 days, we shall bring everyone on the list to the capital, Qinlai declared with unwavering conviction, his eyes gleaming with anticipation for the elixir of longevity. Though Zhang Daorong remained silent, his expression revealed his own excitement. Very well, I shall await your news, Suke replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. Collaborating with me will ensure that Longxia never has a day of regret, for I, too, am a son of Longxia. Indeed, we have faith in you, Mr. Su. Observing the beaming faces of the two men, Suke reciprocated their smiles and rose to his feet. I shall take my leave now. Contact me once everyone is gathered. Allow us to see you off. Qinlai and Zhang Daorong accompanied Suke to the entrance. As they watched the Porsche vanish from sight, Qinlai remarked, I shall visit the cabinet to inform the elder. You proceed with arranging matters concerning the list. Rest assured, I will take care of it. If all goes well, we should have everyone gathered by tomorrow, Zhang Daorong assured him. Nodding, Qinlai instructed, once they arrive in the capital, let's first send them to the training base in the northern suburbs. Understood, Zhang Daorong replied, turning to organize the summoning of the listed individuals, while Qinlai stepped into his vehicle, heading towards the cabinet. At the Tianshu space capsule base, Liu Kaosan had already received notice from Xiao Weiniang. Aware that Suke would be arriving to collect supplies, he had arrived early with a group of young women, waiting at the entrance. The thought of soon meeting the only cultivator from Blue Star rendered everyone breathless, as if pious devotees were anticipating the arrival of a legendary celestial being. A low hum filled the air. A wine-red Porsche appeared within their view. If Mr. Su takes a liking to you, it would be a blessing beyond measure. So everyone, perk up and wear a smile, Liu Kaosan admonished, glancing at the dozen beautiful women standing at attention. At his words, the 12 young women, clad in professional attire, straightened their garments and donned courteous smiles. With a roar, the vehicle came to a halt at the entrance. Welcome, Mr. Su, to the Tianshu space capsule base. Liu Kaosan bellowed, and the women echoed in unison, Welcome, Mr. Su. Acknowledging the neatly arranged group with a nod, Suke commanded, Lead the way. Yes, Mr. Su. Liu Kaosan bowed respectfully and guided Suke towards a vast open area, the 12 young women hastily following suit. Dozens of taihu stones, suitable for a fish pond, a multitude of juvenile fish, shrimp, and turtles, hundreds of packets of various flower seeds, 3 custom swimming pools measuring 10 by 10 3 poultry cages woven from wire, measuring 20 by 20 by 3 On the other side, 30 ultra-luxurious space capsules were neatly arranged. Excellent. I am quite satisfied. Suke remarked. Suke gazed at the prepared supplies, nodding in satisfaction. With a swift motion of his arm, a barrel of spiritual spring water materialized before Liu Kaosan. This is a gift for you. Liu Kaosan stared at the bucket brimming with water, momentarily speechless. Is this all you bestow upon me? Do you think I lack for water? Do not assume this is mere water. Were it not for your commendable efforts, do you think you would have the privilege to taste it? Suke replied coolly, then walked past various items, which instantaneously vanished from sight. Although somewhat prepared for this, The 12 elegant maidens beside them were left agape, utterly astonished by the spectacle. Su Lauda, is he truly a cultivator? Meanwhile, Lu Chaos Hen crouched on the ground, tilting the bucket to pour a bit into his palm, tasting it. His eyes widened in surprise. A treasure. An absolute treasure. I've struck it rich, haha. Su Lauda, those 30 luxurious space capsules were also arranged by Chairman Shao. Additionally, these 12 maidens are chosen for you. If they please you, you may keep them. If not, you may send them away or have them assist you with trivial matters. Upon hearing this, Suke turned his gaze towards the 12 maidens standing in a line. If one were to assign a score out of 100, each of these maidens would surely surpass 80. They could indeed be stored in his space as handmaidens. After all, with so many pregnant women to attend to, he certainly could not manage their care personally. Would you be willing to accompany me as handmaidens? Su Lauda, we are willing, the 12 maidens responded in unison. Very well, you shall commence as handmaidens. Furthermore, I shall bestow upon each of you a name. You will henceforth be addressed by these names. From left to right, you shall be called Lin Daiyu, Shui Bao Chai, Jia Yuan Chun, Jia Tan Chun, Shi Shang Yun, Miao Yu, Jia Ying Chun, Jia Shichuan, Wang Shifeng, Jia Qiao, Li Wan, and Qin Keqing. Do you all remember? Yes. The 12 maidens replied in harmony. Sukanadidin satisfaction. In the blink of an eye, the 12 maidens vanished from sight. Lu Chaos-hen, still crouched with the water bucket, looked up at Su K's actions, utterly dumbfounded. Su Lauda, you truly know how to have fun. Soon after, the 30 opulent space capsules and a Porsche were also stored in the space. Su K's figure disappeared at the entrance of the space capsule base. In the spiritual spring space, the maidens gazed in astonishment at the newly acquired items. Is this a grand transformation of the space? And 3 such large bathing pools. Are you attempting to emulate King Zhou? The appearance of the 12 golden maidens left them even more stunned. To gather 12 at once. It's outrageous. Husband, are you preparing for something grand? Qiu Xiaoying remarked, casting her gaze at the items and the 12 maidens. Haha, indeed. I plan to arrange the space thoughtfully, making it convenient for your daily lives. Moreover, these 12 golden maidens will assist you with your daily needs. Upon hearing this, the 12 beauties bowed in unison. Lin Daiyu, greetings to all esteemed matriarchs. Shui Baochai, greetings to all esteemed matriarchs. Wang Shifeng, greetings to all esteemed matriarchs. Qin Keqing, greetings to all esteemed matriarchs. The names resonated in the air, leaving Lin Yutong, Moon Yinxue, Bai Mangzhe, Long Fei, Shun Li, and others utterly astonished. What is this? The 12 beauties of Jinling? My husband, Su Ke, certainly knows how to amuse himself. The ladies were rendered speechless. All right, you may observe from the sidelines. I shall first arrange the overall layout of the space, Su Ke declared, as he deftly directed various items to their designated positions. In a Ling Quan space. At the center lay a Ling Quan pool, encircled by 60 luxurious space pods, though they were a good several dozen meters away from the pool. To the east, there was a cultivation area for fruits and vegetables. To the south, an area for various medicinal herbs. To the west, a pond for fish, fruit trees, and poultry. To the north, a section for flowers, fruit trees, and a swimming pool. Suddenly, a series of thunderous sounds erupted. In the northern section, 3 large pits appeared within moments. 3 custom-made bathing pools were meticulously maneuvered into place by Su Quebec. To the west, another round of booming noises ensued. Shortly after, a pond measuring 300 meters in length, 5 meters in width, and 1 meter in depth emerged. As items found their rightful places, chicks, ducklings, and goslings chirped and quacked as they entered the wire enclosure. Large pieces of Taihu stones were placed into the pond, transforming the entire Lingquan space into a vibrant new landscape. Now, it merely awaited the influx of Lingquan water into the pond and bathing pools. With a thought, Suke summoned forth 4 thick, powerful water columns that shot skyward, forming a water bridge that spanned the void, directly connecting the pond and swimming pool. Observing this miraculous sight, the ladies were once again left in awe. The 12 beauties trembled in astonishment, their faces flushed as if they had consumed too much wine. Their eyes glazed over, Half an hour later, Suke entrusted the remaining tasks of planting fruits, vegetables, herbs, and flowers to the ladies, so they would not grow excessively bored spending all day within the space. Plop. Chapter 60. Please accompany us. Suke, clad in yellow knee-length shorts, leaped into the swimming pool with a splash. He then turned to glance at Li Mengchen and the others who had entered the space before him, smiling as he said, "Who among you will join me for a soak?" Li Mengchen, Long Xiaokui, Su Dilly, Tong Xiaodan, and Xiao Dudu exchanged nervous yet eager glances. Among the original 6, Bai Mengjie had already become Suke's partner, even carrying his child. The remaining 5 had yet to experience such intimacy with him, which sparked a flicker of doubt regarding their own allure. Now, as they watched Suke beckon them with a smile, they felt a surge of joy and a desire to approach him. However, the teasing gazes of the other women around them made them hesitate, blushing in place. In the distance, within the pool, Suke grinned widely, and Li Mengchen was suddenly drawn upward by an invisible force, soaring above the water. With a splash, she fell into Suke's embrace. Shyly, she buried her head in his chest, overwhelmed by the warmth of his smile. "Ha ha ha! Yiji, let's go swimming too, in the adjacent pool," exclaimed Bai Mengjie. "Then we should go change into our swimsuits." "All right." Bai Mengjie turned to Long Feifei, Shun Li, Peng Yuha, Ji Bingning, Wu Mengmeng, Zhu Fujin, Lin Yao, Xiao Yumin, and Lin Daiyu, saying with a grin, after working the field for so long, "It's the perfect time to change into swimsuits and relax." The group of women nodded in agreement, heading towards the space capsule to change into the swimsuits that Suke had prepared in advance. Meanwhile, in the outside world, significant events were unfolding across various cities. In Furong City, at the Zijingwa Garden Villa area, Villa Number 9, at the entrance, Shen Muyu held Dai Lu Shi's hands, offering gentle reminders. "Niao niao. I'm heading back now. Although Suke has been calm these past few days, please be cautious at home. Mother, please take care and let me know when you arrive home," replied Dai Lu Shi. "Of course," Shen Muyu said, ruffling Dai Lu Shi's hair before preparing to leave. Just then, a stern voice interrupted from the side. "Shen Muyu, Dai Lu Shi, please accompany us for a moment. A significant person wishes to meet you." The two women looked up to see a middle-aged man accompanied by 6 officers in police uniforms approaching them. "Who are you?" Shen Muyu asked, furrowing her brow. "Hello, I am Qi Quan, the chief of police in Furong City, and these 6 are my colleagues. A prominent individual wishes to meet you, so we kindly ask that you come with us," he stated seriously, showing his credentials to Shen Muyu and Dai Lu Shi. Seeing this, Dai Lu Shi grasped Shen Muyu's arm with concern. "Chief Qi, may I inquire who wishes to see us?" "That cannot be disclosed," Qi Quan replied. "Then, could we return to prepare?" Qi Quan waved his hand dismissively. "You need not prepare anything. Please come with us immediately." Observing the 6 individuals intent on employing forceful means, Shen Muyu nodded, grasping Dai Lu Shi's hand as they approached the vehicles of Qi Quan and the others. In the reception area of the police station in Furong City, Dai Lu Shi and Shen Muyu entered, where a familiar figure caught their eye, Zhao Min, a person of considerable stature. Shen Muyu and Dai Lu Shi exchanged puzzled glances. At that moment, Zhao Min, lost in thought, turned towards the entrance. "Shen Muyu, Dai Lu Shi, individuals of significance? Are you also here because?" Zhao Min began, but her words trailed off as realization dawned. "They mentioned a prominent figure wished to see me. Could you be here for the same reason?" Zhao Min's voice was laced with confusion and concern. Shen Muyu and Dai Lu Shi nodded, sinking into silence, a sense of foreboding settling in their hearts. With a creak, the reception room door swung open, and Qi Quan appeared, gesturing for them to enter. "Ladies, the private aircraft is ready. Please proceed," he stated with gravity. The 3 exchanged anxious glances before stepping out of the reception area. Simultaneously, similar occurrences transpired across various locales in Longxia, with numerous private jets soaring towards the imperial capital. In the Lingquan space, as dusk enveloped the surroundings, Suke rose and departed, casting a glance at Li Mengchen, who slept peacefully beside him, a contented smile gracing her features. After all, she was merely an ordinary person who required rest after prolonged exertion. Thus, he decided to redirect his focus. At that moment, Lin Yutong, Yang, Eth Munyan Shui, Lin Mo by Meng Jia, Zhou Lin Ruo Shui, Chiu Shaoying, and Guan Shui, 9 expectant mothers, gathered around a table, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Meanwhile, the 12 maidens of the 12 golden hairpins sat nearby, ever ready to assist. From the direction of the pool, the cheerful sounds of Long Xiao Kuei, Su Di Li, Tong Xiao Dan, Xiao Du Du, Long Fei Fei, Shun Li, Ping Yu He, Ji Bingning, Wu Meng Meng, Zhu Fujin, Lin Yi Yao, and Xiao Yumin resonated, causing a smile to unconsciously form on Su Kei's lips. In the next moment, his figure vanished from the Lingquan space. In the capital, Hanyang City, at Villa number 128 in Longshan District, a voice filled with rage echoed from downstairs. Xiao Ji, why do you suddenly wish to break up with me? As Su Kei materialized in the master bedroom, the furious voice of Li Zhong, Li Ji's boyfriend, reached his ears. Su Kei frowned. Li Zhong, the popular male star, was indeed the source of the commotion. With a cold smirk, Su Kei gently opened the bedroom door and stepped into the corridor, peering down to observe the scene below. There stood Li Ji, confronted by the agitated figure of the effeminate Li Zhong, his eyes red with anger and confusion. Appa, please stop asking. I hope you will not seek me out again, Li Ji said, her eyes momentarily flickering with reluctance. Yet the icy words escaped her lips. She couldn't help but feel concern for the man before her. Considering sus enigmatic capabilities. Why? Please tell me why. Li Zhong implored. Appa, I'm doing this for your own good. Please leave and let us not meet again. No, Xiao Ji. If you do not reveal the reason to me, I shall not leave today. As soon as Li Zhong's words fell, a series of thudding footsteps echoed suddenly. Both turned their heads in unison. There stood Su Kei, descending from the stairs with a smile adorning his face. Li Zhong was momentarily rooted to the spot, feeling as though a piercing green light shone upon him. Is it because of him that you wish to part ways with me? Li Zhong's expression twisted as he cast an icy glare at Li Ji, his voice chilling. Appa, let me explain. It is not as you think. Ha! Li Ji, just wait. I will not let you off easily. With that, he attempted to turn and leave. Ha! Think you can escape? Su Kei's figure instantaneously appeared beside Li Zhong, delivering a swift strike to the back of his head. Li Zhong collapsed to the ground in an instant. Su Kei Appa, please do not harm him. Noticing the pleading look in Li Ji's eyes, Su Kei replied coldly, stay here. I will return shortly to teach you a lesson. With that, he hoisted Li Zhong's unconscious form and vanished from sight. In the tranquil setting of Liangnai City, at the Spring Day Shrine, amidst the secluded mountains and forests, Su Kei glanced at the body of Li Zhong he held, a cold smirk curling upon his lips. With a sweeping motion of his arms, he flung Li Zhong away. In a whoosh, Li Zhong's figure transformed into a mere speck of light, disappearing entirely. At the Inagawa Association's base, a thunderous sound erupted. Chapter 61. The National Sister is pregnant in the residence of the Inagawa family in Ryona City. A sudden roar reverberated through the serene and elegant courtyard. Outside the courtyard, for tall men clad in black suits and shoes were taken aback. Peering through the crack of the door, their expressions shifted dramatically. Baka, someone has attacked our leader. One of the men shouted angrily, pushing open the courtyard door and rushing inside, followed closely by the others. In the next moment, the four stood frozen in horror. Before them lay a large puddle of flesh, surrounded by splattered remnants of meat and blood. The black goji tea, freshly brewed by Inakawa Bayanzi, had also spilled across the ground, mingling with the gruesome scene. The air was thick with a sense of bloodshed and terror. Bibaka, the leader, he has turned into mush. How could this happen? After a full 3 minutes, the four men in black gradually regained their composure. Miyamoto, this other set of clothes does not belong to the leader. Could it be that the owner of these clothes has reduced the leader to this? One of the men, referred to as Miyamoto, suddenly gasped in surprise, bending down to pick up a card from the ground. What is this? He examined the card, perplexed by the foreign script. Miyamoto, this is an identification card from the Korean peninsula. This person is actually the top star, Li Zhong. Are you certain? Asked Kiyoshi, nodding confidently. I can understand a bit of Korean. Bibaka, Miyamoto roared, stretching the word out in fury as he slammed the ID onto the flesh. His face darkened as he dialed a number. Moshi Moshi, Vice President, the leader has been turned into mush. What? Turned into what? Came a bewildered voice from the other end. President Yoshida, it is in Nakawa by Yanzi. He has been reduced to mush by a Korean who descended from the sky. Baka, today is not April Fool's Day. Miyamoto, do you comprehend what you are saying? Indeed, every word is true. Right here in the Ryona City residence. A sudden silence enveloped the phone line. Miyamoto, this matter must be kept confidential. Do not allow Yamaguchi Gumi's Yamaguchi Ishii and Yamaguchi Haneo to find out. I will head over immediately. Yes, President Yoshida. After hanging up, Miyamoto turned to Kiyoshi and the others. President Yoshida will arrive shortly. We shall wait here. Hey, Miyamoto nodded, glancing at the puddle of flesh with a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. Yui, now there is no one who can obstruct us from being together. Meanwhile, in Hanyang City, Longshan District, at Villa number 128, Suke descended the stairs once more. Li Ji paced back and forth in the hall. Appa, I told you to leave. Why don't you just go? Huh? What? Still thinking about your boyfriend? Upon hearing Suke's voice, Li Ji quickly turned her head to look. Suke, with an icy gaze, approached step by step. Li Ji felt her words caught in her throat, unable to escape. Remember, you are now my woman, he declared, gripping her chin, his cold voice sending tremors through her body. Lie down on the sofa. Shuka, e. Li Ji attempted to protest, but the chill in his eyes silenced her, leading her to obediently comply. The following day, as dawn broke in the master bedroom, Li Ji's cheeks flushed, her eyes still glistening with tears, strands of hair clinging to her forehead from sweat as she fell into a deep slumber. Suke reclined against the headboard, eyes closed. Congratulations, host. You have once again welcomed twins. Reward, triple physique X1, a bottle of youth-preserving elixir, a voice echoed suddenly. Li Ji had inexplicably conceived overnight. This was utterly unforeseen by Su Quebec. Could it be that Xiao Weiniing and the English and Chinese teachers were infertile? Or perhaps he hadn't exerted enough effort. Suke furrowed his brow. The voice interrupted his thoughts again. Task issued. Please subdue the 5 major chaebols of the Korean peninsula within a week. The 5 chaebols are Samhain Group, Jianai Group, Furke Group, Leji Group, and Ledi Group. Successful completion rewards, triple physique X1, 7 mother and child goo, spatial pinpoint exit 2. Failure results in no reward. Subduing the 5 major chaebols? This would amount to controlling a significant portion of the Korean peninsula. The thought of establishing a nation and claiming an empire crossed Suke's mind. Yet he shook his head. To occupy the nest of another, one must first be favored by that nest. If all the male citizens of Korea were to be eliminated, perhaps it could be accomplished. Moreover, the reward had astonishingly increased to 3. Excellent indeed. Sukanadidin satisfaction. Triple physique extraction. As before, an enigmatic energy materialized and penetrated his hardened skull, fortifying his body, ultimately settling within the depths of his being. With a 33-fold physique, he could move mountains. After savoring the transformation within, Suke glanced at the slumbering Li Ji beside him and immediately embraced her, vanishing from the master bedroom. In the Lingquan space, the day was still young. Most of the maidens were indulging in slumber. However, by the Lingquan pool, a woman donned in a pink onesie was squatting to draw water, Long Fei Fei. Thanks to the youth-preserving elixir and the nourishing aura of the Lingquan space, she now rivaled Zhao Ling in beauty. Suke, who is it that you are holding? She inquired, turning to see Suke suddenly appear with a woman in his arms. Her curiosity piqued as she approached him with a water bucket. Ah, it's Li Ji from Korea. Sukachekev. Fei Fei, why are you up so early to fetch water? You could have slept a little longer. I couldn't sleep, Long Fei Fei replied, placing the water bucket down and gazing at the woman in Suke's embrace. Who is she? Heh, has she just conceived the seed of the Su family? Upon hearing this, Long Fei Fei's complexion slightly flushed. She cast a glance at Suke, only to quickly avert her gaze. Yet, a flicker of envy stirred within her heart. From the moment she was first bound to this realm, to her acceptance, and eventually to her fondness for it, Witnessing Su Kei's godlike abilities had gradually ignited a glimmer of hope within her, a hope that one day, Su Kei might bestow upon her a few more glances. In this quiet and dim morning, with only the two of them present, she gazed at Su Kei, her words hanging on the tip of her tongue. Fei, if you have something to say, do not hesitate, Su Kei encouraged. But at his gaze, Long Fei suddenly lost her courage. No, me fine. I'll go wash up first. Having spoken, she grasped her water bucket and hurried towards her living quarters. Is Fei feeling homesick? Su que pande din confusión. He then cradled Li Ji and entered an empty space pod. He gently laid her on the soft bed and covered her with a light blanket before stepping outside. Knock, knock, knock creaked. Su Kei rapped on Long Fei's space pod door, then turned the unlatched knob and entered the living room. Inside the bathroom, Long Fei's chestnut brown hair fell messily over her shoulders as she brushed her teeth, oblivious to Su Kei's arrival. Chapter 62. Uncle is taking you to a delightful place. Shall we? Glancing at Long Fei, who was busy with her morning routine, Su Kei chuckled softly and sank into the couch, which exuded a subtle fragrance and was irresistibly soft and comfortable. Su Kei, what brings you here? Long Fei exclaimed in surprise as she turned to face the living room after finishing her grooming, her tone laced with a hint of delight. Could it be that Su Kei intends to? The thought sent a wave of nervousness through her, yet simultaneously ignited a flicker of anticipation within her heart. Fei, come sit down and chat. Su Kei beckoned, patting the cushion beside him with a smile. Seeing this, Long Fei approached him with a tinge of apprehension. As a top-tier celebrity, she had encountered numerous grand occasions, yet in Su Kei's presence, she felt as though her former dazzling aura had lost its significance. It was akin to a naive girl standing before her long-admired prince, filled with both excitement and trepidation. Goddess, are you feeling anxious? Su Kei inquired, extending his arms and drawing Long Fei into his embrace. Suddenly pulled into his arms and seated upon his lap, enveloped by his potent masculine aura. Long Fei's body momentarily stiffened, but soon relaxed, surrendering against Su Kei's chest. Do you think I'm beautiful? Long Fei tilted her head back, gazing earnestly into his eyes, though one could discern the mixture of anxiety and expectation in her expression. Of course. Well, don't you want to do something? She stammered, unexpectedly wrapping her arms around Su Kei's neck. With a playful smirk, Su Kei declared, Little enchantress, today I shall claim you for my own. He abruptly rose, cradling Long Fei as he made his way toward the dining table. Su Kei, can we go back to the room? She pleaded. No need. No one will come in, he replied, casting a glance at the unlocked door, while Long Fei felt an unsettling flutter in her stomach. Suddenly, a voice pierced the moment. Is that Fei's voice? She, Su Dilly, clad in a onesie and carrying a bucket, paused and tilted her head toward the space capsule where Long Fei was situated. Through the unshuttered window, the scene in the living room became vividly apparent to her. In an instant, her eyes widened, and she hurriedly covered her mouth, dropping the bucket with a loud clatter, oblivious to its fall. After a lengthy pause, Su Dilly slowly rose from the floor by the window, bending down as she attempted to make a discreet exit. If she lingered any longer, the embarrassment of being caught would be unbearable. Just as she took a step, an unseen force seemingly seized control of her body, bending her like a shrimp as she floated through the window into the living room. Shuka, I was merely passing by. I wasn't eavesdropping, Su Dilly stammered, her face flushed as she fumbled through her explanation. I swear I was only passing through. I didn't peek or listen. You have to believe me. Faced with Su Kei's enigmatic smile, Su Dilly's cheeks burned as she stubbornly continued to defend herself. Su Dilly, are you aware of how amusing you are when you try to argue? Ha ha, Suke, Ju. Su Dilly's face flushed with embarrassment and anger as she turned to leave. In the next moment, she felt herself lifted off the ground, embraced by Su Kei, who carried her towards the bedroom. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the women emerged from the spacecraft, gathering around the table to partake in their meal. Were Long Fei and Su Dilly still indulging in slumber? Yanni glanced at the group and spoke up. Upon hearing this, Peng Yuha suddenly chimed in, her voice laced with jealousy. What slumber? Those two are probably enjoying themselves right now. Yuho, what do you mean by that? Wu Mingming asked, her expression puzzled. In the next moment, all eyes turned to Wu Mingming. Did I say something wrong? She stammered, shrinking her head and glancing at the group in confusion. Ji Bingning couldn't help but rub her forehead. Sister, why are you so oblivious in this regard? Su Kei is in their room. What do you think that implies? Realizing the implication of Peng Yue's words, Wu Mingming turned to look at the spacecraft of Long Fei Fei and Su Dilly, her face flushing with embarrassment. I didn't know about that, she murmured, lowering her head. The others couldn't help but burst into laughter at her reaction. Time passed, and within a certain spacecraft, Lizigrujili Awuka. She sat up and surveyed the room. Where is this? Slipping on a pair of pink slippers by the bedside, she stepped out of the bedroom. Everything felt so unfamiliar. Could this be Su Kei's home? Approaching the floor-to-ceiling window, she drew back the curtains. A round pond came into view, and beside it stood a row of identical spacecraft homes. In a nearby open area, several tables and chairs were arranged, where more than 20 women sat together, chatting and laughing, appearing quite cheerful. A few of them were familiar to her. Just then, Su Kei's figure appeared in her line of sight. Could this be Su Kei's stronghold? Meanwhile, Su Kei approached the group of women. Would you like to see your families? He inquired. The women paused for a moment before nodding enthusiastically. Very well. I will bring your parents to Yanjing for a meeting, so you can all see each other. I will go arrange this matter, and if you find yourselves bored, you can tend to the fields. Remember to feed the chickens, ducks, and fish. Oh, and Li Ji from Korea is also expecting a child with the Su family. Please do not ostracize her and get along well. After briefly explaining, Su Kei's figure vanished before their eyes. In Mutin City, in the Green City Spring Breeze Jiangnan Community, Building 13, Apartment 801, the living room awaited. Su Yuexin and Jiang Xiaolin sat on the sofa, smiling as they watched Ning Yutong and Jiang and I, who were playing on the mat. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Su Yuexin and Jiang Xiaolin exchanged glances of surprise. Who could be at the door? Could it be Su Kei? I shall go and answer it. Su Yuexin quickly rose and walked towards the door. With a creak, the door swung open, and indeed, it was someone long missed. Su Yuexin felt her eyes moisten. Hey, Teacher Su, Teacher Jiang, it has been a while. Su Kei exclaimed, grasping Su Yuexin's hand and settling beside Jiang Xiaolin, enveloping them both in a warm embrace. The two 4- or 5-year-old children looked curiously at their mothers and the suddenly appeared unfamiliar older brother. Don't be silly. The children are watching. Jiang Xiaolin and Su Yuexin shot Su Kei a playful glare, brushing away his hand that had rested on their waists. Yutong, come here. I have someone to introduce to you. And I, you come too. Ning Yutong and Jiang and I set aside their toys, scrambled to their feet, and dashed into their mother's embrace. And I, Yutong, this is Uncle Su, Quebec Uncle Su, Ning Yutong and Jiang and I obediently called out, their eyes curiously examining the handsome uncle before them. Yutong and I, you are such good kids. Would you like to accompany Uncle to a fun place? A fun place? Ning Yutong and Jiang Ni's interest was piqued. However, they did not immediately respond. Instead, they turned their gaze towards their mother. Suddenly, the sound of Su Kei's phone ringing pierced the air. Chapter 63. Joining the Immortal Helpers, the call connects. Qin Lai's voice emerged from the receiver. Mr. Su, we have gathered everyone on the list in the capital. Would it be convenient for you? Upon hearing this, Su Kei was momentarily taken aback. Within merely a day, they had all been brought to Yanjing. Indeed, no matter how formidable an individual might be, there are certain realms where one cannot rival the might of the state. All right, I will come over in the afternoon. By the way, I have another request. Please bring the families of the women I previously took with me to Yanjing. I wish to hold a meeting so they can reunite with their loved ones. Rest assured, Mr. Su, it will not be an inconvenience, came the reply. We shall await your arrival. After hanging up, Su Kei returned to the sofa, crouching down to lift the two little ones. Teacher Su, Teacher Jiang, hold on to my arms. I will take you inside. Jiang Xiaolin was unaware of Su Kei's possession of the spiritual spring space. Although puzzled, she nonetheless clung to Su Kei's arm without further inquiry. Uncle Su, where are you taking us? Ning Yutong and Jiang Nimo's curious eyes fixated on Su Quebec Yutong. Nini, close your eyes. I will tell you when to open them. Oh, all right. Watching the two little ones obediently shut their eyes, Su Ke smiled gently. In the next moment, the five figures vanished from the living room. In the spiritual spring space. You may open your eyes now, little treasures. At the sound of Su Ke's voice, Ning Yutong and Jiang Nimo opened their eyes, their gaze widening at the unfamiliar surroundings. Wow, Uncle Su, where is this place? Uncle Su, please put us down. Jiang Xiaolin, experiencing the spiritual spring space for the first time, found herself overwhelmed with indescribable awe. Despite the online rumors proclaiming Su Ke as an immortal cultivator who had even cured her daughter's leukemia, witnessing it firsthand left her in a state of prolonged astonishment. Su Ke gently set the two little ones down and turned to Su Yuexin and Jiang Xiaolin. This will also be your home from now on. Teacher Su, please take Teacher Jiang along with Yutong and Nini to the vegetable garden behind the house to play. There are various fruits. Feel free to pick them. There is also a fish pond, an herb garden, and a swimming pool for you to explore. And do not forget the water in the pond. It contains spiritual energy. If you're thirsty, help yourselves to the cups on the table. Listening to Su Ke's enthusiastic instructions, Su Yuexin and Jiang Xiaolin felt a surge of emotion. Su Ke had once been their student, yet now he had become their man, their pillar of support in life. Fate is indeed wondrous. Dis, Su Ke, you go ahead with your business. I will take Xiaolin, Yutong, and Nini to find Tong Tong, Su Yuexin said. Su Ke nodded, planting kisses on Su Yuexin and Jiang Xiaolin's cheeks, then crouched down to peck the faces of the two little ones before vanishing from sight. Duck, where's Uncle Su? Ning Yutong exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. Mom, Uncle Su has vanished. Jiang and I quickly clung to Jiang Xiaolin's leg. Yutong, and I, do not be afraid. Uncle Su is a celestial being. That is why he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Uncle Su is a celestial being? Is that true, Mom? Ning Yutong and Jiang and I simultaneously turned to their mother. Of course it is true. Mother would never deceive little children. Su Yuexin and Jiang Xiaolin exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with amusement. Once colleagues, now akin to sisters under one quilt. There was no awkwardness, only warmth. In Yanjing, at the Twin Towers, in the chairman's office, Su Ke gazed at Xiao Weining in his arms. Perhaps I should find someone to replace you, and you can live in the space. No, let's discuss it later. Very well, I shall abide by your wishes. Xiao Weining wrapped her arms around Su Ke's neck. Su Ke, how is Ruo Shui doing now? I wish to see her. She is doing quite well. I will take you in. You may see her for yourself. Su Ke did not disclose to Xiao Weining that Lin Ruo Shui was pregnant. With a thought, Xiao Weining's figure vanished. He then opened the Celestial Community app, briefly browsing the community messages. They were all about his illustrious deeds, from elementary school to his career. Additionally, there were messages about beautiful women from all over Longxia. Some even expressed their desire to share a bed with the leader, wishing to bear his child without requiring his responsibility. The members were exceedingly enthusiastic. If he were to take in all the women mentioned in the community messages, the current space would scarcely suffice. However, these members might one day become the subjects of my empire. With this thought, Su Ke swiftly registered an account and verified his identity. He then opened the community post page. Hello, brothers and sisters. I am your leader, Su Quebec. In the future, I plan to create an empire. If you wish to join, you shall be subjects of my empire and enjoy my protection. Perhaps one day, we will embark on the path of immortality together. Of course, those who do not wish to join shall not be coerced. After sending the message, Su Ke rose and exited the chairman's office. Chief Su greeted several passing executives and employees with respectful bows. Su Ke nodded to each of them as he left the Twin Towers. Now, the employees of both Hanhai Group and Luotian Group were well aware that Su Ke was the true decision-maker of the two major corporations. They did not oppose or feel displeased. Rather, they were filled with excitement. With a cultivator standing behind the group, Hanhai Group and Luotian Group could rest easy. At the Longxia Police Headquarters, as soon as Su Ke's message was published on the Celestial Community app, it caught the attention of Director Qin Lai and Deputy Director Zhang Daro. In the conference room, Su Ke's actions have gone too far. If all the users on the Immortal Helper software were to join the empire he has created, wouldn't our Longsha suffer a significant decline in population? Zhang Daorong slammed the table, his eyes filled with anger and helplessness. Qin Lai, on the other hand, remained calm, contemplating the pros and cons and how to maximize benefits. Old Zhang, you need to calm down, Qin Lai remarked with a hint of a smile as he observed Zhang Daorong's frustration. Old Qin, how can you still smile? Do you have any idea how devastating it would be if Su Kei's fans decided to follow him? We would incur immense losses. Zhang Daorong looked at Qin Lai with confusion. Old Zhang, consider it from a different perspective. If Su Kei truly establishes an empire, those who join his realm could be granted dual citizenship. In that case, his subjects would still be our Longsha citizens. Furthermore, we could forge a deep cooperation with the empire he creates. Perhaps in the future, we might even benefit from it and embark on the path of immortality alongside him. Imagine, one day, every Longsha citizen could be like a dragon. Wouldn't that be splendid? Moreover, I observe that Su Kei has a penchant for beautiful women and appears indifferent to power. Perhaps his establishment of an empire could ultimately be advantageous for us. Listening to Qin Lai's words, Zhang Daorong fell into contemplation, weighing the advantages and disadvantages in his mind. Chapter 64. Exchange. The prosperity of the Su family, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Gumin. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a police officer at the threshold. Director, Mr. Su has arrived. Has Su Kei arrived? Qin Lai felt a surge of joy, promptly rising to his feet and striding towards the exit. Zhang Daorong, regaining his senses, followed suit. Welcome, Mr. Su, to our humble abode. As Su Kei entered the police headquarters, Director Qin Lai greeted him with a warm smile. Director Qin, there's no need for formalities. Please take me to see them. Su Kei waved his hand, getting straight to the point. The urgent task of subduing the 5 major financial conglomerates in Bangzi country awaited him, leaving no time for idle chit-chat with an elderly man. Haha, Mr. Su, your straightforwardness is refreshing. Allow me to escort you there right away. Qin Lai gestured for Su Kei to follow him towards the official vehicle. At the northern outskirts training base, the police personnel had long since vanished. On the vast training ground, dozens of strikingly beautiful women were scattered about, some in long dresses, others in short sleeves and shorts, while a few donned formal gowns. They were either standing, squatting, or sitting on the grass, their expressions a mixture of confusion, worry, and fear. What kind of powerful figure could possibly warrant the mobilization of so many of us? Li Minglan inquired, glancing at her familiar companions. Zhong Xiaoqin, Jiang Yue, Zhao Min, Yin Xiaohua, and Xia Yin exchanged worried glances, shaking their heads in response. At that moment, Song Tiantian suddenly spoke up. Do you think that powerful figure could be Su Kei? As soon as her words left her lips, the group fell into stunned silence. Su Kei. Could it truly be him? Was there a collaboration between Su Kei and Longsha? Had Longsha brought them here as a gift for Su Kei? Considering Su Kei's notorious reputation for his lecherous ways, the emotions among the women were mixed. Curiosity, anxiety, disdain, and anticipation intertwined. Though he was known for his indulgences, he remained the only cultivator in Blue Star. The news of the various female stars and internet celebrities being taken away by Longsha police stirred a significant uproar. The online community erupted with speculation, teeming with various theories. In reality, over 90% of netizens understood the underlying truth. Longsha and Su Kei had likely established some form of collaboration. The numerous female stars and internet sensations were destined to find themselves in Su Kei's embrace. Such thoughts ignited a fervor of jealousy among the populace, driving them to madness. Yet, they also recognized the futility of envy in the presence of a cultivator. Moreover, if Longsha had indeed forged an alliance with Su Kei, they might gain access to his cultivation methods. One could ponder whether a day would come when every citizen of Longsha could tread the path of cultivation. The mere possibility stirred a flicker of hope within the hearts of the Longsha people. If this venture bore fruit, then presenting numerous female celebrities and internet stars to Su Kei would be but a trivial matter, an act deserving of applause and celebration. Simultaneously, The emergence of a cultivator from Longsha naturally captured the attention of high-ranking officials across the globe. The likes of Bangzi, Little Japan, and Free Country scoffed in disdain. Despite the information regarding Suke circulating from the butterfly and the internet, they remained skeptical. This is a world governed by science. The existence of cultivators is utterly inconceivable, absolutely impossible. At the training base in Longsha, Yanjing, the police vehicle gradually came to a halt beside the entrance. Suke, Qinlai, and Zhang Daorong alighted from the vehicle. Mr. Su, everyone on the list is currently at the base playground. Upon entering, you need to proceed straight ahead, and after reaching the inn, turn right to find them. Additionally, we have brought a few more individuals for you, hoping you will find them to your liking. More individuals? Are they attempting to exchange for additional longevity elixirs? Suke pondered, albeit understanding the intention behind it. Nodding with a smile, he turned and entered the training base. In the stillness of the playground, numerous starlets and internet celebrities anxiously awaited. Suddenly, Yin Xiaoguo exclaimed, "Suke is here. The esteemed figure is truly Suke." Upon hearing this, the crowd instinctively turned towards the direction indicated by Yin Xiaoguo. There he was, clad in casual black attire, hands tucked into his pockets, leisurely approaching them. Is it truly Suke? Longsha intends to present us to Suke? What? What should we do? I have just turned 18. I have never been in love. In an instant, a cacophony of chatter erupted. As Suke drew nearer, the crowd instinctively retreated. With each step he took forward, they stepped back. Amused, Suke held his silence, continuing this dance of retreat until they found themselves at the edge of the playground. With nowhere left to flee, Li Minglan summoned her courage and met Suke's gaze. Suke, what do you intend to do? Suke shook his head. This place is unsuitable. I must take you somewhere else. Hearing his words, Li Minglan's face flushed crimson, her eyes narrowing in accusation. Indeed, a lecherous man. Suke, where do you plan to take us? Song Tian couldn't help but inquire. Yes, where are you taking us? We have a right to know. Jiang Yue asked, her voice tinged with trepidation. You will find out once we arrive, Suke replied, offering no further explanation. In an instant, he appeared beside Li Minglan and Song Tian. Before they could utter a sound, they vanished. Witnessing this, the others screamed and fled in all directions. Can you escape? Suke grinned, transforming into a flurry of afterimages. The screams diminished, fading into silence. Yu Xiaoguo, Jiang Yivai, Qin Yue, Li Minglan, Montak Xia Oyi, Cong Xiao Qin, Zhaomin. Song Tian, Dai Lushi, Zhu Yi, Yang Yu Yi Xiaojin, Tong Xiaoyu, Shunmai, Lin Shu, Xiao Ran, Zhang Xiaodi, Zhang Ning, Zhang Nan, Zhang Yao, Lu Jie, Cheng Lu. Yeo, Jiang Yixu, Su Xiuying, Gulino, Xiao Yun, Sao Ni, Hon Xiao, Song Yuing, Xiao Exi, Jiang Yan, Vuxi, Geu Liang, Yu Xiao, Fu Lingar, Jiang Xiaonon, Li Xiaoyang, Su Xiaoning, Zhou Xiaochun. 40 women in total. Together with the original 26, there are now a remarkable 66 women. If we also count the 12 beauties and the 2 little ones, along with himself, it perfectly totals 99. Thus, the Su family has once again flourished. At the entrance of the northern training base, Suke walked over to Qinlai with a smile. Director Qin, I am quite satisfied. These 15 rejuvenation pills are the reward for this occasion. 15? 40 in exchange for 15. Isn't that one extra? Su, you are indeed magnanimous. Qinlai could not help but praise. Zhang Daorong also expressed his joy. 15 longevity pills can extend the lives of those eminent scientists nearing the end of their years by a century and a half. This will undoubtedly trigger another technological explosion. Truly a priceless treasure. This is what you deserve, Suke said with a smile, taking out 3 more and handing them to Qinlai. Mr. Su, what is this? Qinlai looked at the pills in Suke's hand, but did not immediately take them. These 3 are an additional reward for helping me gather their relatives. I express my gratitude on behalf of those important figures who are about to depart, Qinlai said, taking the pills with slightly reddened eyes and bowing to Su Quebec Director Qin. There is no need for such formality. After all, I am still a citizen of Longsha, and I wish to see Longsha thrive. Upon hearing this, Both Qin Lai and Zhang Daorong were deeply moved. In truth, Su Ke could have chosen not to give anything, and they would have had no recourse. Yet he chose to offer. Perhaps, in his heart, he still cherished Longxia. By the way, Mr. Su, I noticed your message on the Sienna and Help community software, and I have an idea. Why don't we discuss it in detail back at the office? Qin Lai suddenly suggested. Happy Mother's Day, wishing all mothers around the world good health and longevity. Chapter 65. Host, Awaken, and Cease Your Daydreams, Yanjing. Conference room of the police headquarters. Mr. Su, is it not said that those who pursue immortality devote themselves to attaining a higher realm? Why then do you aspire to establish a nation and proclaim yourself emperor? Qin Lai, unable to quell his curiosity, inquired. This matter is not for you to concern yourselves with, Su Ke replied, his gaze unwavering as he addressed Director Qin and Deputy Director Zhang. Regarding my ambition to found a nation and assume the title of emperor, I hope that in due course, the international community will recognize Longxia. Su lightly tapped the table, his eyes fixed on Qin Lai and Zhang Daorong. We shall undoubtedly support you, Mr. Su, yet your mention of citizens from the Immortal Assistance community leaves us somewhat hesitant. Zhang Daorong hesitated. Su immediately grasped their unspoken thoughts. He did not require a vast number of imperial subjects. Fulfilling the criteria for nationhood sufficed. In truth, a permanent population of merely 800 would suffice to establish a nation. Director Qin, you need not worry about the number of imperial subjects. I do not impose any specific requirements, as long as the population criterion for nation building is met. Mr. Su, our intention is to transfer some citizens to the empire you intend to establish, while they will remain Longxia citizens, possessing dual nationality. What are your thoughts on this arrangement? Upon hearing this, Su paused. His desire to establish a nation and assume the title of emperor was merely to fulfill a task, enabling him to acquire the Huangdi Neijing and the Xinyuan sword. Otherwise, he would have little interest in such endeavors. Moreover, upon reaching the Golden Core stage, he would inevitably venture into the realm of cultivation, and it would be impractical to bring a multitude of mortals along. The affairs of Tianlan and Shuoblin Star were of little consequence to him. I am indifferent, so long as I successfully establish a nation and gain international recognition. Even if we in Longxia agree, the others may not be so accommodating. Zhang Daorong remarked. As soon as he finished speaking, Su revealed a faint, cold smile. Disagree? Then we shall persist until they acquiesce. You need not concern yourselves with this. As long as Longxia supports me, I shall manage the others. Rest assured, Mr. Su, Longxia will provide unwavering support. Su note that, once the numerous daughters within the Lingquan space had borne Su family heirs, even without further tasks, he would possess a physique at least 204 times superior. By then, his physical form would likely have ascended to the Golden Core realm. What was there to worry about? As he pondered, his thoughts drifted into the distance. Once he entered the realm of cultivation, he would have an eternity at his disposal. He could certainly take ample time to ensure that countless holy maidens, demonesses, fairy maidens, empresses, and ordinary immortals bore Su family heirs. Would he not then attain a sacred physical form, proving his path through strength, rivaling even the Panga deity? Perhaps even surpassing it. Host, please awaken and cease your daydreaming. Is that not feasible? The bandit dismissed the host's musings. Qin Lai and Zhang Daorong observed Su Ke in contemplation, choosing not to interrupt. After a moment, Su opened his eyes. Director Qin, Deputy Director Zhang, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Allow us to escort you. 3 individuals emerged from the conference room, one after another. As they watched Su Ke drive away in his Porsche, Qin Lai and Zhang Daorong drove towards the cabinet. They were tasked with delivering 18 rejuvenation pills to the Grand Elder for distribution. The aging masters of Longxia would have their lifespans extended by 10 years, ensuring Longxia would soar once more. Henceforth, concerns over energy would be alleviated, ushering in a period of rapid growth across all industries. Upon arriving at the Twin Towers and parking in the underground garage, Su Ke's figure vanished within the vehicle. In the spiritual spring space, as Song Tiantian, Yin Shaoguo, Jiang Yue, Li Minglan, Zhao Min, Dai Lushir, Yang Yu, and a cadre of 40 women materialized, they found themselves momentarily stunned. Lin Yutong, Yang Yi, Lin Momo, and Su Yusin also stood frozen. 40 pairs of eyes met the gaze of 26 plus 12 plus 2 others, creating a breathtaking tableau, where they'd donned black suits, sunglasses, and wield machetes. They would resemble a scene from a gangster film. After 3 minutes of astonishment, Yang Yi was the first to approach. They had now entered this realm, destined to be part of the Su family. Acceptance was the only option available. What a grand spectacle it was. The women collectively sighed in awe before moving to greet the newcomers. 2 hours later, following introductions by Yang Yi and others, the once anxious hearts of Song Tiantian, Jiang Yue, and Yin Xiaoguo began to ease. They grew familiar with one another and soon joined the ranks of those cultivating the land. The spiritual spring space now spanned over 20,000 meters in diameter, yet much of it remained an uncharted expanse. With the population having more than doubled, the need for a continuous supply of fruits and vegetables necessitated greater agricultural efforts. Over 70 urban beauties had unexpectedly transformed into farmers. Guliang, let me take you back to change into something more suitable for farming, Long Feifei suggested, glancing at her bespectacled companion and the trailing length of her gown. Upon hearing this, Guliang nodded in agreement. She too desired a more practical outfit, as the gown, while beautiful, was quite unsuitable for tilling the soil. They promptly headed towards the space capsule. Just as they neared the capsule, Su Kei's figure suddenly appeared. Instinctively, Guliang grasped Long Feifei's arm. Her gaze towards Su Kei tinged with a hint of trepidation and curiosity. It's all right, Liang, Long Feifei reassured, patting her arm before turning to Su Quebec. Dear, are you pleased now? You've captured the entire entertainment circle in one sweep. Haha, I never anticipated Director Qin would be so formidable. Su Kei let out a hearty laugh and approached the two women, his eyes scanning the striking figure before him. The combination of her gown and glasses was utterly captivating, simply irresistible. Dear, don't stare. I'm taking Liang to change her clothes, and then we're off to tend to the crops. Very well. You may take her to change first. As Gu Liang followed Long Feifei into the space capsule, Su Kei chose not to visit the garden to see the ladies. His figure vanished once more. In the bustling capital, Hanyang City, at Villa number 128 in Hanning Cave, Long Mountain, the atmosphere felt unsettling as Su Kei appeared. Upon entering, he sensed something amiss. In the living room, it seemed that a conversation was taking place. Su Kei furrowed his brow and leaned in to listen. The surveillance indicated that Li Ji and Li Zhong had not left the villa. Yet, the occupants were nowhere to be found. Goodness, what on earth? Zheng Jian. Could it be that this villa is truly haunted? Oh dear, Chief Chui, use your brain. This is the modern era, and we must rely on science. Do you understand? Your reprimand is noted, Zheng Jian. Very well, let us proceed. Chief Kui, assign several individuals to keep watch over this villa. Should any suspicious persons appear, apprehend them immediately. Understood, Zheng Jian. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed, and the villa's hall fell silent. Su Kei grinned broadly as he stepped out of the bedroom. He was done with secrecy. He intended to dominate the land of the sticks. Chapter 66. Today, let that dragon summer witness our might. With a creak, the villa's grand entrance slowly swung open. Su Kei stepped beyond the threshold. The three officers stationed outside immediately caught sight of him, their eyes widening in astonishment. Who is this person? And when did he infiltrate the villa? Recalling the words of Chief Chui, the three exchanged glances, their right hands instinctively reaching for their waist, charging towards Su Quebec. We are officers. Do not move. Raise your hands. Surrender. The three officers aimed their firearms at Su Kei, their expressions stern. In response, Su Kei flashed a grin and advanced toward them. He had yet to fully experience the formidable strength of his foundational realm, and this was the perfect opportunity to explore it through the hands of these officers. Stop right there, or we will open fire. Though they uttered such threats, the three men hesitated to pull the trigger without superior orders. As Su Kei approached with an amused demeanor, they felt inexplicably tense, beads of sweat forming in their palms. Go ahead. Su Kei closed in on one of the officers, reaching out to seize his firearm. A metallic screech echoed as the weapon was crushed into a twisted lump of metal in Suke's grip. Who? What are you? The officer, now disarmed, stumbled back several steps, trembling legs betraying his fear as he gazed at Suke in horror. The other two officers stood frozen, their hands shaking uncontrollably around their guns. Bang! Bang! In a moment of panic, they both pulled the triggers simultaneously. Two golden bullets soared towards Suke's chest at a velocity of 400 meters per second. Clang! Clang! The bullets fell harmlessly to the ground. The three officers stood dumbfounded. A monster! This man before them was undeniably not human. I don't eat beef. Bang! 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 3 shots rang out, and the officers collapsed into a pool of blood, their wide eyes filled with terror. Suke coolly blew away the smoke from the muzzle of his gun before holstering it, his gaze shifting towards the front villa window. A figure quickly vanished, drawing the curtains shut. With a cold chuckle, Suke strode toward the villa ahead. Villa número 122. Song Hui, in a state of panic and fear, hastily retrieved her phone and dialed the police station. Hello, is this the station? There has been a shooting in Hanandong, Longshan District. You must come quickly. It's right in front of Villa 128. As soon as she finished speaking, a series of loud knocks echoed at the front door. Terrified, she covered her phone, her eyes darting around the room in search of a hiding place. In her frenzy, she opened a cabinet and concealed herself inside. Creak! The locked door was suddenly opened. Listening to the footsteps entering the room, Song Hui trembled in the cabinet. Come out. I won't harm you. Suke sat on the edge of the bed, gazing at the wardrobe with a smile as he spoke. Inside the wardrobe, upon hearing the voice of the unfamiliar man just within reach, Song Hui was overwhelmed with terror, tears streaming down her face. What should I do? What should I do? With a creak, the wardrobe door swung open. Song Hui cowered in the corner, trembling as she looked up at the man who had invaded her bedroom. Instantly, she was taken aback. Suke, how did you get here? Why could I not be here? Suke replied. What do you intend to do? Let me think, he said, stroking his chin as he scrutinized the woman curled up in the corner. Though she was over 40, she appeared to be in her 30s, still exuding an alluring charm. Feeling the intensity of Suke's gaze, Song Hui crossed her arms over her chest and mustered her courage to say, I have already reported this to the police. If you leave now, you might still have a chance. Haha, you're quite amusing. Should I thank you and then make a hasty escape? No need for thanks. You should run. Suke was momentarily stunned. Thank you for what? You actually took me seriously? Xiao Hui, you are friends with Li Ji, right? I happen to be taking you to see her. You can help her with her farming. Suke said as he reached for Song Hui. Please, no. I don't want to go farming. In a panic, Song Hui flailed her arms desperately. Yet, in the next moment, her figure vanished within the wardrobe. Meanwhile, outside the villa, hundreds of armed soldiers had surrounded the estate, sealing it off completely. Suke from Longxia, you are encircled. Release the hostage and lay down your weapons for leniency. If you resist, you will face our overwhelming firepower. Surrender quickly. Chief of Police Choi Eugene shouted through a megaphone, his brow furrowed in concern. Chief Choi, the surveillance shows that Suke from Longxia can crush guns into iron balls with his bare hands and withstand gunfire. Can we really capture him? Deputy Officer Yunji looked worriedly at Chief Choi. The rumors of Suke being a cultivator had spread across Longxia and even reached their country. Initially, they had doubted it, but seeing him withstand bullets and crush guns was beyond human capability. While they were unsure if he was indeed the legendary cultivator from Longxia, one thing was certain. He, Suke, was no ordinary man. Deputy Officer Yunji had no confidence in capturing Quebec. Yet, seeing Chief Choi's unwavering confidence, he could only pray. He prayed that the formidable firepower of their 100 men could subdue and eliminate Suke, demonstrating their strength to the people of Longxia. Are you not unable to handle Suke? If he were to be killed in our country, would that not prove your incompetence, Longxia? Rest assured, Deputy Yun. Chief Officer Choi Eugene smiled lightly and continued, I have already called for reinforcements on my way here. Even if Suke possesses extraordinary abilities, he shall not escape today. That is splendid. Let us demonstrate the might of our nation to those unscrupulous Longxia people, he added. Indeed, we shall convene a press conference to thoroughly humiliate Longxia. Deputy Officer Yunji nodded with a smile. It appeared that Longxia had already been subjected to humiliation beyond measure. Oh, the tragedy. Suke from Longxia. Do not presume that your status as a cultivator grants you impunity. We have brought heavy artillery today. If you surrender now, perhaps you may retain your name. Otherwise, we shall ensure your complete annihilation, and you shall meet the 10 Yama Kings. Chief Officer Choi Eugene again took up the loudspeaker and shouted, "Yes, Chief Choi. But it seems that Song Hui is still in the villa. If we launch a heavy artillery attack, it could lead to... Her grandfather is a local tycoon, and she herself is quite renowned. If we were to kill her as well, the consequences would be dire." Deputy Officer Yunji interjected suddenly. Upon hearing this, Choi Eugene furrowed his brow. Chapter 67. The Battle. The pragmatic Choi Eugene Deputy Officer Yun Song Hui has already fallen victim to the treacherous Su Quebec. What relevance does that hold for us? Our intention in eliminating Su K is to seek justice for our people, Choi Eugene proclaimed, her expression icy as she fixated on the villa. Yunji, upon hearing this, momentarily froze, yet swiftly comprehended the implications of Choi Eugene's words. This was a ploy to cast the blame upon Su K. Nonetheless, should we succeed in vanquishing him, it would all be worthwhile. Indeed, as Choi asserted, we are avenging our compatriots. Once Su K is dealt with, we shall also denounce Longxia. A piercing wail erupted from Yunji, who suddenly contorted into a shrimp-like posture. Veins bulged on his face and neck as he clutched his blood-soaked groin, collapsing to the ground in a cacophony of despair. The sudden turn of events startled Choi Eugene, prompting her to crouch down and scan the surroundings for Su K's whereabouts. In the next moment, her gaze locked onto a pair of eyes at the villa's rooftop, seemingly amused. Su K, how dare you inflict harm upon our noble people? You deserve nothing less than death. Yeah, he my command. Everyone, fire upon the murderer. In an instant, hundreds of armed soldiers from the government directed their weapons towards Su K, who stood atop the villa, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. Several bullets struck Su K, yet he remained unscathed, merely smiling faintly. In the blink of an eye, a golden handgun appeared in his hand, an infinite ammunition Desert Eagle with a range of 3,600 meters. Observing this, Choi Eugene shrieked, "Everyone, fire with conviction. Focus, and do not hit the walls." With that, she retreated hastily. The air resounded with another series of gunshots, and one by one, the soldiers fell into pools of blood. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky, accompanied by a tremendous gust of wind as two armed helicopters appeared above the villa. "Ha! Ja, Suke! Your demise is imminent," Choi Eugene exclaimed, brandishing a megaphone with an air of arrogance. Suke, however, lifted his gaze towards the helicopters, his expression frigid. The relentless hail of bullets peppered his body, inflicting a slight sting. His black casual attire was shredded to tatters. "You shall pay for ruining my clothes." In the next moment, a black staff materialized in Su K's grasp, an untested, growth-capable weapon known as the sky-piercing staff. Su K's legs bent slightly, and in an instant, he propelled himself skyward like a cannonball, soaring directly towards the armed helicopters. The rooftop of the villa shattered under the force of his ascent. Oh no, this is madness. The pilots within the helicopters were filled with dread, desperate to flee, yet it was already too late. Boom! One of the aircraft plummeted towards the ground under the tremendous force of the sky pole. Upon crashing into one of the helicopters, Su K deftly swung the sky pole toward another armed helicopter. Boom! In an instant, it was as if fireworks had erupted, flames soaring into the sky. On the ground, witnessing the seemingly divine Su K, Choi Eugene could not help but wet herself, the liquid streaming down her pants. Su Kwe, Fato Su, Gang Fat Su. Immortal Su, I beg you to spare my life. I am willing to serve you like a beast of burden. As she crawled in terror to Su K's feet. Guiping profuseli in supplication, sukemirli smaid fantli. To him, this insignificant ant's life or death bore no consequence. However, lacking subordinates in the land of the sticks, he found himself in need of a few errand runners. In the next moment, A golden flying fish attire from the Ming Dynasty's Jinyui appeared in his hands. Boom! The remnants of his tattered clothing exploded away, and thus, the golden flying fish attire enveloped his bare form. Do you know where the powerful families of the 5 major conglomerates are located? Cui Yojin, trembling and bowing her head in fear, nodded vigorously. I know. I am a member of the 4K consortium. Suke was taken aback. What a coincidence. Take me to see the head of your Cui family. Certainly, Immortal Su. Please get in the car. I shall take you there right away. Cui Yojin hastily rose, leading Suke towards the official vehicle. They then departed, leaving behind a scene of devastation, bloodshed, and terror. Honey, do you think there really are immortals in this world? Not far away, in a villa, a woman with exquisite features, embodying both innocence and allure, filled with a mature charm, gazed at the chaos from the balcony, her eyes brimming with curiosity and concern. Due to Cui Yojin's loudspeaker, many nearby had learned about the legendary cultivator from Longxia, Suke, who had a penchant for beauty, arriving in the land of the sticks. She was Sun Jun, a renowned actress in sticks, known for her extraordinary beauty. Suke's arrival in the sticks was certainly not good news for her. Beside her, Xian Xiaobin did not respond to Sun Jun's words, deep in contemplation. He had not anticipated that Suke from Longxia was indeed a cultivator, and such a formidable one at that. Given Suke's previous behavior in Longxia, he feared for the safety of his wife. If he were to resist, he might end up like those unfortunate souls from Longxia. With this thought, he discreetly glanced at his wife, a sense of incredulity stirring within him. Honey, what are you thinking about? Coming back to reality, Xian Xiaobin forced a smile. Oh, nothing. At the same time, in another villa not far away, a similar scene unfolded. Jean, she was anxiously clinging to her husband Zhengji's arm, her eyes reflecting concern. Dear, don't worry. If Suke Ruo intends to rescue from my side, he must first step over my corpse. Upon hearing this, Jean Shi's eyes sparkled with lightning, filled with deep emotion. Darling, you are truly wonderful. If Suke Ruo dares to come and take me, even in death, I will not allow him to succeed. When the time comes, if he truly arrives, we shall live and die together. In the city of Bangzi, Hanyang City, in the Jiangbei district, lies the Cui Manor, the residence of one of the 5 great families of the Bangzi nation, the powerful 4K family. Cui Yojin slowly parked the car in the side lot of the manor. Su Xianren, this is the residence of the 4K family, and the current head of the family, Cui Yoshuan, is my elder brother. Hearing this, Suke was taken aback. The head of the family is your brother? Then why are you just a chief of police at this age? Cui Yojin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Blushing, she explained, I am merely a side member of the family, so, all right, no need to explain. Take me inside to meet your family head. Suke waved his hand and said, Very well, Su Xianren, please follow me. Cui Yojin gestured invitingly and led Suke into the manor. Uncle Yojin, as they entered the manor, a clear and melodious female voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 68. The 4 young ladies of the Cui family. The magpie delivers the nest to the dove. Are you the dragon summer cultivator Suke mentioned online? A girl clad in pink shorts and a short-sleeved top suddenly caught Suke's eye. She stood at less than 1.60 meters, her skin as fair as snow, radiating an almost ethereal glow. Her face was round, and her large eyes sparkled with vivacity. 2 playful pigtails swayed gently with her steps, adding an extra touch of charm and cuteness, reminiscent of a character straight out of an anime. At that moment, she gazed at Suke with a mix of astonishment and curiosity. Seeing the enchanting young girl before him, Suke felt a spark of interest. How Xian, you must show respect to Su Immortal. Cui Yojin admonished with a frown, her tone serious. Not at all. Suke waved his hand dismissively, then turned to the young girl. What is your name, little one? The girl blinked at him, her eyes wide with intrigue. I am Cui Haoxian. After introducing herself, she curiously inquired, Are you truly a dragon summer cultivator? You may consider it so. Suke replied with a smile, glancing at Cui Yojin. Please, enlighten me about the composition of the Cui family. Certainly, Su Immortal. Cui Yojin nodded. The current head of the Cui family is Cui Jian. He has 4 daughters. The eldest, Cui Min Yan, is the president of a conglomerate. The second daughter, Chui Min Rue, is an outstanding prosecutor. The third, Chui Hien, is a literary youth and an accomplished writer. And the youngest is Chui Hao Xian, a devoted anime enthusiast. As she spoke, her gaze shifted towards Chui Hao Xian, who was observing them with a perplexed expression. Uncle Yojin, what do you mean by anime enthusiast? She simply prefers solitude. Chui Hao Xian pouted in protest. Ignoring her, Chui Yojin continued. The family head also has two younger brothers. The second brother, Chui Zaixiong, is a chief prosecutor with two sons, one interning at the conglomerate and the other still in school. The third brother, Chui Jinhao, is also a chief prosecutor with a son in high school. Furthermore, the head has a sister named Chui Bing Yi, who serves in the management of the conglomerate. As for the collateral relatives, there are many, but I presume you're not interested in them. Uncle Yojin, why did you bring him here? Chui Hao Xian now sensed an oddity, furrowing her brow in inquiry. I brought Su Immortal to meet the family head. I shall speak no further with you for now. Please, Su Immortal, Chui Yojin gestured with a bow. Su Immortal, what do you seek from my father? Chui Hao Xian looked at Su Ke, a hint of worry in her gaze. Ah, of course, to bring the Chui family under my banner. Henceforth, you shall be mine. Su Ke exclaimed with a hearty laugh, proceeding towards the main hall of the estate under Chui Yojin's guidance. Chui Hao Xian stood momentarily, gazing at Su Ke's retreating figure. After a brief pause, she hurriedly followed, curious to witness how Su Ke intended to align the Chui family with him. In the vast expanse of the hall, adorned with opulent decor, Su Ke found himself stepping into such a luxurious structure for the first time. Indeed, the lives of the affluent are beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. No wonder it is said that the land of the South Korean peninsula is controlled by conglomerates. When wealth accumulates sufficiently, even the leaders of the nation become insignificant. Just then, Choi Ha-hyun rushed into the hall and approached Su Quebec. As she was about to inquire about something, the sound of footsteps echoed from above. Su Ke turned his head to see a robust man, approximately 60 years of age and standing at 6 feet tall, descending the stairs with an imposing presence. Had he encountered such a figure prior to acquiring the bandit system, he would undoubtedly have felt a surge of anxiety. However, times have changed. He is now the strongest man on earth, a ruler among the conglomerates, merely an ant in comparison. Father, Choi Haun et Grim Zoi Fuli, Dating Tawat Choi Jin. Casting a glance at his approaching daughter, Choi Jin shot her a glare before striding directly to Su Quebec Bang. Choi Eugene was left astounded. Choi Ha-hyun was bewildered. Su Ke was taken aback. The head of one of the 5 major conglomerates, Choi Jin of the 4K conglomerate, was kneeling before him. Before the trio could utter a word, Choi Jin spoke. Choi Jin, head of the 4K conglomerate, pays his respects to Su Xianren. With that, he bowed deeply before Su Quebec, realizing the gravity of the situation. Su Ke understood that Choi Jin was likely already aware of the occurrences in the Hannam Villa area of Longshan District. This Choi Jin certainly knows how to navigate the tides of fortune. Suke Said Ingwerdli, Rais. Yes, Su Xianren. Choi Jin replied respectfully as he stood up. Su Si Anzen, please take a seat. Su Ke nodded and settled into the main seat of the living room. Choi family head, are you willing to submit to me? At this, 3 pairs of eyes turned towards Choi Jin. With a glimmer in his eyes, Choi Jin laughed heartily. Haha, we are certainly willing. With a formidable presence like Su Xianren leading the 4K group, I am confident it will grow even stronger. Father, Choi Ha-hyun gazed at her father in confusion, her eyes filled with perplexity. Just having heard that Su Ke was a cultivator, was it enough to curry favor to this extent? To offer up the entire conglomerate? Had he lost his senses? Choi Eugene sighed internally. If the main branch of the Choi family were to resist and subsequently be vanquished by Su Ke, perhaps Su Ke would support him in rising power. Alas! Su Ke regarded Choi Jin with a satisfied nod. Those who recognize the times are indeed wise. Very well. I have faith in you. Now, I entrust you with 2 tasks. First, summon your sister and the other 3 daughters back to the family. Second, by whatever means necessary, you must gather the heads of the remaining 4 conglomerates here by tomorrow. Can you accomplish this? Upon hearing this, Choi Jin nodded affirmatively. Su Xianren, rest assured. I will immediately call back my 3 daughters and sister, and I will personally invite the heads of the other 4 conglomerate families for a meeting. Excellent. A smile grist chou que es face. This was proceeding remarkably smoothly. However, the young girl, Choi Ha-hyun, harbored a hint of concern. What did Suke intend to do by summoning her 3 older sisters and aunt back? At that moment, Choi Jin suddenly spoke again. Su Xianren, you must still be residing in a rather humble abode. If you are willing, our family would be delighted to offer you this estate. What an astonishing display of generosity. First a financial endowment, and now a manor? Cui Jan certain li possessis remarcable audacity. And where does your family reside? Choi Jin chuckled awkwardly. We have another estate nearby, which, albeit less grand, is sufficient for our needs. Upon hearing this, Suke no longer declined the offer and nodded in agreement. You may relocate, but your 4 daughters and sister need not move. After all, I require someone to tend to my daily affairs. A cultivator requires caretaking? Choi Jin couldn't help but scoff internally, yet he maintained a smile. Very well, it shall be as you wish, Mr. Su. Father, how can you act so? The anime-like girl, Choi Haoxuan's eyes shimmered with tears, making her all the more endearing. Suke observed the 3 with a grin. You have 5 hours to vacate. With that, his figure vanished before them. Chapter 69, I am in despair, Father. Have you lost your senses? Although there are rumors circulating online that Suke is an immortal, those are merely whispers. You have recklessly bestowed our entire family and home upon him. You have even left me, along with my elder sister, second sister, third sister, and aunt, to serve him. Are you not aware of his reputation on the internet? By doing so, are you not pushing the women of the Choi family into the flames? Tears glistened in the eyes of the seemingly youthful Choi Haoxuan, as she gazed at her father with a mix of sorrow and confusion. Haoxuan, your father is making the right choice. You have no idea of the terror that Suke embodies. Choi Yojin spoke, a hint of envy lacing his tone. It seems that Choi Jian is about to ascend to great heights. Not only has he entrusted the family enterprise to Suke, but he has also offered up his daughters and sisters. The Choi family is poised to become the foremost family in the nation, perhaps even the most powerful. Choi Jian observed his distraught daughter and retrieved his phone from his pocket. He opened the album and selected a video. Take a look. Kui Haoxuan, perplexed, accepted the phone and gazed at the screen. In an instant, her lips parted in astonishment, and her voice trembled as she exclaimed, Father, is this real? Indeed, it just occurred, and it was your Uncle Yojin who brought them here, Choi Jian replied, casting a sidelong glance at Choi Yojin, who offered an awkward smile. Without my introduction of Suke, would you have been the first to ally with him? Ha. This is simply unbelievable. The human body can possess such strength. Choi Haoxuan couldn't suppress her awe. Her curiosity about Suke now piqued. Serving him may not be such a bad prospect after all. Meanwhile, the happenings in Hanandong, Longshan District, reached the ears of the other 4 major conglomerates, as well as the upper echelons of society. The figure resembling a superhuman sent shivers down their spines. Faced with such a terrifying individual, the high-ranking officials were engulfed in anger and fear. At the central government office, an expansive conference room was filled with the nation's most powerful figures. The leader of the nation, the attorney general, the director of public security, and various agency heads were fixated on the large screen, displaying Suke's godlike presence. Didn't you all claim that a mere Suke could be easily dealt with? Is tearing his clothes apart what you consider effortless extermination? Jin Tongwei, the leader, slammed his palm on the table in frustration, glaring at those around him. Leader Jin, no matter how loudly you strike the table, Suke from Longsha will remain unharmed. We must now contemplate how to confront this Suke. The chief prosecutor, Zhu Quanhuan, remarked nonchalantly. The vast conference room fell into an abrupt silence. Suddenly, a phone rang, cutting through the tension. All heads turned in unison. It's my father calling. Choi Heian, seated in a discreet corner, glanced at her phone, offering an awkward smile before quietly excusing herself in the conference room. The others exchanged concerned glances. At this moment, Choi Jian dialed his daughter's number. Could there be a pressing matter at hand? Indeed, it was none other than Choi Yojin, the chief of police who was tasked with apprehending Su Ke, a member of the Chui family. Ultimately, Su Ke chose to accompany him. Could it be that the Chui family? A sense of foreboding swept through the crowd as they simultaneously drew this connection, their brows furrowing tighter. Kui Minyun, Kui Minrui, and Chui Bingyi each received a call from Chui Jian. Listening to his grave words, they promptly set aside their tasks and hastened toward the Chui manor. Concurrently, the Li family of the Sanqing Consortium, the Zheng family of the Dai Consortium, the Gu family of the Luji Consortium, and the Xian family of the Ludi Consortium also received invitations from Chui Jian, summoning the heads of the four prominent families to a banquet at the Chui Manor the following day to discuss significant matters. Although Chui Jian did not explicitly state it, the four families understood that it was inevitably related to Su Quebec. After all, Su Ke had left the battlefield alongside the members of the Chui family. With thoughts of that formidable figure, the four families unanimously accepted Chui Jian's invitation. Meanwhile, in the Ling Quan space, Su Ke materialized beside the Ling Quan pool. Having been drawn into the space, Song Hui followed closely behind Li Ji, listening attentively as she elucidated matters concerning Su Ke while simultaneously tending to the earth. At this moment, considering Ning Yutong and Jiang Ni, there were a total of 82 individuals within the Ling Quan space. Yet, only 10 were pregnant and 14 had offspring. Out of so many, merely 10 were expecting. No, I must strive harder and not squander any more time. Su Ke murmured to himself, focusing his thoughts. In the distance, as Li Mengchen tossed seeds into the pit, she felt her body being drawn by an invisible force, drifting toward the direction of the space capsule. The other women glanced over, but chose to ignore it, continuing their agricultural endeavors. They knew instinctively what was about to transpire. Congratulations, host. You have acquired twins. Reward, triple physique X1, a bottle of beauty elixir. 2 hours later, the voice of the bandit abruptly echoed, sounding somewhat lethargic. Bandit, what is the matter? Host, there are still 68 individuals remaining. Could you please exert a bit more effort to ensure they conceive your offspring in the shortest possible time? Why should I be anxious? Why are you so agitated? Host, we have been bound for quite some time, and you have only produced 16 offspring. The bandit is growing anxious. Calm down. I'll put in a bit more effort. Understood, host. The bandit's voice instantly regained its vigor. Su Ke glanced at Li Mengchen, who had fallen asleep from exhaustion, and quietly rose to head toward the living room. Triple physique extraction. A gentle breeze wafted through as a mysterious force materialized out of thin air, swiftly merging with Su Ke's hardened crown. In the blink of an eye, this energy coursed through every cell in his body, ultimately converging into a golden sea of bitterness within his dantian. His physique had now multiplied 36 times. How many more times would it require to reach the formidable strength of a golden core cultivator's physical body? He sighed softly. Su Ke rose and stepped out of the spacecraft, making his way toward the direction where the group of women was gathered. Darling, has Mengchen conceived? Ashuki aproashid. Lin Yutong set down the water ladle in her hand and wrapped her arms around his, her curiosity evident. Yet another set of twins. Another set of twins? Lin Yutong's eyes widened in surprise, filled with envy. My dear friend, she is already ahead of me despite my many steps behind. How frustrating. Well, you are my first woman, Su Ke, he said, gently ruffling Lin Yutong's hair with a smile to comfort her. At that moment, Yang Yi, Munyanshua, Lin Momo, and others also approached. Noticing their presence, Su Ke clapped his hands and called out, Everyone, pause your tasks and gather around. I have something to share. 5 minutes later, 81 pairs of eyes were fixed on Su Quebec darling, Su Ke Su uncle. What is it? With the curious gazes upon him, Su Ke raised his arm, revealing a bottle of youth elixir in his palm. This is the youth elixir. Those who have not yet taken it, come forward to receive one. Youth elixir? How splendid. I can finally regain my youth and preserve my vitality, exclaimed Jiang Yue, Zhao Min, Li Minglan, Yin Xiaohua, Dai Lushi, and Song Tiantian, their eyes shining with excitement. They all rose and began to approach Su Ke, eager to form a line. Please line up and one by one, give me a kiss to receive your elixir. Chapter 70. The Excellent Wife Award. 5 great pearls listening to Su Ke's words. Jiang Yue, Zhao Min, Zhong Xiaoqin, and others felt a slight flush on their cheeks. However, upon recalling the rejuvenation pill, they obediently formed a long line. Yue, come here, Su Ke called, extending his face towards Jiang Yue. With a peck, Jiang Yue swiftly kissed Su Ke on the cheek, seized a rejuvenation pill, and dashed back into the crowd of onlookers. Min, it's your turn. Su Ke presented his face to Zhao Min. With a rosy complexion, Zhao Min took the rejuvenation pill and hurried away. The sound of pecks continued as Zhong Xiaoqin, In Xiaogua, Li Minglan, Song Tiantian, Zhu Yi, Dai Lushi, Yang Yu, Xia Yin, and others all joyfully retreated with their rejuvenation pills. Husband, is there anything else? Bai Mingjie asked loudly, fixing her gaze on Su Quebec. The ladies fell silent, all eyes on Su Quebec. The second matter is that your families will be arriving in Yinjing in the next few days, and you will soon be able to reunite with them. Really? I feel like I haven't seen my parents in ages. Me too. I miss my parents a bit. I miss my parents as well. This is wonderful. Seeing the delight on their faces, Su Ke smiled and continued, there is one more thing. I plan to build a stage for you. A stage? The ladies expressed their confusion. In this space, a stage? Husband, what do we need a stage for? Qiu Xiaoying voiced the collective inquiry. Outside, when you film movies and dramas, there are various awards, right? I will create a stage for you and establish 3 Excellent Wife Awards. By the time the new year arrives, everyone can vote on who receives the award, and I will present a grand prize to the winner. What do you think? As soon as Su Ke finished speaking, a hush fell over the crowd. Really? You truly dare to dream. The lady stared at Su Ke in astonishment. Absolutely astonishing. Husband, you are too. Moon Yinxue gazed at Su Ke, momentarily a loss for words. Haha, it's settled then. Su Ke laughed heartily and walked over to Su Yuexin and Jiang and I, bending down to look at the 2 little ones. Yutong, and I, do you like it here? Yes. Ning Yutong and Jiang and I nodded without hesitation. This place not only has delicious water and various tasty fruits, but also big sisters to play with them. It's even better than kindergarten. Would you like to come here often in the future? Yes. Then I will be your dad from now on, all right? This way, whenever you want to come, I can bring you. Upon hearing this, Ning Yutong and Jiang and I were momentarily stunned, looking up at their respective mothers. Yutong, Uncle Su will be your dad from now on. Call him Dad, Su Yuexin said, gently patting Ning Yutong's little head with a smile. Nini, let's also call him Dad. Jiang Xiaolin quickly reminded Jiang and I. Dad, Dad. Ning Yutong and Jiang and I called out in unison, their bright eyes reflecting a mix of apprehension, anticipation, and tension. In their memories, there was no trace of their father. In kindergarten, the other children had taunted them as fatherless. Yet now, they not only had a father, but one who was nothing short of a celestial being. Just wait until the future. Who would dare mock them again? Ha, good daughters. Su Ke exclaimed excitedly, enveloping the 2 little ones in his embrace and showering their chubby faces with kisses, causing them to squeal with laughter. Before they knew it, evening had descended. After sharing a simple dinner with the girls, Su Ke's figure vanished into the ether once more. In the capital city, Hanyang, at the Chui Manor, the sky had turned to dusk. The spacious and opulent living room was as bright as day. 5 women of varying temperaments sat silently on the sofa. Aunt, are we going to sit here and wait? Spoke the first, a woman in a prosecutor's uniform with an oval face and striking phoenix-like eyes, exuding an air of authority. She was Yin, the second daughter of the Chui family and an esteemed prosecutor in Korea. Yes, Aunt. If Su Ke doesn't show up, are we to wait the entire night? Added Chui Minrue, the third daughter, a literary soul and accomplished writer, frowning in concern. All right, we'll wait for another half hour. If he doesn't appear, we shall proceed with our own affairs, said Chui Bingi, the mature and alluring matriarch. Her voice cool and resolute. Let us follow Minrong's suggestion. We'll wait another half hour, Chui Bingi conceded, her brow furrowing slightly. Had it not been for Su Ke's formidable presence captured in the video, as daughters of a top-tier conglomerate, they would never have obediently waited for a man from Longxia. It was almost laughable. Yet, The reality was that they had no choice but to wait. Who would dare to refuse? Chui Jian was the first to protest. Meanwhile, the petite, anime-haired Chui Haoshuan sat quietly in a corner, her presence barely noticeable. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The quiet hall was punctuated by the irritating sound of the clock. Just then, out of nowhere, a man clad in a golden flying fish suit appeared in the hall. The 5 daughters of the Chui family, who had been anxiously waiting, were taken aback. When they recognized the man's visage, they all rose to their feet, their eyes wide with astonishment. Witnessing Su Ke materialize like a specter was even more shocking than the powerful figure they had seen in the video. "Mr. Su, I've had the pleasure of meeting you," Chui Bingyi said, her body slightly bending in a traditional Korean bow. The other 4, Chui Minrong, Chui Hien, Chui Minrue, and Chui Haoshuan, followed suit, acknowledging Su Ke with a respectful nod. Su Ke surveyed the 5 illustrious daughters of the wealthy family before him and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, it was rare to find any lacking in such a prestigious lineage. Chui Bingyi, in her 30s, possessed a full figure and exuded a mature, captivating charm. Every movement she made was infused with a multitude of allure. Chui Minyoung, at the age of 28, possesses a well-proportioned figure, neither overweight nor underweight, exuding an aura of a frosty, formidable woman. Choi Hyuk-yeon, clad in a prosecutor's uniform, presents a striking and gallant figure. Choi Min-rai, adorned in a white dress, embodies an elegant grace, radiating the essence of an intellectual. Choi Ha-hyun, dressed in pink shorts and a short-sleeved top, grapples with social anxiety, resembling a character from a two-dimensional world. "You all are quite impressive. I am thoroughly satisfied. From now on, I entrust my daily affairs to you," Su Ke remarked as he approached Choi Byung-yeo and settled onto the sofa. "There is no need to be anxious. Please, sit and converse." With that, he reached out and drew the mature and alluring Choi Byung-yeo into his embrace, positioning her atop his legs. A subtle fragrance wafted through the air. Observing this, Choi Min-young, Choi Hyuk-yeon, and Choi Min-rai exchanged fleeting glances of discontent, though it was but a momentary flicker. In the presence of such a powerful figure as Su Ke, what could they do? "Mr. Su, please, do not," Choi Byung-yeo stammered, feeling a wave of embarrassment and shyness as she found herself embraced by a man she had only just met, especially in front of her 4 nieces. She struggled, attempting to extricate herself from Su Ke's grasp. Chapter 71. Swallowing the worm to depart. "Mr. Su, please don't do this." Kui bine squirm disperately. Attempting to free herself from Su Ke's embrace, Chui Minyun, Chui Heian, Chui Minrue, and Chui Haoshuan observed their aunt's awkward and uncomfortable demeanor, each wishing to intervene. Yet, in the end, they merely sighed silently within themselves. Would it truly make a difference to intervene? Alas, stop squirming. Su Ke's voice was cold. Chui Bingyi's body stiffened, and she gradually ceased her struggles, sitting quietly atop Su Ke's legs, too afraid to move. She had already sensed Su's intentions. "You shouldn't think that just because you are the daughters of a wealthy family, you have suffered any injustice at my hands," Su Ke stated, casting a glance at the 4 sisters of the Chui family. "If it weren't for your father, do you believe you could still sit here and converse with me in this manner? Mr. Su, since my father has acknowledged you as our master, we will undoubtedly support whatever you decide to do from now on," Chui Minyan replied in a cool, unyielding tone. "Kui eyan, kui minrui, and kui auxuan nodded in unison." Seeing this, Su Ke nodded in satisfaction. He then lifted the hand he had resting on Chui Bingyi's waist. In his palm lay 5 fragrant black pills, quietly resting. The 4 daughters of the Chui family, along with Chui Bingyi in his embrace, gazed curiously at Su Ke's hand. "Mr. Su, what are these?" Kui Bingyi asked. Her curiosity piqued. "These are facial rejuvenation pills crafted by practitioners of immortality. They not only restore one's bodily functions to their prime, but can also preserve youthful appearances indefinitely." Su Ke replied with a smile, glancing at the 4 sisters before turning his attention back to Chui Bingyi. "Would you like them? Mr. Su, can this truly restore one to their prime age and maintain eternal youth?" Chui Bingyi's eyes sparkled with desire, as she looked at the pills in Suke's palm. After all, she was already 32. In just a few years, not only would her bodily functions decline, but her beauty would also fade. The prospect of possessing rejuvenation pills was undeniably delightful. Chui Minyun, Chui Heian, Chui Minrue, and Chui Haoshuan, though the eldest being 28 and the youngest merely 18, were equally enchanted by such legendary items. After all, what woman does not wish for her beauty to be preserved at its most exquisite age? You'll know once you consume them, Suke remarked, pinching one pill and placing it into Chui Bingyi's cherry red mouth. He then tossed the remaining 4 to the other sisters. Swallow them all. Watching their aunt swallow the pill, the 4 sisters followed suit, pressing the pills into their rosy lips. Their slender, fair throats moved as they swallowed the pills down. Once the pills settled in their stomachs, the 5 women felt a warm current surge within them. Their pores began to open, and a wave of comfort washed over them, tempting them to moan. However, with a man present, they could only suppress their urges, their faces flushing with embarrassment. What is this on me? It smells so bad, exclaimed a young girl, startled, as she leaped up from the sofa. Her alabaster arms and perfectly straight, rounded legs were unexpectedly marred by dark stains. Soon after, the remaining 4 gasped in astonishment, staring fearfully at their own arms. This is to cleanse the impurities within you, rendering your bodies more pure and unblemished. Do not take this fortune for granted, Suke declared, lifting Chui Bingyi and ascending the stairs. Observing this, Chui Minying and the others hurriedly followed, rushing back to their respective bathrooms to wash themselves. 30 fierce as tigers? The rumors are false. Kui Bing Izmerilianovice. However, it is indeed true. They say women are made of water. And it appears to hold true. Suke was genuinely satisfied, casting a glance at the unconscious Chui Bingyi, whose face still bore a hint of a satisfied smile. He rose, donned his oversized shorts, and slipped on his slippers before exiting the room. In Chui Haoshuan's bedroom, the pink-haired girl stood before the mirror, gazing at her flawless body resembling unblemished jade. A smile crept upon her lips. This beauty-enhancing elixir is truly miraculous. It even enhances my figure. How astonishing! Just as the ponytailed girl marveled, her bedroom door was gently pushed open. She remained utterly oblivious to the intrusion, fixated on her reflection. Little Sister Haoshuan. A male voice resonated through the otherwise tranquil room. Startled, Chui Haoshuan turned, only to let out a piercing scream. In a flurry, she clasped her arms across her chest and crouched on the floor, her cheeks flushed as if they might bleed. Mr. Su Appa, please leave. I beg you. Chui Haoshuan crouched, both embarrassed and anxious, as tears like pearls cascaded down her snow-white cheeks. Truly, she was a sight to behold. Ha! You will be mine eventually. There's no need to fear. Although he spoke thus, Suke nonetheless turned and walked away. Call your 3 sisters, don your swimsuits, and meet me by the pool. Let's swim for a while. Hearing Suke's words, Chui Haoshuan hurriedly shut her door, wiped away her tears, her heart racing uncontrollably, her face gradually flushing. The next day, as the sun reached its zenith, Suke, having donned his clothes and completed a brief grooming session, stepped out of the bedroom, glancing at the once more slumbering Chui Bingyi. The 4 Chui sisters, having also retired late the previous night, were still deep in slumber in their respective rooms. In the hall on the first floor, Chui Jian, Chui Zhaixiong, and Chui Zhenhao, along with Chui Yozhen, had been waiting for some time. Greetings, Mr. Su. Upon seeing Suke descend the stairs, the 4 bowed deeply in a gesture of respect. What are the other 4 great families? Sukinkwayir Kachwadi, making his way to the sofa and taking a seat, retrieving a bottle of spiritual spring water for himself. Mr. Su, the heads of the other 4 families have all arrived and are waiting outside the estate, Chui Jian quickly explained. Su Shui nodded and said, let the heads of the 4 major families come over. Yes, Mr. Su, Chui Jian responded. Chui Yozhen, feeling the urgency, swiftly made his way outside the manor. Moments latte. He returned with 4 dignified men, each appearing to be in their 60s, entering the living room. These 4 were the heads of the Sanqing Consortium, Li Gongshuan, the Jedi Consortium, Zhang Zhihao, the Lu Ji Consortium, Ju Yu Jing, and the Lu Di Consortium, Xian Kula. Salutations, Mr. Su. The four heads, seasoned by the trials of life and with their hair graying, bowed in respect to the young man, lounging on the sofa, exuding an air of composure. Please, have a seat. Once all 8 individuals were seated, Su Shui spoke with a calm demeanor. Li family, Zheng family, Ju family, Xian family. Are you willing to yield to me and accept me as your leader? Upon hearing this, Li Gongxuan, Zheng Zhihao, Ju Yu Jing, and Xian Kula exchanged glances. Li Gongxuan was the first to respond. Mr. Su, if our 4 families were to submit to you, would you consider? He paused, looking at Su Shui. Though his tone was humble, the implications were clear. When it comes to interests, one must proactively seek benefits. If I submit, will you not provide some advantages in return? A cold chuckle escaped Su Shui's lips. You possess quite the audacity to negotiate with me. However, I am not fond of such boldness. With that, Su Shui produced a maternal goo worm, activating it in an instant. The white worm was placed in his palm, and in the blink of an eye, it melded into his flesh. Upon the expiration of its 1-month lifespan, the white maternal goo would transform into a pure energy that the body would absorb. As for the green offspring goo, it would reside atop the heart. If the maternal goo did not issue a lethal command within a month, the offspring would dissipate on its own, causing no harm to the host. Swallow this goo worm, or none of you shall leave today. As he spoke, Su Shui placed 4 green worms, resembling caterpillars, on the table. Following that, he slapped the desert eagle onto the table with a resounding thud. Chapter 72. We swear to follow Mr. Su to the death. As I gazed at the writhing green worms on the table, the expressions of the 4 prominent families, Li Gongxuan, Zheng Zhihao, Ju Yu Jing, and Xian Kula, suddenly changed. It was evident that these were no ordinary insects. Should they be swallowed, grave consequences would surely ensue. Mr. Su, my Zheng family is willing to submit, Zheng Zhihao declared, casting a glance at the green worms and the golden pistol on the table, quickly raising his head to express his allegiance. My Ju family also wishes to pledge loyalty to Mr. Su, and I, from the Xian family, also express my willingness to submit to Mr. Su. Both Ju Yu Jing and Xian Kula hastily affirmed. Li Gongxuan observed his 3 companions, an exasperated thought racing through his mind. He felt an urge to curse. They had vowed to stand together. Yet upon sensing the gravity of the situation, they had wavered without a moment's hesitation, acting like fickle reeds in the wind, proclaiming their loyalty. How shameless! How utterly disgraceful! Mr. Su, my Li family is also willing to unconditionally submit and follow your lead, Li Gongxuan proclaimed, and with a resounding thud, he knelt on the cold gray floor, shocking the heads of the Zheng, Ju, and Xian families. Seeing this, Zheng Zhihao, Ju Yu Jing, and Xian Kula quickly followed suit, kneeling upon the floor as well. He with a cold chuckle. Suke glanced at the 4 members of the Chui family beside him and spoke icily. Have them swallow it. Yes, Mr. Xu, replied Kui Zhan, Kui Zaixiong, Kui Zinao, and Chui Yozhen respectfully, as they approached the table, each grasping a worm and advancing towards the 4 kneeling men. Oldly, please do not make this difficult for me, Chui Jian stated, looking at Li Gongxuan with an indifferent demeanor. Those who resist shall perish. As Li Gongxuan, Zheng Zhihao, Ju Yu Jing, and Xian Kula prepared to resist, Suke's chilling words caused them to pause. The green worms were swallowed. Gagging, the 4 of them retched, though in truth they felt nothing, merely a psychological reaction. Rest assured, as long as you comply, there shall be no issues. Otherwise as Suke's words faded, all 4 felt a sharp pain in their hearts. Cold sweat cascading down their brows. Yet, that intense agony vanished as swiftly as it had come. Rise, Suke said with a faint smile, producing a fragrant pill from his hand and tossing it to Chui Jian. This is the revitalization pill, capable of rejuvenating one's bodily functions by a decade and extending life by 10 years. This, Kui Jian exclaimed, trembling with excitement as he held the revitalization pill. In the next moment, with a loud thud, he knelt before Suke, bowing 3 times. Thank you, Mr. Su, for your generous gift. Without hesitation, he swallowed the pill. Instantly, a warm current surged through him, akin to the soothing comfort of soaking in a hot spring on a winter's day. He could not help but close his eyes in ecstasy, as if he had transcended into a moment of enlightenment. Cui Zhaixiong, Cui Jinhao, Cui Youjin, Li Gongxuan, Zhang Jihao, Zhu Yujing, and Xian Kula watched Cui Jian, their eyes widening in astonishment. This is the legendary elixir. Gazing at Cui Jian, who appeared to be in his 40s, the 7 individuals were overwhelmed with envy. As long as you remain loyal to me, obtaining the rejuvenation elixir is not beyond reach. Upon uttering these words, the expressions of envy and jealousy among the 7 instantly vanished, and they simultaneously vowed, "We shall follow Mr. Su to the death." The Cui family swears allegiance to Mr. Su, willing to sacrifice everything. "Mr. Su, you are as dear to me as my own father. Nay, even more so." With a faint smile, Su Ke addressed the crowd. "All right, you may withdraw for now." "Yes, Mr. Su." The 8 bowed respectfully, retreating to the door before silently departing. Congratulations, host, for subduing the 5 major financial families. Reward acquired. Triple Physique X1. Mother and Child Goo Worms X7. Spatial Fixed Exit 2. Extract Triple Physique. A gentle breeze swept through, and a mysterious energy descended from the heavens, striking Su Ke's sturdy crown. Moments later, he opened his eyes, a flicker of lightning flashing within. 39 times the physique. Unquestionably more powerful. Appa! A captivating voice echoed from behind him. Soft arms encircled Su K's, and a waft of enchanting fragrance filled the air. "Demon, take this." Su Ke turned, embracing Cui Bingyi and placing her on a nearby table. "Appa!" Su Bingyi raised her delicate hand, a finger as lustrous as white jade resting upon her cherry lips, her body swaying slightly. A low growl resonated from above as the 4 Cui sisters gradually stirred awake, their aunt's soft calls reaching their ears, causing their cheeks to flush with warmth. Simultaneously, the 5 leading financial families announced their unwavering loyalty to Longxia's Su Ke, a proclamation that reverberated like a hydrogen bomb dropped into the ocean, stirring tumultuous waves. How outrageous! The 5 financial families have sworn allegiance to a Longxia monkey. Are you handing over the country to the shameless Longxia people? In the headquarters of the Korean leaders, Jin Tongwei shattered 3 cups in quick succession, gasping for breath. His hands pressed against the table, eyes filled with fury. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed. "Enter." With a creak, the door swung open. "Chief, Colonel Marcus Caro is seeking you in the conference room," reported Chief Secretary Zhao Zijing, glancing at the shattered ceramics on the floor. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Jin Tongwei straightened his attire and proceeded towards the conference room. In Longxia's Yanjing, within the solemn and sacred cabinet council, the 9 elders, including Qin Lai, were gathered around the conference table. The Grand Elder gently tapped the table and spoke. "Does Su Ke intend to usurp and establish a nation on Korean soil? The possibility cannot be dismissed. Considering the abilities he has demonstrated, it seems exceedingly difficult for anyone to inflict harm upon him. His actions might very well incite upheaval in the world. Indeed, our world cannot withstand further turmoil. We must devise a means to escort him to a place devoid of significant repercussions. Additionally, we can extend our support in terms of manpower and resources." The Grand Elder cast a sweeping glance over the assembly before directing his gaze towards Qin Lai. "Director Qin, what is your perspective?" Upon being queried by the Grand Elder, Qin Lai pondered briefly and replied, "Grand Elder, I find it challenging to decipher Su Ke's intentions. However, we might consider directly inquiring about his thoughts. The relatives of his women have already been accommodated at the Imperial Capital Hotel. We can engage them upon his return to ascertain his specific intentions." Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder nodded. "Ensure that our subordinates treat the relatives of Su Ke's women with respect. I do not wish for any disturbances." Qin Lai acknowledged with a nod. In the bustling city of Hanyang, within the confines of the Cui family manor, the opulent hall fell into a serene silence as evening descended. Cui Bingyi had become a mere shadow of herself, utterly drained of energy. After carrying her back to the second-floor bedroom, Su-Kei vanished from sight. Moments later, the four sisters of the Chui family cautiously opened the door and stepped out of their room. A whole day had passed. They were on the verge of starvation. Chapter 73. The sequence is incorrect. A change is required. In the grand hall of the Chui manor, the four sisters of the Chui family had just descended the staircase, only to be met with the protestations of their empty stomachs. After accompanying Su-Kei in the pool until the witching hour, they had yet to partake in any meal. They were already famished, feeling as if their stomachs were glued to their spines. A deeper understanding of Su-Kei's terrifying nature began to dawn upon them, and one could only imagine how exhausting the day must have been for their aunt. Big sister, the servants have all been dismissed. How are we to have our meal? The youngest, Chui Haoshuan, inquired with a furrowed brow, looking at the eldest, Chui Minion. Perhaps we could attempt to cook for ourselves? Suggested Kui Minyan. Do you believe you can manage that? Chui Heian questioned with skepticism, casting a doubtful glance at her elder sister. There are tutorials online. With our combined intellect, can we not manage a single meal? Kui Eian Arguid. That is a valid point. Kui Eian, Kui Minrui, and Kui Oxuan nodded in agreement, following Chui Minion toward the kitchen. In a Ling Quan space, the ladies had just enjoyed a meal and were engaged in casual conversation. The gathering of over 80 individuals made the expansive 20-kilometer diameter space feel remarkably lively. Upon Su-Kei's arrival, Bai Mengjie promptly rose and pulled him to sit beside her on the sofa. "My dear, when shall you take us to meet our family?" Lin Momo pouted, looking at Su-Kei with a hint of frustration. Ever since she had been carried away that day, they had not left this space. And surely their families must be deeply concerned. The other ladies gazed at Su-Kei with eager anticipation. Su-Kei playfully pinched Lin Momo's cheek and replied with a smile. "Tomorrow, at dawn, I shall take you all to Yanjing to visit your families." "Yay, you are truly wonderful." Elena Momobiama planting aquí son shukaschak. Following suit by Mengjie, Lin Yutong, Moon Yin-Shue, Chiu Xiaoying, and others who had shared intimate moments with him also bestowed kisses upon his face. "Hee. You all continue your conversation. I shall take Fei Fei to work," Su-Kei announced, striding over to Long Fei Fei and, to the astonishment of the ladies, lifted her, clad in a onesie, and headed toward her space capsule. The ladies, accustomed to such antics, exchanged smiles and rose to head toward the pool. Inside the space capsule, as they entered the living room, Long Fei Fei wrapped her arms around Su-Kei's neck, leaning close to his ear, and whispered sweetly, "Darling, I happen to be in my fertile period today. I wish to conceive your child, so you must put in the effort tonight." Her warm breath brushed against Su-Kei's ear, igniting a fervent excitement within him. "Little enchantress, let us see how I shall deal with you tonight," he responded, playfully tossing Long Fei Fei onto the bouncy bed, then pouncing on her with the ferocity of a hungry tiger. The following day, at 9 in the morning, after an arduous session lasting over 10 hours, the voice of the bandit finally echoed. "Congratulations, host, you have gained a child. Roi, triple physique X5. As Su-Kei absorbed the bandit's words, he fell into deep contemplation. In the past, he had always favored sequential indulgence. Once offspring are secured, the next endeavor may commence. However, this approach appears somewhat inefficient. After all, to conceive during the safe period, one must invest several times more effort and time. It seems we ought to proceed in the order of non-safe periods henceforth." Glancing at his beloved Long Fei Fei, who clung to him like an octopus, Su-Kei couldn't help but smile. Subsequently, with a triadic enhancement, he extracted the essence. A profound and enigmatic power descended once more, fortifying his physique and nurturing the expanse of his golden sea of bitterness. Moments later, as the golden sea within his dantian settled, Su-Kei shook Long Fei Fei gently. "Darling, today I shall take you to Yanjing to visit your family." "Ah, darling, I've been exhausted all night. I wish to sleep a little longer." Long Fei Fei pouted adorably, and Su-Kei, with a hint of helplessness, continued to embrace her, pretending to doze. In the afternoon, at the Twin Towers in Yanjing, the figures of Su-Kei and Xiao Weiniang simultaneously appeared in the chairman's office lounge. Xiao Weiniang remained at the corporate headquarters. After conversing with Chin Lai, Suke drove his burgundy Porsche toward the northern training base. The Lin Quan space, housing several hundred relatives, was the only suitable venue for their gathering. At the northern training base, a large crowd stood on the playground, a cacophony of voices filling the air. That scoundrel Suke stealthily infiltrated our home, left a note, and abducted my daughter Meng Meng. When he arrives, I shall have serious talk with him. Mother, Suke is a cultivator. You must refrain from speaking too harshly. If you provoke him, it will be my sister who suffers. Meng Meng's mother, Suke, kidnapped our Bingning without even leaving a note. How utterly disgraceful. Indeed, our Mo merely accompanied him to the divine city and was publicly carried away by Suke's brother. Will listen to me, everyone. When Suke appears, we shall unite to confront him. I refuse to believe he dares to act against so many of his mothers-in-law. Feifei's mother spoke wisely, rallying the spirits of the crowd. Suke's numerous relatives, including fathers-in-law, brothers-in-law, and aunts, stood aside, observing the resolute assembly of mothers-in-law. Shaking his head, he mused that they could only murmur behind his back. When Suke did arrive, they would likely be too frightened to utter a word. Everyone, Suke has arrived. Someone shouted. Instantly, the mothers-in-law fell silent, their gazes fixed upon the entrance. There, a man in casual black attire approached leisurely, hands in pockets. Is it truly Suke? Suke has come. I suddenly feel a bit frightened. What is there to fear? We are his mothers-in-law. Surely he would not dare to act against us. All right, everyone quiet down. As Long Feifei's mother spoke, the multitude of mothers-in-law promptly hushed. Meanwhile, peers and younger relatives focused intently on the approaching figure. Curiosity and admiration filled the air. A multitude of fathers-in-law wore furrowed brows. However, the realization that their daughters were already taken by Suke left them with a sense of helplessness. Suke approached step by step until he stood before the crowd. Not a single soul spoke. To the esteemed elders, peers, and juniors present, he addressed them. There are too many of you for me to call out individually. Please step back. As his words echoed, the crowd collectively retreated. Observing this, Suke offered a faint smile and waved his arm. In an instant, Lin Yutong, Yang, Yi, Mu Nian, Lin Momo, Bai Mendi, Zhu Zuzuo, Gu Xiaoying, Guan Su, Li Mengtian, Long Feifei, Su Di Li, Qiu Dudu, Zi Bingding, Wu Mengmeng, Zhu Fudin, Jiang Jiwi, Zhao Min, and Dai Lushi, all adorned in various ancient attires, emerged before the onlookers. The atmosphere swiftly transformed into a lively spectacle as the ladies approached their relatives. Suke paused, his gaze catching a familiar figure amidst the throng. It was none other than his sister, Su Yu's university roommate and close friend, Shun Lele. What brought her here? Moreover, there was yet another stunning girl. Suke's eyes brightened at the sight of the exquisite figure, igniting his interest. Suke's younger brother. Chapter 74. The second largest island of Bagu, Suke's younger brother. Shun Lele weaved through the crowd, swiftly approaching Su Quebec Lele. What brings you here? She inquired. I wanted to ask about your sister. Where is she now? I have sent her numerous messages, yet she hasn't responded. Is something amiss? At the mention of his sister Su Yu, her image, full of grace and laughter, resurfaced in Suke's mind. He replied with a faint smile. She is no longer on Blue Star, but I will find her. Not on Blue Star? Shun Lele gazed at Suke, puzzled. Brother, what does that mean? Lele, don't concern yourself with the meaning just yet. Are you not afraid that I might take you away as well? Suke observed the young girl before him with keen interest, a broad smile spreading across his face. Shun Lele fell silent, her cheeks flushing slightly as she lowered her gaze. Witnessing Shun Lele's bashful demeanor, Suke was momentarily taken aback. What would this imply? Did she wish for? Haha, Lele, then you shall be my woman from now on. With that, he embraced Shun Lele, sealing her lips with his own. After what felt like an eternity, Suke released the now flushed Shun Lele. Suke's younger brother, I am still your Lele, she stated, her eyes sparkling with delight. Hee Lele, allow me to take you to a special place. In due time, I shall cherish you properly, he declared, before she could fully process his words. Her figure vanished from sight. Nearby, a multitude of fathers and mothers-in-law seethed with frustration, yet felt utterly powerless. They could only lament in silence. With so many wives, how long would it take for their own daughter to have her turn? One a day, in a cycle, it would take months. Alas, disregarding the crowd, Suke strode towards a woman beside Su Dilly, who exuded an exotic charm. Her name was Wahani, a burgeoning star and a distant relative of Su Dilly. She possessed breathtaking beauty at just over 20 years of age. As Wahani noticed Suke approaching, a wave of nervousness washed over her, her delicate hands gripping the hem of her garment tightly. Su Dilly, engaged in conversation with her family, caught sight of Suke heading toward Wahani and was about to speak when, whoosh, Wahani was drawn into the space by Su Quebec darling. You just whisked away my cousin? Su Dilly walked up to Suke, playfully pinching his waist as she chided him. Who could resist such beauty? From now on, you two will be sisters under the same quilt, never to part. Suke proclame. As his words lingered in the air, Su Dilly's father approached Su Quebec. He fixed his gaze on him and said, Su, if you ever mistreat my daughter, I shall return as a vengeful spirit to exact my wrath upon you. The fierce expression and threatening words, however, seemed to lack conviction in front of a cultivator. Rest assured, my esteemed father-in-law and mother-in-law, Dilly will forever be the treasure in the palm of my hand, and I shall cherish her dearly. Listening to Suke's words, Su Dilly's father and mother nodded gently. As for Hani, since you have taken her as well, I hope you will treat her well. Of course, you need not worry. At that moment, Chin Lai entered the playground and waved to Su Quebec. In-laws, it's warm, so you chat for now. I will go over to take a look. Having said that, he walked toward Chin Lai. Director Chin, what brings you here? Suke, the Grand Elder wishes to meet you. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Suke paused slightly before nodding in agreement. Then let us proceed. Chin Lai nodded and led Suke towards the base. In the cabinet conference, under Chin Lai's guidance, Suke entered the vast and spacious conference hall. The 9 Grand Elders were seated around the conference table, engaged in discussion. Grand Elder Mr. Su has arrived. Hearing the voice, the 9 Grand Elders turned their attention towards the entrance. The handsome youth had truly entered their sight for the first time. Suke, it is a pleasure to meet the 9 Grand Elders. Mr. Su is indeed a remarkable young man. Please have a seat. The Grand Elder chuckled and gestured for Suke to sit down. Once everyone was settled, Suke looked toward the Grand Elder and spoke. Grand Elder, you may simply call me Suke. May I inquire as to why you summoned me? The young man is neither arrogant nor impatient. Splendid. The Grand Elder beamed at Suke. We have all heard of your endeavors with the bamboo stick. I'll get straight to the point. You surely understand the might of nuclear weapons. Should you wish to establish a nation on the land of the bamboo stick, it may lead to conflict with the free nation, potentially igniting a larger war. If a nuclear war were to break out, it would spell disaster for all humanity. Our blue star cannot endure such calamities. With a long sigh, the Grand Elder's gaze fixed intently on Su Quebec. The other 8 Grand Elders and Chin Lai also turned their attention to him. In response, Suke pondered for a moment before speaking. Grand Elder, establishing a nation on the land of the bamboo stick is indeed a complicated matter, and I, Suke, do not relish complications. Thus, you need not worry on that front. As for creating an empire, my intention is to purchase an island. Subsequently, I plan to select a group of individuals from the immortal community, and I hope the esteemed elders will support this endeavor. As his words fell, the eyes of the gathered individuals brightened. If so, the matter would be much simpler. Countless uninhabited islands exist on Blue Star, and acquiring one at a considerable cost poses no problem. Furthermore, they had already pre-selected a group for Su Quebec. Mr. Su, that sounds splendid. We have already shortlisted a selection of islands for you to consider. You may choose the one that pleases you. After Chin Lai spoke, the large screen on the wall suddenly lit up. A vibrant azure sea appeared on the screen, dotted with countless islands of varying sizes. Among them, more than 20 islands, each spanning approximately 1,000 to 2,000 square kilometers, were marked in red, all located beyond the borders of Longxia. These must be the islands pre-selected by Longxia. An area exceeding 1,000 square kilometers is indeed quite substantial. Mominslate, a small island covering an area of 2,000 square kilometers, emerged within Su Kei's line of sight. Upon noticing it, Qin Lai elucidated, "Mr. Su, this island is situated in the Gal Sea, within the borders of the Kingdom of Bagu, and is the third largest island among the Bagu archipelago, encompassing an area of 2,000 square kilometers. With a resident population exceeding 70,000, the climate is temperate, making it suitable for habitation. However, it belongs to the Kingdom of Bagu, and acquiring this island is nearly impossible. Nonetheless, as a cultivator, you may find a way to obtain it." At these words, Su Kei furrowed his brow. Previously, he had not delved deeply into this particular information. To his astonishment, aside from a few minor islands in the high seas and the polar regions, all unclaimed lands in Blue Star were, in fact, claimed territories. Yet, what of ownership? What does it matter, as long as I desire it? You must yield it to me. The strength of one's fist is the ultimate truth, ever unchanging. However, what he did not anticipate was that plans are perpetually outpaced by circumstances. After departing from the cabinet meeting, Su Kei returned to the training ground of the northern suburbs. The fathers-in-law and mothers-in-law were reluctant to part with their precious daughters, their eyes brimming with tears, as if faced with a heartbreaking farewell. "Dear fathers and mothers-in-law, please do not worry. I shall frequently bring them to visit you. So querías true them. Su Kei, my children are already with child, and I am deeply concerned that you cannot provide proper care. Please allow me to enter your realm. I will personally look after my daughter." Chapter 75. Mushroom Cloud Mom, you don't need to take care of me, so stop meddling, Long Fei declared, clinging to Su Kei's arm. "Darling, please take me back to our space and don't let my mother in." Upon hearing this, Lu Mimi was incensed. "You ungrateful girl, I have raised you with such care, and now that your mother wishes to see the realm of the cultivators, you dare to oppose this modest request? Darling, please don't let my mother in." Seeing Long Fei's pleading expression, Su Kei gently nodded. In the next moment, Long Fei vanished along with the other women. "You wretched girl." Lu Mimi turned to Su Quebec. "Little Su, I am now your mother-in-law. May I not be allowed to see your space? Dear mother-in-law, as you heard, it is Fei who does not permit me to bring you in. It is quite regrettable." At this, Lu Mimi scoffed and fell silent. As all the women entered the space, Su Kei looked at their relatives. "Esteemed fathers-in-law and mothers-in-law, as well as dear friends, while I cannot allow you into the space at present, I shall prepare some gifts for you." Just as Su Kei spoke, several trucks rolled into the base, each laden with dozens of large water barrels. 2 hours later, after bestowing some spiritual spring water upon the relatives of the women and Long Xia, Su Kei returned to the Twin Towers, bringing Xiao whinnying back to the spiritual spring space. "Sister Lele, Hani, how do you find this place? Do you like it?" Su Kei inquired with a smile, approaching the new members, Shun Lele and Wu Hani. "Su Kei, did your sister really go to the cultivation realm? Is she truly the daughter of the master of Taichin Palace?" Shun Lele, having learned of Su Yu's story from the other women, was still in shock. The existence of a cultivation realm was beyond her wildest dreams. Her dear friend was, in fact, the daughter of an immortal. "Indeed, we shall meet again in the future. This is simply incredible." Su Kei chuckled as he moved to Wu Hani, whose skin was as delicate as jade. "How do you find it here? Are you adjusting well?" Wu Hani nodded shyly. Su Dilly pulled Wu Hani's hand and shot Su Kei a disapproving glare. "You bring someone here without a care, and act as if it's nothing. How can one be so brazen?" Hee. Su Kei grinned mischievously and approached Long Fei again. "Fei, why won't you let your mother in? With her to care for you pregnant ladies, wouldn't that be better? Oh, darling, we haven't even felt any reactions in our bellies yet. We don't need anyone to look after us. Besides, there are so many sisters here. What is there to worry about?" Long Fei replied with a smile, glancing at the other women. However, in truth, she was frightened, terrified that her mother might follow in Lin Ruoshue's mother's footsteps, which is why she was so adamant in her opposition. Su Kei remained unaware of Long Fei's thoughts. Otherwise, he would certainly have imposed familial discipline. Could their mother-daughter relationship be compared to that of Lin Ruoxue and her mother? All right then, enjoy yourselves. I shall return to handle some matters. Indeed, you may go. A stick, Hanyang City, Jiangbei District, Chui Family Manor. Suke leaned against the edge of the swimming pool, dialing a number. Chui Bingyi and Chui Haoshuan sat on either side of him, massaging his shoulders. Meanwhile, Gui Minyan, Chui Heian, and Chui Minrue were swimming in the pool, resembling three enchanting mermaids. Suke, why have you summoned my elder brother and the members of the four prominent families? Chui Bingyi inquired curiously as Suke ended the call, continuing to knead his shoulders. The pink-haired lowly, Chui Haoshuan, also expressed her curiosity. Hee. Suke chuckled mischievously, embracing the soft figure of the lowly girl, and continued, I am preparing to establish an empire and require the purchase of an island. Appa, you actually wish to create an empire? The lowly girl lay in Suke's embrace, inhaling his potent masculine aura, too timid to move. The three swimmers, having overheard, swam to the shore, their gazes fixed on Suke with curiosity. What era is this? Is there truly someone who still desires to establish a nation and claim an empire? Suke Appa, as a cultivator, why pursue the creation of an empire? The exemplary prosecutor, Chui Heian, picked up a white towel nearby to dry her face, inquiring curiously. Suke Appa, are not the cultivators in the legend of Longxia solely devoted to the pursuit of immortality? Why would you create an empire and deal with trivial matters, which would inevitably hinder your cultivation progress? The talented writer, Chui Minrue, likewise dried her face, gazing at Suke with confusion. Chui Minyan, though silent, shared the same bewilderment and doubt. Suke felt a sense of helplessness within. He was baffled by the system's insistence on prompting him to establish a nation. What purpose does it serve? Eventually, even if he reached the golden core stage, he would still have to leave Blue Star. It would be far more beneficial for him to receive rewards in the form of cultivation techniques, allowing him to ascend to the golden core stage sooner. As a martial deity of the mortal realm, he would be able to traverse broader horizons more swiftly. Furthermore, why were rewards given for bearing offspring? Why not provide them directly? What advantage does having more descendants confer upon the bandit? Does the system harbor some peculiar obsession? Su que pande en confusión. The bandit remained silent, resigned to taking one step at a time, observing the five perplexed beauties clad in bikinis beside him. Suke smiled. You may consider this a whimsical endeavor of mine, seeking something to occupy my time. As for the pace of cultivation, it cannot be hastened, nor can it be forced. Although still somewhat skeptical of Suke's words, the five did not pursue the matter further. Who among you is not in a safe period today? I wish to bestow a gift upon her. Suke scanned the five, suddenly inquiring. Chui Bingyi and the four young ladies were momentarily taken aback. The abrupt shift in topic caught them off guard. What was the purpose of this inquiry? A gift? Could it possibly pertain to children? Suke, I am still in a safe period. Suke Oppa, ye me also in a safe period, Kui Bing, Kui Minyan, Kui Ayan, and Chui Minrue all affirmed their status. The lowly girl sitting in Suke's embrace lowered her head. Appa, I am not in a safe period. Upon hearing this, Suke gazed at the delicate girl in his arms, her skin radiant as jade, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He then lifted the pink-haired lass and prepared to depart. Just then, an unforeseen event transpired. A warning flashed in his mind's map, the crimson-yellow light flickering wildly. Suke's expression altered, and without the luxury of contemplation, he waved his arm, causing five individuals to vanish from their location. No sooner had they disappeared than a missile, bearing the explosive power equivalent to hundreds of tons of TNT, plummeted from the heavens, striking the swimming pool with precision. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very foundations of the earth. In an instant, flames soared skyward, and a searing shockwave surged outward with the force of a tidal wave. Wherever it passed, be it cement walls or steel beams, everything was reduced to mere ash, ruthlessly obliterated. Moments later, a small mushroom cloud ascended abruptly into the sky, reaching heights of 1,000 meters. The surrounding 3 estates of the Chui family were likewise leveled by the ensuing shockwave. 10 kilometers away, in the present domain of the Chui family, Chui Jian, Li Gongxuan, Zhang Jihao, Gu Yujing, and Xian Kula, the heads of 5 prominent conglomerates, were engaged in light-hearted banter as they exited the hall. Suddenly, a deafening sound erupted. The 5 turned in unison towards the source of the commotion, and in that instant, their expressions shifted dramatically. Chapter 76. Forcing me to seize the nest, how dare they? Trembling, Chui Jian murmured as he gazed upon the towering mushroom cloud. Li Gongxun, Zhang Jihao, Zhu Yujing, and Xian Kula also stared in shock towards the direction of the Chui family manor. Suddenly, their phones rang simultaneously. After a moment, having hung up, Li Gongxuan and the others exchanged furtive glances. Old Chui, you must go and check. Old Chui, your sister and 4 daughters are still there. Indeed, Old Chui, hurry. Mr. Su is a cultivator. Perhaps they are all safe. Yes, Old Chui, you should go at once. Such a significant event has occurred. We need to return. Chui Jian appeared oblivious to their words as he dashed towards his vehicle. Seeing this, the 4 of them made their way out of the manor. They intended to visit a private hospital for a hard examination. If the bug were dead, Su Ke would undoubtedly have perished as well. However, if the bug were still alive, they needed to prepare for both scenarios. In Hanyang City, at the Free Nations base in the Land of the Stick, in the central control room, the leader of the Stick, Jean Tongwei, and Colonel Marcus Caraway observed the deep pit on the large screen, their furrowed brows relaxing into faint smiles. This is the fate that befalls those who dare oppose us. Jean Tongwei laughed maniacally, then turned to Marcus, saying earnestly, Colonel Marcus, please extend my gratitude to my benefactor for assisting in eliminating Su Quebec. Marcus nodded with a grin. The legendary cultivator of Longxia? Nothing more than this. Reduced to mere ashes by a tiny nuclear bomb. Under the nuclear blast, all are but ants. It is not mere rhetoric. Leader Jean, while Su Ke may have been obliterated, it seems difficult for the Zhongbei district to house anyone in the future. Upon hearing this, Jean Tongwei's smile faltered momentarily. It quickly returned. As long as we can eliminate this cultivator from Longxia, everything is worth it. Marcus nodded in agreement. Su Ke is dead. Leader Jean should return to handle the aftermath swiftly. Well, Colonel Marcus, I shall take my leave now. Please convey my thanks to my benefactor. Certainly. Watching Jean Tongwei depart, Marcus's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. A dog can only ever be a dog. Thinking he has feasted upon the finest morsels, he revels in his delusion. Meanwhile, at the Chui family manor, the original site had been replaced by a colossal pit. The mushroom cloud first stained the nearby sky a reddish brown, gradually shifting to a darker hue as time passed. The light in the sky was increasingly obscured by various particles, leading the once bright Zhongbei district to darken. Chui Jian gazed at the ruins from a distance, his expression tranquil. Uncertain if there was radiation surrounding the villa, he refrained from approaching hastily. He firmly believed that Su Ke would be unharmed. Simultaneously, in the Chui manor, the news of the miniature nuclear explosion became widely known among the citizens of the nation. Thousands gathered in front of the head of State-S residence, demanding an explanation. Online, reports regarding the nuclear incident within the territory flooded in, spreading to countries around the globe in less than 10 minutes. In Longxia, at the Cabinet Assembly, the 9 elders, including Qin Lai, observed the images transmitted from the surveillance satellites with furrowed brows, puzzled. The Chui family's territory? Was it that once again related to Su Ke? Meanwhile, in the head of State-S residence, the leader of the nation, Sasaki Okamoto, listened to the intelligence reports and smirked with a crooked grin. He slammed a hand on the conference table, laughing heartily. The cultivators of Longxia are nothing but a joke. Ha ha ha. The high-ranking officials around him joined in the laughter, their comical expressions enhanced by the small tufts of black hair beneath their noses. In the Free Nation, within the Dark Palace, Head Cartrot ended a satellite call with Colonel Marcus stationed in the nation and wore a smug smile. The ruler of Blue Star, did you think it was mere bluster? Cultivators? How laughable. They are nothing compared to nuclear weapons. Mere ants. However, it is somewhat regrettable. If they could capture Su Ke, perhaps they could obtain those longevity pills. If they cannot have it, then no one shall. Meanwhile, in the spiritual spring space, the 5 pearls of the Chui family, clad in bikinis, surveyed their surroundings in confusion. They were still trying to comprehend what had just transpired. Was this unfamiliar place where their elder brother resided? The 5 began to scrutinize their surroundings. Suke, sitting on the sofa with a dark expression, cursed vehemently. How dare those little bastards use nuclear weapons against me? I had plans to establish a nation on this small island, and now they are forcing me to take over. The 5 pearls were taken aback by Suke's outburst. Did the Chui Manor just suffer a nuclear attack? The eldest, Chui Haoshuan, asked in shock and disbelief. The other 4, Chui Bingyi, Chui Minion, Chui Heian, and Chui Minrue, approached Suke, their eyes reflecting astonishment and incredulity. A nuclear attack on the Chui Manor felt like a surreal dream. No, it was beyond even a dream. Since the advent of such devastating weapons, only 2 had ever been used. Who would have imagined that the 3rd would detonate in their family's manor? Was this fortune or misfortune? Naturally, it was a stroke of luck, for Suke was there. Casting a glance at the 5 bikini-clad beauties, Suke's expression softened into a smile. Since they dared to use nuclear weapons against me, I will ensure they pay dearly for it. Just then, Ban Mengjia, Long Fei Fei, Lin Yutong, and others suddenly spoke up. And soon after, the 5 pearls of the Chui family beheld a multitude of women emerging from the space capsule. The 5 individuals suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment. Among the crowd, they were the only ones clad in revealing bikinis, which was indeed quite disconcerting. Ah, President Kui. President Chui, what brings you here as well? From the back, Li Ji and Song Hui also noticed the 5 daughters of the Chui family. Their eyes widened in astonishment. Is it possible that our dear brother has brought the 5 brilliant gems of the Chui family along? Xiao Hui, Xiao Ji, do you know them? Xiao Xiaoying inquired curiously. Yes, indeed. Both Sister Hui and I are performers and singers under President Chui's company, so we are certainly acquainted, Li Ji replied. Haha, that's wonderful. Sukelaf harteli. You too. Please take them to change into something more suitable. Okay, brother. Li Ji and Song Hui nodded and approached the 5 daughters of the Chui family, guiding them toward the space capsule. Suke then turned his attention to the gathered women. Please raise your hands if you're not currently in a safe period. Upon hearing this, the women paused momentarily. After a brief hesitation, Su Dili, Xiao Tudu, Ji Bingning, Wu Mingming, In Xiaohua, Zhu Yi, and several others raised their arms. Upon witnessing this, Suke realized he had been gravely mistaken, having foolishly exerted effort in vain. Dili, it's your turn. Chapter 77. Did the nuclear explosion not claim his life? No, it is inconceivable. Dear, you have taken a wrong turn. Su Dili called out as she embraced Suke's neck, urging him to redirect his steps towards the pond. That's right. I am taking you to see the little goldfish we raised in the pond and to see if they have grown. With that, Suke quickened his pace, heading straight toward the massive Taihu stone by the pond. Dear, you are quite mischievous. 3 hours later, by the pond, Suke sat atop a Taihu stone, gazing at Su Dili, who had fallen asleep in his embrace, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, the correct choice yielded great rewards with minimal effort. The voice of the bandit echoed as anticipated. Congratulations, host. You have once again been blessed with the gift of twins. Reward, triple physique X1, a bottle of rejuvenation pill. Please continue your efforts, host, to fill your home with descendants. Fill my home with descendants? It seems you wish for me to populate the world. He quipped. Triple physique extraction. As usual, the enigmatic power manifested once more, striking his crown and merging into his flesh, nourishing and strengthening his body and dantian. The following day, at the Chui family manor, as Suke emerged from the nuclear explosion pit, he immediately sensed a disquieting decay force infiltrating his body. Yet, it swiftly dissolved in his pale, golden blood. With a slight exertion of his legs, Suke's figure soared like a cannonball into the sky. Boom! After tracing a parabolic arc of several hundred meters, he descended like a shooting star, landing with a thunderous roar. The ground beneath him erupted. Gazing at the pit before him and the devastated surroundings, Suke furrowed his brow. This is undoubtedly a nuclear explosion. The incessant corrosion force invading his body could only be attributed to nuclear radiation. In the next moment, Su Ke vanished once more. In Longshan District, Hanan Cave, at Villa 128, Su Ke reaparece. He promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Chui Jian at the new residence of the Chui family. Upon receiving the incoming call notification, Chui Jian's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly pressed the answer button. Listening to Su Ke's voice on the line, he nodded repeatedly. Understood, Mr. Su. I will immediately notify the 4 great families to gather and find you. After hanging up, Chui Jian opened the group chat for the heads of the 5 families. Chui Jian, everyone, Mr. Su has issued a command. Assemble at Hanan Cave in Longshan District within the hour. Those who arrive late or fail to attend will bear the consequences. Li Gongshuan, Mr. Su is safe? Wonderful. A smile more sorrowful than tears. Zheng Zhihao, Mr. Su is safe. This is truly splendid. A smile more sorrowful than tears. I shall set off at once. Zhu Yujing, Mr. Su is safe? How marvelous. A smile more sorrowful than tears. Xin Kula, Mr. Su is unharmed. He truly is a cultivator. A smile more sorrowful than tears. Observing the expressions shared by the 4 elderly gentlemen, Chui Jian let out a cold chuckle, pocketed his phone, and strode towards the hall's exit, heading to Hanan Cave in Longshan District. Yes, master. The outskirts of the nuclear explosion zone. Su Ke leaped from the deep pit and subsequently vanished into thin air, an event captured by numerous onlookers and disseminated across the internet. The Dragon Mountain District Leadership Office. Leader, it's bad, very bad. Secretary Zhao Zijing stumbled in, rudely pushing open the door to the leader's office. For heaven's sake, Zhao Zijing. Go back, knock, and then re-enter. Leader, you are on the brink of calamity. Do you not realize this? Zhao Zijing exclaimed, pressing his hands against the desk, panting heavily. Upon hearing this, Jin Tongwei furrowed his brow. Clarify your words. If I find them unsatisfactory, you may retire to your home for good. Leader, that cultivator from Longxia. Su Ke. He is not dead. What? Repeat that. As soon as Zhao Zijing finished speaking, Jin Tongwei gasped, nearly toppling from his chair, a glimmer of terror in his eyes. Leader, Su Ke is indeed alive. Do you hear me? Shall I elaborate further? Alive? Under the nuclear explosion, he survived? No. This cannot be. You must be lying. Yes, it must be a deception. How dare you deceive me, Zhao Zijing, and be so impertinent? You wretch. Leave at once, and do not return. Leader, I assure you, Su Ke truly lives. I speak nothing but the truth. You must believe me. At this juncture, you dare to deceive me? Given your years of service, I shall overlook your discourtesy and deceit. But now, immediately, leave my presence. Bring Zhao Zijing away. Expel him from the leadership office, and ensure he never sets foot here again. Upon his command, 2 armed soldiers entered the office, dragging Zhao Zijing out. Leader, Su Ke is indeed alive. If you doubt it, simply check online. Offending such a formidable cultivator from Longxia, I advise you to flee the country and seek refuge with your adoptive father, or else you shall meet your doom. As Zhao Zijing's voice faded into the distance, Jin Tongwei stood before his chair, trembling hands opening his mobile device, gazing at the familiar figure on the screen amidst the ruins of the Chui Manor. His phone slipped from his grasp with a clatter. His body shook uncontrollably, eyes brimming with fear. How is this possible? What sort of monster is he? How can a mere human survive a nuclear explosion? What should I do? What can I do? Jin Tongwei slumped into the leader's chair, pallid and trembling. No, I cannot simply sit here and await my fate. I can seek refuge with my adoptive father. It was they who launched the nuclear strike, not I. And if my adoptive father's people prove insufficient, I could seize the opportunity to negotiate and surrender to sue Quebec. With this thought, he took a deep breath, rose from the chair, and strode swiftly from the office. The Freedom Nation's base in the country. Inside the control room, gazing at the images captured by the satellite on the colossal screen, Colonel Marcus Carraway furrowed his brow, a flicker of fear evident in his eyes. He had unleashed a nuclear missile. The 5 families had undoubtedly been forewarned. In the aftermath of the nuclear detonation, the fact that Su Ke had survived only intensified their allegiance to him. Given Su Ke's temperament, retribution was inevitable. Would the personnel at the base be able to withstand his onslaught? The more he pondered, the deeper the trepidation grew in Marcus's gaze. No, I cannot remain idle. In the footage, Suke inexplicably vanished. Perhaps it was this very ability that allowed him to evade the nuclear blast. Thus, he may not have been able to withstand the missile physically. With this thought, Marcus swiftly convened the senior command of the base to strategize the deployment of heavy weaponry in anticipation of Suke's approach. In Longshan District, Hanandong, at Villa number 128, Suke reclined on a lounge chair on the balcony, awaiting the arrival of the patriarch of the 5 families. Outside the villa, the voices of 2 women suddenly reached his ears. Jinjin, do you truly believe that Suke from Longxia is a deity? To have survived beneath a nuclear explosion is simply unfathomable. CC, regardless of whether he is a deity or not, it would be wise for us to remain inconspicuous. Should he take notice of us, it would spell our doom. Alas, why couldn't we have eliminated him? From now on, we must endeavor to keep a low profile. Sigh. Boom Chapter 78. The infrastructure maniac invites you to construct a palace. Jin Shi and Sun Jun walk side by side, conversing about Suke, both unable to suppress their sighs of dismay. Suddenly, a thunderous crash erupted as a figure descended from the heavens, landing directly in their path and obstructing their way. The concrete ground fractured under the force of impact. Upon witnessing the ominous figure that frequently haunted their nightmares, Sun Jun and Jin Shi froze in place, their once alluring forms trembling slightly. Suke, how could you be here? Sun Jun stuttered, her voice quivering as she instinctively recoiled. Jin Shi, clad in a beige dress, also stepped back in terror. Surprised, are you? Indeed, you should be, Suke remarked with a chilling smile. Do not approach us, they pleaded. Suke, please spare us. Observing their palpable fear, Suke smirked. Encountering me is a fortune accrued over 9 lifetimes. Do not be ungrateful. With that, despite their frantic struggles, he hoisted them onto his shoulders and leaped back into the villa at Building 128. On the balcony, he unceremoniously dropped the writhing, weeping pair onto the ground and reclined once more in his lounge chair. If you do not wish for Zheng Ji and Xin Xiaobin to meet their demise, you will obediently comply. At the sound of Suke's icy words, Sun Jun and Jin Shi ceased their sobbing. Please, do not harm my husband, they implored, their eyes filled with desperation. As long as you both listen to me, I shall not bring them any harm, Suke assured them, observing their trembling forms. Now, come and massage my shoulders and legs. Hesitant yet compelled, Sun Jun and Jin Shi approached Su Quebec. Jin Shi, in her beige dress, knelt beside him, her hands pressing against his legs. Sun Jun, dressed in a white blouse and black trousers, moved to his back, lifting her arms to gently knead his shoulders. Excellent. Apply a bit more pressure. Suke closed his eyes in comfort. Meanwhile, Kui Jan, Li Gong Sun, Zheng Xiao, Yu Yujing, and Xian Kula had just arrived at the door of Villa 128. As Cui Jian was about to knock, Suke's voice echoed calmly. Come in. The door is open. Cui Jian glanced back at the others and was the first to push the door open and enter. Li Gongshuan and the others exchanged glances before hastily following suit, shutting the courtyard gate behind them. On the second-floor balcony, Suke remained reclined in his chair, while Sun Jun and Jin Shi continued their massage. Cui Jian and the others stood nearby, heads bowed. Now, regarding this nuclear explosion, tell me what you know. Suke lazily opened his eyes. Li Gongshuan and the others felt a shiver run through them, a sense of relief washing over them. They were fortunate to have refrained from recklessly attempting to operate on the parasitic insects affixed to their hearts. Otherwise, they would have undoubtedly provoked the wrath of this formidable dragon summer cultivator before them. Mr. Su, according to the accounts of those at the Supreme Headquarters, this nuclear explosion was orchestrated by the Supreme Leader and Colonel Marcus of the Free Nation. Moreover, the Supreme Leader has already vacated the headquarters and retreated to the base occupied by the Free Nation. It seems he has learned of your survival and, in fear, sought refuge at the Free Nation's base, explained Cui Jian slowly. Upon hearing this, Suke maintained a calm demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, I have a task for you 5. Mr. Su, please proceed. Select a site in Hanyang City with a favorable environment to construct a palace. It should be built in the style of the ancient royal palaces of Longxia. Once completed, should it meet my satisfaction, there will be ample rewards for you. Is this feasible? As Su Kei's words concluded, all five nodded in unison. With their top 5 financial conglomerates, erecting a grand palace would pose no challenge. Rest assured, Mr. Su, we shall construct a palace that will undoubtedly meet your expectations, they all affirmed. You must expedite the process. The quicker, the better. If necessary, enlist the infrastructure behemoths for the task. Additionally, Cui Jian, you will be the overseer of this palace construction, and the 4 of you will heed his directives. Understood, Mr. Su. Su Kei waved his hand. If there is nothing further, you may all withdraw. After dismissing the 5, Su Kei drew Sun Jun into his embrace. Su. Mr. Su, please do not. Sun Jun stiffened, pressing her hands against Su Kei's chest in a futile attempt to resist. Shuku's expression d'arcanide. R.I.P. in an instant. Sun Jun's white shirt was torn apart. With a scream, she withdrew her hands, clasping them around her chest. Her eyes filled with terror as she gazed at Su Quebec. He chuckled. It appears you have yet to comprehend your identity and predicament. Ryab R.I.P. in an instant. Sun Jun's remaining garments were reduced to tatters. No, please, not like this, Hua. Casting a glance at Jin Tai Shi, who sat paralyzed on the ground, equally terrified, Su Kei coldly remarked, "Remain here and wait quietly. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." With that, he carried Sun Jun into the bedroom. On the balcony, listening to the increasingly bizarre sounds of Sun Jun's weeping from within, Jin Shi, who lay on the floor, wore a sorrowful expression. Why? Why must the heavens treat me and Junjun this way? Why do we venture out today? Why do we have to encounter the great demon, Su Kei? Why? Lost in these thoughts, Jin Shi began to sob as well, creating a tragic symphony with Sun Jun's cries from the bedroom. 2 hours later, the room gradually fell silent. Jin Shi, come here, Su Kei's voice called from within. Jin Shi's body trembled. After a moment's hesitation, recalling Zheng Ji, she mustered the strength to rise and enter the room. Upon witnessing the disarray and the unconscious Sun Jun, Jin Shi's eyes widened in horror. Take this pill, Su Kei instructed, producing 2 pills, placing one in the mouth of the slumbering Sun Jun and handing the other to Jin Shi. What are you hesitating for? Are you afraid I might offer you poison? This is a rejuvenating elixir, capable not only of restoring one's physical vitality to its utmost youthful state, but also ensuring everlasting beauty. Upon hearing this, Jin Shi felt a deeper sorrow. How could such a malevolent being possess the benevolence to bestow upon us such a treasure? It must be a deceitful concoction. Yet, for the sake of Zheng Ji's safety, she reluctantly accepted the pill and swallowed it. Moments later, a layer of dark filth manifested upon the surfaces of Jin Shi and Sun Jun's bodies. Though they appeared fair and delicate from consuming grains and vegetables, their bodies were actually laden with impurities. The elimination of these toxins would not only restore their youthful appearances, but also confer longevity. 3 hours later, gazing at the slumbering forms of Jin Shi and Sun Jun, Su Kei cradled them in his arms, his figure vanishing within the confines of the bedroom. In the realm of the spiritual spring, the maidens were engaged behind the space capsule, some tending to crops, others savoring fruits by the pond while feeding the fish. Some were nurturing chickens and ducks, while others enjoyed swimming in the pool. The scene was one of warmth and harmony. Su Kei did not intrude upon their tranquility. Instead, he placed Sun Jun and Jin Shi into a space capsule, and his figure returned once more to Villa 128. Chapter 79. I will take good care of them at the Free Nations base in the land of the Korean Peninsula in the Central Control Hall. Jean Dongwei paced restlessly like an ant on a hot skillet. Damn it, Jean, stop moving, Marcus said with a grim expression, his disdain for Jean growing deeper. It was utterly foolish for the esteemed Free Nation to support such a leader from the Korean Peninsula. Colonel Marcus, how are the base's defensive arrangements? Ignoring Marcus's contempt, Jean Dongwei asked anxiously. Rest assured, Chairman Jean, I suspect that Su Kei is not capable of withstanding a nuclear bomb physically. Rather, he likely utilized his ability to vanish to escape. Therefore, our firepower should be sufficient to deal with him, Marcus replied confidently. looking at the base's images displayed on the large screen. That's good. That's good. A faint smile finally appeared on Jean Dongwei's face. Meanwhile, after returning to Villa 128, Suke retrieved his computer to search for the precise location of the Free Nations base and the residential addresses of the 6 elders of the Korean cabinet. After gathering the information, he put the computer away and exited the villa, heading towards the luxurious Fushan Villa district in the Jiangnan area. He glanced at the 2 subordinates assigned by Cui Jian and instructed, "Yes, Mr. Su." The vehicle slowly started, making its way to Jiangnan. He did not rush to seek revenge on Jean Dongwei and Marcus at the Free Nations base. The agony of waiting is the most torturous. Let the 2 of them live in anxiety and fear before he dealt with them. In the Fushan Villa district, at Villa Number 1, within a lavish hall, an elderly man in his 50s sat on a brown sofa. Watching the elegant figure amidst the ruins on the television screen, his expression gradually darkening. A hint of fear flickered in his eyes. This man was Li Minghui, the Grand Elder of the Korean cabinet. He had also been involved in the assassination plot against Su Quebec. To his left sat a stunning woman in her 30s, dressed in a beige gown. And to his right were 2 young girls, identical in appearance, around 18 or 19 years of age. "Honey, what should we do? Is Su K going to come looking for revenge?" the beautiful woman asked, her expression filled with worry. "Dad, should we hide? The internet says Su K is a lecher who favors beautiful women. My sister and I, along with our stepmother, we..." Listening to the anxious words of his wife and daughter, Li Minghui's brow furrowed even deeper. Finally, he sighed helplessly. "I have several properties in the capital of the Free Nation. You all should pack your things and leave the Korean peninsula today." "Dad, what about you? Honey, aren't you coming with us?" Upon hearing this, Li Minghui sighed again and explained, "If I go with you, it would only endanger our entire family. Therefore, I will not be leaving. Now, hurry and pack your bags. You must leave immediately." "Honey, Dad, enough. Do not hesitate any longer. If Suke arrives, none of us will be able to leave." Observing the sorrowful expressions of his wife and daughters, Li Minghui was filled with regret. He had erred gravely in choosing the side of the Free Nation. How could mortals contend with cultivators using modern weaponry? Alas, the incessant ticking of the clock echoed in his ears. 20 minutes later, Park Yun-hee, Li Yojin, and Li Yu-wei descended the stairs, pulling their suitcases behind them. "Husband, let's depart together," Yuni implored. "Yes, father, let's go together," echoed the daughters. The sight of his family deepened Li Minghui's remorse. Had he chosen to accompany them to the Free Nation, he would have become a mere liability, likely to meet a grim fate. If he remained in Korea, he would still possess some value, ensuring a modicum of safety for his wife and daughters. "Enough, you must hurry and leave," Li Minghui urged, opening the door to the living room. Suddenly, the 4 of them froze, staring at the figure standing at the entrance, a smile gracing his features. In an instant, their bodies began to tremble. With a thud, Li Minghui knelt before Su Quebec. "Mr. Su, my wife and daughters have done you no harm. I implore you to spare their lives." "Father, husband," cried the women, their faces etched with terror. Suke smiled faintly at the frightened quartet. "My dear lady, where do you intend to go?" Park Yun-hee stammered, retreating until she collided with her twin sisters. Suke scoffed, stepping into the living room and pulling Yun-hee to the sofa, embracing her tightly. "Did you ever consider the consequences before provoking me?" Li Minghui watched his enchanting bride, blushing and struggling in Suke's grasp, his eyes reddening with fury yet tempered by fear. His daughters stood by, their expressions filled with dread. Should he resist, the repercussions for his family would be dire. "Mr. Su, my wife and daughters are innocent. Please do not harm them." Kneeling, Li Minghui bowed his head in supplication. I, Suke, am a man who cherishes beauty. Rest assured, I shall take good care of them," Suke declared, conjuring a green caterpillar in his palm. "Swallow this, and you shall be spared." Li Minghui felt a wave of nausea at the sight of the writhing creature, but the terrified faces of his family compelled him to accept the caterpillar with trembling hands. Father, husband Yun-hee and the girls pleaded, their worry palpable. Gritting his teeth, Li Minghui tossed the green caterpillar into his mouth. He swallowed, feeling it slide down his throat. "Excellent. In light of your obedience, I shall grant you your life." Suke proclaimed, and in an instant, Park Yun-hee, Li Yojin, and Li Yue vanished from Li Mingwei's sight. Mr. Su, I beg you, do not harm them. Your behavior will determine their fate. Should you comply, not only will they remain unharmed, but they shall thrive. Mr. Su, I shall be obedient from this moment on. I will be your loyal servant. Simply ensure that you treat the three of them well. Whoever you instruct me to bite, I shall comply. Ha ha! Splendid. Observing Li Minghui's pitiful demeanor, Su Ke continued. Now, regardless of the means you employ, inform the other 5 elders and summon them here immediately. Certainly, Mr. Su. I shall contact the other 5 elders at once. Li Minghui remarked as he retrieved his phone to reach out to his 5 colleagues. In the Jiangnan district, a vast expanse lay before them, where Cui Jian, Li Gongxuan, Zheng Zhihao, Zhu Yujing, and Xan Kula donned yellow hard hats. Standing beside them were dozens of engineers. Master Cui, we are uncertain of the precise appearance of the ancient palace of Longxia, are we not? One inquired. Indeed, Master Cui, none of us have witnessed it. We fear we may not be able to produce satisfactory designs. Another added, perhaps you should consider inviting a group of Longxia artisans for the design. Upon hearing this, Cui Jian pondered for a moment before turning to Li Gongxuan. Old Li, please reach out to the designers and builders from Longxia, as well as the infrastructure team. We must construct the most magnificent palace within the shortest possible time frame. Li Gongxuan nodded. Rest assured, leave it to me. I will ensure they arrive with utmost haste. Chapter 80. Mr. Su, I have news to report to you. In a certain villa in Longxia, the 6 vice leaders of the Immortal Gang gathered together, sitting beside the sofa, their eyes fixed upon the screens of their mobile phones. Brother Tung, the leader intends to construct a palace in the land of the morning calm. Should we not also rally our brothers to assist? Wang Chao said, his face brimming with anticipation as he looked at Zhang Tung, El Jing, Huku, Jin Shi, and Peng Chong. It is imperative that we go. Although the leader has not acknowledged us, he requires our support now. And, as his subordinates, how can we be absent? Zhang Tung's words resonated with the group. Indeed, regardless of the leader's past actions, we shall pledge our unwavering loyalty. Then I shall announce it in the community, Huku declared, promptly sharing the news of his journey to assist Su Ke in constructing the palace within the Immortal Gang as community. In less than 10 minutes, hundreds of thousands responded. The tale of Su Ke's invincibility, rumored to be impervious even to nuclear weapons, had spread internationally. Not only did Longxia boast a multitude of loyal followers, but even in the land of the morning calm, as well as in various continents, countless devoted fans emerged. Within Villa No. 1 in the Fushan district of the land of the morning calm, Su Ke sat on the sofa, a faint smile gracing his lips as he regarded the 6 esteemed elders of the cabinet. Unbeknownst to him, tens of thousands from the Immortal Gang had spontaneously come to his aid in constructing the palace. Consume them all, Su Ke remarked, placing 5 green caterpillars on the table. The 5 men's expressions soured as they gazed at the writhing green creatures. Yet, recalling Su Ke's formidable nature, they trembled as they lifted the insects, tilting their heads back and swallowing them whole. Ugh, endure it. Sukekemandith. Shortly, I shall visit the base of the free nation. Now, I entrust you with a task. No matter what means you employ, restore the imperial system for me. I will establish an empire in the land of the morning calm. As his words echoed, the 6 men exchanged incredulous glances. Restore the imperial system in the land of the morning calm? Are you jesting? The current ideology embraced by the populace would never consent to dictatorship. Overcome whatever obstacles you encounter. After I conclude matters at the Free Nation base, I shall be away for a time. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. There will be no refuge for you on this planet. Listening to Su Ke's chilling pronouncement, the 6 elders of the cabinet nodded in resignation. They were but pawns in his game, left with no choice but to comply. After a final glance at the group, Mr. Su, please wait a moment, Li Minghui called out, glancing at the 5 beside him. What is it? Su Ke turned to face him. Mr. Su, I recall your fondness for beautiful women. Each of these 5 has a daughter, and they are all stunningly beautiful. The remaining 5 elders of the cabinet turned in unison to stare at the eldest elder, Li Minghui. Are you serious? Su Ke gazed with interest at the other 5 elders. Mr. Su, my daughter recently got married, one elder stammered. Mr. Su, my daughter has just turned 18. Another added. Mr. Su, my daughter is only 17. Hearing this, Su-Kei chuckled softly and returned to his seat beside the sofa. 17? No matter, she can start as a maid. Now, summon them all. An hour later, outside the villa, the sound of 6 footsteps echoed. Li Mingwei hurried to the villa's entrance, welcoming the 6 individuals into the hall. Dad, you called for me. The second elder, Hong Yunxi's newlywed daughter, Hong Junying, began, but as she spoke, she caught sight of Su-Kei, who was smiling and watching her from the sofa. The remainder of her words caught in her throat, unable to be uttered. The other 5 young women, aged between 17 and 25, looked on at Su-Kei with curiosity. This was the formidable Su-Kei, capable of withstanding a nuclear explosion. He appeared no different from an ordinary person. Splendid. I am quite satisfied. Now, what are your names? I am Zheng Enshi. I am Li Yuonia. I am Jin Baolin. I am Sun Xiuyan. I am Lin Suwan. Su-Kei nodded approvingly at the 5 enchanting young women before turning his gaze towards Hong Junying, smiling as he inquired, "And your name?" "I am Hong Junying. I am already married," she replied anxiously, wishing to convey to Su-Kei that she was wed. "Nothing to worry about. You all will belong to me from now on. I shall take you to a wonderful place." Without waiting for their reactions, he enveloped the 6 into the spirit spring space. He then turned his attention back to the 5 elders. "Complete the task I have entrusted to you swiftly. Upon my next return, if there is no progress, you shall experience the taste of soul refinement. Mr. Su, we will certainly do our utmost to assist you." They replied earnestly. Su-Kei nodded indifferently and exited the villa. At the Free State's base in the Land of the Stick, in the central control hall, Jean Tongwei and Marcus were intently fixated on the large screen, observing the situation outside the base. "It's been quite a while. Su-Kei shouldn't be coming here anymore," Marcus remarked with a smile. Jean Tongwei's face also bore a hint of a grin, but soon his brow furrowed. "He's the leader of the Stick. Is he to remain hidden in the Free State base forever? What kind of situation is this? Damn it. Su-Kei, why don't you just perish already?" The thought of Su-Kei filled Jean Tongwei with agitation. It was truly lamentable that he, a prominent leader, had fallen to such a state. Why did I ever request my adoptive father to bomb Su-Kei? What was I thinking, provoking such a terrifying figure? Colonel Marcus, I intend to stay here for a while longer. I hope the Free State can grant me protection. Gold Leader, as the esteemed head of this faction, do you intend to linger here indefinitely, simply because Su-Kei remains unscathed? Marcus spoke with a hint of disdain. "Colonel Marcus, this is the territory of the Koreans, and as their leader, is it not within my prerogative to remain here?" replied Jean Shonao. "If you wish for me to vacate the base, then I implore you to contact my esteemed guardian for reinforcements to assist in eliminating Su-Quebec." At this, Marcus furrowed his brow. "Gold Leader, if you are so cowardly, how can you pledge loyalty to our great free nation in the future? I suggest you return. I cannot believe Su-Kei would dare to act with such impunity against the leader of this faction." Jean Tongwei was about to retort when he beheld the figure of Su-Kei brandishing a 3-meter-long black staff, appearing at the periphery of the base on the large screen. "By the heavens, Su-Quebec! He truly dares to come here? Attention, everyone! Attention! The enemy has made their appearance. Show no mercy. Eliminate them without hesitation." Marcus shouted, his hand trembling as he gripped the walkie-talkie. Chapter 81. The Dragon's Summer Deity. Not to be provoked, how dare he? How dare he? Jean Tongwei's eyes widened in terror as he fixated on the large screen, his lips quivering in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Su-Kei had the audacity to infiltrate the military base of the Free Nation alone. What gave Su-Kei the right? Was it merely his ability to vanish into thin air? Did he truly believe he could withstand heavy weaponry with his physical form? Or could he teleport outside the base? As Su-Kei approached, thousands of golden projectiles rained down upon him like arrows. With a derisive chuckle, he made no attempt to evade them. Now endowed with a physique 42 times stronger than average, no weapon, save for nuclear arms, could inflict harm upon him. Countless golden bullets collided against his body, creating a cacophony of metallic clashes. "Oh my God! A farce. The soldiers of the Free Nation stared in disbelief as they watched Suke stride unscathed into the base, exuding an air of nonchalance. The Dragon Summer deity. This was undoubtedly a divine being of Dragon Summer. Humanity could not possess such strength. The man before them was likely 1,000-fold more formidable than the captains portrayed in their films. In the command center of the base, Jean Tongwei trembled uncontrollably, his body shaking like a leaf. With a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground, his expression akin to one mourning the loss of a beloved parent. What to do? What to do? Damn it, shut your mouth. What are you all staring at? Attack. Use armor-piercing rounds. Where are the combat drones? Launch the missile barrage. Marcus bellowed, his voice frenzied as he fixated on the screen. Outside the base, Suke adjusted his shoulders and flashed a grin at the soldiers of the Free Nation. In the next instant, a series of explosive sounds erupted as he maneuvered through the crowd like a specter, each thud marking the eruption of crimson mist. In less than 2 minutes, all 3,000 soldiers stationed at the base were reduced to nothingness, leaving the scene drenched in blood. Suke's tattered black attire was now stained a dark crimson, and in his grasp was a 3-meter-long black staff, emitting a hissing sound as the blood instantly permeated into its surface. At that moment, 10 Ghost B-6 fighter jets streaked overhead, launching a volley of knife missiles with trailing flames towards Sioux, Quebec. In an instant, flames soared into the sky, smoke billowing everywhere, accompanied by a thunderous roar. In the command room, Marcus and Jean Tongwei were ecstatic at the prospect of a direct hit. If he survives this, we shall feast on 1 billion pounds of rice together, they thought in unison. However, in the next breath, both men's eyes widened in horror, their faces paling to a shade more ghastly than the thought of their impending fate. A glistening figure emerged from the billowing flames and smoke, clutching a black staff in hand. Upon closer inspection of his skin, there was no trace of injury. The artifact possessed an air of formidable majesty. In the central control hall of the base, a foul stench of urine and decay suddenly wafted into Marcus's nostrils. Damn it, Jean Tongwei, is it just death? To be so frightened by Suke that you soil yourself. You're undoubtedly the most pitiful leader in history. How could the great leader of our free nation choose such a worthless wretch like you? Marcus turned to glare at the disheveled Jean Tongwei, who sat helplessly on the ground, his expression one of utter disdain. Jean Tongwei seemed oblivious to Marcus's words, muttering to himself, incomprehensible. Damn it, trash. Marcus's fury intensified as he delivered a kick to Jean Tongwei's face, leaving a shoe print on his plump cheek. At that moment, 10 Ghost B-6 battle drones circled back. Destroy the main body, die. Suke's figure shot skyward, moving with a speed that far surpassed that of the drones. Boom! 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 6 of the drones exploded in midair. The pilots of the remaining 4 drones were filled with terror. They had thought that flying at high altitude would ensure their safety, only to realize the sheer horror that Suke represented. With a light leap, he soared into the sky, using the momentum from his staff to strike the drones with a series of blows, obliterating 6 advanced Ghost B-6 units. Such a terrifying presence was utterly despairing. The remaining 4 pilots wasted no time, fleeing straight out of the territory. Dragon Summer's deity is not to be trifled with. Seeing the other 4 drones escape, Suke did not pursue. Instead, he retrieved a golden flying fish suit from the spatial realm, donning it to conceal his physique that countless young women admired. With his black staff retracted, Suke strode towards the central control hall. Meanwhile, the scene at the headquarters of the Free Nation was captured by numerous satellites from powerful countries. In the Dragon Summer Cabinet Council, the 9 elders and numerous high-ranking officials, including Qin Lai, were gathered around an oval mahogany conference table, gazing in astonishment at the images transmitted by the satellites on the big screen. Thank goodness we did not choose to confront him, Qin Lai exclaimed. The others nodded in apprehension. What difference is there between this and the deities of Dragon Summer legends? To us mortals, Suke is a deity. The elder spoke solemnly. Indeed, elder. The crowd responded in unison, their eyes once again fixed on the screen. In the cabinet meeting hall of the little nation, leader Sasaki Okamoto trembled as he watched Suke's figure on the big screen. However, He felt relieved that he had not offended Sue Quebec Yoshida Akiko. Convey my orders. Conduct a nationwide selection for beautiful women. I wish to present the 100 most exquisite and pure women from our little nation to the deity Suke of Dragon Summer. Yes, Supreme Leader Okamoto. Secretary Akiko Yoshida, upon receiving orders, swiftly exited the conference hall to address the preparations for the national beauty pageant. It is imperative to select the most exquisite and purest women for the Dragon Summer deity, Shu Qiaojun, without delay, in the Black Palace of the Free Nation. Within the Grand Hall, Leader Katarot gazed at the large screen. The frail figure slumped helplessly in the chair, faced with such a formidable Dragon Summer deity. Their dominance was at stake. As long as Shu Qiao lives, he will forever overshadow their illustrious Free Nation. Yet, having resorted to nuclear weapons, what more could be done to extinguish his life? It seemed there was no solution left. Leader, should we still seek revenge on Shu Qiao? Revenge? Are you suggesting we offer our heads in return? At the Free Nation's outpost, Shu Qiao observed Marcus and the deranged Jin Tongwei, who was collapsed on the ground, a smile creeping across his lips. Did you ever consider this day? Shu Qiao, do not be arrogant. One day, retribution will find you. With that, Marcus abruptly shoved his handgun into his mouth, ending his life with a single shot. Chapter 82. 100 individuals, indeed, possess some valor. With a note of praise, Suke glanced at the erratic Jin Tongwei beside him, furrowing his brow in distaste. Truly repugnant. Bang, the bullet from the Desert Eagle swiftly pierced through his skull. Jin Tongwei collapsed into a pool of blood, his eyes wide with terror and fury. In his final moments, he thought, even in my madness, I am not spared. In a Ling Quan space, as Su Ke materialized, he was greeted by a large circle of women seated together. Gu Yang stood at the center, singing the song Unz with fervor. She was adorned in the very gown she had worn upon her initial entry into this space, complete with a pair of glasses. Su Ke's eyes sparkled with intrigue, a sense of eagerness bubbling within him. Stealthily, he approached and settled beside Lin Yutong and Bai Mangjia. Darling, Shu, do not disturb Liang Liang while she sings. Lin Yutong and Bai Mangjia nodded, each embracing Su Ke's arms, quietly listening to Gu Liang's melodious performance. As the song concluded, resounding applause erupted. Excellent, Liang Liang. You sang beautifully. Today, I shall reward you generously, Su Ke declared, rising to approach Gu Liang. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he enveloped Gu Liang in his embrace, leading her toward the vegetable patch. He intended to pluck a thick and long cucumber nourished by the Ling Quan water as a treat for her. In the garden, Gu Liang hesitated before speaking. Su Ke, this cucumber grown with Ling Quan water is remarkably large. Indeed it is. After all, it is nurtured by spiritual energy. It is delectably sweet, Su Ke replied, plucking a cucumber. He took a bite from one half and offered the other half to Gu Liang. Moments later, Gu Liang stood, exclaiming, truly, this cucumber is exquisite. Now try this tomato. Wow, this tomato is also delightful. Gu Liang joyfully munched on a plump, red tomato. 3 hours later, by the pond, beneath the willow tree and atop a Taihu stone, Su Ke cradled the peacefully slumbering Gu Liang. He gathered the scattered clothing and returned to the space capsule. Currently, the Ling Quan space, including his 2 adopted daughters and himself, perfectly housed 100 individuals. As for the progeny in gestation, there was 1 from Lin Yutong, 1 from Yang Yi, 2 from Moon Yinxue, 2 from Lin Momo, 1 from Bai Mangjia, 2 from Zhou Ruo, 1 from Lin Ruoxue, 1 from Qiu Xiaoing, 1 from Guan Shui, 2 from Li Ji, 2 from Li Mengchen, 1 from Long Fei Fei, and 2 from Su Dili, totaling 14 pregnancies with 6 sets of twins, amounting to 20 offspring. However, the space capsule accommodates only 60 seats. Consequently, most pairs now share a single space capsule. Gu Liang shared hers with Long Fei Fei. Meanwhile, the outside world was fervently engaged in the construction of palatial structures. Taking advantage of this time, a considerable number of offspring were to be propagated. Within the space, there remained 83 women yet to conceive, and efforts must continue. The goal was to ensure that before departing from the azure waters of this planet, every woman would bear children. Moreover, With 83 multiplied by 3, perhaps his physical realm could ascend to the golden core stage. If he were to acquire 3,000, 30,000, 300,000, or even 3 million, 30 million, 3 billion, would it not catalyze his ascension to immortality? At that moment, he could suppress the realms of cultivation, and the power of all female cultivators would be unfathomable. Host, not every dream can be pursued at night. Once your physical form reaches the golden core stage, the benefits of the novice period will conclude. Mortal women will be of no use. Only female cultivators of equal or higher realms can bear your offspring, allowing you to continue your vigorous advancement. Listening to the words of the bandit, Suke fell into a momentary daze. Before reaching the golden core stage, he was merely in the novice welfare phase. This implied that henceforth, only female cultivators at the foundation establishment stage and above could help him bear children for him to grow stronger. Moreover, the Emperor's internal canon, could it be the very thing he envisioned? If so, it would be splendid. Not only could female cultivators assist him in conceiving children, but would also elevate his physical and chi refining stages. A dual cultivation of law and body would not only strengthen his family, but yield multiple benefits. Dear, were you pondering? You're drooling. Long Feifei's voice snapped Suke back to reality. Coming to his senses, he immediately pulled Long Feifei into his embrace. You little enchantress, how dare you deceive your husband? If not for your pregnancy, I would have claimed you today. Long Feifei lay in Suke's arms, playfully grasping his wandering hand, her face flushing crimson. Darling, you are an unyielding bull. Ha, you caught me. You must be rewarded today. 10 minutes later, in the living room, Suke sat on the sofa. The triple physique extraction commenced. In an instant, a profound force descended, penetrating his body through the hard as iron crown of his head, reinforcing his physical form and nourishing the golden sea of suffering. Moments later, tranquility returned, and Suke rose to enter the bedroom. He removed his shoes and lay down between Long Feifei and Gu Liangliang. Tonight, he desired no meat. He simply wished to quietly accompany Liangliang and the celestial sister for the evening. The following day, as dawn broke, Suke gently shifted the 2 jade legs draped over him and descended from the bed. Today, he would prepare a heartfelt breakfast for them as a reward. 2 hours later, by the spiritual spring pool, 100 individuals were seated at 12 tables. Aside from Suke, the only man present, and the 2 young girls Ning Yutong and Jiang and I, the rest were women of varying elegance, creating a splendid scene. This was the dream of countless men worldwide. A feat they could not achieve, yet Suke had. He felt immense satisfaction in this accomplishment. During this time, I shall refrain from venturing out and will remain here to accompany you all. Let's finish our meal and then take a stroll to aid digestion. Suke cast a glance at the group of young ladies, then bent down to lift Ning Yutong and Jiang and I, making his way towards the rear of the space capsule. The young ladies' eyes sparkled with delight, and they hurriedly followed suit. Although they had been residing in the spiritual spring space, Suke had spent most of his time outside. Even when he returned, it was always a hurried affair, attending to matters before departing swiftly, never truly taking the time to enjoy their company. Thus, upon hearing that Suke intended to remain indoors for the time being, they all felt a surge of joy. Daddy, I want to feed the fish by the pond. Daddy, I want to feed the ducks. Ning Yutong and Jiang and I wrapped their arms around Suke's neck while pointing towards the pond and the chicken and duck area, speaking in unison. All right, let us first feed the ducks, and then we shall tend to the fish. With that, they headed towards the chicken coop and duck pen. 2 hours later, Suke returned to the living area of the space capsule, holding the unprotected Zhu Fujin in his arms. Chapter 83. Time flies, progeny, and physical transformation, my dear husband. From whom have you learned all these tricks? You are quite mischievous. Ah, this is merely my innate talent. I am a self-taught prodigy. But now is not the time for idle chatter. We must get to work. Then please, continue, Zhu Fujin replied, closing her eyes willingly, content to become Suke's intriguing and playful toy. After an unknown period, the voice of the bandit echoed once more. Congratulations, host. You have gained another offspring. Reward, triple physique X1. Leaning against the headboard, Suke gazed at the slumbering little Zhu, then gently rose and walked into the living room. Once more, he extracted and fused the triple physique. The profound power descended again. His physique had reached an astonishing 48 times. The golden hue of his blood intensified. At this rate, it would not be long before his blood transformed entirely into gold. His dantian, the sea of bitterness, had expanded more than 100-fold since he first reached the foundational level of physical cultivation. One could only wonder how this would aid in his training. Offspring count, 21. Still 28 short of the task's requirement. Glancing back at the bedroom, Suke exited the space capsule. He was determined to complete the task of producing 49 offspring in one go. On this day, the renowned Korean actress Sunjun, along with Jin Shi, both conceived children of the Su family. The Su family progeny increased by 2. The following day, Ji Bingning and Wu Mengmeng, former employees of MOEN who had previously banned Suke's account, also found themselves pregnant. What remarkable fortune, as they were blessed with consecutive sets of twins. The Su family's progeny rose by 4 in an instant. On the third day, internet sensation and traditional beauty Lin Yao, along with Xiao Yumin, announced their pregnancies. The Su family's offspring count increased by 2 once more. On the fourth day, the celebrated actress Song Hui, along with Xu Yue's close friend and college roommate Shen Lele, also became pregnant. The Su family's offspring count grew by another 2. In the span of 4 days, the Su family welcomed 10 new progeny, with only 18 remaining to reach the goal of 49. Progress was swift. That evening, beside the spiritual spring pool, a bonfire party unfolded. On a white blanket, the ladies sat in a large circle, each surrounded by an array of fruits and a cup of spiritual spring water. Su Yuexin and Jiang Xiaolin occupied Su Kei's left side, while Xiao Weining and Lin Ruoxue sat to his right. Since Xiao Weining had taken up residence in the spiritual spring space, the ladies had taken to addressing her by name rather than as an elder. It was somewhat chaotic, yet harmoniously so. In the center of the circle, Lin Yao, Xiao Yumin, by Mengjia, Fu Ling'er, and Jiang Xiaonan danced gracefully, their delicate feet bare and glistening like jade, adorned in ethereal red gauze that fluttered like gossamer. They resembled sprites. Li Ji, Yu Xiaoyao, and Gu Liangliang sang joyously, their voices resonating like the sweet song of orioles, clear and enchanting. This place felt like paradise. Meanwhile, in the outside world, despite Su Kei's absence, the heads of the 5 prominent families and the 6 elders of the Korean cabinet remained vigilant and unyielding. The 5 prominent families have recruited dozens of elite designers and architects from Longxia, along with a construction crew comprising thousands of workers, and have commenced the construction of the palace. Within the immortal sect, 6 individuals, Wang Chao, Zhang Teng, El Jing, Jin Shi Huku, and Peng Chong, along with hundreds of thousands of followers, have surged into the capital of the nation. Under the auspices of the 5 families, they collaboratively assist in the palace's construction. As for the restoration of the imperial system, after a meeting of the 6 elder statesmen of the cabinet, it was astonishingly passed unanimously, with no dissenting voices. The 6 elders promptly held a press conference to announce the restoration of the imperial system and the divine intention of Su Kei to claim the throne, disseminating this news to the entire populace. Surprisingly, the majority of the modern educated citizens of the nation expressed their agreement with Su Kei's ambition to establish a nation and ascend to the throne, thereby becoming subjects of the Su Kei Empire. Only a small fraction remained silent or opposed, yet under the prevailing tide, they too had no choice but to acquiesce in silence. Countries such as Zairihua, Freedom Nation, and Longxia have also become aware of the unfolding events on the land of the nation, and they have collectively chosen silence. In the Lingquan space on the 5th day, the renowned actress from Longxia, the chosen one in ancient costume, Long Xiaokui, along with the heroic actress Tong Xiaodian, found themselves with child. The Su family lineage increased by 2. On the 6th day, the famous mother-daughter duo from the screen, Dai Lushi and Shun Mai, also became pregnant, adding 2 more to the Su family lineage. By the 7th day, the celebrated actress, the Dark Lotus Xiao Didu, alongside the white-cut black Shun Li, announced their pregnancies, contributing another 2 heirs to the Su family. On the 8th day, the illustrious actress with long legs, Peng Yuha, and the sister, the financial magnate Choi Jian, Choi Bing-yi, were also with child, bringing in 2 more heirs. The 9th day saw the renowned actress, the ageless beauty Xia Yun, alongside her replica, In Xiaohua, both expecting, further increasing the Su family lineage by 2. On the 10th day, the famous actress, the wooden beauty Zhao Min, and the hard-working Yang Yu found themselves pregnant, contributing another 2 to the Su family. On the 11th day, the protein goddess Zhong Xiaoqin and the affluent Song Tiantian announced their pregnancies, adding 2 more heirs. On the 12th day, English teacher Su Yuexin became pregnant with twins, and Chinese teacher Zhang Xiaolin also bore twins, increasing the Su family lineage by 4. Congratulations to the host. The number of descendants has reached 49. With a sigh of relief at the joyful sounds of the ruffians, Su Ke exhaled deeply. This period had been nothing short of torment for him. Overindulgence in meat can indeed lead to weariness. Fortunately, the number of descendants met the task's requirements, allowing him to finally rest for a while. Glancing at the slumbering Su Yuexin and Zhang Xiaolin, Su Ke rose and exited the space capsule. At this moment, evening had descended. Some of the ladies remained within the capsule, while others were seated on the sofa, engaged in light conversation. Darling, Su Ke. He smiled at the gathering of ladies and then moved to a nearby blanket, settling down in a cross-legged position. My dear ones, engage in conversation while I attend to some matters. With that, he closed his eyes, seeking to organize the gains he had amassed during this time. 24 individuals, 4 pairs of twins, yielding a remarkable 72-fold constitution, along with 4 vials containing 196 rejuvenation pills. Originally possessing a 48-fold constitution, he now intended to merge it directly with the 72-fold, aiming to attain the corporeal realm of the Golden Core. Ruffian, initiate the extraction and integration of the 72-fold constitution. The ruffian acknowledged. There may be slight discomfort. Please prepare to receive it, host. Discomfort? Before Su Ke could ponder further, a gentle breeze swept through the air. In the next moment, a robust and enigmatic energy surged through the crown of his head and entered his physical form. In an instant, Su Ke felt as though his head were being split apart. However, the excruciating pain was fleeting. Almost immediately, this formidable energy coursed throughout his entire being. His blood transformed into a golden hue in the blink of an eye. Within, his cells were torn apart, reconstituted, and torn anew. Golden blood seeped through his pores, spilling forth from his body. In an instant, Su Ke had become a small golden figure seated in meditation. Husband, Su Quebec. The ladies gasped in astonishment at the sight of golden liquid continuously seeping from Su Ke's pores, his brow furrowed in distress. Before they could contemplate further, a phantom of a golden lotus gradually emerged above Su Ke's head. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, the phantom of the golden lotus expanded a billionfold. Golden lotus leaves filled every corner of the space. The colossal lotus towered beyond sight. Witnessing this spectacle, the ladies widened their eyes in shock, mouths agape, staring in awe at the magnificent golden lotus apparition. What is this? Murmured Jiang Yue, lost in a trance. Chapter 84. The wrathful cloud of robbery, my dear. Is this a path to immortality? Su Dili, Long Fei Fei, Lin Yutong, and others gazed at the resplendent golden lotus apparition that filled the heavens, murmuring in awe. Inside the space capsule, in the bedroom, Su Yuexin and Zhang Xiaolin supported each other, standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, utterly astonished. What distinguished this celestial phenomenon from the legendary immortals? It appeared that there was none. Within Su Ke's body, a crisp crack echoed, resembling yet another shackle being torn asunder. Ignoring the evolution of his physical form, Su Ke turned his attention inward to the sea of bitterness in his dantian. A magnificent golden lotus gently swayed at the center of this sea, exuding an aura of boundless slaughter. What is this, a bandit? Host, this is the unique manifestation of your sacred body, the golden lotus of the sea of bitterness. Once this phenomenon emerges, as long as the lotus leaves sway gently, it can contain infinite slaughter, shattering mountains and rivers, rendering you invincible among peers, and even enabling you to defeat foes of higher rank. As your physical body strengthens, the sea of bitterness will give rise to even more diverse manifestations. Is that so? This is akin to Yi Heizi's archaic sacred body. Am I now also an archaic sacred body? My dear, what has happened to you? Suke, are you all right? Just as Suke was immersed in the transformation of the sea of bitterness, the concerned voices of the maidens pulled him back to reality. Gradually opening his eyes, he beheld the anxious faces of Bai Mengjie and Lin Yutong. Do not worry, I am perfectly fine. He gently ruffled Bai Mengjie and Lin Yutong's hair, casting a sweeping glance at the others before slowly rising. Give me a moment, I need to freshen up first. With that, Suke vanished from their sight. 10 minutes later, Suke reappeared clad in white. The maidens' eyes widened in astonishment, their gazes fixated on him as if they wished to devour him whole. What is the matter? Have you been mesmerized by my charm? Suke teased with a smile. My dear, you have become increasingly perfect. I feel unworthy of you now, Bai Mengjie pouted, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions as she regarded Su Quebec. What nonsense are you thinking? No matter how I change, I am still your husband. Suke approached Bai Mengjie, playfully tousling her hair into a chaotic mess. Oh dear, you've made my hair all messy. Bai Mengjie giggled as she swatted away his mischievous hands. Suke smiled lightly, then turned his gaze to the assembled maidens. Whoever thinks such thoughts again shall be rewarded with something delightful. Upon hearing Suke emphasize something delightful, the maidens' cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How mischievous! A month later, the five who had first received education, Lin Yutong, Yang, Yi, Moon Yinshua, Lin Momo, and Bai Mengjie, displayed slight bulges in their abdomens. Lin Momo and Moon Yinshua, carrying twins, were even more pronounced, having labored diligently for over 10 days. Suke seized this opportunity to rest, abstaining from meat. My dear, once you have time, take us out. We wish to meet our families. The national darling, Qiu Xiaoying, clung to Suke's arm and suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing her, Suke glanced at the many young women around him, who were gazing at him with eager anticipation, and nodded. It had been nearly 2 months since they last saw their families. Perhaps it was time to meet them. With the passage of time, it might be prudent to find a few experienced individuals to care for them. Long Feifei's mother had expressed a desire to enter the space to look after her daughter. So next time, she could bring her along to attend to these expectant mothers. I will first venture into the outside world, and in a few days, bring you back to the capital to visit your families, he declared before his figure vanished before the young women. In Hanyang City, Longshan District, at Villa number 128, Suke's presence was immediately met with the sensation of being watched by unseen eyes. What was happening? Suke furrowed his brow. Host, please be advised that in 3 minutes, the minor heavenly tribulation of the 4 nines will descend. Please prepare yourself accordingly. What? Are you saying I am to face a tribulation? I haven't even cultivated yet. How can I be facing a tribulation? Besides, I am merely at the golden core stage. How could I be facing a tribulation? Host, to be precise, you are not yet a physical cultivator at the golden core stage. You must endure the minor heavenly tribulation of the 4 nines to truly become one. The minor heavenly tribulation of the 4 nines? If I return to the space, will I not have to face the tribulation? Indeed, host, however, before the words could finish, Suke's figure vanished from the villa. However, with your current physique, enduring the minor heavenly tribulation of the 4 nines would pose no challenge. Rather, it would refine your physical form. In the outside world, the instant Suke appeared, the previously clear sky of Longshan District was suddenly enveloped by ominous clouds. Thick layers of clouds rolled in, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning. What is going on? How could the sky turn so dark on such a sunny day? This is absurd. It seems rain is imminent. We should find shelter quickly. On the road, within the community, and at construction sites, numerous pedestrians looked up at the ominous storm clouds. In the next moment, they all began to move. Those heading home hurried along, while others sought refuge from the impending rain. Yet, just as they had taken a few steps, the storm clouds above suddenly dissipated, revealing a clear sky once more. What the heck? Are you toying with me, oh heavens? These past years, the weather has become increasingly peculiar. Who could argue otherwise? It may continue to grow, stranger still. Countless individuals again looked up at the sky in confusion. Just as they lowered their heads, the storm clouds began to coalesce again. What does this mean? Oh heavens! What is the meaning of this? I cannot comprehend. Before they could ponder this for even a minute, the storm clouds vanished once again, restoring the bright sky. 1 minute later, the storm clouds gathered new. Another minute passed, and the clouds evaporated once more, the weather returning to clarity. What on earth is happening? Can anyone enlighten me? If you wish to reign, just do it already. Constantly shifting, do you think you're a malfunctioning light bulb? Countless individuals have been driven to exasperation, venting their frustrations to the heavens. In just a minute, the thunderclouds once again began to gather ominously. Are they returning? What on earth is transpiring? At this moment, many have come to realize the gravity of the situation. This thundercloud is extraordinary. Just when they believed the storm would dissipate, they were astounded to witness it surging towards Longshan district in Busan. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire city. The thunder roared, and with a crackle, bolts of lightning, as thick as a human arm, descended mercilessly upon the peak of Busan. For a full 30 minutes, the tempest raged before gradually receding. The once 200-meter-high Busan had been reduced by over 20 meters. The summit lay in ruins, strewn with charred earth and blackened timber. A few unfortunate souls among the populace had been reduced to mere ashes. Within the confines of the spiritual spring, Suke remained oblivious to the fact that the tribulation was venting its wrath in a haphazard manner, inadvertently affecting a few fish in the pond. At this moment, he cradled the fragrant forms of Bai Mengjie and Moon Yinshua, laughing heartily. He might very well be the first to toy with the thunder tribulation. Chapter 85. The Minor Heavenly Tribulation? Merely that. My dear, why do you keep coming in and out? Indeed, darling, what is making you smile? Is there something amusing happening outside? Bai Mengjie and Lin Yutong, seated on Suke's lap, exchanged puzzled glances. Ha! Sukevarstin tu laughter, sharing the news of the heavenly tribulation with the ladies. My love, are you saying you are about to undergo a tribulation? The lady's eyes widened in astonishment. Tribulation? A term that existed solely in films, novels, or mythological tales, was about to manifest in the life of their beloved husband. Do not worry. With the current strength of my physique, overcoming the minor heavenly tribulation is but a trifle. Furthermore, with so many beautiful ladies around, I could never bear to let you live in widowhood. With that, he gently set Bai Mengjie and Lin Yutong aside on the sofa. You may play while I step out to endure the tribulation and refine my body. My love, Suke, please be cautious. Nodding, Suke's figure vanished once more. In the capital of the Stick Nation, Hanyang City, at Villa 128, Hanandong, Suke emerged without hesitation and dashed out of the villa. A few leaps later, he found himself atop the ruins of Busan. Rumbling thunder. How dare these shameless beings show their faces again? The wrath of the heavenly tribulation was unleashed. Instantaneously, the skies over Busan filled with dense thunderclouds, accompanied by continuous rumbles and crackles. Come forth, minor tribulation clouds. Let me witness your might. Suke shouted defiantly at the darkening skies. Rumble. 9 bolts of lightning, each the width of a slender waist and adorned with deep blue arcs, descended from the heavens, striking Suke's body. The sound of sizzling echoed, yet there was no scent of charred flesh. Ha ha ha, delightful. It felt as if he were receiving a therapeutic massage, and Suke couldn't help but laugh heartily. His laughter, however, only served to further infuriate the tribulation clouds. In the next moment, 9 bolts of lightning, as thick as barrels, cascaded down like a waterfall from the Milky Way. Rumble. Countless terrifying deep blue arcs engulfed Sioux, Quebec. In Busan, within a radius of several dozen miles, countless passers-by gazed up at the thunderclouds above. Faintly, they seemed to hear the voice of the divine, Sioux, Quebec. Could it be? Suke undergoing a tribulation? Speculation filled the hearts of many as they swiftly pulled out their phones to record the extraordinary scene. They intended to share this miraculous moment online, stunning foreign netizens. Simultaneously, in space, satellites on different orbits and phases aimed toward Busan, yet the thick thunderclouds obstructed their view. Even satellites from the Freedom Nation and the Little Sun fell from the sky like meteors, plummeting into the Pacific due to the interference of the thunderclouds. Above Busan, within the deep pits of the ruins, after enduring the fourfold tribulation, Suke's naked body bore numerous marks as if scorched by electricity. With a hearty laugh, Suke beheld the dissipating thunderclouds above, exclaiming, "The fourth layer of the 36 thunder tribulations is but this." However, his mirth was abruptly halted the next moment. Wait, weren't there only 4 layers of 36 tribulations? Why is there more? As he gazed at the crimson-tinged thunderclouds, an ominous premonition stirred within him. Oh no, have I gone too far with my mockery? Host, you have thoroughly provoked the thunder tribulation. Your physical form is currently insufficient to withstand this strike. If you do not summon the sacred body manifestation now, when will you? What? This thing has consciousness? It can feel emotions? Suketot, as he witnessed a colossal pillar of azure lightning, 10 meters in diameter, laced with hints of purple, coalescing beneath the thunderclouds. Without hesitation, he invoked the sacred body manifestation of the Sea of Bitterness Golden Lotus. In the next instant, a shimmering golden oceanic illusion materialized above his head, with a golden lotus gently swaying at its center. Bang, bang, bang. In rapid succession, the golden ocean expanded, enveloping the sky for dozens of miles around. The gigantic golden lotus swayed softly, sending invisible ripples toward the thunderclouds. Boom, boom. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, countless onlookers gaped in awe at the spectacle in the sky. In the Jiangnan district, at a palace construction site, 6 individuals, Wang Chao, Zhang Teng, LV Jing, Jin Shihuku, and Peng Chong, stood covered in dust, wearing yellow safety helmets and wielding iron shovels. They stared blankly at the overwhelming golden oceanic illusion and the colossal golden lotus, their expressions a mix of confusion, shock, and trepidation. Is this the tribulation of an immortal? At the entrance of the construction site's command room, the heads of the Chui, Li Zhengju, and Xian families, Chui Jian, Li Gongxuan, Zheng Zhihao, Zhu Yujing, and Xian Kula, trembled as they gazed at the golden lotus illusion in the sky, feeling a blend of excitement, fear, and relief. At that moment, within their line of sight, the 10-meter-wide, deep blue lightning pillar surged downward, aiming to obliterate the golden lotus manifestation in a single strike. With a deafening crash, the golden lotus swayed gently and began to shrink. The deep blue lightning pillar gradually dissipated amidst the ripples emanating from the lotus. After 10 breaths, the robust lightning pillar vanished entirely, and the illusion of the Sea of Bitterness Golden Lotus disappeared without a trace. The dark sky was restored to clarity, and the scorching sun once again bathed the earth. Yet, countless onlookers appeared as if ensnared by a spell, unable to regain their senses for an extended period. Above Busan, Suke lay naked and blackened in a deep pit amidst the ruins, his complexion pale and a trace of golden blood at the corner of his mouth, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Indeed, one must not indulge too recklessly. Congratulations, host. Your physical realm has officially ascended to the golden core stage. Listening to the rough voice, Suke slowly rose, stretching his limbs. As he did, pieces of blackened skin gradually shed, revealing a pristine, glistening white body beneath. Not bad, not bad. I become even more formidable. My treasures are in for a treat. Suke expressed his satisfaction. In the next moment, a pair of shorts and a short-sleeved shirt appeared in his hands. In the blink of an eye, Suke's figure vanished from spot. At present, he was merely akin to a physical cultivator devoid of any martial arts, and yet to commence his magical cultivation. Thus he was incapable of flight. However, despite his inability to soar through the skies, his speed and jumping prowess were extraordinarily formidable. In an instant, he traversed several kilometers, returning to Villa number 128. 10 minutes later, as Suke emerged from the bathroom, the phone rang. It was a call from Chui Jian. Suke was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to call and inquire about the progress of the palace construction. Yet Cui Jian had already taken the initiative to reach out. What is it? How is the palace construction proceeding? Mr. Su, thanks to the assistance of the 6 vice leaders of your immortal help and the support of hundreds of thousands of followers, the palace will be completed within the next 2 days. Furthermore, there is another matter. The envoy from Shao Ri has arrived in Bangzi and wishes to meet with you. What do you think? Chapter 86. The beautiful girls of daily life. Did the daily life delegation come to see me? Suke was momentarily taken aback. What do they want? Mr. Su, they wish to offer women to you. Upon hearing the voice through the receiver, Suke was once again stunned. The daily life group intends to present women to me? Surely, they cannot be those renowned teachers. Darn the daily life group. Bring them to Villa 128 at Hannah Cave. Understood, Mr. Su. In the Palace Construction Command Center of Jiangnan District, after hanging up the phone, Cui Jian was filled with confusion. Are you not fond of women? The Daily Life Group has specifically brought forth the 100 most beautiful and pure women in the country for you. Why do you sound displeased? Confusion aside, Cui Jian turned to Li Gongshuan beside him and said, Old Li, I leave this to you. I shall accompany the Daily Life delegation to meet Mr. Su. All right, you can rest assured and go. Nodding, Cui Jian turned and exited the command center. An hour later, 2 large buses gradually came to a halt outside Villa 128 at Hannah Cave. Cui Jian, accompanied by 3 middle-aged men and a woman, disembarked from the first bus. Following closely, a procession of young, beautiful women, each approximately 20 years of age, began to step off the bus. Some adorned in long dresses, others in professional attire, and some in casual wear. They curiously scanned their surroundings. Soon, they would meet the celestial being, and their hearts raced with excitement. Mr. Nakayama, Miss Yoshida, please. Cui Jian gestured for the 4 daily life envoys to enter the courtyard of Villa 128. The 100 young and radiant women followed suit, their hearts fluttering with trepidation. Observing Su Kei standing at the edge of the second-floor balcony, Cui Jian bowed respectfully. Cui Jian pays respects to Mr. Su. Mr. Nakayama pays respects to Mr. Su. Miss Yoshida pays respects to Mr. Su. Mr. Nakayama pays respects to Mr. Su. Mr. Fujita pays respects to Mr. Su. The 4 daily life envoys also bowed in unison. Suke regarded them with a faint nod before shifting his gaze towards the 100 youthful maidens. They appeared pleasing to the eye, each exuding a vibrant charm. However, they were mere mortal women, seemingly of little use to him. Cui Jian, Nakayama, Fujita, you may withdraw. The rest shall remain. Yes, Mr. Su. Cui Jian complied and turned to exit. The 4 daily life envoys were left in stunned silence. Were they to be dismissed without a word? Furthermore, the audacity to keep even Miss Yoshida, Baka, Nakayama, Fujita, and the others felt their anger rise, yet they dared not speak out. Mr. Su, we can leave the women here. However, our emperor would like to meet you. Might you have the time? Nakayama inquired. I have no time. Within 3 breaths, leave. Otherwise, face death. Baka. In an instant, the faces of Nakayama, Fujita, and their companions turned a deep shade of crimson. As Su Kei gazed at the icy expressions of the 3 individuals before him, memories of the recent otherworldly phenomena and ominous thunderclouds resurfaced, prompting them to leave the villa with long faces. A cold chuckle escaped Su Kei's lips as he leaped from the balcony directly in front of Yoshida Akiko. The women from your land seem rather plump. Are there none who are more slender? Su Kei-kun, Yoshida Akiko stammered, her body trembling slightly. Since you have sent us here, we intended for our women to be your wives, not your servants. The notion of servitude left the women bewildered. Yoshida Akiko, equally perplexed, dared not voice her objections and simply nodded in agreement. Soon, the 98 women were ushered into the Ling Quan space. Turning his attention to the remaining 3, Su Kei inquired, what are your names and ages? I am Fumoto Kuriko, 25 this year. I am Hamanaka Maipo, also 25. I am Hashimoto Kanai, and I am 26. Very well, Su Kei replied, nodding at the trio. Please wait for me in the hall. With that, he vanished from sight. In the Ling Quan space, the 98 women materialized, colliding with the astonished gazes of over 100 onlookers. In an instant, Everyone fell silent. Then, a wave of bitterness welled up within the hearts of Lin Yutong. Yang Yi, Munyinshiwe, Lin Momo, Bai Mengjie, Zhou Xiao Xiaoing, Guan Shui, Li Mengchen, Long Feifei, Su Dili, and others. Wasn't 100 women enough? Now, they had brought in yet another group, each one youthful and beautiful. Would they ever have time to spend with Su Ke again? Amidst their collective sorrow, Shu Ke's figure se donnerait rapide. Observing the expressions of his many wives, he approached them directly. What are you all fretting about? They are the maidservants I have found for you. Each of you may select one. At his words, the mood among the women lightened considerably. They understood that while they might ultimately face some form of education, they were still the mistresses, while the others were merely servants. Su Ke then turned his gaze toward the 98 women from Yoshida's land, stating with a calm demeanor, "Have you all heard what I said? From now on, you will be maidservants, and you must embrace the responsibilities that come with this role. Should you fail to elevate your mindset, you will face my stern punishment." As Su Ke's piercing gaze settled upon them, the Yoshida women trembled, fear evident in their eyes. Sensing their apprehension, he continued, "However, should you fulfill your duties well, I shall reward you." He then looked to his wives. "You may begin your selections. I have matters to attend to." With that, he vanished once more. The wives turned their attention to the Yoshida women, and Yang Yi was the first to speak. "Do any of you speak Longxia language? We all possess certain skills." 98 individuals responded in unison. "That is well." The maidens collectively exhaled in relief. If none of them were proficient in Longxia script, it would be better not to accept them as maidservants at all. Lin Yutong approached a woman clad in loose-fitting white casual attire and inquired, "What is your name? Would you be willing to serve as my maid?" I am Nagano Kazuha, and I am willing to be your maid," the young woman replied, somewhat timidly. "Very well, then you shall accompany me from now on." Kazuha bowed to her mistress. Lin Yutong smiled and nodded, feeling quite pleased within. Meanwhile, Bai Mengjie approached another young woman and asked, "What is your name? Would you care to be my maid?" "I am Matsumoto Ryo, and I would be honored to serve as your maid," the girl replied shyly. "You appear quite youthful. Are you of age?" "Not yet. I will turn 18 next year." Bai Mengjie nodded. "Then you shall follow me from now on." The remaining maidens also began to select their own attendants. In the outside world, at Villa number 128, Hashimoto Kanai, Himei Maipo, and Fukumoto Kuriko were summoned by Su Quebec. He glanced at the three seated in the living room before stepping outside. A long wheelbase Rolls-Royce awaited them, always at the ready. Inside the car, Hashimoto Kanai and Himei Maipo knelt beside Su Ke, their delicate hands kneading the muscles of his legs, providing him with a soothing massage. Fukumoto Kuriko poured a glass of red wine and personally offered it to him. Suke was truly experiencing a life of luxury. No wonder so many high officials succumbed to such decadence. Indeed, there was a reason for it. Chapter 87. Proclamation to the world. At the entrance of the Palace Construction Command Room in the Jiangnan district, a sleek black, extended Rolls-Royce came to a gradual halt. The driver promptly exited the vehicle and opened the door. In the next moment, three enchanting young ladies gracefully alighted from the car, followed by a dashing young man clad in white. "Welcome, Mr. Su." At the entrance of the command room, the heads of the 5 prominent families, along with 6 familiar faces, caught Su Ke's attention. It was none other than the 6 major stars of Longxia: Wang Chao, Zhang Teng, Jing, Jin Shi, Huku, and Peng Chang. "Greetings, leader. Indeed, you have worked hard." Su Ke regarded the few fans turned subordinates before him with a satisfied nod and subsequently produced 6 bottles of spiritual spring water, tossing them to the 6 individuals. Though they appeared as insignificant as ants to him, they were his loyal admirers, and before acquiring the title of a bandit, he had held a fondness for these 6 stars. "It is no hardship. Serving the leader is our honor." With a faint smile, Su Ke retrieved 5 additional bottles of spiritual spring water and tossed them to the heads of the 5 families. "Let's proceed inside to converse." "Yes, Mr. Su." "Yes, leader." As Su Ke and the 3 maidens entered the command room, the heads of the 5 families and Wang Chao followed suit. "Mr. Su, the palace has been completed, but there are still some details to address. It will be operational by the day after tomorrow at the latest," Chui Jian explained, activating the central control screen. revealing an aerial view of the entire palace. The majestic structure spans 1,080 acres, built in the likeness of the Longxia Yanjing Palace, comprising 72 grand halls and 707 rooms. The layout is divided into an outer court and an inner court, with the outer court further segmented into 3 main halls, awaiting your naming. The inner court serves as the residence for your family. Suke gazed at the large screen, nodding in approval. This was indeed a perfect replica of the Longxia Yanjing Palace. However, it mattered little, for he ultimately intended to depart from the Tianlan and Shuiyin stars. It remained uncertain whether the spatial directional exit could connect to Tianlan and Shuiyin. Should it be feasible, even if he ventured into the realm of cultivation? He could return to Tianlan and Shuiyin at any time. Yet if the connection was impossible, no matter how splendid the palace, it would be of no use. Host, the bandit can assure you that even if you enter the realm of cultivation, you may freely traverse between the realm and Tianlan and Shuiyin through the spatial directional exit. The bandit's voice suddenly resonated in Su Kei's mind, causing his eyes to brighten. Is that so? Although there was little left in Tianlan and Shuiyin that he held dear, his numerous women and family remained there, and the ability to travel freely would certainly be advantageous. Moreover, he might even transform Tianlan and Shuiyin into a planet that harmoniously blends cultivation and technology. Excellent. You have all done remarkably well. Su Kei surveyed the group, nodding in satisfaction before continuing. 3 days hence, I shall ascend the throne in the Golden Wan Hall, and the empire shall be named the Hanling Empire, with myself as the Hanling Emperor. From now on, all matters of the empire shall be entrusted to the 11 of you. Are you willing to accept this responsibility, entrusted to us for management? The heads of the 5 families, along with Wang Chao, Zhang Teng, and the others, were momentarily taken aback. An empire entrusted to their management? Is this not somewhat arbitrary? Mr. Su, we fear we may not perform adequately after all this matter. Observing the hesitation among the few, Su Kei nodded lightly, indicating that it was of no consequence. In due time, I shall arrange for several knowledgeable individuals to assist you. Upon hearing this, Wang Chao and the 5 heads of families bowed deeply to Su Kei, proclaiming, "We are willing. We shall dedicate ourselves to the empire and to the great emperor, serving until our last breath." Wang Chao, Zhang Teng, Lu Jing, Jin Shi, Huku, and Peng Chang. Within these 3 days, you may bring your families here. Su Kei continued, then turned to Cui Jian. Procure a residential complex for me, with no fewer than 200 households. Furthermore, announce to the world my ascension to the throne 3 days hence, inviting the 15 leading nations to attend my coronation ceremony. Should they choose not to come, they shall bear the consequences. Yes, Mr. Su, this matter is entrusted to you. With that, Su Kei produced several dozen bottles of spiritual spring water and distributed them to the group, before vanishing from their sight with Hashimoto Huanai, Fukumoto Kori, and Binbi Meibua. As Su Kei departed, Wang Chao pulled out his phone and dialed his wife, Su Li. From now on, their family would be part of the Hanling Empire, naturally residing in the imperial capital, Hanyang City. Zhang Teng, Lu Jing, and the others also reached out to their families. Cui Jian and his companions contacted the 6 elders of the Bangzi cabinet to discuss the change of dynasty and the proclamation to the world. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. No one wished to oppose, and no one dared to do so. In the spiritual spring space, Su Kei informed the ladies of his impending coronation. Although the women refrained from questioning his determination to ascend the throne, being modern individuals familiar with online narratives, they each harbored their own speculations. I plan to return to Yanjing to bring your families to Hanyang City. What do you think? To Hanyang City? Dear, I agree, but I must consult my parents. If they are willing, I shall bring them over. Indeed, dear, as long as my parents are agreeable, we will follow your lead. Then I shall return to Yanjing. Tomorrow your families will be brought there, and we shall see their wishes. Nodding at the gathered ladies, Su Kei vanished from sight. As for the relatives of the women sent by Xiao Rizi, they may remain with him for now. In Yanjing, at the Twin Towers, as Su Kei reached the first floor, he noticed 2 somewhat familiar figures at the reception desk. They seemed to be 2 stars. Why were they here at the front desk? Inside the desk, Xia Haoqian and Zhang Qingyi were lazily leaning on the table, engrossed in their phones, when suddenly a figure appeared before them, one they would dream of in slumber. He has finally arrived. Ashuki aproashid. Xia Haoqian and Zhang Qingyi hurriedly stood, their faces flushed as they gazed at him. Nervousness, anticipation, shyness, and trepidation. Thump, thump, thump as Suke approached the counter step by step. The hearts of the two raced uncontrollably, their palms slick with sweat. Before Suke could finish speaking, they stammered in unison. I am Xia Haoqian. I am Zhang Qingyi. Observing the beads of perspiration forming on their anxious foreheads, Suke offered a gentle smile. There is no need to be nervous. I am not a demon. What are you afraid of? We're not afraid, we're just a bit anxious. You both are celebrities. Yet here you are at the front desk? Upon hearing this, Xia Haoqian and Zhang Qingyi exchanged a glance, took a deep breath to steady their nerves, and in unison declared, Suke, I like you. After uttering these words, they anxiously yet expectantly gazed at Sue Quebec. Although they were quite beautiful in their own right, standing before a celestial figure, they felt no sense of advantage. They had braced themselves for rejection, yet a flicker of hope remained in their hearts. Chapter 88. Suke meets Princess. Linen stepped forward. Let me have a look. With a smile on his face. Suke watched as Xia Haoqian and Zhang Qingyi shyly responded with a soft and blushed as they stepped out from behind the counter. Xia Haoqian was clad in white sneakers, loose blue jeans, and a white t-shirt, exuding a pure and radiant charm. Zhang Qingyi donned black casual pants, a black short-sleeved shirt, and black sneakers, equally enchanting in her own right. Turn around for me to see. The two complied, spinning around twice. Sukanadidin satisfaction. Not bad. You could enter the harem. I shall take you to a certain place. In the blink of an eye, the two vanished beside the counter. Suke, casting a glance at the bewildered employees around him, said with a faint smile, Please have your supervisor reassign the front desk receptionists. After uttering these words, he turned and exited the Gemini building. I knew those two had ulterior motives. They must be envious, remarked a female employee in her 20s, watching Suke's retreating figure with a hint of bitterness. In the lobby, all the women silently echoed. He is liked by others too. Several male employees also gazed enviously at Suke's back, simultaneously lamenting, Oh, how wonderful it would be to be a beautiful woman. Then I could accompany Suke on his journey of cultivation. Yanjing Police Headquarters, Conference Room. Mr. Su, rest assured, we will invite all the family members of your women to Yanjing tomorrow morning, Qin Lai said with a smile. Thank you, Director Qin. Additionally, I would appreciate your assistance in arranging a few personnel to help manage the empire, Suke added. Qin Lai paused for a moment, then recalled that Suke had previously been merely a worker. Even if he had established a nation and claimed the throne, he lacked management experience. He promptly replied with a smile, Mr. Su, do not worry. Today we shall select a group of individuals, and they will travel overnight to Hanyang City. Excellent. From now on, the Hanling Empire and Longxia shall be united. Suke exclaimed, laughter echoing in the room. Indeed, from this day forth, Longxia and Hanling shall be one family. Qin Lai joined in the hearty laughter. With a figure like Suke, akin to a deity, even if the opposition vanished into the azure sky and waters, the free nation would not dare to provoke. It truly brought a sense of delight to one's heart. Here are 5 revitalization pills, Director Qin. Qin Lai hesitated, yearning for the pills, as Suke placed them on the table and stood to leave. Watching Suke's departing figure, Qin Lai felt a surge of gratitude. 5 pills equated to 50 years of life. Suke, however, paid little mind to these pills, for he possessed over 200 of them. Moreover, once he entered the realm of cultivation, acquiring longevity-enhancing items would not be a difficult task. Meanwhile, as Xia Haoqian and Zhang Qingyi entered the Spirit Spring space, they appeared beside the Spirit Spring pool. Hearing the laughter of women from behind the spaceship, they followed the sound and were momentarily stunned. So many women, Isuke, busy with them, in the vibrant realm of entertainment. The amiable relationship between the two, Xiao Chuan and Qing Yi, drew the attention of Zhu Yi and Jiang Yui, who expressed their astonishment before approaching them. "Did Suke bring you here?" Zhu Yi inquired with curiosity. Xiao Chuan and Zhang Qingyi promptly shook their heads. "No, we came here on our own accord," they exclaimed, their cheeks flushing with a hint of embarrassment. "Ha, you are quite clever, not missing this opportunity. Come, let me introduce you to everyone." With that, Zhu Yi and Jiang Yui took the hands of Xiao Chuan and Zhang Qingyi, leading them toward the group of ladies. Embarking on a farming adventure unlike any they had encountered before, as the ladies engaged in animated conversation while tending to the fields, Jiang Yui, the epitome of sweetness, felt an invisible force drawing her towards the direction of the space capsule. Inside the space capsule, in the living room, Suke retrieved a red, chest-high RU skirt and a flowing blouse, placing them on the sofa. "Yui, put on this outfit." "Suke, isn't this the attire worn by the Princess of Linen in my play? Where did you acquire this?" Jiang Yui asked curiously as she bent down to pick up the skirt. "Hey, that is not for you to worry about. Quickly change. I have a game for you to play." "A game?" Jiang Yui's cheeks flushed, and she looked at Suke. "Then you turn around." "All right, Suke can play." And behind him, sounds of giggling ensued. "Okay, you can turn back now." "Hiss. I, the humble gong, pay my respects to the Princess of Linen." Jiang Yui paused for a moment, then regained her composure, smiling as she replied, "No need for formalities. Princess, don't you require a consort? How do you find me?" Jiang Yui scrutinized Suke with a serious expression. After a moment, she replied with a hint of pride, "I suppose you'll do, just barely. Then allow me to serve the princess," Suke declared, lifting Jiang Yui in his arms and striding towards the bedroom. "Impudent! Release this princess at once. You, a mere gong, dare to be so brazen with me. I shall have my father summon you to the palace as a eunuch. To have me serve as a eunuch? What a cruel heart you have, princess. Today, I shall risk it all to savor the taste of the princess. Release me, you scoundrel. Ha, scream all you want. No one will come. Today, I shall surely sample the princess's essence. Please, don't come any closer. Spare me, I'll have my father grant you a high position. I don't need that." Suke chuckled ominously, lunging once more toward the Princess of Linen. As evening fell, Suke gazed at the slumbering Jiang Yui beside him, her delicate face still adorned with traces of tears. He gently wiped her cheeks, a tender smile gracing his lips. "Truly, you are the pinnacle of sweetness. Bandit, with twins on the way, you only offer a bottle of rejuvenation elixir, while you kept the other reward for yourself. Host, the ruthless bandit does not require such things, nor will he consume the rewards of the host. From now on, unless a female cultivator of at least the same realm assists you in procreation, you will only possess a single reward, regardless of whether it is a single birth or multiple births." All right, you're taking this seriously. However, haven't I already reached the golden core realm in my physical form? Why do I feel nothing? How can I enter the realm of cultivation? Suke inquired within. "Host, you must step onto the teleportation array to enter the realm of cultivation. The teleportation array on this planet is located within the eye of the Bermuda Triangle. Whether one practices magical or physical cultivation, as long as one reaches the golden core realm and steps onto the teleportation array, they will be transported to the realm of cultivation. The teleportation array is located in the eye of the Bermuda Triangle. Then, who established this teleportation array? Is it naturally formed? Host, please strive to procreate. One day you will come to know the answer. Once again, it's about procreation. The ruthless bandit seems to be at odds with the idea that more children bring more fortune." The next day, observing Jiang Yui, who slept soundly in his arms like a kitten, Suke gently removed her delicate arm and jade-like leg from his body. After donning his attire, he vanished from the spot. Yanqing, Northern Outskirts Training Base. Chapter 89. Unified Arrival at Nanshan Wudong Residence Feifei's Mother. Do you think Suke summoned us all here to escort us to Hanyang City for his coronation? In the outskirts of Beijing, at a training base, a group of women in their 50s surrounded a woman who appeared to be in her 40s, all chattering excitedly. Beside these women stood a number of men who looked to be in their 50s and 60s, along with some younger individuals. Why the rush? When Su arrives, you can directly inquire, one of them suggested. Ah, it's the first time our son-in-law is ascending the throne. How can we not be thrilled? What is there to be excited about? Look at me, am I excited? As Fei Fei's mother spoke, her gaze caught sight of a man dressed in white casual attire. In an instant, she darted towards the man, leaving a group of women in stunned silence. Is she not excited? Someone remarked. Almost immediately, the rest of the women surged towards Su Quebec. Stop, stop, everyone halt. Su K exclaimed, attempting to intervene as the swarm of mothers-in-law rushed toward him. Yet, his efforts proved futile. What on earth have they all lost their minds? Faced with the horde of mothers-in-law, Su K decided to take action. In a flash, he transformed into a series of illusions, gliding past the many women. In a mere 10 seconds, over 100 mothers-in-law vanished without a trace. Nearby, the fathers-in-law were left in shock. These are your mothers-in-law. Do you intend to? Beast. No, not even a beast. Just as they were about to confront Su K, he interjected, Dear fathers-in-law, do not panic. I am here to take you to my coronation ceremony. Upon hearing this, the group of older men finally relaxed. Indeed, how could Su K possibly be a beast? Very well, Su K, you are considerate. Our daughters have chosen wisely. Yes, little Su is ascending to the throne and still thinks of us old fellows. Splendid. My second sister, third sister, fourth sister, fifth sister, sixth sister, seventh sister, eighth sister, and ninth sister each have daughters, all of whom are as beautiful as flowers. I shall introduce them to Su K as potential wives. Coincidentally, my second brother, third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, sixth brother, seventh brother, eighth brother, and ninth brother also have lovely daughters, and I too wish to introduce them to Su Quebec. Stop, stop. Dear fathers-in-law, I do not wish for any wives. No more introductions, please. Just prepare yourselves. I will take you to a special place. In the blink of an eye, the remaining female relatives were transported into the spiritual spring space beside the space capsule. Shortly thereafter, the male relatives also vanished from their original location, reappearing at the edge of the spiritual spring space. At this moment, the diameter of the spiritual spring space was an impressive 50 kilometers. To traverse from the periphery to the central capsule area, they would require at least 2 days. Ha ha ha. The elderly gentleman, along with the younger individuals, stood agape, gazing at their surroundings and the dark barriers behind them. Where is this? Where is Su K? Indeed, Xiao Su has led us to this desolate wilderness. What could be his intention? Could it be that he intends? The expressions of the elder gentleman shifted once more. However, in the next moment, Su K's voice resonated in their ears. Esteemed fathers-in-law, uncles and brothers-in-law, please remain calm. In an hour, I shall escort you out. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt a sense of reassurance wash over them. Up and down, fortunately, their hearts were resilient. Meanwhile, by the Lingquan pool, a gathering of sisters-in-law, mothers-in-law, and aunts convened. Lu Meili approached Long Fei Fei, unleashing a torrent of scolding. After all the care I've given you, you don't even want your mother to see this wonderful place? Truly, it seems I have raised you in vain. As she spoke, she reached out to tug at Long Fei Fei's ear. Mother, do you truly believe I do not wish for you to enter? Are you unaware of the potential encounters that await you? Long Fei Fei deftly sidestepped her mother's grasp. What encounters? In such a splendid location, could there possibly be any danger? At this, Long Fei Fei found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Surely, she could not divulge the matters concerning Lin Ruoxue and Xiao Weiying to her mother. If her mother were to cause a scene, how would Su K regard her? Should he become angered? What if he were to consume her mother as well? That would result in her meeting the same fate as Lin Ruoxue. No, she could not reveal this to her mother. What is the matter? Have you lost your voice? Think what you will. I'm only looking out for your best interests. Sighed Fei Fei's mother, retreating to a nearby sofa to sit and lament in solitude. Long Fei Fei, feeling exasperated, promptly returned to her room to prepare a platter of fruit, presenting it before her mother. The atmosphere was chaotic, filled with the chatter of hundreds. In Hanyang City, Jiangnan District, Nanshan Wudong residents, Su K entered the community alongside Chuijian. Your Majesty, this community comprises a total of 328 residences, and all the residents have been relocated. Does this meet your approval? Guijan explained. Suke surveyed his surroundings and nodded. The environment of the community was commendable, with greenery comprising 90%, a separation of pedestrian and vehicle traffic, and an overall cleanliness. And the property management? Suke inquired. Your Majesty, the property management team has been personally selected by me and Li Gongshuan from our family. You can rest assured, Shui Jian responded. Suke nodded again. In the next instant, a flurry of elderly gentlemen appeared beside them, followed swiftly by a cohort of younger individuals. Xiao Su, where's this place? Where are our wives? They clamored. Indeed, Xiao Su, please bring our wives out. Esteemed fathers-in-law, please do not be anxious. Just a few more minutes, Su Ke reassured, turning to Cui Jian. Please keep an eye on them. With that, he vanished from sight. In the Lingquan space, Su Ke observed the multitude of women, feeling a headache coming on. Everyone, please quiet down. Upon hearing Su Ke's roar, the Lingquan space fell into a profound silence. The ladies' various mothers-in-law and numerous sisters-in-law turned their gazes towards Su Quebec. Esteemed mothers-in-law and sisters-in-law, I shall now escort you out. Please be prepared. In the blink of an eye, before the group of mothers-in-law, elder sisters-in-law, and younger sisters-in-law could utter a word, their figures vanished into thin air. Wait, wasn't I supposed to prepare you before sending you off? I haven't even grabbed the watermelon and cucumber yet. Dear ladies, there are too many of you. Please remain here for the time being. Once I have settled your relatives, I will escort you out. Very well. My dear husband, please hurry. At Nanshan Wudong residence, accounting for the direct relatives of the ladies and some collateral kin, there were a total of 108 households. Each family was allocated a residence. Furthermore, the Hanling Empire would abolish the existing currency and adopt the Longxia currency uniformly. The Longxia and Hanling nations would also completely open their borders to one another. Chapter 90. Take care of you. After ensuring the safety of the relatives, Suke led the group out of the space, allowing them to return home and reunite with their families. In the Lingquan space, only Lin Ruoxue and her mother, Li Ji, Song Hui, Sun Jun, Jin Shi, the 5 jewels of the Chui family, and the 9 wives and daughters of the 6 elders from the Bangzi family remained, along with 101 members from Zairihua. In total,